think I've seen this ceiling more times than I should have. The infirmary was just as he remembered it. White stone walls, soft, floating lights, the sharp scent of healing herbs and mana-soaked gauze, his usual bed, his usual exhaustion. Somehow this place had started to feel like a second dorm. Footsteps approached. "Hey, Noel," a familiar voice said dryly. "What did you tell me less than a month ago?" He turned his head slowly, blinking through the haze. The nurse stood by his bed, arms crossed. "I said I'd take care of myself and try not to give you more work." "Good, so your brain still functions," she muttered. "Honestly, I don't know how you're still alive. Who in their right mind drinks something that toxic?" Noel blinked. "Toxic? What are you talking about?" She stared at him for a beat, then rolled her eyes. "Let's just leave it at that." She raised an eyebrow. "After months of dropping by like this, now you ask?" There was a pause, then she sighed. "Claire, my name's Claire." She shook her head. "You know, you really should take better care of yourself. You're still young. I'd love to, truly." Claire adjusted the blankets over him, then gestured toward the nightstand. "By the way, you've been unconscious for 5 days. That girl hasn't left your side, and you've got a letter." Noel followed her gaze and saw a sealed envelope resting neatly beside a glass of water. Claire stretched her back with a groan. "My shift's over. Get some real rest and try not to make me work overtime again." "Yeah, sure." "See you later." "No." She turned halfway at the door. "I don't like 'see you later.'" Noel smirked. Then, "Until next time, Claire." She let out a short huff, then walked out, closing the door gently behind her. Noel turned his head and noticed someone slumped over the edge of his bed. Elina. Her platinum hair spilled over the blanket, smooth and untied. One pointed ear peeked out through the strands. She was resting her head on the mattress beside him, breathing softly, completely asleep. She looked peaceful, comfortable. "She's been here the whole time. I'm not waking her. First, the letter." He shifted carefully, reaching for the envelope on the nightstand with his right arm. Pain flared instantly. "Fuck," he hissed through gritted teeth. The sound jolted Elina awake. She blinked rapidly, confused, then her amber eyes locked onto him. "Noel," she gasped. "Sorry," he muttered. "Didn't mean to wake you." Before he could finish, she launched forward and wrapped her arms around him tightly. "Wait, I'm happy to be alive too, but I've got open wounds and fractured ribs. Give me a second." She pulled back instantly, flustered. "Sorry, I got excited." Then the words came out in a flood. "Are you okay? How do you feel? Is your body still in pain? Do you have a fever? What about your arm? Do you need help?" Noel let out a long breath. "Can you do two things for me?" Elina froze. "Yes, first calm down, and second, hand me the letter." "Oh, right, of course." She grabbed it from the table. Here, without hesitation, she opened the envelope and unfolded the paper. "It's from Elra." She cleared her throat and began to read aloud. "I didn't expect to get a letter from the cold and enigmatic Noel. My mother's condition hasn't changed. Still high fever. Still those red marks spreading across her body. And not just her. Most of the northern region is affected now. Estermont and Iskandar territory are the worst hit. Anyway, I'll be back in a week. The final exams won't take themselves." Elina slowly lowered the paper. Noel stared at the ceiling. "Shit." Elina blinked, noticing the shift in Noel's expression. "What's wrong?" "Elra is coming back in a few days, and that's bad." "Number. Quite the opposite. What's bad is the final exams that come with her." Elina let out a soft laugh. "Let me guess. You haven't studied." "Nope." "Do you want help?" Noel slowly turned to face her. "You'd help me study. I should warn you. I'm below average when it comes to theory, and that's being generous." "Don't worry," she said with a warm smile. "I always rank first in theory. You can trust me." "Oh, by the way," Elina suddenly added, "they told me to inform the director as soon as you woke up. I'll go call him now." She stood up from the chair and stepped out lightly, leaving the door slightly ajar. The room fell silent. For the first time since he'd opened his eyes, Noel was alone. He looked around, then muttered under his breath, "Status." A faint ding echoed in his mind. In front of him, a glowing blue window materialized just like it had the moment he lost consciousness, though he hadn't been able to see it back then. "You have slain Caliph Drozen, the Butcher, plus 20 core progress. Current core progress, 96. 33 mana core. Novice mission complete. Save the students and uncover the truth. Act II completed. Congratulations. New rewards available. Claim now. Good luck in the next act." "Good luck in the next act," Noel said mockingly. "Go fuck yourself, system. Stuff your good luck right up your ass." He exhaled a long breath, trying to calm his pounding heart. "Seriously, 20. I'm telling you, this system's a rat. How can I not be pissed? I just killed a damn Deminal most Ascendant rank. Ascendant, not Adept. SCENDNT suck on that." He shook his head in disbelief, flopping back against the pillow. "I swear, it makes you want to scream and never shit again." But his eyes narrowed. "At least I'm one step away from Adept." Then his gaze locked onto the part that truly mattered. "New rewards available. Claim, claim, claim," he whispered with greedy anticipation. "Please let it be something good this time, like an op armor set, or even better, a gun. In a world of magic and swords, now that would be sick. Imagine." The window updated. "Reward claimed. Egg of." "Are you fucking kidding me?" His face went blank. "A damn egg." After all that, an egg. He stared at it for a moment, frozen, then narrowed his eyes. Wait. This could be like one of those click novels. And this story is a click, let's not lie to ourselves. So that means it's probably a dragon, right? Or maybe a phoenix, something crazy at least. The glowing egg materialized next to the window. A faint system note blinked beneath it. Temperature insufficient, Noel blinked once, then twice. You've got to be shitting me. Aftermath, I better get a damn dragon out of this. The egg sat in Noel's lap like an ordinary object. No glowing symbols, no ancient runes, no mystical hum, just a smooth shell, deep blue in color, threaded with lighter veins that seemed to pulse faintly under the light, cold to the touch, heavier than it looked. It didn't feel like a blessing. Noel turned it slowly with his good hand, watching the surface shimmer slightly as it caught the light from the nearby window. His other arm was still tightly bandaged and aching with every movement. Breathing wasn't exactly comfortable either, his ribs complained with every inhale, but he was alive, barely. His thoughts were interrupted by the soft creak of a door opening. Looks like you're awake. Noel turned his head slightly. The director, Nicholas von Aldros, stepped into the room, tall and imposing even in a simple black coat. Elina followed just behind him, her expression a mixture of relief and worry. You look better than I expected, Nicholas said. How are you feeling? I've been better, Noel muttered. Nicholas folded his arms. You know, reckless behavior usually has consequences, right? I told you before you can come to me when something like this happens. Noel gave a small, tired shrug. I would have liked to, but I was already under Larius's control by then, I think. He mixed his blood into the coffee I drank. That's how he got inside. I see. Nicola's tone grew heavier. Then he glanced at Elina. Miss Lesteria, would you mind giving us a moment? Elina hesitated. Of course, I'll wait outside. Let me know if you need anything, Noel. Noel lifted his uninjured hand weakly in farewell as she left the room. Once the door closed, Nicholas moved toward the window, standing there with his back half turned to Noel. Honestly, he said, I don't know how you keep getting yourself into these things. First the banquet incident, now this. A demon hiding under our noses for over a decade, in valor I mean. He glanced over his shoulder. The rumors I heard about you when I arrived, some came from your brothers. By the way, don't seem to match the boy I see. I'm starting to think you've either got a curse on you, or you're drawn to trouble like a moth to flame. Noel let out a dry breath. Call it intuition. A pause. Then, Noel, I'll be having an audience with the king. Noel blinked. The father of Dior and Serafina. Nicholas nodded. King Alvern IV, this situation has far wider implications than just one rogue demon. You see, a truce still stands between the human continent and the demon realm of Velmora. After the war 50 years ago, they've been paying reparations in blood and gold. There was a war, Noel asked, eyebrows raised. You probably haven't reached that part of your history class, Nicholas said, eyes glinting. But yes, and it was brutal. A flicker of bitterness crossed his face. That's where my hatred for demons comes from, if you hadn't guessed. Noel offered a half nod. It shows. They both went quiet for a moment. Nicholas stepped closer to the bed. Let's get to the point. I know you, Noel. You're not the type to sit still after something like this, so I won't ask you to stop digging, but I will ask you to share what you find. Noel hesitated, then nodded. Fair enough. I did find something. Larius wasn't acting alone. He mentioned others, a group working in the shadows. I don't know how many they are or what they want, but they're dangerous. Nicholas absorbed that silently, then gave a slow nod. Good, I'll relay that to His Majesty. For now, rest and study. Exams are coming. Noel gave a long, tired sigh. Is there any chance I could skip those? I did just save the academy. A ghost of a smile tugged at the director's lips. No, and just like that, he vanished on the spot, leaving behind a faint ripple of mana in the air. Noel stared at the space where he'd been. Of course, typical. Then he turned his eyes back to the egg. The door creaked open a moment later. Elina stepped in carefully, closing it behind her. He was quiet for a while, she said, her voice low. Did the director leave already? Noel gave a faint nod, raising his good hand. He vanished. Literally, just poof. Elina blinked. What? I'm serious. One moment he was here, the next gone. She took a few steps closer, then paused. Her eyes drifted toward the edge of the bed. Wait. Why do you have a blue egg next to you? Noel looked down at it, then back up. I woke up and it was just there, right beside me. Elina narrowed her eyes. Right. And you don't find that the slightest bit concerning? I'm trying not to, Noel muttered. She gave him a long look, then sighed and pulled a chair close. All right. Noel leaned his head back against the pillow. I swear, if this egg hatches into something I have to feed, clean, or train. The egg sat silently beside him. Its shell shimmered faintly with a cyan hue. Elina didn't say anything for a moment. She just sat there, her eyes lingering on the egg, then shifting back to Noel. Her voice was soft. Noel, are you going to keep ending up in these kinds of situations? He glanced at her sideways. Probably, I won't lie to you. She hesitated, then asked quietly, why do you do everything alone? Noel exhaled through his nose, then turned his head to stare at the ceiling again. I don't know, he muttered. It's just always been like that. In my last life, in this one, I guess I'm just used to it. Elina frowned. You know, there are people who'd stand by you, who want to help you, like Elra or me. Noel blinked. He didn't look at her, but the silence said enough. A smile tugged at the corner of her lips, faint but warm. You've been more talkative lately. And the past few days, too. Did something happen? Noel's eyes drifted to the side as his mind replayed a certain moment. The rooftop, the cold night air, Elira's voice whispering his name before kissing him. Yeah, something happened. He shook his head lightly. Sort of. A swirl of blue light formed a circular sigil on the marble floor. When it faded, director Nicholas von Aldros stood in a wide throne hall of white stone and obsidian veins. Vast stained glass windows cast multicolored beams across the floor. At the far end, seated on a throne of dark steel wrapped in red silk, was King Alvarin IV of Valor. He was a man carved from power, broad-shouldered and tall even while seated. His frame radiated strength more than regality. Long blonde hair was tied behind his head with a crimson ribbon, not a single strand out of place. His eyes deep red, glowing faint limit Nicholas with a calm that never looked away, never blinked for long. Alvarin, Nicholas said, voice sharp, this can't happen again. The king's gaze didn't shift. I take it the demon at your academy has been dealt with. Nicholas stepped forward, his tone gaining heat. A demon infiltrated us. He spent over a decade studying at Ivory Spiral, gaining knowledge and building credentials just so he could later enter the Imperial Academy of Valor. And he succeeded. Students were kidnapped, tortured. Civilians are dead. Most of the students were 16. He pointed sharply. Children will carry trauma for the rest of their lives. And you're asking if it's been dealt with. Alvarin's tone remained composed. Nicholas, there are more demons among us than you realize. Most live quietly, peacefully. Not all of them are enemies. That's not the point. Nicholas snapped. This wasn't a peaceful citizen, this was an attack, an act of war. There are dead. Alvarin, I understand your anger, the king replied, his voice still calm. I will speak with the king of Velmora, I promise you that. Nicholas stared at him, unmoving. No, listen to me, Alvarin, you're my friend, like a brother to me, but you're being too soft. I won't need to remind you what happened to your father in the war, do I? A long silence. Then, without another word, Nicholas vanished in a ripple of light. King Alvarin remained on his throne, alone. He leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees. Demons, huh? His voice dropped bitter and cold. I may not show it like you do, Nicholas, but I loathe them even more than you. A beat. I'm a king. I have an image to maintain. The 6 Pillars. The wind howled through the broken arches of the forgotten cathedral. Its once sacred interior lay in decayers of shattered pews, vines creeping through the stone floor, and a collapsed ceiling that let moonlight pour in like a silent witness. The air smelled of mold and burnt incense, and the silence held weight, like something watching from beyond the veil. The center shadows moved. Figures sat scattered across what once had been rows of worshippers. All wore black robes, faces hidden beneath deep hoods. A crimson sigil, faintly glowing, was etched across each of their masks' different shapes, yet all sharing the same mark, the Eye of the Void. From the balcony above, a smaller figure leaned casually against the stone railing. A massive scythe rested on her shoulder, its blade glinting in the pale light. So, she called out, voice young but cutting. The signal was clear. Are the others late again? I don't like wasting time. In the front row below, another robed figure let out a grunt. Short and wide, he looked more like a dwarf, though his broad frame radiated raw strength. We're 4. You already know who's missing. His voice was gravel rough. Those 2 clowns never take things seriously. If it were up to me, I'd beat some discipline into them. Ha, the girl with the scythe laughed softly, almost mockingly. I doubt you'd even land a hit. Your talent's in your mouth, not your muscles. The dwarf-like man stood halfway up, scoffing. Want to test that theory, brat? Before she could answer, a loud creak echoed from the cathedral doors. 2 figures entered together, robes flowing, masks glinting. They were the same height, movement synchronized like dancers. One waved lazily. Apologies the road got. Complicated, he said, a playful tone in his voice. His twin added with a chuckle, we had company. Took longer than expected, hee. A final voice spoke up from the shadow soft, yet wrapped in clinking metal. Chains. The figure sat near the back, wrists and ankles wrapped in enchanted restraints that didn't seem to hinder her presence. Now we're complete, she said. The scythe girl narrowed her eyes. What do you mean, one's still missing? No, the chained woman tilted her head. He's already here. He's been watching us the whole time. A chill ran through the space, and somewhere unseen, a smile was forming. Steps echoed across broken stone. From behind a fractured column, a tall figure emerged hooded like the rest, though his gait was relaxed, even cheerful. He looked no older than 20, posture straight, voice light and friendly. Well, everyone's here now. What a joy. He carried a glowing orb cradled in his hands like a sacred relic. As he approached the altar at the center of the ruined cathedral, the orb pulsed first dim, then brighter, until a soft hum vibrated through the space. The others fell silent. He gently placed the orb atop the altar. It hovered an inch above the surface, spinning slowly. Then a voice ancient, ethereal and crackling like broken glass emerged from the crystal. Children of the Void, one of our own has fallen. The voice carried no emotion, it simply declared. From above, the girl with the scythe scoffed. Knew it. Calith failed. Again, before her words could fade, a blur moved through the air. The masked figure who had carried the orb was suddenly standing beside her. No one had seen him move, his hand wrapped around her neck, lifting her with ease. In the other, a long, silver needle glinted near her temple. SHHH, he whispered, gently and with amusement. Please don't interrupt the master. It's rude. Her feet kicked slightly in the air, then he let go. She fell, landing hard among scattered stone, coughing but unharmed. By the time her eyes refocused, he was already back at the altar, hands folded in front of him, head tilted in mock reverence. The orb resumed, speaking unfazed. You shall remain 6 for now. Caliph proved disappointing given the potential once seen in the butcher, but setbacks are expected. You will grow stronger. The day of dusk approaches. When the eye opens, all light shall fade. The orb dimmed again, its glow withdrawing inward like a heartbeat slowing down. The voice fell silent. The masked figure picked it up carefully, like a child hugging a toy. He turned toward the others and smiled beneath his mask. Well, you heard him. Behave, and with that he vanished into the dark, the orb clutched to his chest like a lullaby. A heavy silence lingered after the departure of the orb-bearer. Only the wind filtered through the shattered arches of the cathedral, brushing against the crimson-marked hoods like passing whispers. Then the woman with chains binding her arms and ankles spoke, her voice low but laced with authority. So, the great prodigy Caliph is dead. The girl with the scythe, still seated casually on a high beam, swung her legs as if nothing had happened. Who cares what happened to him? She said flatly. He botched the mission once, tried to fix it, and failed again. That means he wasn't worthy in the first place. A grumble came from the short, broad figure on the first row, high's voice like boulders grinding together. You're quick to talk for someone who never beat him in a duel. Let me remind you, Caliph stood a step away from ascendant rank. He would have crushed you if he had taken it seriously. She rolled her eyes. Strength without a brain is just wasted potential. Look who's still breathing and who's a corpse, dwarf. He rose halfway from the bench, fists clenching. Say that again, brat. Before either could move, the woman with chains chuckled. Enough. Your bickering is pathetic, she said, standing now at full height. Her presence was imposing, tall, statuesque, the chains around her humming faintly with sealed power. Caliph's death was unexpected. But not unearned, the scythe girl shrugged, muttering whatever. The dwarf sat back down, arms crossed but visibly annoyed. She continued. He underestimated his prey, that's all it takes. For a moment none spoke. Then the girl with the scythe stood. Anyway, I'm bored. If we're done crying over Caliph's ashes, I'll be leaving. Without a sound, her form blurred into nothing, disappearing into the void like smoke caught in wind. The chained woman turned to leave next. It seems the day of dusk is coming sooner than expected. I'll be ready. She vanished down one of the broken aisles, chains scraping faintly across the stone before silence reclaimed the space. Only the dwarf remained. He sighed and stood, brushing dust from his cloak. Can't leave my little empire unattended for too long. There's gold to make. He lumbered off with a laugh, disappearing into the shadows. The two identical figures in the back, twin, said nothing at all. They simply watched as each member faded away, one by one. And then, like reflections on a still pond, they too were gone. The cathedral stood empty once again. Only the wind remained, fragments of normalcy. The cafeteria buzzed with low chatter, trays clinking, and the occasional laughter of students pretending everything was fine. Noel sat in silence, surrounded by Marcus, Roberto, Garin, and Laziel. A half-eaten plate of food lay in front of him, untouched for the past 10 minutes. He stared past it, his thoughts somewhere far away. 2 days have passed since the incident, and everything's been kept quiet. The students who were affected don't seem to remember anything. Makes sense, I guess. That bastard Caliph said as much. Only Laziel kept his memoirish, was directly involved, after all. He glanced subtly toward Laziel, who was laughing at something Roberto had said. The boy looked fine now. Normal, even, but Noel knew better. He wasn't acting on his own. Larius Caliph used him, made him lure students in. Everyone thought Laziel was just delivering messages as the professor's assistant, but it was a setup. Once they were inside, he'd offer them a drink, and that was it. Blood in the tea. Once that shit's in your body, he had full control. Noel shifted in his seat slightly, expression neutral, though his mind wasn't. His gaze drifted toward the window. Final exams are in a week. That and my sister's wedding. Great, just what I needed. I got a letter yesterday, she's coming to visit before it. Can't say I'm excited. I'm sure they all still hate little Noel. He folded his arms across his chest, jaw tensing. And then there's Elra, the situation up north. The illness is spreading sooner than expected. Of course it is. Nothing happens when it's supposed to anymore. If I want to help, I'll need to go to the northern region. But creating the cure, finding the ingredients, that won't be easy. He tapped his fingers on the table absently. Right, and the egg. Can't forget about that thing. Still haven't figured out how to incubate it. It just sits there. Guess I'll have to get creative. Noel, Roberto's voice cut through the fog. Noel blinked, slowly turning to look at him. Noel, Roberto repeated, frowning. You all right? Noel snapped back to the present. Yeah, I'm fine. What's up? Marcus leaned in, his brow furrowed. We've been calling your name for like a full minute. You sure you're okay? I was just thinking, Noel muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. That's rarely a good sign, Roberto said, raising a brow. Whenever you get all deep in thought, it usually means something's about to explode, figuratively or literally. Noel let out a breath through his nose, half a smirk appearing. You're exaggerating. I don't think he is, Marcus said. Anyway, any progress? Progress? Noel echoed. Marcus grinned. On the whole, Elina situation. She hasn't been glued to your side lately, huh? Noel's expression remained unreadable. I don't know what you're talking about, but actually speaking of people being distant, Clara's been avoiding you. Did you do something that hit the mark? Marcus's face flushed instantly. Nothing new, he mumbled. After nearly a year, Roberto sighed dramatically. He finally did something, and it backfired. But don't worry, Marcus. I've been praying to the gods on your behalf. My faith will guide you. Guide him to what? Lazil said with a snort. Last I checked, your last romantic endeavor ended with a very clear. Oh please, Roberto huffed. You guys could learn a thing or two from me. Garen, who had been quietly eating, looked up. If you want advice, I can help. Everyone turned to him at once. All at once, you. Why? Garen blinked. What do you mean, why? I have a girlfriend. Noel nearly dropped his fork. Since when? Like 2 months ago, Garen said, scratching his head. Marcus gaped. And you didn't tell us. She didn't want me to. It was a secret, Garen said casually. But she's great, really sweet. Tiny and adorable. Roberto raised an eyebrow. Let me guess. She's also a 2-meter-tall bodybuilder who bench presses trolls for fun. Garen chuckled. Not even close. The bell above the cafeteria door jingled faintly. Garen looked up and casually raised a hand. Oh, there she is. Everyone turned. A petite girl stepped into view, her steps light but confident. She looked like the polar opposite of Garen in every way. Small frame, short chestnut hair tucked behind one ear, bright hazel eyes. She wore a soft winter coat lined with fur, and her hands were clasped neatly in front of her. Roberto blinked. No way, that's her, Marcus whispered. She looks like she'd get snapped in half by the wind, Lazil added. The girl approached with a smile that was polite but sharp at the edges. Hi, sorry to interrupt, she said sweetly. I'm Sophie, Garen's girlfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Her voice was gentle, almost airy until her gaze turned toward Garen. Her smile remained, but her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. You had a date with me today, remember? Garen paled slightly. Ah, crap, I forgot. Sophie leaned in a bit, still smiling. You did. Guys, sorry. Gotta go, Garen said, grabbing his tray and stumbling to his feet like a soldier caught napping during inspection. Sophie turned back to the table, all warm again. Nice meeting you, truly. She took Garen's arm and walked off with him. Once they were out of earshot, the table was silent for a beat. Then, holy shit, Roberto muttered. That was terrifying, Lazil added. I did not see that coming, Marcus said. Noel chuckled under his breath. You should take notes, Marcus. Marcus grumbled. Yeah, now that I think about it. I didn't see Elra after that. Noel, he blinked. Roberto waved a hand in front of his face. You're spacing out again. Sorry, Noel muttered, lifting his spoon. Just thinking. Roberto gave him a side eye. Thinking always leads to something ridiculous with you. Noel smirked faintly. You have no idea. Study. The library was quiet as usual, lit by floating crystal lamps that hovered just below the vaulted ceiling. Shelves towered along the walls, packed with tomes on magic theory, political history, monster taxonomy, and every other subject required for the final exams. Elina sat at a table near one of the tall arched windows, sunlight filtering softly through stained glass. Her silver blonde hair caught the light, and her amber eyes were focused on a thick book about mana channeling patterns. She had already marked several pages and organized a set of notes in a neat stack. When the door creaked open, she looked up. Noel walked in, wearing his winter uniform, a satchel slung across his shoulder. He scanned the room until his eyes found her, then made his way over. You're early, he said as he pulled out a chair beside her. You're late, Elina replied, but her tone was gentle. Only by 5 minutes, though. Noel set down his books and leaned back for a moment before opening the top one. Had to get coffee, this stuff doesn't go in otherwise. She smiled faintly but didn't comment. Instead, she pushed one of her spare notebooks toward him. I already made an outline of the major topics for magic theory and combat ethics. It's not perfect, but it should help. Noel blinked, genuinely surprised. You made me notes, Elina tilted her head. Would you prefer I didn't now know? I just wasn't expecting it. You need to pass, don't you? That's one way of saying it. He flipped open the notebook. The handwriting was clean, the format structured. Efficient. He gave a small nod. You're terrifyingly organized. That's why you chose me to study with, isn't it? Noel glanced at her, a wry smile tugging at the edge of his lips. Maybe. They settled into silence, pens scratching across paper, minds focused at least for no on the exams ahead. An hour passed. Books were opened, closed, and exchanged. Diagrams were sketched in the margins. The steady rhythm of study surrounded them, quill on parchment, the faint hum of mana-infused pages, the occasional cough from a student elsewhere in the library. Noel stretched slightly, rotating his shoulder. I think this is the first time I've studied this long without being tempted to just walk out. Elina didn't look up. That's because I'm here. He chuckled. Fair enough. She turned a page, then paused. Her tone softened. How are you feeling? After everything, I mean. Noel blinked. Her gaze was sincere, and for a second he didn't know how to answer. Better, he said finally. I was out for 5 days, apparently. Heard someone was taking care of me. Elina looked away, suddenly very interested in the footnotes of her book. I did what I could. It's not a big deal. It is to me. The silence that followed was comfortable, but carried a strange charge. Noel leaned back in his chair and tapped the end of his pen against the table. Hey, he said. You free tonight? Elina blinked. Tonight I figured I owe you for the healing and the notes and the nagging. There's a place outside the academifancy place. Good food. Thought I'd take you. She stared at him for a moment. You want to take me to dinner? She asked, her voice light but her cheeks slightly pink. Yeah, if you want, she nodded slowly. I'd like that. Good, we'll go at 8. Outside the academy walls, so bring your pass and dress nice. She raised an eyebrow. Are you saying I don't usually? I'm saying this place has actual candles and violin music, not floating crystal lamps and cafeteria trays. That earned a small laugh from her, and with it the tension eased. All right, she said, pretending to be casual. I'll see what I can do. Back to their books, or at least Noel was. He flipped a page, his brows furrowed as he tapped the edge of a diagram labeled Tri-Layered Monocircuits. His pen hovered over a blank space in his notes. Elina, quick question, he muttered, not looking up. The stabilizing layer in a threefold barrier, does it always go between the two mana flows, or is that only when the anchor glyphs are embedded? Silence. Noel looked up. Elina had her quill pressed to her lips, eyes unfocused, clearly 1,000 leagues away. Elina, she blinked. Huh, he raised an eyebrow. I asked about threefold barriers. Oh, right. Stabilizer goes between, but only if you anchor the glyphs outside the boundary. Otherwise, it creates internal interference. Yes, she said a little too quickly. Liar, he thought. Elina turned a page, but her eyes weren't scanning the text. Instead, they occasionally flicked to the corner of the table where she'd rested her fingers, nervously tapping. She's probably thinking about what to wear tonight, Noel guessed, watching her from the corner of his eye, and stressing way more than she should. He could already imagine her standing in front of a mirror, pulling out dresses, muttering to herself, brushing her hair for the 4th time. Still, he decided not to tease her. They studied in peace for another half hour. At least he did. She mostly turned pages and stared through the text. Eventually, Noel closed his book. All right, time to get ready. She nodded a bit too fast. Yes, I'll see you at the entrance, 8 o'clock. He grabbed his notes and stood. Don't be late. I never am. As he walked off, Elina looked down at her reflection in the polished table. She frowned. Candles and violins, huh? Noel stood in front of the mirror in his room, adjusting the cuffs of his dark navy coat. The outfit was sleek, tailored clearly of noble design but understated enough to avoid screaming for attention. Silver embroidery traced faint arcane patterns along the edges of his collar and sleeves, catching the candlelight just right. His hair, usually a mess from training or study sessions, had been combed back slightly, giving him a more refined look. He looked good. He sighed, tugging at the collar. This better not turn into some political dinner. Then he paused, glancing to the side. A quiet beat passed before he muttered, hope they don't cause problems. He reached into the drawer and pulled out a small leather pouch, strapping it under his coat just in case. In the same building, Elina stood in front of her mirror, adjusting the strap of a pale lavender dress that shimmered faintly with magical thread and enchantment meant to glow gently under moonlight. Her long golden hair was loosely braided over one shoulder, pinned with a silver leaf-shaped clasp. She looked at herself, thoughtful. The dress felt soft, romantic, not the image she usually showed at the academy. Maybe too much, she whispered, then shook her head. He said it was fancy. Elina reached the academy's gate just before the clock struck 8. The cold evening air made her breath fog slightly as she stepped forward, and there he was. Noel stood waiting, dressed in a deep navy coat with silver accents, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed but his eyes sharp as always. For a moment, Elina smiled, until she noticed the figure behind him. A girl stood in the shadows just a step away from him, arms crossed, expression unreadable beneath the soft glow of the street lamps. Selene. Elina's smile faltered just for a heartbeat. Noel turned toward her, his usual calm gaze meeting hers. Ready? He asked. She nodded slowly, forcing a polite smile. So, this won't be just the two of us. Chapter 95, the dinner. The streets of Valon were alive. Glowing lanterns swayed gently above the cobbled roads, their colors shifting from gold to lavender as spring whispered its arrival through the breeze. The smell of roasted chestnuts, spices, and sweet syrup drifted from street vendors. Children ran between carriages. Nobles and merchants bustled through the main square in tailored coats and early spring dresses. Noel walked ahead, hands in his pockets, the light brushing against his face. Spring's almost here. That means my birthday, too. His thoughts trailed off until Noel, Elina said, cutting into the quiet. He turned, slightly startled. I thought we'd be alone tonight. He blinked. Why would you think that? She gave him a half smile that didn't reach her eyes. You invited me, didn't you? Yeah, but I also owed Selene a favor, he said simply. She helped me a few weeks ago with something important, and since you helped me study today, I figured. 2 birds, 1 dinner. I see. Her gaze drifted to the other girl walking beside them. Selene didn't say a word. She walked with her usual discipline, eyes forward, expression unreadable. Her outfit was simple but elegant, a dark navy blouse and slacks, her hair tied into a high ponytail. She didn't seem out of place despite the stares from passers-by. I guess I got my hopes up for nothing, Elina thought, keeping her smile polite. There it is, Noel said, gesturing ahead. They arrived at a towering stone building wrapped in warm golden light. Polished glass doors stood beneath an arch etched with runes. Outside, fine carriages lined the street, and attendants in velvet uniforms opened doors with practiced ease. A trio of musicians played near the entrance, their strings weaving soft harmonies into the night air. The building had 3 floors, each one more opulent than the last. At the very top, a glowing terrace overlooked the entire city. Noel looked up. I will enjoy the view. Good evening, how may I help you? The host asked with a courteous bow. Noel stepped forward. Reservation under the name Thornne. 1 moment, please. The man consulted the enchanted scroll on his podium, his finger glowing faintly as it moved down the list. Ah yes, dinner for 3 at 8:30 p.m. Right this way, please. As they followed the host through the grand lobby, Elina leaned closer to Noel and whispered, Noel, don't you think this place is a little too expensive? He raised an eyebrow. Surprised, we're all from noble houses, right? Not exactly strange for us to be here. That's not what I meant, she said, eyeing the polished marble floor, the gold-leafed columns, the nobles in gemstone-studded cloaks. I mean, how do you afford this? Noel smirked slightly. You don't remember. Our dear friend Balthor was kind enough to leave us with some extra coins, remember? Elina blinked, then gave a faint chuckle. Right, I forgot about that ridiculous game of poker. They ascended a wide staircase to the 3rd floor. The air changeless noise, more refinement. The host opened a pair of glass doors that led out to the terrace. City lights stretched below them like a sea of stars. The moon hung low over the horizon, casting a silver glow across the rooftops. Their table sat near the edge, surrounded by blooming dusk lilies and gently glowing crystal lanterns. We've arrived, the host said with a flourish. Your table. Might as well enjoy what this world has to offer while I can. Noel thought as he pulled out a chair. Order whatever you like, he said aloud. Everything's already paid for. Moments later, a young waiter arrived and handed them each a menu. I'll have the grilled wyvern steak, Elina said, a bit hesitant. Same, Noel added. Selene, however, was a different story. I'll take the spiced boar ribs, the stuffed sea serpent rolls, 2 portions of fire-roasted pheasant, a bowl of glazed roots, the drake bone soup, and she paused, finally looking up. What? Noel smiled faintly. Nothing? Order whatever you want until you're full. Elina watched in stunned silence as Selene calmly added 3 more items to her list. The food arrived not long after tray, delivered by a line of well-dressed staff who bowed before placing each dish on the table. The wyvern steaks glistened under the terrace lanterns, perfectly seared. Elina adjusted her napkin delicately, posture elegant and composed. Noel followed suit, calmly slicing into his steak with practiced ease. Then there was Selene. Her fork was a blur. In seconds, she was on her 3rd plate, her expression stoic as ever, even as she tore into fire-roasted pheasant like it was a battlefield. Noel watched, biting back a grin. I guess all that training really builds up an appetite. I didn't expect this side of you, Elina said with a soft laugh. Since you barely speak, I thought you'd be quieter at the table. Selene paused mid-bite. A warrior must feed properly. Noel nodded seriously. Of course. Please don't let us stop you. Selene resumed her feast without another word. Elina looked away for a moment, resting her chin lightly on her hand. The exams are coming fast, she said. I've barely had time to study anything other than theory. Noel sipped his drink. You'll be fine. You were top in theory last time, right? Still, I don't want to fall behind in practicals. Selene suddenly spoke again, this time looking straight at Noel. I'll rank first in all the practicals this time. Noel met her gaze, then smirked faintly. Yeah, I'm sure you will. Elina watched the interaction, a mix of curiosity and something else flickering behind her amber eyes, but she didn't comment. The conversation drifted for a while longer. Exam strategies, rumors about which professors would grade which subjects, how some students were bribing seniors for notes. By the time the stars dotted the sky above, Selene was leaning back in her chair, eyes half closed in satisfaction. Elina glanced at Noel, then at the night sky. Even if we weren't alone, it hasn't been so bad. The evening wind rolled gently across the rooftop terrace, carrying with it the scent of warm food and blooming spring petals. From their elevated view, the city of Valon stretched out in glimmering threads of lantern light and cobbled streets. Selene had gone quiet, arms crossed, eyes scanning the skyline as if plotting the next monster to slay. Noel, meanwhile, leaned slightly against the terrace railing, a glass of something amber in hand. His thoughts were distant again. This world's full of risks, regrets, and twisted plots. But moments like this, I'll take them. Across the table, Elina was quietly watching him. Her posture was relaxed, but her thoughts weren't. Noel, she said softly, almost hesitant. He turned. He blinked, surprised at the sincerity in her tone. Then he gave a small nod. Yeah, I'm glad you came. Behind him, Selene stood up abruptly. I'm heading back. Noel raised a brow. Already, I've eaten enough. I have training tomorrow. Noel nodded. Want me to? She vanished as suddenly as she'd come. Elina stood slowly, brushing down her coat. They walked side by side out of the restaurant, descending the polished stairs until they reached the main avenue again. The night was quieter now, the rush of nobles thinning out. As they reached the main street, Elina slowed. "Noel," he looked over. She hesitated, then smiled faintly. "Even if we weren't alone, it hasn't been so bad." "What do you mean by that? What? Don't tell me. It can't be right." "Right." Heed and case. Noel lay sprawled on his bed, bare-chested, bandages still wrapped tightly around his ribs and right arm. The room was dim, the curtains drawn shut to keep the lingering winter chill at bay. Revenant Fang rested quietly on the desk nearby, its black edge catching the faintest glimmer of candlelight. Beneath a mound of bundled sheets, nestled close to his side, was the egg, smooth, solid, and infuriatingly silent. "I've been at this for 3 days," Noel muttered, glaring down at the lump beneath the blankets. "Fire magic, moderate heat, even wrapped it like a damn newborn, nothing." He exhaled sharply and closed his eyes, pulling the sheets tighter. Status. A blue message flickered into view. Incubation status. Inactive temperature insufficient. Of course, he sighed. Of course it is. He rolled onto his back, arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. "I should be studying for final exams. I've barely got a week left. My core's at 96.8. That's less than 4 away from adept, and I'm stuck playing babysitter to a mystery rock." A gust of frustration rose in his chest. "Nothing's going the way I want." Silence settled around him again. Outside, the academy moved on. Inside his room, locked from the inside, everything had come to a standstill. His gaze flicked to the desk, to the sword, then back to the egg. Maybe it's not the what that matters. Maybe it's the who. "Drastic times," Noel muttered, pushing himself up and brushing the sheets aside. "Call for drastic measures." With a resigned breath, he grabbed the egg gently and placed it directly on the warmest spot he could find his lap. Then he sat cross-legged over it, wrapping his legs and arms around it like some sort of strange meditation pose. Nothing. Then, incubation process initiated 99.9 a moment later, 99.8. Noel stared at the floating numbers, expression blank. "You're telling me I have to sit like this until it hatches?" The counter dropped again, 99.7, ticking down slowly, excruciatingly slowly. He let out a long groan. "Fantastic, just fantastic." He leaned his head back against the wall, trying to relax, ignoring the discomfort in his ribs and shoulder. Then he heard it, click, the soft metallic sound of a door unlocking. Noel's eyes snapped open. There had been no footsteps, no knock or warning. He turned his head just in time to see the door creak open, letting in a sliver of hallway light, and then a familiar silhouette stepped inside. Elra von Estermont. Still dressed in her noble red coat, the crest of her house embroidered over her heart, she stood in the doorway, blinking once. Then she stared, then she smiled slowly. This image is going to stay with me for a long time. I'm not sure if it's in a good or bad way." Noel panicked. What the hell? How did you get in here?" He scrambled to grab a blanket and cover himself and the egg at the same time, flushed red as her eyes glinted mischievously. Elra casually held up a small silver key. "Surprise, Noel, I have a copy." "You what?" His voice cracked. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her with a soft click. "Well, someone was so tired one day he fell asleep in my lap. I might have made a small request to the blacksmith afterward." "And what do you plan to do with a copy of my room key?" Elra grinned. "I haven't decided yet." Noel groaned and pulled the blanket tighter around his waist. "Glad to see you too," she added with a smirk, "though I admit this wasn't exactly the image I was expecting when I came back." He exhaled, finally settling down. "You're back." "I am," Elra said softly, "though maybe I should have knocked. Before I ask about the egg, are you all right?" Her gaze narrowed. "Why are you still bandaged? It's a long story." Elra folded her arms. "Good, I have all the time in the world," he told her. Everything. The new professor, Lerouchot, he had been a demon in disguise. How he'd used his own blood to control students from the inside. How Lazil had unknowingly led others into his grasp. How Noel had barely escaped the same fate. The final confrontation in his base, the blood, the fear, and how in the end he had killed him. Elra didn't interrupt, she just listened. When he finished, silence lingered in the air like smoke. "Well," she said at last, her voice calm, "you've had a busy month." Noel raised an eyebrow. "That's all you have to say?" Elra smiled again, softer this time. "What do you want me to say? Be more careful, don't act recklessly." She shook her head. "I know you better than that, Noel. You'll do what you believe is right, whether anyone approves or not." He looked away, not quite sure how to respond. A beat passed. Then Elra tilted her head, eyeing the blankets beneath him. "Now, about that egg." Noel blinked, then chuckled under his breath. "I found it while out hunting. It looked strange, so I brought it back. Thought it might be something special. Do you know what's inside?" "No clue." She stretched her arms above her head, letting out a soft yawn. "Well, I'll let you get back to sitting on your mystery egg like an oversized hen. I should go check how Seraphina's doing in her new role." Noel gave her a nod and she turned toward the door, but before she could leave, "Wait," Noel said, his voice quieter than before. Elra paused with her hand on the doorknob, glancing back over her shoulder. How's your mother?" The question hung in the air, still and heavy. Noel nodded once. He didn't press further. Elira turned fully this time, looking at him with something unreadable in her eyes, concern maybe, or gratitude. Then she gave him a small wave and stepped out, the door clicking gently shut behind her. Noel was left alone again. The room was quiet, save for the ticking of the enchanted clock on the wall. He shifted his weight slightly, still seated awkwardly on top of the egg. The system interface flickered silently in front of him. He stared at it but didn't really see it. His thoughts drifted. I won't tell her yet. After the exams, then I'll promise her I'll help, no matter what it takes. His gaze drifted to the window. The faint light of dawn was beginning to creep through the edges of the curtains. I need to focus, just a little longer. He glanced toward the corner of the room toward. Revenant Fang, I can't go back to the Thornne estate, even if my brothers are away in Alareth. I can't stand being under the same roof as those snakes. His hands tightened slightly around the blankets wrapped around the egg. Let's survive the next few days, then we'll talk about the rest. He let out a slow breath, eyes fixed on the ceiling. Shit, I don't think I'm the same anymore. The sisters visit. The soft clink of porcelain and muted conversations filled the elegant cafe on Valon's main street. A faint aroma of roasted beans and honeyed bread floated through the air, blending with the warmth of late morning sun filtering through tall crystal windows. Outside, the city stirred, merchants, students, and carriages moving across cobblestones in a dance of mundane purpose. Noel sat near the window, dressed in a dark winter coat with silver trim, the collar raised just enough to brush his jawline. A half-finished cup of tea sat in front of him, untouched for the last 10 minutes. His eyes tracked the passers-by, but his thoughts were elsewhere. The message said at noon. The courier dropped it off yesterday's place at this exact hour. Of course, little Noel's opinion doesn't matter. He glanced at the pocket watch on the table. Noel arrived early, as always. The cafe was tastefully decorated. Subtle floral arrangements rested in ceramic vases on each table, and fine latticework framed the windows like art. It wasn't a place he would choose for comfort, but it fit her perfectly. Polished, controlled, ornamental. Then he saw it. A navy blue carriage pulled by 4 white bread horses rolled to a stop in front of the entrance. Its crest house Thornne glistened on the side in silver relief. It was the kind of display only his family would consider. Modest, right on time. The door opened. A tall young woman stepped out, cloaked in a flowing winter mantle lined with silver thread. Her dark hair was twisted into a formal updo, and not a strand dared rebel. Every movement she made was precise, rehearsed like she was always on a stage she never stepped down from. Livia Thornne. She entered without hesitation, heels clicking softly against the tiled floor. When her eyes found Noel seated by the window, she didn't smile. Noel, in turn, made no effort to rise, wave, or greet her with warmth. They didn't have that kind of relationship. He simply sat there, watching as she approached like a soldier waiting for an old enemy across a chessboard. Let's see how this plays out. Livia sat across from him, crossing her legs and brushing a non-existent wrinkle from her gloves. Hello, dear sister, Noel said, tone dry. Spare me the dear part. I'm not here of my own will, she replied coldly. As expected. Then why are you here? He asked, voice flat. Father sent me, she said, retrieving a letter from her elegant purse. The envelope was embossed with the sigils of House Thornne and House Lesteria. He wanted me to deliver the wedding invitation personally. Here. Noel took the letter but didn't open it. He didn't thank her either. I see. A beat of silence passed before he added, so, how's your future husband? Her lips curled in a faint, unreadable smile. Oh, is my little brother showing interest or perhaps concern? Noel didn't answer, just waited. He has blonde hair and soft blue eyes, she continued. He's kind, considerate, helps everyone, a true gentleman. Interesting, Noel murmured. I read somewhere that the best relationships are built on contrast. I think Father nailed it pairing someone like that with a snake. Livia's eyes narrowed, but her smile never wavered. My little brother has learned to joke. No joke, I genuinely think someone like him might actually be good for you. Before Livia could respond, a waitress approached their table. Would the lady like to order something? Livia gave a dismissive glance. No need, I was just leaving. She turned back to Noel. Don't play with fire, little brother. Father says your attendance is mandatory. You won't be able to slip away. Noel leaned back. Duly noted. I love you too, sister. She didn't respond. She stood, turned, and walked away without a backward glance. The waitress blinked. Would you like anything? A coffee? And juice, please, for me. She nodded and left. Noel looked out the window again as the carriage disappeared down the street. Well, one less thing to worry about. Now, the exams. Noel walked down the street with his hands in his coat pockets, the warm aftertaste of coffee and citrus lingering on his tongue. Ever since I mixed the antidote with the coffee, the flavor's been weirdly good. Maybe I'm just broken. The sun was beginning to set, casting golden hues along the cobbled roads of Valon. He turned a corner, already thinking ahead. I'll incubate the egg once I'm back. That stupid pose again. Study while I... Bam! Something hit him, or rather someone. A figure smaller than him had rounded the corner at speed and crashed straight into his chest. Noel barely managed to keep his footing as the person stumbled back and landed on the ground. Her hood slipped off. Pink hair spilled out over her shoulders like cherry blossoms on snow. Noel froze. The saint, wide, gentle eyes blinked up at him in surprise, almost glowing. There was something calming about her gaze, like a warm spring breeze brushing against cold skin. Before he could say anything else, she shot to her feet and grabbed his hand. "Come with me." What? He barely had time to protest. She pulled with surprising strength, leading him towards an alley without looking back. Noel stared at their joined hands, confused. What the hell is happening now? The saint didn't stop until she abruptly turned down a narrow alleyway between two stone buildings. The air smelled of damp and spice leftovers from some nearby shop. Noel, still confused, followed more out of instinct than intent. Suddenly, she halted and gently pushed him against the wall. Noel frowned, pinned between the cold stone and the intense gaze of the pink-haired girl. She stared at him with unusual focus, as if trying to see something beyond the physical something within him. They were less than a meter apart, too close. What the hell? Is she about to exorcise me or kiss me? One of the two, her eyes shimmered with a mystical light, empathetic yet unwavering. Noel swallowed hard. Neither of them spoke for several seconds, until he raised an eyebrow, clearly uncomfortable. "Hello, can I help you with something?" "Charlotte." Noel found himself pinned against a cold stone wall, barely processing how things had escalated so quickly. The girl in front of him was small, shorter than most students he knew, but something about her presence felt overwhelming. Her soft pink hair framed delicate features, and her bright eyes studied him with a strange intensity. "I don't sense any malice from you," she said softly. "You seem like a good person." What kind of opening line is that? Noel blinked, unsure how to react. "See, could you maybe step back a little?" "Of course," she said, retreating just a bit but keeping her gaze fixed on him. "How did you know I'm the saint?" Noel froze. "You're the saint." She tilted her head. "Yes, wait, you just said it a second ago. You called me the saint. But that hasn't been announced yet. The church only made the decision last night. There's no way you should know." "I said you looked like a saint," Noel corrected smoothly. "Not that you are one. I mean, look at you. You're not exactly normal. You look like an angel or something." Her eyes widened. "Oh, number, I really messed up, didn't I?" She clasped her hands together anxiously. "I wasn't supposed to tell anyone yet. Please, you have to promise you won't tell anyone." Noel raised a hand. "Promise, I'll take it to the grave." "Well," Noel said, stepping to the side, "since the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll be on my way." Before he could finish, she grabbed his arm again. "No," he looked down at her. "No. Don't leave me alone," she said, her voice trembling slightly, her eyes starting to water. "Isn't she too old for this kind of act?" Noel sighed internally. "And why exactly shouldn't I leave you alone? Because I ran away from the church." "I see." Noel let out a long sigh, already regretting every choice that had led him to this exact moment. "You ran away from the church," he repeated. "And what exactly am I supposed to do about that?" Charlotte looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes. "Help me." "No," Noel replied flatly. Her lower lip trembled. "Please, nope." In the next second, she dropped to her knees and wrapped her arms around his leg, clinging like her life depended on it. Pedestrians nearby started to glance in their direction with curious stares. Noel stared down at her, completely unfazed. "The patience required for this is not something I have in stock today." "Fine," he muttered. "I'll help. Just let go of my leg before someone starts thinking I kidnapped you." "I didn't say anything about being good," he grumbled. "What do you need?" "I need you to hide me," Charlotte said without hesitation. "They're going to make the announcement soon. I don't want to be paraded in front of the whole city. I hate big crowds." Charlotte nodded eagerly. "Okay, lead the way." He turned and began walking, hoping that whatever twisted logic had made him agree to this wouldn't come back to bite him later. She followed close behind, practically skipping. As they walked through the winding streets of Valon, Charlotte kept chatting. "Are you sure this is the right way to the hideout?" she asked innocently. "Absolutely." "Oh, I never asked your name. That's so rude of me." She placed a hand over her heart. "What's your name?" "Noel." Her smile widened. "Noel, that's a lovely name. I'm Charlotte. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Yeah, likewise," he mumbled. They turned a final corner. "We're here," Noel said calmly. Charlotte's steps slowed as she looked up and froze. It wasn't an alley or an abandoned building. It was a massive church, easily the largest in the city. Priests and guards were stationed at every entrance, eyes scanning the streets anxiously. This isn't a hideout," she whispered, horrified. No, it's not." Noel took a step back, raised his hand to his mouth, and shouted, "The saint is here." Dozens of heads turned instantly. Charlotte's eyes went wide as the guards and priests rushed toward her. "You betrayed me." But Noel didn't hear the words. He was already long gone, disappearing into the crowd and making his way back to the academy. Phew, another problem resolved. Hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt me later. Later that night, Noel lay back on his bed, the room dimly lit by a small floating orb of light. The window was still shut tight to keep out the early spring chill, and the curtains drawn to trap as much warmth as possible. Nestled beneath a heavy layer of blankets and cloth was the egg, warm against his bare skin, as he sat in the same uncomfortable position he'd used for days now. Revenant Fang leaned quietly against the wall nearby, like a silent sentinel. He glanced at the floating system window hovering in front of his eyes. Incubation progress. 2-6, almost there, he thought, feeling the dull ache in his lower back, just a bit longer. He shifted slightly, careful not to drop the temperature again. The system was finicky to much movement, and it would punish him with a 0-2 drop for hours. I swear, if this thing hatches into a toad, me and Fate are going to have a very violent conversation. The warmth pulsing from the egg was growing stronger, almost rhythmic now, like a slow heartbeat. Noel closed his eyes, letting the sound of his own breathing settle. I met a saint, betrayed her, and now I'm brooding shirtless on top of a magic egg. What the hell is my life? His fingers brushed against the shell lightly. Come on, just a little more. The glow beneath the blankets pulsed faintly in response. He didn't know what was inside, but something was coming, and it was coming soon. Noir. The room was silent, wrapped in the calm of the approaching midnight. A faint flame hovered above a small metallic base beside Noel's bed, flickering gently a floating lamp he had ignited with fire magic. Its orange light cast long shadows across the room. Noel sat cross-legged on the floor, his back resting against the side of the bed, a thick book open in his hands. The title read Mana Theory Intermediate Concepts. His eyes moved quickly over the lines, but every few seconds they darted toward the egg in front of him. Wrapped carefully in a folded cloth, the egg pulsed faintly with an internal glow. The system's message hovered softly in the air above it. Incubation. 0-1, just 0-1 left, almost there. But Noel didn't move toward it. Instead, he flipped the page of his book and groaned internally. Mana conversion efficiency, elemental displacement theory, natural ley lines. This crap is worse than what I went through back in the tunnels. He rubbed his eyes, then tapped his fingers against the page to stay focused. Tomorrow the finals begin. I just need to pray to pass the theoretical exams. He glanced again at the egg. Stay put for a few more hours, all right? Let me get through this first. The egg didn't respond, of course. It just glowed quietly. Noel sighed and leaned in closer to the page. All right, mana flow in closed circuits. Let's try this again. He kept reading, the room growing even quieter, as if holding its breath alongside him. Crack, Noel froze. Crack, crack. His head snapped up, eyes locked on the egg. A thin line had appeared across its surface, then another. It's time. He tossed the book aside and crawled forward, stopping just a few inches from the egg. Tiny fractures spread slowly along the shell, branching like veins. A pulse of light escaped from within. Please be a dragon, or a phoenix. I'd even take a unicorn. Wait, do unicorns hatch from eggs? This world's full of weird shit. Anything goes, right? A chunk of the shell shifted and fell. Noel leaned closer, anticipation flooding his chest. Then he saw it. Dark fur, not scales, and definitely not feathers. Piece by piece, the shell gave way, and he carefully reached out to help, pulling fragments aside without damaging what was inside. There, nestled in the shattered remains, lay a creature barely the size of his palm. Its body was curled, breathing softly. Thick black fur covered it from head to tail, but in the dim light he noticed streaks of faint violet running along its back and ears. A tail flicked slightly. Its ears twitched. A wolf. A damn tiny one. It didn't move much. It just kept sleeping, curled up like it had all the time in the world. Noel stared at it, face blank for a moment. Then he exhaled through his nose. Damn, you're cute. He gently lifted the small creature into his hands. Its warmth seeped into his skin. Okay, not a dragon, not a phoenix, but this, I think I can work with this. The wolf twitched again, one eye slowly opened. The tiny wolf blinked slowly, lifting its head with effort. Its gaze met Noel's, deep black eyes encircling glowing violet pupils. There was no fear, no confusion, just a strange, silent recognition, like it already knew him. And then, familiar, identified, name, give a name. Type, familiar, shadow, wolf. Grade, unique. Description, a soulborn beast born from stilled fate, once meant to serve the rightful heir of the Thornne line, resonates with weapons and wills bound to second chances. Status, bound to user Noel Thornne. Trait, capable of hiding from magical detection. Grows stronger alongside its master, will awaken new abilities under moonlight. The window hovered quietly in front of him, letters glowing faintly blue. Noel read it once, then again. Shadow Wolf, unique grade, bound to me, so it really was mine from the start. He scrolled through the details slowly, taking in every line. The description made him pause, a soulborn beast born from stilled fate. Once meant to serve the rightful heir of the Thornne line. His eyes narrowed slightly. That sounds a lot like Revenant Fang. He opened his status window and checked the sword's entry. Revenant Fang, a relic blade passed down in the Thornne bloodline, once meant for a forgotten son, resonates with souls bound to second chances. The parallels were impossible to ignore. Forgotten son, second chances, both tied to me. I will look into it later. He looked down at the wolf in his hands, still watching him in silence. The wolf let out a quiet yawn and rested its head against his palm. Noel tilted his head slightly, studying the small creature curled up in his hands. The system still hovered beside him, waiting for input. First a name. He cleared his throat. How about Megatron? The wolf blinked slowly. No, all right. What about Destroyer? The ears twitched. No reaction. Noir, the wolf's head lifted. Its ears perked slightly, and it let out a faint, high-pitched howl, not loud, more like a whisper, but enough to make Noel smirk. You like that? Noir it is. The system updated, name confirmed. Noir stretched his legs lazily and shifted his body, then crawled up Noel's sleeve and settled near the crook of his elbow. His breathing slowed again. Really, just hatched and already going back to sleep. He leaned back, adjusting his arm to let the wolf rest more comfortably. I was expecting a mythical beast, something with wings, fire-breathing maybe, but I guess I can't complain. He reached out and gently scratched behind Noir's ears. The little wolf didn't even stir. Definitely not what I imagined, but definitely mine. Noel reopened the system window. Let's see everything calmly again. Status: familiar Noir-type shadow wolf. Grade: unique. He tapped the entry, unfolding additional details. Same grade as Ashen's sigil and Revenant Fang. The highest possible. That's good, really good. He scrolled down again, rereading the description slowly. A soulborn beast born from stilled fate, once meant to serve the rightful heir of the Thornne line, resonates with weapons and wills bound to second chances. His eyes moved toward the nearby sword, resting against the wall. The same wording, the same theme. Revenant Fang was for a forgotten son. Noir was meant for the rightful heir, and both ended up with me. He rubbed his thumb along the back of Noir's head. So, which am I, the forgotten son or the rightful heir, or maybe both? Noel exhaled through his nose. Second chances, huh? That's what this all is. The system's throwing me tools piece by piece. Revenant Fang, Ashen's sigil, now Noir, all bound to someone who shouldn't have lived a second time. He leaned his head back, eyes resting on the ceiling. And what's a shadow wolf, anyway? I haven't seen that shadow in a while, one that mimics sword techniques. Is there a connection? Same name, same theme. He lowered his gaze again, now fixated on Noir sleeping peacefully against his arm. I guess I'll find out. Maybe when I visit the Thornne archives, I can dig up something useful. He remained like that for a while, the book forgot, the exam temporarily unimportant. Just a boy and his wolf, bathed in warm light and quiet thoughts. Exam Day, Part 1. The cold was beginning to fade. Thin trails of melting snow lined the edges of the stone paths, vanishing under the pale morning sun. Winter had nearly passed, and with it came the slow arrival of spring and his birthday, too. But that wasn't what weighed on Noel's mind. He walked alone, hands tucked in the pockets of his coat, his eyes fixed ahead toward the massive conference hall at the center of campus. That was where the exam would take place. Theoretical finals, his weakest ground. If I mess this up, my spot in Class S is gone, and that wasn't just about prestige. Class S meant accessible equipment, private training rooms, direct mentorship, and the right to move freely beyond academy limits. Without that, everything gets harder, and it is already hard enough. As he neared the entrance, he caught sight of a familiar figure turning the corner ahead, Seraphina. Her long white cloak fluttered behind her, elegant as always, drawing glances from the students nearby. He quickened his pace. Hey, princess. She stopped and turned to face him, eyebrow raised. Why do you keep calling me princess? Call me Seraphina. That's what all my friends do. Noel hesitated for half a beat. Yeah, she tilted her head slightly, waiting. I was wondering. Is there any way the council can help with the theory exam? Even a bit? No. She gave him a short nod and walked off without another word. Noel stood there a second longer, watching her disappear into the crowd. Guess that was dumb to ask, but it was worth a shot. He stepped into the building, the warmth inside wrapping around him as the doors closed behind. The final battle had begun. Noel stood near the entrance to the exam hall, arms crossed, trying to recall every line from the Mana theory book he'd forced himself to read the night before. Nothing was sticking. Roberto appeared beside him, humming some ridiculous tune, completely at ease. Hey, Roberto, how are you holding up? Roberto grinned. Great, great. Judging by your face, you're not doing as well as I am, huh? Noel sighed. Not even close. I think my time in Class S has reached its expiration date. For real? Nah, I don't think so. You know they changed the practical part, right? Noel turned his head slowly. Changed how? Roberto blinked. Wait, you didn't read the announcement? No, he laughed. Typical. There's only one practical test now, not three. Also, there's gonna be a general ranking for everyone. Noel raised an eyebrow. And they're expanding Class S. Instead of 20 students, it's going up to 40. That means 20 new spots will open up. Noel fell silent, processing that. Roberto nudged him with his elbow. So if you mess up the written part, you can still redeem yourself in the practical. All you gotta do is impress. Noel smirked faintly. Finally, something useful came out of your mouth. The conference hall was silent, the kind of silence that made even the sound of ink on paper feel loud. Rows upon rows of students sat at long tables, heads down, quills scratching nervously. The mana-infused lights above glowed dimly, cold and clinical. Noel sat near the center, back straight, eyes on the sheet in front of him. The title at the top read, Advanced Mana Control Written Examination. His quill hovered. Shit, I don't know any of this. He scanned the questions again. The first one asked about the flow resistance ratio between raw and channeled mana. The second required diagramming a mid-tier internal circulation loop. The third, He sighed and lowered his head slightly. Control of mana, huh? Ironic, considering I ranked first in that subject in the practicals. He glanced around. Most students were already writing. Some were halfway through. Clara's quill moved fast. Garen looked like he was trying to translate the paper with his fists. Roberto seemed relaxed. Of course he did. Footsteps echoed. Professor Deemer walked slowly between the rows, hands behind his back, violet eyes sharp and precise. He stopped briefly, then continued down the line until he reached Noel. He paused, glancing down. Noel's page was nearly blank. Deemer's brow furrowed ever so slightly. This boy didn't study. No, impossible. He came to me for help last time. I'm sure he worked hard this time too. The professor didn't speak. He turned and stepped to the desk in front of Noel's, leaning slightly to explain a question to a student. As he did, his hand snow behind his back shifted just slightly. A second sheet appeared between his fingers, thin, folded, but unmistakably filled with answers. Noel's eyes locked on it instantly. You sly old man. He tilted his head, memorizing the contents line by line as fast as his eyes could track, and with that his quill started moving. The sun had risen higher by the time they left the hall. The breeze outside was gentle, carrying the scent of thawing earth and the first hints of spring. A group had already formed near the entrance. Marcus, Clara, Roberto, Laziel, Garen, and Sophie, who leaned comfortably against Garen's side. Noel stepped out last, his face unreadable. Marcus raised a hand. How'd it go? Clara was the first to answer, arms folded tightly. Terrible, I think. I'll just have to wait for the results and hope I passed. Noel glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. She's one of those, says she failed, then pulls a 9 or 10. Hate that. Roberto stretched his arms behind his head. The second sheet was definitely harder, especially the last two questions. Noel stopped walking. Second sheet. What second sheet? He slowly turned toward Roberto. His face had gone pale. There was a second sheet. Roberto blinked. Hey, you okay? You look like you saw a ghost. Noel's voice was flat. Perfectly fine. Let's go hit the rest of the exams. He kept walking. Great. I copied half the answers of a test I didn't even finish. Now I'm definitely screwed. The rest of the day passed in a blur. 4 more exams back to back. Theory of enchantments, magical history, defensive spell theory, ethics of power. Each one chipped away at his energy, draining what little focus he had left. By the last paper, he was just filling in what he could and moving on. When the final bell rang, Noel didn't wait around. He left the hall without a word and walked straight to his dorm, ignoring the groups forming around him, the chatter, the laughter, even the groans of shared misery. His room was quiet when he arrived. He closed the door behind him, tossed his coat onto the chair, and collapsed face first onto the bed. Noir, curled up on the pillow, blinked lazily before yawning and resting his head again. Tomorrow's the practicals. Just one more day. He lay there unmoving, staring at the ceiling. One more push, and then it's over. Noir shifted slightly, pressing against his arm. Noel let his eyes close. Please, let the practical go better than this. Exam Day, Part 2. The grand hall was packed. More than 1,000 students filled the space, arranged by year in class, with the members of Class S standing at the front. Despite the crowd, the room was silent. No one spoke. No one moved unnecessarily. The atmosphere was heavy not with fear, but anticipation. Noel stood among them, arms crossed, Revenant Fang sheathed at his side. The weight of the blade was familiar now, comfortable. Noir had been left behind, sleeping soundly in the warmth of the dorm room. Noel had made sure to feed him before leaving. He scanned the hall briefly, so many faces, so many auras. First years, second years, third years, normally separated, but not today. The practical exam didn't care about your year, only your performance. At the far end of the hall, a circular platform rose from the floor. A figure stepped onto it. Nicholas von Aldros. Even among so many, his presence stood out like a flame in darkness. He looked no older than 40, with short silver hair and sharp features, dressed in deep violet robes marked with arcane embroidery. But everyone knew the truth was over 80, one of the strongest mages in all of Valor. When he spoke, his voice carried across the entire hall without effort. Welcome, future legends and current rising stars. Noel straightened unconsciously. The voice had power behind it, calm, measured, but undeniable. Today you face the practical exam. This year there will be only one test, a simple one. He raised a hand, palm open. You will each be transported into my illusion, a personal domain constructed for this trial. There you will fight monsters. Do not worry, they are illusions. You will take no real harm, however should you suffer a mortal blow. The test ends immediately. A quiet shift rippled through the crowd. You only get one chance, so do what you can. Show us how you fight when it matters. The monsters will come in waves. And each wave will be stronger than the last. A pause, good luck. With a snap of his fingers, magic surged through the room. A pulse of energy expanded outward, and one by one, students began to vanish in flashes of silver light. Noel felt the pull a second later. Here we go. The world folded, and everything turned white. Far above the grand hall, in a sealed chamber lined with crystal walls, a massive circular platform stretched across the room. Hundreds of glowing crystals hovered in the air, each one assigned to a student, each showing a live image of their illusion chamber. More than 30 professors moved among the rows. Some stood silently, arms behind their backs. Others took notes or murmured to each other. At the far left stood Instructor Doc, arms crossed, brow furrowed. His eyes shifted between different crystals, occasionally stopping to mutter something to the assistant next to him. Third year, strong form, no control, he grunted. Next. Beside him stood Professor Deemer, his violet eyes locked onto one particular crystal. Noel Thornne. The image displayed a rocky terrain with scattered cliffs and uneven ground. Noel had just materialized in the center, sword at his waist, feet firm, scanning the environment with cold efficiency. Still focused as always, Deemer said quietly. Doc glanced over. That one yours? Deemer didn't look away. He asked for help with theory. Studied harder than anyone I've seen in years. Not the most conventional student, but an interesting one. HMPH. We'll see if that carries over to combat. Elsewhere in the room, conversations overlapped as professors commented on their best students. She just used a triple cast barrier. Impressive. That boy from Class B's already down. Look at that second year. 5 waves in and he hasn't even used a spell. Each crystal flickered, glowing brighter as the illusion trials began. Wave 1 had started. The air was still. Noel stood alone in the center of a rocky arena, surrounded by jagged cliffs and shallow pits. The sky above was gray, motionless, a painted dome that gave no warmth, no sound, no direction. The ground under his boots felt solid, real. It was easy to forget this was all an illusion. A blue glyph shimmered in the air before him. Wave 1, he reached down and unfastened Revenant Fang from his belt. The blade slid free with a low hum, its edge trailing faint tendrils of black mist that curled and vanished into the air. He held it loosely in one hand, eyes forward. A rumble echoed across the field. From the shadows between rocks, 3 creatures emerged, low-slung beasts, their bodies coated in dark fur, with gleaming yellow eyes and jagged claws. Noel exhaled once. He stepped forward calmly and raised his free hand. Fire arc. A curved line of red flame exploded from his palm, sweeping forward in a crescent. The spell split the air with a sharp hiss and carved through all 3 beasts before they could react. Their bodies shimmered, cracked, and dissolved into motes of light. Wave 2, Noel turned his neck slightly, cracking it. 2 larger creatures appeared twice the height of a man. Their skin was gray and leathery, like stretched stone. Clubs of twisted bone hung from their arms. He raised his hand again. Glaciales. A stream of freezing wind burst from his fingertips, coating the first ogre in a thick layer of frost. The creature roared and swung wildly, but Noel had already stepped around it. Surge. A flicker of orange light gathered in his palm, then ignited. He slapped the second ogre's chest. Flames erupted outward in a blast of internal combustion, searing it from within. The illusion staggered, cracked, and collapsed. The frozen one tried to turn, but Noel cleaved through it with Revenant Fang before it could move. 2 more bodies faded into light. He stood alone again, sword dripping with steam. Wave 3, keep it clean, Noel, keep it clean. Noel readied himself. The terrain was beginning to change. With each wave, the illusion adjusted slightly. More jagged rocks, less open space, subtle elevation shifts that made footing trickier. Noel had reached wave 6, and his breath was starting to deepen. Not from exhaustion yet, but from the increasing tempo. This time, the enemies came in numbers. Dozens of skittering, insected beasts emerged from the cracks in the stone. Their chitin gleamed like obsidian, limbs twitching with unnatural speed. Eyes glowed faintly green. Noel gritted his teeth. He backed up a few steps, raised his hand. Flare trap. A glyph of red light burned into the ground beneath him, then vanished. When the first wave of insects lunged, the glyph exploded upward in a burst of searing flame, incinerating the first group instantly. Frost wall. A solid sheet of ice erupted in front of him, cutting off the left flank. Several creatures slammed into it and shattered on impact. Noel spun on his heel. Ice spike. Spikes of jagged ice burst from the ground beneath the rear group, impaling 4 of them mid-lunge. Only a handful remained. He raised his sword and slashed downward fireball. The glowing sphere exploded mid-air, engulfing the last group. Wave 7, Noel exhaled slowly. Then they came heavier this time. Beasts with armored hides, slow and deliberate, each the size of a warhorse. Their skin was pale gray, their muscles dense, their eyes red. He lunged forward before they could close in. One swing. The blade bounced off the armor. No good. He jumped back, gathering mana in his palm. Ignition surge. He pressed his hand to the side of the creature's neck. The spell pulsed. Steam hissed from the cracks in its hide. It dropped. Frost wall. He redirected the second beast with a wall of ice, then swept around it, driving Revenant Fang into its exposed side. Wave 8, they were coming faster now. Noel wiped a trickle of sweat from his brow. Still manageable. Wave 9, the glyph flickered again. This time only one figure appeared. It was tall, humanoid, but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its skin mottled gray, and its face was covered by a bone-white mask with no mouth, only a single vertical slit for an eye. It moved with a twitching elegance, like a puppet that had learned to dance. Noel didn't cast a spell. Instead, he adjusted his grip on Revenant Fang. The sword responded with a faint hum, its dark mist curling tighter around the blade. 1v1s now, the creature dashed forward unnaturally fast. Noel sidestepped, brought the blade down, but the enemy twisted at the last second. A claw swept toward his ribs. He parried it cleanly. His feet skidded slightly on the stone as he redirected the momentum. Revenant fang cut low, slicing through the creature's thigh. The monster didn't scream, it simply moved again, spinning, backhanding with brutal force. Noel ducked. The wind from the blow ruffled his hair. He countered with a rising slash. The blade carved diagonally through its torso. A pulse of black mist exploded from the cut as the creature cracked and crumbled into light. He lowered the sword. That one could have killed someone. Even in a real fight, wave 10, the air shifted. No glyph this time, just a sound. From the mist ahead, something stepped into view, a beast made entirely of jagged black rock, molten light glowing from within its joints. A golem. Its arms ended in blunt stone hammers. Its body radiated heat. Noel took one step back. Revenant fang only cuts what it can reach, and I doubt fire spells will help against living lava. The golem roared. The ground beneath its feet cracked as it charged. Noel ran to meet it. He used the tearing, bounced off a rock, slid under the first swing, slashed upward along its leg. Sparks flew. The blade bit in but didn't go deep. The golem turned and slammed the ground where he'd landed. He was gone before it hit, already climbing its arm like a ladder. He reached the shoulder, raised the blade, and struck with both hands. The black mist erupted in a downward arc, slicing into the core embedded in the center of its back. The golem staggered, then shattered. Noel dropped back to the ground, landing hard on one knee. He stood slowly, breathing steady. A new glyph appeared ahead, glowing faintly. Wave 11, he raised his sword again, still not done, and stepped forward. Exam Day, Part 3. Illusion had stopped holding back. Noel stood on uneven ground, blood running slowly down his forearm. The injury was shallow but annoying. His breathing was steady but deeper now. Each wave chipped away at him, not just physically but mentally. Wave 17, two enemies stepped into view, human, lean and fast. Each held a long spear tipped with glowing blue crystal. They didn't growl, didn't charge. They waited, studying him. Noel gripped Revenant fang tighter. They're not normal beasts anymore. What? One lunged without warning. Noel dropped to a crouch, letting the spear pass over him, then slashed across the attacker's thigh. The illusion stumbled back, but the second moved in immediately, spear aimed at his side. He spun and cast, Frost Wall. A slanted barrier of ice erupted between them, redirecting the strike. Noel stepped onto the wall mid-formation and leapt over it, landing behind his first attacker, Fire Arc. The spell ripped through the enemy's back, dispersing it into light. He turned just in time to deflect the second spear with the flat of his blade. A clean sidestep, then a horizontal slash. 2 down, wave 18, a single opponent this time, a mage. Noel didn't wait. He rushed in, but the enemy raised a hand. A bolt of wind magic hurled toward him. He countered with a precise swing, breaking the spell mid-air. Another spell, this one stone-based, erupted beneath his feet. He jumped sideways, rolled, and closed the gap. The mage tried to form a shield. Too slow. Revenant fang slashed upward in a clean diagonal arc, splitting the shield and the magenta light. They're getting smarter and faster. Wave 19, the next illusion was different. It looked human, broad-shouldered, silent, no aura of magic. Just a sword in hand and a steady stance, like a trained duelist waiting for the first move. They circled each other. The fight was fast, precise dual blades clashing in tight rhythm. Revenant fang met steel again and again. Sparks danced. Neither gained ground. Noel blocked low, twisted his wrist, and hooked under the enemy's arm. A riposte. The illusion stabbed forward, grazing Noel's ribs. Close, he didn't flinch. He ducked under the follow-up and drove his shoulder forward, throwing the enemy off balance. One clean slash through the chest ended it. He stepped back, chest rising and falling. Wave 20, the glyph began to glow again. Noel lifted his head. His eyes sharpened. Still going. The glyph pulsed. Noel barely had time to reposition when a screech cut through the air. A winged beast dropped from above, talons like curved knives and feathers sharp as blades. Its eyes locked onto him, and in an instant it dove. Noel rolled to the side, feeling the wind split open where he'd been standing. Fireball. He launched the spell mid-motion, catching the beast's wing as it rose. It shrieked, unbalanced but not down. Another pass. Ice spike. A frozen spike shot from the ground, clipping its chest. The creature wobbled in the air, struggling to stay airborne. It dove one last time. Noel let it come. Just before impact, he raised Revenant fang and swung upward with both hands. The blade met bone. The beast cracked apart in midair, but not without cost. Blood dripped from a fresh gash on Noel's leg. His breathing grew heavier, and then something shifted, a whisper inside his mind. Trait activated. Revenant fang clarity. Increases focus under life-threatening pressure. All distractions suppressed. Mind refined. The pain dulled. His thoughts snapped into perfect order. His heartbeat slowed. It was like falling into cold water, sharp, stilling, pure. He looked up, calm. Wave 21, 3 enemies stepped forward, this time armored, shielded, coordinated. Their movements were disciplined, almost military. Noel didn't cast a single spell. He sprinted forward and moved like a ghost. He ducked under the first spear, slashed low to unbalance the shield bearer, then stepped sideways and let the second lunge past him. Revenant fangs slipped through the gap in its armor like a needle. They tried to regroup. Too slow. A perfect rotation, one strike each. Clean, surgical, all three faded into mist. Wave 22, one enemy. Massive, covered head to toe in silver plating. Its surface shimmered like a mirror-reflective enchantment. Magic's no good here. Noel circled, watching its stance. The knight raised a greatsword of light and charged. He blocked the first swing. His arms trembled from the force. He let the knight swing again, narrowly missing. Then he cast Glaciales. The freezing gust reflected and struck the knight's exposed flank as it turned, catching its own spell. Noel closed the distance and rammed Revenant Fang straight into the opening beneath its arm. The light shattered. He stood still, chest rising once, then settling again. Next, the glyph flared again. Wave 23, Noel steadied his breathing. The pain in his leg had returned, but faint, muffled by the clarity that still pulsed through him. Then the air darkened. From the mist ahead, something emerged. Not a beast, not a soldier, a figure of pure shadow. Its form was human, but wrong, featureless face, no eyes, no mouth, only a silhouette. It held a long blade made of flickering void light. Silent, still. Noel gritted his teeth. One more. The shadow moved and just appeared in front of him. Noel barely brought up Revenant Fang in time to parry. The force of the impact sent a shock through his arms. The blade vibrated with the strain. He stepped back, eyes focused. The shadows circled fast, each strike faster than the last. Their swords clashed again, an aging, deliberate, deadly. No wasted movement. Noel countered with an upward slash. The shadow dodged. He cast Ice Spike. The spell shot upward, missed. The shadow slipped past and struck. Noel twisted his torso just in time, the blade grazing his ribs. His shirt tore. Blood bloomed. He dropped low, spun on his heel, and swept the ground with fire arc. The spell cut through the illusion's leg. Not enough to kill, but enough to slow. Noel didn't wait. He cast Frost Wall in a crescent, sealing the enemy between curved ice and the arena's edge. Then he climbed it in one burst and leapt from above, Revenant Fang in both hands. One clean vertical strike. The blade met the shadow's core. Crack. The illusion fractured and collapsed into dust. Silence. Noel stood over the fading remnants, chest heaving, one hand pressed to his side. A message appeared. Wave 23 complete. He stared at the empty space where the enemy had been, then dropped to one knee. Fuck it, he muttered. I'm not going anymore. The world dissolved into white. Silence hung in the chamber. Hundreds of crystals glowed softly, showing scenes of students collapsed, fighting, or eliminated. One by one, their illusions ended, but a few still remained. One professor leaned closer to the crystal, showing Noel, eyes wide. Headmaster Nicholas, do you think that kid is normal? Nicholas didn't look away from the crystal. Who, Noel? No, I know he's not. That's why he stayed until wave 23. A pause. Professor Deemer spoke next, his voice low and calm. Yes, that kid is special indeed. Every head turned toward him. For a moment, the room was dead still. In all his years at the academy, Deemer had never spoken of a student like that, not once. Another professor whispered, half in awe, if even Professor Deemer holds him in such high regard, then he must. Nicholas finally turned away from Noel's fading crystal. There are others worth watching. Marcus reached wave 19. That alone puts him among the top 10. He gestured toward another crystal, but the most impressive. The image zoomed in. Selene von Iskandar, she's still going. Wave 26 and counting. Gasps echoed through the chamber as her crystal brightened. Inside, Selene stood in a frozen wasteland. Her expression was calm, blank, detached. Around her, monsters shattered into pieces, crushed by gravity fields and lanced through by shards of ice. Her mana didn't flicker. Her breathing didn't change. She didn't even look tired. One professor stepped forward. Is she using dual affinities at that scale, ice and gravity, simultaneously? Yes, Nicholas said softly. And she's not even trying. Deemer watched in silence. The main plaza was packed. Students crowded in front of the large floating screen embedded in the academy wallon of the mana-powered displays used during major announcements. The screen shimmered, rotating slowly between columns of data. Noel arrived a few minutes after the first wave of shouting and murmurs. His pace was calm, arms in his pockets, bandages tight around his ribs under the coat. The screen flickered, then stabilized. Overall rankings, combined scores, theory plus practice. He scanned the list. First, Selene von Iskandar, 13th, Elina von Listeria, 18th, Elra von Estermont, 19th, Noel Thornne. Noel blinked. Not bad, he muttered. Guess I made it out alive after all. His eyes moved across the crowd. Roberto stood a few meters away, animated as always. Clara had her hands clasped nervously, but smiled when she spotted her name. Marcus was laughing softly with Laziel. Garen stood tall with Sophie at his side. All of them were still in Class S. Everyone made it. He looked back at the list. Elira's 18th. Not the best in practice, but her theory score must have pushed her up. She almost matches Elina when it comes to that stuff. He glanced higher. Elina, 13th. Let me guess, ace the written part again. Right then, the screen shimmered and shifted. Written exam results, theoretical assessment only. The names scrolled. First Elina von Listeria, fifth Elira von Estermont, 202nd Noel Thornne. He stared at his name. Fuck. A second later, wait 102nd. He rubbed his face with one hand. How the hell did I still end up 19th overall? The screen shifted again. Practical rankings, illusion trial results. The air changed. First Selene von Iskandar, wave 33, second Noel Thornne, wave 23, third Marcus, wave 19. Conversations exploded instantly. She reached wave 33, 10 more than Noel. What the hell is she? Noel stared at the numbers. Selene was always strong in the novel, but I think she only hit wave 25 in this trial. 33 is absurd. He looked at Marcus's result. Even he did better than in the original story. That's good. That helps. He took a step back, letting others push forward to see. The story's shifting, not just for me. Everyone's growing faster than before. Spring's beginning. The morning light filtered gently through the tall windows of Noel's room, casting soft lines across the floor. Outside, the snow was gone. Birds chirped. Spring had officially begun. Noel sat on the edge of his bed, barefoot, with Noir curled up in his lap. The small wolf was asleep, chest rising and falling slowly, head nestled in the folds of Noel's robe. His fur, dark and faintly violet, shimmered in the warm light. Noel stroked his back absently, eyes distant. Now Marcus is off with Clara to train in the Noveria region. He paused. In the original story, he never found out about the illness spreading in the north, at least not this soon. He couldn't. Marcus wasn't close enough to Elira this early in the story. No one ever told him what was happening. That's why her mother died. His fingers stopped moving for a moment, a quiet exhale. I'm done worrying about how the story used to go. I'm going to fix it. I'll worry later about the outcome. That's what the system wants. That's what I want. I'll protect what matters to me, and I don't want to see Elira cry. He looked down at Noir, who stirred slightly but didn't wake. It's time to tell her I'm going with her to Estermont. His eyes narrowed slightly. After that, I'll need to head to Alarith. The wedding. Right, first time leaving the continent. I'll have to board a ship. There's a whole sea between here and the northern coast of Alarith. Noel stood up carefully, setting Noir down on the bed where the small wolf rolled onto his back and kept sleeping. He stretched once quietly, then walked toward the bathroom. A hot shower was calling, and after that, a conversation that might change everything. Steam drifted from the crack in the bathroom door as Noel stepped out, towel wrapped low around his waist, his blonde hair still damp and tousled. He reached back to close the door only to freeze. There, sitting casually on his bed, was Elira von Estermont. She had one leg crossed over the other, a faint smirk on her lips, and Noir comfortably nestled in her lap. The little wolf wagged his tail like he was exactly where he belonged. Her eyes swept over Noel once. Now this is a better view than last time. Noel slammed the bathroom door shut behind him with a loud thud. Hi, Elira. You know, there's this thing called knocking. It's pretty common in civilized societies. Don't be so dramatic. I only came to visit. Noel's voice came muffled through the door. Could you be a dear and take the clothes hanging on the chair and pass them to me? Elira gently moved Noir to the side, stood up, and picked up the clothes from the chair. She walked to the door, placed the pants and underwear into his outstretched hand. There you go. Noel grabbed them and paused. And the shirt? Elira blinked innocently. Oh, it wasn't on the chair. A moment later, the door opened again. Noel stepped out, dressed but missing the shirt. His torso was lean, his skin pale but healthy, every muscle defined from months of quiet training. He rubbed his wet hair with a small towel as he walked past her. Elira's gaze followed him with clear interest. Noel looked at her, then at the chair, then back at her. The shirt was right there, hanging where she'd just been. So the shirt was there. Elira smiled sweetly. Oops, I didn't see it. He stared at her flatly. Amazing how it managed to hide right next to the pants. I'm terribly sorry, she said, with absolutely no remorse. Want me to help you put it on too? Elira sat back down on the bed, smoothing out her skirt. Noir, now fully awake, immediately climbed back into her lap as if claiming his rightful place. She scratched behind his ears and he let out a soft, satisfied sound. I told you. I came to see you, she said, her tone light. And I found this little thing wandering around. He's adorable. Let me guess, thighs is what came out of the egg. Noel slipped on his shirt, still drying his hair with the towel. Yeah, she glanced down at Noir, then back at him. I'm guessing it's a magical beast. He paused mid-movement, his towel dropping slightly. How do you know that? Elira tilted her head, confused. You didn't know? Magical beasts like this can be bought. They're rare, expensive, but families like mine have a few. They're often used as familiars. Noel blinked. Right, of course they are. Should have figured. The nobles always had access to stuff like this in the novel. He exhaled and crossed his arms. Guess I shouldn't be surprised, coming from the richest and most powerful family in all of Valor. Elira smiled, pleased. Looks like you finally understand who you're dealing with. She looked at Noir again. What's his name? Noir, she blinked. What does that mean? Black in another language. Her eyes sparkled slightly. Didn't know you were multilingual. Old hobby, Noel said, turning to hang the towel. Don't ask. She raised both hands. All right, I won't. A brief silence passed between them, peaceful, calm. Noir stretched out across her lap like a sleepy scarf. Then Noel turned back, his face unreadable. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Elira looked up from Noir, already smiling. Oh, let me guess, she said with a teasing lilt. You've finally fallen for me too. Noel exhaled softly and walked over to the chair, leaning against it. We'll leave that conversation for another time. Her smile lingered, but her eyes narrowed slightly, licensing the shift in his tone. There's something more important, he said. She tilted her head. I've been thinking about your letter, Noel continued, about your mother. Elira's expression didn't change, but her posture straightened. The amusement in her eyes faded into something quieter, measured. I'm going with you, he said, to Estermont. She blinked once. You are. I don't know how much I can do yet, but I'm going to try. I might have found something that could help her. Noir shifted in her lap, sensing the pause in her breath. Elira stared at him, unreadable. Then her voice dropped, calm and cold. Noel Thornne, I hope you understand what you just said. A line you can't cross lightly. The room was completely still. Noir lay curled up at the foot of the bed, unusually quiet, ears pressed flat against his head as if sensing something intangible in the atmosphere. No sound came from the halls. No wind stirred the curtains. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath. Elira stood by the bed, her eyes fixed on Noel. The warmth from before was gone. What remained was calm, composed, and ice cold. Noel met her gaze without flinching. I understand perfectly what I said, he said, voice even, and I understand the weight it carries. Elira didn't move. You know, this isn't something to joke about, she said, her voice low and precise. It's not something you say lightly. Noel nodded once. I know, that's exactly why I'm saying it. Nothing moved. Even Noir didn't so much as blink. A storm was coming, but it hadn't broken yet. Elira exhaled quietly through her nose and turned away, stepping slowly across the room. Her movements were graceful, but controlled, like someone holding back too much all at once. I've seen you do things that shouldn't be possible, she said. You always seem to be one step ahead of everyone, like you already know what's going to happen. She turned back to face him. But this isn't about instinct or strategy or duels. Her voice sharpened slightly. This is my mother we're talking about. This is a sickness low, painful, and relentless. She paused, her fingers curling slightly at her sides. Do you know how many resources we've burned through? Noel, he stayed silent. We brought in the best healers from all over Valor, then from Alarith, even priests. Nothing helped. Not a single thing worked. Her eyes narrowed. Not a single one of them even knew what they were dealing with. Noel remained still, letting her speak. This wasn't anger. It was exhaustion wrapped in control. A silence stretched between them again. Then he finally spoke, his voice calm, steady. I understand. He stepped forward once. But I need you to trust me. Noel didn't move. He just held her gaze. Then he finally spoke, his voice calm, steady. I'm not asking you to believe in a miracle. I'm asking you to believe in me. Elira didn't reply right away. She turned her head slightly, but her eyes stayed locked on him. Go on. Noel took a quiet breath. I can make the cure, he said. But to do it, I need something that's only found in Iskandar territory. That made her eyebrows rise. The Iskandars. What could they possibly have that my family doesn't? I can't say the name specifically, Noel answered. But there's a plant rare, fragile. It only grows during the first month of spring and only once per year. It grows in the highest snowy peak of their mountain range, nowhere else. Elira crossed her arms. Her expression didn't soften. And this plant, it can cure her. Noel nodded. Yes, not by itself. There are other ingredients, but they're common. The plant is the key. She didn't speak immediately. The fire in her voice was gone, no, replaced by something more dangerous. Thought. Her tone didn't rise. It was calm, careful. But there was a cold edge beneath every word. And this cure of yours, she said slowly, can it work for the others too? It should, Noel said. If it works on your mother, it will work on anyone affected. But he could feel the weight of the question still hanging in the air. And the weight of what came next. Her tone didn't rise. It was calm, careful. But there was a cold edge beneath every word. I'm going to be honest with you, Noel. She took a few slow steps, her gaze drifting toward the window before returning to him. I care about you. A lot more than I expected to. After everything these past few months. I thought I understood who you were. She paused, studying his face. But this isn't something I can take lightly. It's my mother, if you're wrong. This ends badly. I know, Noel said, cutting in softly. That's exactly why I'm telling you this now. He stepped toward her, voice quiet but unwavering. I'll have to talk to Selene too. I'm guessing she's already been summoned back to Iskandar. Elira raised an eyebrow. And don't you have to return to Thornne for the wedding? I heard it soon. Noel blinked. Oh right, how do you know? I'm supposed to attend, but that's it. No one asked me to help with anything. She smiled faintly, just for a moment. Did you forget I'm in Estermont? If something happens on this continent, I hear about it. He gave her a look. Figures. The silence returned, not heavy, not strained, just quiet. Elira stood there for a moment, arms loosely crossed, watching Noel like she was seeing him for the first time. Not as a classmate, not as a clever ally or occasional source of amusement, but as someone real. Someone who had just offered to take on a burden she hadn't let anyone else touch. Noel stayed silent, unmoving, just waiting. Finally, she took a slow breath. All right, she said. Her voice wasn't sharp anymore. It was low, measured. I'll trust you. Noel exhaled quietly, the tension in his shoulders loosening, but only slightly. Elira looked down at Noir, who had crept closer without a sound and was now resting his head against her leg. She reached down and brushed her fingers through his fur without thinking. But you need to understand something, she continued, her eyes never leaving Noel. If you're wrong, if this goes badly, it won't just be a failure. She took a step toward him. It'll be personal. Her gaze held his, unwavering. I won't be able to forgive you. Noel didn't flinch, I know. They stood there, the words settling between them like stone. A quiet understanding passed in the silence, unchanging, irreversible, and real, and nothing more needed to be said. There were no promises left to make, only actions waiting to unfold. Preparation begins. The sunlight filtering through the window was gentle, no harsh heat, just the quiet warmth of early spring, the kind that settled on the wooden floor without demanding attention. Noel lay on his bed, one arm behind his head, the other resting over Noir's belly. The little shadow wolf was sprawled upside down, legs in the air, tail flicking slightly each time Noel's fingers scratched a new spot. That went better than I expected, he thought, staring at the ceiling. Didn't think she'd actually give me permission to help, but I guess, when you've tried everything else, you start looking in places you never would have considered. He glanced down at Noir, still half asleep. Right, he smiled faintly and resumed rubbing the small wolf's stomach. Noir kicked a hind leg in response. Noel's fingers paused. Hold on, he looked again, then squinted. You don't have a, he blinked once. Yeah, definitely no pipe. So you're a girl. Noir opened one eye slowly. Well, good thing Noir works either way, he muttered. Would have been awkward. Noir let out a soft, half-formed howl, more of a squeaky whine than anything. Noel chuckled. I know, you're doing your best. He stood up and grabbed his coat. Wait here, I'll be back with food. The academy grounds were quiet that morning. Most students had already departed for their family estates, vacations, or spring travels. Noel made his way past the empty courtyards, hands in his pockets, coat loose over his shoulders. But the training fields weren't empty. They never were, at least, not when Selene von Iskandar was around. She stood alone in the middle of the open arena, surrounded by scattered practice dummies and shallow impact craters. Her breathing was steady, controlled. She wore a fitted training uniform that hugged her frame for maximum movement. Her short blue hair was damp with sweat, and her cyan eyes burned with quiet intensity. Noel stopped just outside the edge of the field. Hey, Selene. She didn't look at him. Hey, you going home for spring break? She gave a small nod, still focused on her stance. Right, can I ask you something? Selene paused mid-motion. What is it? I need an audience with your mother. That got her attention. She turned to face him, eyebrow raised. My mother, yeah, I need to speak with her. It's important. Her gaze sharpened. She doesn't accept visitors lightly. What is this about? Noel didn't flinch. I need frost petals. The shift was immediate. Selene's hand went to the wand at her side. She raised it without hesitation, eyes cold. How do you know about that? Noel stayed still. I can't tell you, but I'm guessing you've received a letter from Iskandar. One about an illness spreading through the region. Her grip tightened. How do you know that? It's happening in Estermont too, Noel said. And you know your neighbors. Selene didn't lower the wand, but her expression shifted, weariness giving way to uncertainty, then to contemplation. I'm trying to make a long pause. I don't know if she'll agree, Selene said at last, but I'll tell her. He turned and walked away without waiting for more. Noel descended the rear steps of the academy, slipping past the southern gate and into the city of Valon. The market was already waking up, vendors shouting, carts rolling over cobblestone, the distant strum of string instruments. He walked without pause, ignoring the calls of merchants and street performers, until he reached a crumbling corner of the old district. A battered wooden sign hung above a crooked door. Drunken Hammer, it read barely legible through the faded paint. Inside, the air reeked of stale beer, sweat, and iron dust. A few men lay passed out on tables. Others argued over a crooked card game. Noel stepped through the chaos without a word. A booming voice cut through the noise. Well, look who decided to show up. Coming to lose more money, kid. Noel allowed a faint smile. Actually, I came to spend what I won. Remember that. He led him through a side door and down a creaky stairway into a cluttered, low-ceilinged room. Shelves leaned against one another, narrow aisles packed with crates, weapons dangling from the ceiling. Dust swirled in every beam of light. So Balthur asked, scratching his beard, what is it this time? I need something for dimensional storage. I have a lot to carry. Oh ho, sounds like a trip. Balthur's eyes narrowed with curiosity. Heading somewhere, the north, the snowy mountains. Iskandar, you'll need plenty of food then. Ah, that explains the storage. Here, look at this. He tossed Noel a small pouch. It looked like a coin purse at best. This holds up to 100 kilograms. 30 gold, I'll take it. Do you have any sleep grenades? Now that's more like it. Balthur pulled out a wooden box and opened it with a grin. Inside were small, round black orbs. They look like marbles, Noel noted. They break on impact and release a black gas. Everything that breathes it in, out like a light. How much? 100 gold each. Noel blinked. No student discount. Balthur stared at him, then let out a raspy laugh. Student discount? What the hell is that? Of course not. Don't tell me you're short on gold. I knew it. We can strike a deal. Oh, let's hear it. I'll bring you exclusive, rare materials. Very rare. Come closer. Balthur leaned in. Noel whispered something in his ear. The dwarf froze. Then his eyes widened. Deal, deal, but if you're bluffing, remember I know where to find you. Noel turned and left. Balthor stood alone in his cluttered workshop, scratching the side of his head. That damn kid. He's insane, whatever he's planning. It's pure madness. Noel pulled his cloak tighter as he stepped into the bustling butcher's district of Valon. The scent of blood, smoked fat, and fresh cuts clung thick in the air. Vendors barked prices, waving meat in front of potential buyers, while others stacked crates of salted pork or flayed beef. He moved between the crowd with ease, avoiding bloodstains and shouting merchants alike. 30 gold left, he thought, tapping the pouch at his side. That should be enough for a month of rations, just the basics. He stopped at a stall run by a broad-shouldered man wearing a stained apron. Large slabs of beef and pork hung behind him like trophies. The man looked up from his cleaver as Noel approached. Need meat. Beef and pork, Noel said. Enough for 2 meals a day. 1 month. The butcher eyed him. For how many people? 1.5. The man raised an eyebrow. The other one's a wolf pup. She's not picky, just eats a lot. The butcher gave a grunt of acknowledgement and started wrapping thick cuts in wax paper. You'll need water too, he said. I'm already getting that. Once the meat was packed and paid for, Noel crossed over to a small shop tucked beneath an overhang. There he bought a dozen sealed flasks of spring water and a few wrapped bundles of dried fruits and grain by skew cheap but long-lasting. He tucked everything into the dimensional pouch Balthor had sold him, checking twice to make sure it was properly sealed. That should cover us for a month, maybe a little more if I ration it. The city noise buzzed faintly behind him as he stepped out of the district, heading back toward the academy. Now to feed the little glutton before we leave. The academy grounds were nearly deserted. Where once the stone paths bustled with students rushing to lectures or sparring in the courtyards, now only silence remained punctuated by the occasional chirping of birds perched in trees just beginning to blossom. Spring had arrived. Soft buds peeked from the skeletal branches, painting the air with the subtle fragrance of new life. The breeze was crisp, still clinging to the final whispers of winter, yet gentle enough to carry warmth on its breath. Noel stood near the southern gate, clad in a dark navy noble coat tailored for travel. Silver buttons lined the collar, and the Thornne sigil had been stitched discreetly onto the sleeve. He looked calm, but his eyes carried the weight of too many thoughts. At his feet, Noir darted playfully between his boots, tail wagging as she circled him with energetic curiosity. Noel sighed and crouched slightly, running a hand over her soft fur. Elra told me to wait here. He wasn't sure what he expected. Maybe a traditional carriage or something overly luxurious, but he trusted Elra enough to follow her instructions without question. As Noir pawed at a fallen blossom, Noel let his gaze wander across the now empty training fields in the distance. For most students, the spring break meant a return home, but not for him. He had a home, technically, but the last thing he wanted was to return there. There were more important things, no urgent things, things that couldn't wait. Noel straightened his posture and looked up toward the cloudless sky. Let's get this started. Footsteps approached from behind, calm and familiar. Noel turned just as Elra arrived, her usual poise intact. She wore a travel cloak lined with fur over her academy uniform, and her long braid rested neatly over her shoulder. Hello, Noel, she greeted with a small smile. Her gaze dropped to the wolf pup circling his feet. And hello, little girl. You knew she was a girl, Noel asked, raising a brow, of course, from the start. Didn't you? I did. I mean, yeah, I knew. Then why the question? No reason, ignore it. Elra let out a faint chuckle. Anyway, our ride should be here soon. Try not to be too surprised when you see it. Surprised by what? You said we'd take a transport, so I assumed a carriage or something. Yes, a transport, she echoed, cryptic as ever. Noel narrowed his eyes at her but said nothing, turning his gaze skyward again. A shadow passed over the sun. He blinked, then looked again, this time more intently. A massive shape was descending from above, wings wide like sails, stirring the trees below as it began to land. You've got to be kidding me, Noel muttered. That's not our ride, is it? Of course it is, Elra replied, almost too casually. The creature landed with a gust of wind that kicked up leaves and dust all around them. It stood tall, nearly 20 meters long from beak to tail end, its massive wings folded slowly, like sails furling after a long journey. Its feathers were pristine white, with streaks of golden yellow that shimmered under the sun, making the beast look more divine than natural. It really is a quetzal, Noel thought, awestruck, or something even rarer. A compartment on the creature's underside hissed open. From within stepped a tall man in a crisp black uniform, clearly a butler carrying himself with practiced grace. Good morning, Lady Elra, the man said with a respectful bow. I trust you're well. Allow me to take your luggage. Much appreciated. Elra turned to Noel and beckoned. Come on. The butler's eyes shifted to Noel and his expression tightened slightly with surprise. I wasn't informed you would have company, Lady Elra. Had we known, we would have prepared something more suitable. May I ask who this is? Before Noel could open his mouth, Elra spoke up first. My future husband. What? The butler asked. What? Noel echoed, staring at her. Yes, that's right, Elra said with a serene smile, brushing past both of them. Now get in, I'm in a hurry. I want to see my mother. Understood, the butler said, adjusting his posture. Noel was still frozen in place. Did she just what the hell was that? He cleared his throat awkwardly. Ladies first. Elira smirked without looking back as she stepped into the cabin. Noel followed, heart beating faster than he liked to admit. The wind howled gently outside the reinforced windows as the massive Quetzal soared above the forests and hills of southern Valor. From this height, the world below looked painted in gentle stroke-soft greens of new leaves, rivers like silver threads, and distant mountains hazy in the light of spring. Inside the spacious cabin, luxury surrounded them. The seats were thick leather, stitched with silver threads in a noble family crest. Polished wood lined the walls, and magic crystals embedded in the ceiling provided a soft, ambient glow. In the front, separated by a thin partition, the butler sat in a control seat, piloting the creature through subtle reins and whispered commands. Noel sat by the window, resting his cheek against his knuckles as he watched the land roll by. Next to him, Elira reclined comfortably with Noir curled on her lap. The little wolf gave a tiny yawn, her muzzle rising and falling with each slow breath. "We'll arrive in a few hours," Elira said, her voice calm, almost sleepy. "I see," Noel replied, eyes still on the sky. "I'll stay in Estremont for a few days before heading to Iskandar, once I get what I need. We'll cure your mother, I promise." There was a pause, then, "Okay." Elira hesitated before adding more softly, "And one more thing." Noel turned his head slightly. "What I said earlier," she continued. "I meant it." Noel blinked. "About the husband thing," she nodded. "I see." He looked away again, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "I mean, who wouldn't want to marry the daughter of the most powerful family on the continent? So, you'd be okay with it?" she asked, tilting her head. "In theory, yes," he said. "But right now, a relationship would be complicated." Elira's voice held a hint of playful challenge. "I can wait, but don't make me wait too long." "All right," Noel said quietly, feeling Noir's warmth against his leg and the unfamiliar calm of the cabin around him. The butler's voice rang from the front. "We will be landing shortly, my lady." Elira nodded and stood, brushing a few strands of her dark hair behind her ear as she adjusted her coat. Noir leapt off her lap and padded to Noel's feet, tail swaying in calm arcs. "Time to meet the family," Noel murmured, rising. A small exhale escaped him as he looked out the window again. Below them stretched not a simple estate, but an entire city. The Estremont Dominion was unlike anything Noel had seen before, even in the capital. Vast marble roads, elegant towers of stone and crystal, golden fountains, and floating crystal lampposts that shimmered despite the early dusk. A silver river carved through the city like a flowing ribbon, with arched bridges connecting the districts. In the distance, rising atop a mountain slope like a crown, stood the Estremont Estadia Palace, more than a manor. Kilometers of garden fields bloomed in spring hues, a breathtaking blend of discipline and magic. It was a city within a city, encased by towering walls and elemental wards glowing faintly in the sky. So this is how real power looks, Noel thought, watching as the Quetzal beast descended toward the landing platform. The creature's wings opened wide to slow the descent, and its massive body settled with a controlled impact onto a polished obsidian circle bordered with platinum glyphs. Dozens of attendants stood ready in tight formation, dressed in cream white and gold uniforms. As the hatch opened, a gust of spring air mixed with cold mountain breeze rushed in. Noel stepped down after Elira, Noir at his side, ears twitching curiously. From the edge of the marble platform, a man approached. His presence was immediate and forceful, tall with broad shoulders, dressed in a dark red formal jacket trimmed with golden lines that shimmered faintly under the evening light. His black hair was streaked with gray at the temples, and his short beard was sculpted with precision. At his side hung a ceremonial sword, but its edge was clearly cared for, sharp, clean, functional. Elira paused, then gave a slight, respectful bow. "Father," she said. Her voice was calm, but there was a certain weight in her tone. The man's eyes flicked past her and locked onto Noel. They narrowed immediately. Noel gave a small, polite nod. "A pleasure to meet in this one." The man interrupted, voice low and sharp like iron drawn across stone. "Who is he?" "Father, this is the boy I like." Noel blinked. "What?" He turned to Elira in disbelief, but she just stood there calmly, a slight smile on her face like she hadn't just thrown him to the wolves. Her father's eyes narrowed, his broad figure frozen for a second. Then he let out a sigh, half annoyed, half relieved, and pulled Elira into a tight hug. "It's about time you brought someone home." While Elira's face was buried against her father's chest, unable to see anything, the man raised one thick arm behind her back and pointed two fingers at Noel, then slowly dragged them across his own neck. Noel kept a straight face, though a small twitch betrayed him. "Really? That's what you open with? Not he's a friend or he helped me. No, just that." The man finally released his daughter and stepped back, his expression shifting into a practiced calm. "You must be tired after your journey." "We are, father," Elira replied sweetly. "I'll show Noel to his room. We'll meet you for lunch." "Very well," he said. Noel followed Elira toward the garden path, leaving the butler and her father to carry her luggage. Royalty, apparently, did not believe in packing light. The garden was enormous larger than some of the parks Noel had seen in the capital. Carefully trimmed hedges stretched in perfect symmetry, fountains gurgled with crystal-clear water, and flower beds bloomed in waves of color. Birds chirped from the high branches above, and the air smelled faintly of lavender and mountain mist. Noir ran ahead, weaving between marble statues and golden-barked trees, clearly enjoying herself. "So," Noel said after a while, hands in his coat pockets, "that's what you went with. That was your opening line." Elra didn't even turn to look at him. "Why would I lie to my father?" "Oh, I don't know," he muttered. "Maybe because he made a gesture like he was going to behead me." Elra glanced back with a smile. "He's always like that. Don't take it personally." "Yeah, easy for you to say. You're not the one he marked for death. And by the way," she added, pausing as she looked him up and down, "where's your luggage? Don't tell me you came all this way without a change of clothes." "Look." Noel reached into his pocket and pulled out the small pouch Balthor had sold him. "Dimensional storage. Got it in Valon. Nice. That'll come in handy." They reached the marble steps of the main estate, an imposing structure of cream stone and stained glass windows tall as trees. A pair of golden doors swung open as they approached. Elra guided him through a few quiet hallways, then stopped at a finely carved door. "This will be your room. It's already prepared. Get cleaned up and be ready to repeat what you told Mebut this time, to my father." Noel sighed. "Yeah, figured that was coming." The room Noel entered was absurd. It was nearly as large as the training hall back at the academy. A king-sized canopy bed sat in the center, wrapped in silk curtains. The walls were lined with polished wood and bookshelves, and 3 closets stood ready, already stocked with formal and casual wear in various shades of blue, black, and gray. The bathroom was bigger than his dorm room. Gold-trimmed mirrors, a sunken bathtub, magical water temperature controls, and even a row of scented oils. Noel peeled off his travel clothes and stepped into the shower, letting the hot water wash away the weight of the journey. "All right, act normal, don't mess this up." After the shower, he pulled on one of the noble outfits from the closet: navy jacket, silver buttons, dark pants. He checked himself in the mirror once, twice, then sighed. "Well, let's get this over with." The dining hall was a cathedral of wealth. Sunlight poured through arched windows of blue and gold stained glass, casting soft light over a table long enough to host 20 nobles with ease. Black polished marble reflected the chandelier above, while servants moved like ghosts, placing silver trays with flawless precision. Noel walked in with a composed expression, the tailored navy suit fitting him perfectly. His steps echoed faintly as he crossed the hall, meeting Elra's eyes just briefly. She was already seated, poised as always, with Noir curled beneath her chair like a silk-colored shadow. Across from them sat the head of the house, Lord Caron von Estermont, tall, broad. His dark red formal jacket was edged with golden embroidery depicting the crest of the Estermont lineage, an eagle with wings unfurled over a mountain. His black hair was swept back with silver streaks at the temples, and his short beard was razor clean. At his side, resting casually against the chair, was a ceremonial blade, though its edge was clearly no mere decoration. The man stood as Noel approached. "Welcome to Estermont," he said, his voice deep and measured. "I am Lord Caron. I understand you are the one who's captured my daughter's interest." Noel bowed respectfully. "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Caron. My name is Noel Thornne." Lord Caron raised an eyebrow, then gestured to the seat across from him. "Sit, Mr. Thornne. Let's eat." They began the meal in silence. Silverware chimed softly as the first coarsely fine arrangement of smoked venison with lemon-dressed greens was served. The tension across the table was not overt, but it hung heavy. Noel could feel the weight of the Lord's gaze every time he moved. After a few quiet bites, Caron finally spoke again, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Tell me, Mr. Thornne, where did you and Elra meet?" Noel dabbed his mouth with a napkin, then answered with quiet confidence. "She approached me in the academy library." Caron tilted his head slightly, his fingers steepled. "She approached you?" "Yes, my lord. I was researching alone when she sat beside me and began asking questions." He glanced at Elra. She met his look with a serene smile, almost proud. Caron remained silent for a long moment, then gave a small grunt. "That does sound like her." The second course arrived: roasted duck breast glazed in plum wine, accompanied by golden root vegetables. Lord Caron cut his meat slowly, deliberately, like a man used to controlling every detail around him. "And what did she ask you?" Said, not looking up. Noel kept his tone steady. "About the rumors, about who I was. She said she had a feeling I wasn't what people said I was." The Lord stopped cutting for a second. "Did she now?" He finally looked up, fixing Noel with those sharp, evaluating eyes. "And what are you, Mr. Thornne, if not what the rumors claim?" Noel met the gaze without blinking. "A survivor, you can say, someone trying to make a difference, even if quietly." A flicker barely visible passed across Caron's expression. Approval, doubt, amusement, it was hard to tell. "I see," the man said at last, returning to his meal. "You speak like someone older than you appear." "I've lived more than I look," Noel said simply. The table fell into a brief silence again. Noir shifted beneath Elra's chair and let out a soft huff, prompting her to reach down and gently stroke her fur. Lord Caron leaned back slightly. You plan to stay long in Estermont, a few days if it's fine, then I'll head north to Iskandar, to the snow. Yes. There's something I need to retrieve there. Kiran set down his fork and leaned forward. Be warned, boy, I don't care if Elira likes you, if you hurt her even by accident. Understood, Noel said firmly. Elira, watching them both, sighed lightly. Father, please. Kiran finally leaned back again and let out a slow breath. Very well, for now. Let's finish this meal. Noel picked up his glass of water, lifting it slightly. All right, here goes nothing. The promise. The meal had finished, but the air in the dining hall remained heavy-charged with something unsaid. Noel set his utensils down deliberately and drew in a slow breath. His heart wasn't racing. His mind was clear. Now or never. He lifted his gaze to Lord Kiran. Lord Kiran, he began, voice calm but carrying weight, I would like to tell you something. The noble lord, who had just been lifting his glass, set it down slowly. His dark eyes sharpened, fixing on Noel. His tone was cool, expectant. Say it, Noel straightened his back, no hint of fear in his voice. I know how to create a cure for the illness affecting your wife and your people. The silence that followed was immediate crushing. Kiran's eyes narrowed to slits. The atmosphere around him shifted like a storm brewing beneath still waters. Power radiated from him, not magical, but pure force of will. Even the servants, who had been quietly clearing plates, stopped and instinctively withdrew from the room. A heavy tension pressed down on Noel's shoulders. He kept his breathing steady. Kiran's voice dropped to a deep, cold register. I hope you understand what you've just said. His gaze could have frozen steel. If you come into my home and speak such nonsense without the means to back it, you know very well what will happen, don't you? Noel didn't flinch. He met the Lord's gaze head-on. I know perfectly well. The room was still. Elira's eyes flicked between them, reading the charged undercurrent between her father and the boy sitting so composed across from him. But Noel didn't lower his eyes. This is what I came here to do. One step forward. The silence stretched. Noel could feel it creeping into his bones, thick as fog, sharp as ice. He shifted his gaze just slightly toward Elira. She understood immediately. Father, she said, voice calm but firm, you can trust him. He may be peculiar, but he is trustworthy. If you doubt me, I can describe the symptoms myself. Fevers exceeding 40 degrees. Red rashes spreading across the skin. The illness does not spread through contact, it transmits through saliva, which means Lady Estermont must have consumed infected food or drink. Lord Kiran's jaw tightened. His fingers curled slightly over the edge of the table. That is impossible, he said sharply. The food here is the finest in the continent. Every item is personally selected for this house. Noel didn't hesitate. Was there any occasion when she ate outside the estate? A beat. Kiran frowned, eyes narrowing further. He's thinking about it, Noel noted silently. Finally, Kiran exhaled through his nose. Now that you mention it. Yes, we had a meal together at a restaurant near our home. Noel nodded once. Then it is very possible that is where the infection originated. For a moment, the great Lord Estermont, a man who radiated untouchable control, lowered his gaze, his expression hard to read. The air in the room shifted. A long silence followed. Lord Kiran sat motionless, eyes cast down for a moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was lower, not weaker, but tempered. So, it was my fault, he said quietly. Noel shook his head. No, it wasn't. There was no way for you to know. You can't blame yourself for this. Kiran exhaled slowly, shoulders rising and falling. The tension in the room seemed to ease just slightly. I see, he said. Then, lifting his gaze once more sharp and resolute, spoke clearly. You say you will go to Iskandar. Yes, I will leave first thing tomorrow. The sooner I go, the sooner we can end this. Then I will arrange a vehicle for you. You will travel with the full protection of House Estermont. At that, Elira spoke, voice soft but determined. I will go with you. Noel turned to her, meeting her eyes. His tone remained gentle but firm. No. You should stay here. Your mother needs you now more than ever. Elira hesitated, her expression betraying her frustration, but after a moment she nodded. Very well. We will see each other when you return. And I hope you haven't lied to me, Noel. Noel gave a small smile, eyes unwavering. You have my word. I will return with what I promised. He straightened in his seat. But before I leave, I will need a few things prepared. Have ready royal bee honey and gloomthorn pollen. Its spores are poisonous, but when combined with what I'll bring from Iskandar, they will form a critical part of the cure. Kiran gave a single nod. Understood. We will prepare them. Noel stood from his seat. That is all from me. I will prepare to leave at dawn. Without another word, he bowed to both father and daughter, then turned and left the room, steps calm, but mind already racing ahead. The door to his guest room clicked shut behind him. Noel exhaled and leaned against it for a moment, the weight of the conversation still lingering in his chest. That went better than it could have. He pushed off the door, removed his jacket, and set the small dimensional pouch on the edge of the grand bed. The room's soft light gave everything a golden hue, expensive, tasteful, and far too quiet. Noel crossed to the private bathroom, ran cold water into a basin, and splashed it over his face. The chill grounded him. He looked at his reflection in the mirror-wet hair falling over his emerald eyes, an unfamiliar exhaustion behind them. I just made a very big promise, and one he had every intention of keeping. He dried his face, changed into simple sleeping clothes from the wardrobe, and sat on the edge of the massive bed. The sheets were cool against his palms. The quiet of the estate pressed in a different kind of weight now. Time to rest. I'll need a clear head tomorrow. He slid beneath the covers, eyes half-lidded, when a soft knock at the door. Noel blinked. Elra, she never knocked before. Come in, he called. The door opened with a soft creak. Elra stepped in, dressed in a simple silk robe, her braid loose over one shoulder. For once, she seemed hesitant, their usual confidence softened. Noir padded quietly beside her, curling up near the door as if sensing the mood. Noel sat up slightly against the headboard. Is something wrong? He raised an eyebrow. Thank me, I haven't done anything yet. She crossed the room, stopping a few steps from the bed. For the gesture, she said softly, and for giving my father and me hope. We didn't have much left. Nothing we tried worked. We were beginning to lose her. We'll return. She smiled faintly. I see. Well then, I'll leave you to rest. We'll see each other in the morning. She turned to go but paused at the door. Good night, Noel. Good night. The door closed gently behind her. Noel leaned back, staring at the ceiling in the dim light. The silence of the estate pressed in once more. Seems like I'll have to work hard to live up to these expectations. His eyes drifted shut, the weight of tomorrow already pulling at his thoughts. Iskandar. The sun had barely cleared the distant mountains when Noel stepped out of the grand front hall of the Estermont estate. The marble beneath his boots was still cold from the night air, and a thin layer of morning mist lingered over the vast courtyard. A sleek dark red carriage awaited him near the front gate, its frame marked with elegant Estermont sigils in black and gold. Two powerful gray stallions stood ready, reins held by a tall, stoic butler already seated on the driver's bench. Beside the carriage stood Elra and her father, Lord Caron. Noel approached, dressed in his navy travel coat, sword sheathed at his side. Noir padded silently beside him. Good morning, Noel greeted. Good morning, Elra replied, her voice calm. Caron's sharp gaze swept over Noel, taking in the scene. You're not bringing anything else, he asked, brow slightly raised. It's a few days' ride, even with a carriage, and I see only your sword, that dog, and a small pouch. Noel gave a faint smile. No need to worry. The pouch can hold up to 100 kilograms. I've packed winter clothing, food, and enough water for the entire journey. And the dog's name is Noir. She's a wolf, actually. Caron's expression softened just a fraction. I see, that makes sense. And my apologies, little one. No insult was intended. At this, Noir wagged her tail once as if accepting the apology. Noel nodded. Well, it's time for me to go. Wait, Elra said quickly. Before he could react, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him tight, warm. Sudden, Noel blinked. What's this for? To recharge your energy, she whispered. I see. While Elra's head rested against his shoulder, Caron looked Noel dead in the eyes. Slowly, deliberately, he raised one finger and drew it across his throat. Noel suppressed a sigh. Seriously. Again, Elra finally released him, her gaze steady but affectionate, and stepped back beside her father. Well then, Noel said softly. See you soon. Elra lifted a hand, waving him off. With a final nod, Noel climbed into the dark red carriage. The door shut behind him with a soft click. The wheels began to turn, and the road ahead opened wide. The carriage rolled steadily over the winding roads of Estermont, its crimson frame gleaming faintly under the rising sun. Inside, the cabin was warm and well-cushioned, lined with dark velvet and gold accents. Noel sat with one arm resting on the side panel, gazing out the window as forests and hills drifted past. Across from him, Noir lay sprawled on the seat, head resting against his leg. Her breathing was soft, rhythmic. He reached down and stroked her fur absently. The system did say you grow along with me. I guess as I rank up, you'll keep growing too. Noir's ears twitched. She lifted her head slightly and let out a soft bark as if answering. Noel smiled faintly. I see. Well, get ready to grow a lot, Noir. This is going to be the hardest thing I've faced so far, even more than fighting the red-haired one, and Larius. The wolf pup pressed closer to his side, her warmth a small comfort against the uncertainty ahead. The rhythm of the carriage wheels and the gentle swaying lulled the cabin into a peaceful silence. But Noel's thoughts remained sharp-focused. Each passing mile brought him closer to a land gripped by fear and to a task no one else had dared attempt. One step at a time. 2 days passed in steady rhythm-rolling wheels, shifting skies, endless stretches of road winding northward through the valleys of Iskandar. Noel spent most of the time in meditation, legs crossed in the carriage's wide seat, eyes closed. The flow of mana through his body was calm but relentless, a river channeled through narrow banks. Noir dozed nearby, occasionally stretching or nuzzling against his foot. The bond between them had grown deeper in the quiet hours. When the second day's sun dipped toward the horizon, Noel finally opened his eyes. A soft breath escaped him. Status. A pale blue screen flickered into view before him. Current core progress, 96. 43 mana core. Novice, he frowned slightly. Only +0, 10 after 2 full days of meditation. Seems like you haven't grown much either, Noir. The small wolf, now awake, looked up at him. Her head tilted, ears perked. Then she gave a small huff, almost indignant. Noel chuckled. I get it. We'll both grow soon enough. He shifted in his seat and pulled the curtain back. Outside, the road had narrowed into a rougher path. The dense forests of Estermont had given way to steep, winding mountain trails. The peaks of Iskandar loomed in the distance, their jagged silhouettes capped in snow. Frost clung to the sparse trees along the roadside, and thin sheets of ice shimmered in the ditches. As they descended toward a narrow valley, a village came into view, a cluster of wooden houses huddled beneath the shadow of the cliffs. But something felt off. As they drew closer, the signs became clear. An enormous white tent stood near the center, ringed with guards. People in makeshift stretchers were being carried toward it. Others huddled in the streets, faces pale and drawn. Noel's eyes narrowed. Damn. The sickness has already reached this far. He leaned forward, stopped for a moment. Without question, the butler guiding the carriage pulled the reins. The vehicle slowed to a halt. Noel rose, grabbed his cloak, and stepped out into the cool afternoon air, Noir padding silently beside him. Ahead, a line of guards moved between villagers and the quarantine tent. Let's see what's really going on. The cold hit him the moment he stepped down from the carriage. A sharp mountain wind swept through the narrow streets of the village, carrying the bite of snow and ice. Thin layers of frost coated the wooden beams of houses and the edges of the cobblestone road. Villagers moved through the streets bundled in thick furs, their faces pale and drawn. At the heart of the settlement stood a large white tent, its canvas flapping under the wind. Around it, makeshift barriers of wood and rope had been set up, and armed guards in heavy cloaks directed stretcher-bearers as they carried the sick inside. Noir walked silently at Noel's side, her ears twitching as she observed the scene. Noel approached one of the guards, a towering man who looked more like a barbarian than a soldier, with thick furs draped over his shoulders and a massive axe strapped to his back. Excuse me, what's happening here? The man turned, his expression hard. But when he noticed the dark red carriage of House Estermont behind Noel, recognition flickered in his eyes. He straightened slightly. My lord, the guard said, voice rough from the cold. A sickness has been spreading through the village for months now. No one knows where it started, and that it's getting worse. Whole families are falling ill. I see. Noel's eyes swept over the scene. Where does the village get its drinking water? The guard frowned. From the well. It's in the center of town. Everyone uses it. Noel's gaze sharpened. Close the well, he said. That's the source. The sickness spreads through contaminated food or drink. The guard hesitated. Are you certain? I know you come from House Estermont, but this is not something I can decide alone. Noel met his eyes evenly. Trust me, I have an audience with Lady Iskandar soon. I know exactly what I'm dealing with. The guard looked conflicted, even if I agreed. The people would have no water. Noel reached into his dimensional pouch. One after another, he began placing sealed glass bottles onto the snowy groundwater, dozens of bottles, appearing as if from nowhere. Use this water instead. It's clean. The guard watched in astonishment as the pile grew larger. I see, then we will do as you say. Noel gave a curt nod. Good, I won't take more of your time. He turned back toward the carriage, Noir trotting at his heels. The cold wind bit harder, but Noel barely noticed. His thoughts were racing ahead. The carriage rumbled back into motion, wheels crunching softly over the frozen path as they left the village behind. Inside the cabin, the air was warmer barely. Noel pulled his cloak tighter and leaned back in his seat. Noir hopped up beside him, curling into a ball against his leg for warmth. Through the window, the jagged peaks of Iskandar rose higher with each passing mile. Snow dusted the branches of sparse mountain trees, and icy winds carved their way through the narrow valleys. The deeper they went, the more isolated the land became. Noel watched the white blur of the world beyond the glass. Seems like I've really changed, he thought, fingers absently stroking Noir's fur. Back then, I wouldn't have cared what happened to others. He glanced down at her. Noir shifted in her sleep, pressing closer. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Now, I do. The mountains loomed ahead, taller and colder, and somewhere beyond them a cure waited to be found. Lady Vaelora von Iskandar. The carriage rumbled to a slow halt. Noel shifted in his seat, eyes narrowing as he peered through the frost-covered window. The view beyond was anything but welcoming. High stone walls towered before them, thick, weather-worn and built for war, not for show. The Iskandar stronghold wasn't the ornate manor one might expect from a noble house. It was a fortress, plain and simple, nestled deep within a snowy valley between jagged mountains. Snow lashed the world in thick sheets. The sky above was a dull gray, pressing low over the peaks like a weight. Even the air felt heavier here. Noel exhaled slowly and reached for his gloves, pulling them on with deliberate care. He wore a long black winter coat, the fabric thick and insulated, with a high collar turned up against the wind. Sturdy black boots rose to his knees, crunching faintly against the carriage floor as he shifted his weight. His blonde hair had grown slightly during the past weeks, now falling in uneven strands across his brow. Against the starkness of his attire and the bleak world outside, his emerald-green eyes stood out sharply, bright and cold. Beside him, Noir sat quietly, fur puffed out against the cold. His black coat shimmered faintly with streaks of deep violet, each strand seeming to catch what little light remained. His eyes' dark irises rimmed in a deep shade of purple, surrounded by inky black, watched the world with a calm, unreadable gaze. Looks like we've arrived, Noir. Noel pushed the door open and stepped down into the snow. The wind hit him, instant limiting and sharp, cutting through layers as if seeking out weakness. He straightened his coat, ignoring the chill. At the front of the carriage, the butler sent by House Estermont remained seated, reins in hand. The horses stamped restlessly, breath misting in the frigid air. Noel approached him, voice calm. You can return now. Let them know I've arrived safely. I'll be back before mid-April. The butler gave a respectful nod. I will inform Lord Estermont. Without another word, he flicked the reins, turning the carriage. Snow kicked up in its wake as it began the long journey back through the pass. Noel watched it disappear into the curtain of white. Just like I said, Noir, it's going to be a long month. Noel adjusted the strap of his sword belt as he made his way forward. Revenant Fang hung at his waist on one side, a familiar weight. On the other side, his dimensional pouch rested against his hip, secured to his belt, a silent reassurance. Noir trotted at his side, paws making almost no sound despite the thick layer of snow beneath them. His sleek black and violet fur stood out sharply against the endless white. They stood now before the great stone gate of the Iskandar fortress. The wall loomed high overhead, the stonework rough and ancient, worn smooth in places by centuries of wind and ice. Thick snow cascaded from above, swirling down in waves that made it hard to see more than a few meters ahead. Noel tilted his head back slightly, observing the gate through the haze. Seems like you enjoy this kind of weather, Noir. The shadowy wolf gave no response, simply sitting down beside him with practiced calm, tail curling over his paws. Noel took a breath, voice steady despite the cold that gnawed at his throat. Good day, he called out, voice cutting through the storm. A beat passed. The wind howled on, a deep groan of stone and iron. Slowly, with a grinding sound, the great gate began to open. Snow poured off its upper edges in heavy sheets. Noel reached down, unclasping Revenant Fang from his belt. Without a word, he slipped the blade into the dimensional pouch, its presence vanishing from sight. There was no need to provoke suspicion on the other side of these walls. He glanced at Noir, giving a small nod. Together, they stepped forward, passing beneath the towering arch of stone as the gate yawned wider to admit them. The world beyond the threshold waited in shadows and steel. The first thing Noel noticed upon stepping through the gate was the sheer silence of the place. No bustling servants, no idle chatter. Just the crisp crunch of boots over snow, the distant clang of steel on steel, and the low murmur of the wind weaving through stone and ice. And standing directly in his path, a man who looked like he belonged to another age entirely. The guard was massive, broad-shouldered, thick arms barely contained by a fur-lined leather tunic. A mane of fiery red hair fell in tangled waves past his shoulders, matched by a thick, braided beard. His skin was pale from the cold but flushed from exertion, and a wicked scar traced one cheek. In one hand, he rested a massive axe against the ground. His blue eyes narrowed as they took Noel in. State your business, boy, he rumbled, voice deep as a landslide. Noel stopped a few paces away, posture relaxed but alert. Noir sat at his side, unmoving. Good day. My name is Noel Thornne. I've come to request an audience with Lady Valera von Iskandar. At the name, the guard's brow rose. A dry chuckle escaped him. Thornne, is it? Your kind hail from the other side of the continent, boy. This is a long way from home. His eyes glinted. I'm afraid Lady Valera does not entertain visitors so easily. Noel's expression didn't change. She was informed of my visit. Lady Selene would have sent word ahead. A long pause followed. The guard studied him a moment longer, then gave a grunt. I see. Wait here. I'll confirm it. With that, the red-haired warrior turned and strode off through the snow, the haft of his axe resting across one shoulder. Noel watched him go, eyes narrowing slightly. Then, shifting his weight, he allowed himself a moment to take in the fortress interior. Ahead lay the main building, a castle of dark stone, its towers rising grim and jagged against the pale sky. It looked more like an old warlord's keep than any noble estate. To the left, a row of stables housed powerful warhorses, their breath steaming in the cold. To the right, training grounds stretched out beneath a blanket of snow. There, soldiers drilled in small groups, grunting, swinging weapons with brutal force. There were no spells or enchantments to be seen, only steel and raw strength. Axes, swords, mace-heavy weapons all. Even in the blizzard, they trained without hesitation. It is true there are no mages, not a single one. The only exception must be Selene. The thought lingered as the snow eased, visibility widening just enough to see the harsh discipline of the place. Noel let out a slow breath, eyes tracking the distant figures moving with grim determination. He waited. The sound of heavy boots crunching through snow brought Noel's attention back to the gate. The red-haired guard had returned, a faint breath of steam escaping his mouth as he spoke. Noel gave a small nod and stepped into motion, Noir falling into step beside him. As they walked deeper into the fortress, Noel felt the weight of many eyes upon him. Warriors paused mid-swing in the training fields. Stable hands stopped their work. Even passing guards slowed to watch. Their gazes weren't curious. They were appraising, sharp as blades honed for war. and soon enough the whispers began. Look at the little doll that wandered in. He'll be crying back to his manor soon enough once his balls freeze off. Noel didn't flinch, his expression unreadable as ever. Yes, yes. I'll surely run back. The thought came dry, with a flicker of quiet amusement beneath it. He kept pace with the red-haired warrior, shoulders squared, steps steady. They passed beneath a smaller archway and into the heart of the keep. Inside, the cold persisted. The stone walls radiated chill, their surfaces rough and unadorned. Simple iron torches burned along the walls, their flames fed by mundane oil, not magic. The air smelled faintly of steel and ash. This was not a place of comfort. It was a place built for endurance. Their path led through narrow corridors and wide, empty halls, all shadowed in tones of gray and cold blue. At last, they reached a set of large doors marked by deep carving scenes of battle and conquest etched into the dark wood. The red-haired guard halted before them, turning to Noel. This is where I leave you. Inside, Lady Valera von Iskandar awaits. He stepped aside, thick arms crossed over his chest. Noel paused for a beat, gaze flicking briefly toward the towering doors. The doors opened with a low groan of old hinges, the sound echoing faintly through the vast chamber beyond. Noel stepped inside. The air here was colder than anywhere else in the fortress, though not from the weather. It came from the weight of the room itself, an aura of authority and danger that pressed against the skin like frost. The hall was vast and bare, its high ceiling lost in shadows. Thick stone columns lined the sides, stark and unadorned. No banners, no gilded ornaments. A single beam of light spilled down from a wide opening in the ceiling, illuminating the center of the chamber, a long crimson carpet stretching from the door to a raised dais. At the far end of that carpet sat the throne. It was no golden seat of luxury. The throne was forged from the bones of magical beasts, their twisted forms polished and woven into an imposing structure of fang and spine. Upon it sat Lady Valera von Iskandar. She looked exactly as Noel had imagined it, and far more dangerous. Her hair fell in a sharp silver cascade, streaked with dark strands. Piercing ice-blue eyes watched him from beneath a strong brow, their gaze sharp as the northern winds. Her frame was powerful, broad-shouldered, and muscular beneath a fur-lined cloak. One hand rested upon the arm of the throne, the other lay near the haft of a massive battle axe, its edge resting against the bone-carved seat. By her side stood Selena, rigid, composed, her usual steel in place. Her eyes met Noel's for a brief moment, unreadable. Noel advanced, each step slow and measured, boots silent over the thick carpet. He stopped before the dais, posture straight, gaze steady. For a beat, silence reigned. Then Lady Valera's voice cut through the air, cold, clipped, and without pretense. Why have you come? The request. The cold in the room felt different now, not the simple bite of winter air but something deeper. Noel stood straight on the crimson carpet, his gaze steady, knowing that every word mattered here. Lady Valera von Iskandar regarded him from her throne of beast bones, one hand resting lazily near the massive axe at her side. Selene stood silent to her right, her posture rigid, her gaze downcast. Noel inhaled slowly, voice calm. I need access to Frostspire Peak. I hope you will grant it. Lady Valera von Iskandar, mistress of the north. For a brief moment, only the crackle of torches answered him. Then a low chuckle escaped Valera's throat. Her eyes gleamed like shards of ice. Oh, you have a way with words, don't you, boy of the Thornne bloodline? Her voice was sharp, each word wrapped in a thin layer of disdain. My daughter told me you'd come, and that you had something important to discuss. She leaned forward slightly, her presence growing heavier. But you do know I trust. That access to that mountain is a privilege reserved for the Iskandar family alone. Noel met her gaze without flinching. I appreciate your honesty, he said evenly, but this matter is of great importance. Valera's expression cooled further. You know, she said slowly, fingers tapping once against the armrest, I have little patience for those who waste my precious time. Speak plainly. Why have you truly come? Noel took a breath, his voice firm this time. I need frost petals. A beat. Then Valera laughed, a short, harsh sound that echoed through the chamber. Ah, now this gets interesting. Noel didn't relax. You are aware of the disease spreading across the northern counties of Valor, are you not? He pressed. It's moving faster than anyone expected, and its primary victims are the territories of Iskandar and Estermont. Valera tilted her head slightly, a faint sneer curling her lips. I have heard whispers of it, she said with casual indifference, but why should I care about the weak? The weak are unworthy of my respect, and I couldn't care less what happens to them. Noel's jaw tensed. Exactly what I used to think until not long ago. I see, he said quietly. Valera's eyes narrowed. Tell me then, she asked softly, voice sharpening again. How do you know about the existence of frost petals? The question cut through the air like a blade. Noel froze. His mind raced, had prepared for many angles, many objections, but not for this. Selene was one thing, lying to Valera von Iskandar, a seasoned ascendant warrior, was another entirely. Her eyes bore down on him now, sharp and cold, as if peeling back the layers of his intent. For a beat his throat felt dry. Careful, too careful now and it will look like a lie. Too fast and she'll know I'm hiding something. But before he could open his mouth, I told him. The voice was quiet but clear. Selene. Noel's head snapped slightly toward her. She stood straighter now, eyes forward, voice steady despite the faint tremor beneath. For a moment there was silence. Then Valora's gaze turned slowly toward her daughter. Oh, the ice in her tone deepened. Has my precious daughter been given permission to speak? Selene's voice barely escaped her lips. Number. Valora's smile was razor thin, I see. So not only do you interrupt my conversation with young Thornne, you also hand over a family secret in the process. The words struck like a whip. Noel straightened, speaking quickly now, tone low but direct. She didn't tell me willingly. I forced it out of her. He held Valora's gaze. I needed something and described it. She murmured something under her breath, and I pressed until she said the name. Valora's fingers tapped once more against the armrest faster now. So, her voice dropped. You come here seeking access to something forbidden, and you force my daughter to betray her family's trust. The air in the room grew colder. Noel's heart beat steadily in his chest, but he could feel the weight behind her gaze, known ancient. Merciless authority that would not be swayed by pleasantries alone. He stood his ground. Selene, go to your room, Valora said coldly, and you already know what awaits you. Selene swallowed hard. Her legs moved before her mind could catch up. She bowed her head slightly barely and nodded and turned. Looks like I really messed this up. She didn't dare look at her mother again. The woman seated on that throne wasn't a mother. Not to her. Not now, not ever. I don't even know why I helped Noel. Maybe because I wanted him to help the others. Maybe because someone has to. Her footsteps echoed faintly on the stone as she crossed the vast hall. The cold pressed deeper with each step. She reached the door, and as she pushed it open, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Noel, standing tall, gaze calm but his head turned just slightly toward her. His lips moved silent. The words didn't reach her ears, but she caught them clearly. Her throat tightened. She forced herself not to stop, not to react. The door closed behind her with a dull thud, darkness. She stood in the corridor for a moment, eyes stinging. Then her feet moved again, carrying her through the familiar, empty halls. No one spoke to her. No one met her gaze. When she reached her room, her hand trembled as she opened the door. There was only a narrow bed with thin white sheets, a small wooden table, and no windows, no warmth anywhere. She lit a small candle from the stub that remained on the table. The faint glow flickered against the stone walls. Selene sat down on the bed. Her body folded in on itself as her arms wrapped around her knees. Her chest felt tight. Her eyes burned. Why was I born this way? Her mother's voice echoed in her mind, agging sharp, disdainful, unyielding. A mage born into a family of warriors, a mistake in their eyes. The tears came slow at first, then faster, blurring the edges of the room. She curled into the thin blankets, hugging them to her chest as if they could somehow shield her from the emptiness. Why was I born this way? She whispered into the dark. The door closed with a hollow sound, leaving the vast hall colder, emptier. Lady Valora shifted slightly in her throne, one hand still resting near the axe. Her eyes returned to Noel, sharp and appraising. Now that my daughter is gone, she said, voice lower, more deliberate, let us begin the real conversation. The temperature in the room seemed to drop further. A faint chill crawled across Noel's skin despite the thick coat he wore. A shiver threatened to creep up his spine, but he forced his body still. He met her gaze evenly. You don't think, he began carefully, that it would serve your house to further raise its name across all of Valor? Valora's eyes narrowed. I know well how much you fought, how hard you worked to bring House Iskandar to its current heights. Noel's mind flicked fast, not sure if she'll buy this, but it's worth a try. He pressed on. A name that once belonged to a small warrior family now stands among the great powers of the continent. That is your doing, Lady Valora. And now there is a unique opportunity to take it even further. A pause, then an amused snort. So, my deeds have reached even the south of the continent. There was a flicker of genuine interest beneath the steel. It worked. Guess I'll keep going. Noel allowed a faint nod. Yes, stories of House Iskandar's rise are known even beyond your lands. This thighs is a chance to strengthen that legacy. Valora leaned back slightly, fingers drumming once against the bone armrest. It is a tempting proposition. She admitted, but granting you access to Frostspare Peak is one thing. Returning alive with a frost petal is another. Her gaze hardened. You do understand, boy, that if something were to happen to you, it could spark problems with House Thornne. Your father is a dangerous man. In a duel, I'm not certain who would emerge alive. Noel's lips curved faintly. You needn't worry about that, lady. My family considers me a disgrace. I doubt they would raise a finger on my behalf. Valora studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Very well, she said finally. Then tell Muhat is your plan. The plan. Noel stood tall, breath even, mind focused. The weight of the room hadn't lessened it, if anything. The air felt thicker now, colder. I know how to make a cure, Lady Valora, he said calmly, voice clear in the vast hall. Valora tilted her head slightly. A dangerous glint sparked in her ice-blue eyes. Oh, she replied, her tone both amused and sharp. Now that is interesting. But tell Menno that you've offered me this little piece of information. Why shouldn't I simply take the rest from you? Just as you did with my daughter. Noel swallowed, throat tightening for a brief second. Good point. "Well played," but his face remained composed. He straightened his shoulders. "Because I trust," he said steadily, eyes meeting hers, "that the great Lady Vaelora would never stoop to the level of a Thornne family disgrace." A cold silence followed. Then Vaelora gave a faint smirk. "I see. No, I would not." She leaned back slightly in her throne, fingers drumming once on the bone-carved armrest. "Very well, speak and tell me more." Noel nodded once. "I know how to prepare the cure. For that I need frost petals as the primary ingredient. The petals hold powerful healing properties, especially for severe fevers, and as you must know, the most lethal symptom of this disease is precisely those fevers." Vaelora's gaze sharpened, but she said nothingly waited. Noel continued, "My plan is simple. I will ascend Frostspire Peak myself and gather the flowers. I'll extract the petals and bring them down. Once I return to Estermont, I can begin crafting the cure. I already have the other ingredients prepared." He paused briefly, ensuring his tone remained measured. "After that, we'll begin distributing the cure. Of course, the Estermont family is unaware of the frost petals. You can be certain of that thy knowledge is mine alone." Vaelora studied him carefully, her expression unreadable. "And what does House Iskandar gain from this?" Noel answered without hesitation. Vaelora leaned forward, resting both elbows on her knees, voice low. "It is an interesting offer, I will not deny that, but I would like a safeguard. You say your family cares little for you, yet I would prefer proof, a written agreement." Noel nodded slowly. "Of course," he said. At Vaelora's signal, 2 guards entered the hall. One carried a sheet of thick parchment and a quill. The other, the red-haired warrior Noel had seen earlier, brought a small wooden table, which he set carefully in front of the throne. Vaelora's voice cut through the quiet. "Write this down." The first guard positioned the parchment and quill, standing ready. Point 1. If young Noel Thornne of House Thornne dies, his family may not seek retribution against House Iskandar. The quill scratched softly across the page. Point 2. If his mission succeeds, House Iskandar will be named as the discoverer of the cure. Noel Thornne forfeits any claim to the glory of it. Another pause as the guard wrote. Point 3. Should Noel Thornne not return alive due to the complications he has caused, House Estermont will be required to compensate House Iskandar for damages. The quill moved again, steady and precise. And point 4. If Noel Thornne ever reveals the secret he knows about the Iskandar family, he will pay for it with his life. The last words echoed slightly in the chamber, colder than the stone itself. Vaelora's gaze locked onto Noel's. "Good. Now sign this, Noel Thornne, and our agreement will be sealed. Once you do, I will grant you the right to ascend Frostspire Peak." Noel exhaled softly through his nose, moving toward the table. "So all I have to do is not die." Easy enough, right? Without hesitation, he picked up the quill, signed his name in smooth, practiced strokes, and stepped back. Vaelora's smile returned, thin and sharp. "Wait, we're not finished yet. There is a second copy." Noel raised an eyebrow slightly. "A second one, of course," Vaelora replied. "One for me and one for you, so you won't forget." Noel gave a small nod, voice calm. "I see. That makes sense. You are a wise woman, Lady Vaelora." Her smile deepened. "With this paper, you're free to go. You may ascend the mountain whenever you wish. The gates will open for you." Noel bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Noel stepped out of the main hall, the heavy doors closing behind him with a deep echo. The cold air outside felt almost warm compared to the atmosphere he had just left. Without breaking stride, he reached for the document and slid it carefully into his dimensional pouch, ensuring it was secure. The weight of it wasn't much, but its importance was clear enough. Night was falling fast over the fortress. The pale light of the moon barely pierced the thick clouds rolling in above Frostspire Peak. Noel glanced toward the distant silhouette of the mountain, its jagged form just visible against the darkening sky. Tomorrow, he thought, it begins. He made his way through the stone corridors, boots crunching lightly on frost-dusted floors. Near the barracks, he found a young guard and requested a room for the night. The man led him to a small, sparsely furnished chamber within the inner keep. Noel entered alone, the door closing softly behind him. The room was plain but warm enough: a single bed, a chair, a small table, and little else. As he began to remove his coat, a faint sound caught his ear. Soft footsteps. A moment later, Noir padded into the room, eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. His black and violet fur was dusted with snow. Noel gave a faint smile. "Did you find it, little one?" Noir let out a soft, waft, tail swishing once. Noel crouched and ruffled the fur behind his ears. "Good work." He straightened, eyes lingering for a moment on the pack Noir had carried back. Everything was in place. One more night, he thought, then we climb. The door to Seleni's room opened without warning, the old hinges creaking sharply. Vaelora stepped inside, her presence filling the small space like a storm front. She took in the sight of her daughter, curled beneath the thin sheets of her bed, eyes closed in restless sleep. Her voice was a sharp, cold breath. "Wake up." Selene jolted upright, heart hammering in her chest. For a moment disoriented, she blinked against the dim light of her room. Vaelora stood near the doorway, arms crossed, expression carved from ice. "Your little friend leaves tomorrow," she said flatly. "It seems you may have done something useful after all. Though that doesn't excuse the fact that you revealed a family secret. You know what awaits you, don't you?" Selene's throat tightened. Her voice came out soft, resigned. "Yes, mother." Valora lingered a beat longer, gaze hard, then turned sharply on her heel. "Good, you'd best conserve your strength." The door slammed shut behind her, leaving Selene alone once more. Silence settled over the room once again. Selene sat frozen on the edge of her bed, arms wrapped around herself. The echo of the door slamming still rang faintly in her ears. Her mother's words were nothing newsharp, cold, always cutting deeper than any blade. But this time, something else had settled in her chest. A dull ache that refused to fade. So, he's leaving tomorrow. The thought stirred an odd mix of feelings inside her. A part of her felt relief that Noel would soon be gone from this place, out of her mother's reach. But another part, small, fragile, felt a strange emptiness at the thought. Why did I help him? Maybe I just wanted someone to help the others. Maybe I wanted to help. Her body sagged slightly as she lay back down, pulling the thin sheets over herself. The room felt colder than ever. Then a low rumble echoed from her stomach. Hunger gnawed at her, sharp and insistent, but she knew there would be no meal tonight. There rarely was when her mother was displeased. She pressed a hand to her belly, fingers trembling slightly. Just sleep. Forget it. Sleep. Curling into herself beneath the thin blanket, she closed her eyes, forcing her body still. But the weight of the day, of her choices, and of the silence left behind pressed harder than ever. The escape. Noel's eyes opened to darkness. The first light of dawn had yet to break over the mountains. The room was silent and still, but sleep had already fled from him. There was something he needed to do before setting foot on Frostspare Peak. He sat up without hesitation, pulling on the layers of dark clothing he had laid out the night before. Thick boots rose to his knees, his cloak and hood were drawn tight to block the cold. Only a few strands of blonde hair fell across his brow, and his emerald eyes gleamed beneath the shadow of the hood. Across the room, Noir sat waiting, black and violet fur blending into the darkness. Her gaze was steady, patient. Noel adjusted the last buckle on his belt and glanced her way. "Are you ready, Noir? We might not even make it to Frostspire Peak before they kill us." Waff. A small smile tugged at the corner of Noel's mouth. "Yeah, it is crazy. But I can't just sit still and do nothing." "Right, Waff." He let out a quiet breath, the faintest trace of tension lingering beneath his calm exterior. "Let's move." Without another word, he stepped toward the door, boots silent on the stone floor. Noir followed, her form a shadow in the deeper darkness. In the hallway, the fortress was still cloaked in shadows. No torches burned along this stretch, only the distant flicker of patrols in other wings. The cold air seeped through the stone, pressing close. Noel drew a quiet breath and pulled Revenant Fang from his dimensional pouch, securing the blade at his waist with practiced ease. He glanced at Noir, who stood at the ready near the threshold. "Lead the way." Without a sound, Noir moved forward, paws gliding over the floor with fluid grace. Noel followed close behind, each step measured, careful not to betray their presence. Honestly, it's incredibly useful, he thought as he watched her move. Makes sense, though. She is a shadow wolf, after all. They wove through the darkened halls, staying close to the walls, each turn taken with caution. At intervals, the glow of torchlight approached pairs of guards passing on routine patrols. Noel pressed back into the shadows with Noir each time, breath held as the guards moved past, oblivious. Minutes stretched long as they navigated deeper into the keep, always one step ahead of the next patrol. Still following Noir's lead, Noel moved without a word. Soon, they would reach their destination. After several more turns through the dark, empty corridors, Noir slowed her pace. She stopped before a narrow, unlit hallway where no torchlight reached. At the far end, a single door stood. Elenino guards, no sounds. Noel crouched beside her, voice low. "Is this it?" Noir wagged her tail once, the movement soft but certain. Noel glanced down the pitch-black corridor. Well, a strange place to be a bedroom. He exhaled slowly, straightened, and moved forward. Each step echoed faintly in the narrow space. The door at the end loomed closer. No going back now. He reached the door, fingers closing lightly around the handle. With a careful twist, he eased it open, just enough to slip inside. The room was dim, no window, only the faint glow of a spent candle on the table. On the bed, Selene lay sleeping, her breathing slow and even. Her hair, short and loose, framed her face, soft in the pale light. Noel approached quietly, steps barely audible. He knelt beside the bed and reached out, fingers brushing her shoulder. Selene, wake up," he whispered. She stirred, brow furrowing. "Mother." Her voice was groggy, laced with lingering fear. "No," Noel whispered again, a faint smile in his tone. "Not that scary. It's me, Noel. Get dressed. We're leaving." She blinked rapidly, confusion settling into her features. "Leaving? My mother said you go alone tomorrow." "Yeah, change of plans." Selene sat up, shaking her head slightly. "I can't." "You'll be fine. Nothing will happen." Her voice dropped lower, brittle. "You don't know what she's capable of." Noel's gaze softened slightly. "Trust me, just get dressed. I'll wait outside. Don't make too much noise." Without waiting for a reply, he stood and slipped quietly out of the room, leaving the door just slightly ajar behind him. The door closed with a faint click, leaving Selene alone in the dim room. She sat on the edge of the bed, heart racing, hands gripping the thin blanket as if it might anchor her. What is Noel doing here? The thought swirled through her mind, sharp and disorienting. Does he even understand? My mother could kill him for this. She swallowed hard, breath shaky. Her gaze drifted to her clothes folded neatly nearby, and to the slim wand resting beside the burnt-down candle on the table. Why am I getting dressed? I shouldn't leave. Her hands moved before her mind caught up, fingers pulling at the fabric, slipping out of her nightclothes and into her usual attire. Movements automatic, almost numb. He's serious about this. But why? Why take me with him? She reached for her wand, fingers curling around its familiar weight. Another pause. This is reckless. I shouldn't be going. Yet her feet carried her forward, each step slow, deliberate. The door opened with a faint push, the dark hallway beyond waiting silently. Noel was there, his presence calm, steady, and without understanding why. She followed. Are you ready? Noel's voice was quiet in the dark as Selene stepped out of her room. I can't really see you in this darkness, but let's go. Without waiting, he reached out and gently took her hand, fingers firm but not forceful. Selene stiffened for a moment but allowed it, her grip tentative. What is happening? Noel gave a short nod toward Noir. All right, Noir, take us outside. The wolf moved ahead with silent precision, tail low, steps measured. She had spent the past day studying the castle's layout, each hallway in turn memorized. Now she led them with unwavering certainty. Through narrow passages and shadowed corridors they moved, each footstep deliberate, breaths held whenever distant torchlight flickered ahead. Twice they pressed into alcoves, watching silently as guards passed by, oblivious. Selene's heart pounded with each close call. If we get caught, what will she do to us? Noel kept his grip steady on her hand, his pace calm, movements smooth. It was as if he had done this countless times. Soon the stone walls gave way to the faint, cold air of the outer courtyard. The fortress gates loomed ahead and just beyond them the way out. Noel whispered softly, releasing her hand. Stay here for a second. He stepped forward alone, approaching the gate where the red-haired guard stood, axe leaning casually against the wall. Morning, Noel greeted, voice light, controlled. I'm ready to leave. The guard eyed him from head to toe, brow lifting slightly. You think that's enough to get you through up there? Well, if you say so. Noel smiled faintly and reached behind him, making a subtle gesture with his hand low and slow. Selene caught it and moved carefully, creeping forward with silent steps as Noel kept the guard's attention. From his dimensional pouch, Noel pulled a small wooden barrel roughly 5 kilos. A small gift, he said easily, offering it forward, for the trouble I've caused. The guard blinked in surprise, a grin breaking across his rough face. Oh, you've no idea how rare a good drink is around here. Much appreciated, boy. As the man busied himself with the barrel, shifting it with eager hands, Selene slipped past behind him, breath caught in her throat. Noir followed smoothly at her side. Moments later, Noel rejoined them just beyond the gate. The cold wind of the open night met them fully now. They were outside, free. They moved quickly away from the outer wall, the fortress shrinking behind them with each step. The wind bit harder here, carrying the chill of the mountains. Their breaths came in soft clouds as they followed a narrow path along the tree line. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then at last, Selene's voice broke the quiet, uncertain and tense. I need to go back. Noel glanced at her in the dark, then reached out, taking her hand agging firm this time. No, she blinked, breath catching. No, no. He gave a small, almost mischievous smile. I'm kidnapping you. Selene stopped mid-step, staring at him. You're kidnapping me? That's right. Noel's tone was calm, steady. I'm kidnapping you. Selene's thoughts spun wildly. What is happening? But his grip was sure, and for reasons she couldn't explain, she didn't pull away. The first pale light of dawn began to seep through the heavy snowfall. Around them, the peaks of Iskandar's mountains stood shrouded in white, jagged outlines barely visible through the thick curtain of falling snow. The world was silent save for the soft crunch of boots over fresh powder. Noel released Selene's hand, letting her move freely now that the darkness had given way to dim morning light. There's no need to hold on anymore, he said quietly. We should hurry. Once we pass the guard post before reaching Frostspire Peak, even if they realize you're missing, they won't be able to come after us. Selene glanced at him, her breath misting in the cold. Why did you do this? Noel shrugged lightly beneath his cloak. I needed a guide so I wouldn't get lost. Don't you think that makes sense? She hesitated. I see. And besides, Noel added, voice calm, I think you'll be safer with me than back at your house. Selene said nothing, but the words stirred something in her chest. Does he know something? The question hovered at the edge of her mind and her lips parted to ask. But before she could speak, Noel's voice cut in again. We've arrived. Ahead, the silhouette of a fortified outpost came into view through the snow. The outpost stood stark against the whiteness of the mountain. A tall wooden wall reinforced with thick beams encircled the area ahead. Snow piled high along its base, and jagged icicles hung from the top. A single heavy gate blocked the path forward beyond it. The ascent to Frostspire Peak began. A few figures moved behind the wall, barely visible through the gaps. This was no place for wanderers, it was a checkpoint meant to control access to the mountain. Noel slowed his pace, turning slightly towards Selene. No need to sneak in this time, he said calmly. I have your mother's permission. Look. He reached into his dimensional pouch, retrieving the folded document and holding it out for her to see. Selene said nothing, eyes flicking over the paper, gaze unreadable. Noel gave a faint smile. Just pull up your hood and cover your hair. We don't want them recognizing the heir of House Iskandar. Selene hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Silently, she pulled her hood up, tucking her pale hair beneath it. At her side, Noir paced lightly through the snow, head low, tail swaying. Noel glanced once toward the gate. All right, let's go. Together, the three of them made their way toward the outpost. Snow crunched underfoot as they approached the gate. A figure emerged from behind the wooden barricade, wrapped in so many layers of fur and cloth that it was impossible to see his face. Only a pair of sharp eyes peered out from beneath the hood. The man stepped forward, voice muffled beneath the fabric. What are you doing here? Turn back. This is no place for casual travelers. Noel stopped a few paces away, his tone polite but firm. Good morning to you two. I have permission from Lady Valora von Iskandar to climb the mountain. He held out the document without hesitation. The guard took it, thick-gloved fingers unfolding the page with slow, deliberate movements. His eyes scanned the writing carefully, breath hissing in the cold. Seems to be in order, he muttered. Then his gaze shifted to Selene, eyes narrowing. And this one, a companion, Noel said evenly, helping me with the climb. Guard lingered on them both for a moment longer, suspicion flickering behind his gaze. Then with a grunt, he folded the document and handed it back. Very well. He turned and shouted toward the wall. Open the gate. With a deep groan of wood and iron, the heavy door began to slide open, revealing the snow-covered path beyond. Noel gave a slight nod. Let's go. The gate closed behind them with a deep, echoing thud, sealing off the path below. Ahead, the landscape opened into a vast expanse of white. Thick snowdrifts covered the ground, and jagged rock formations jutted from beneath the ice. The path upward wound between narrow cliffs and steep slopes, half hidden beneath the falling snow. For a moment, the three stood in silence. Then Noel spoke, voice lower now that they were clear of the guards. Looks like we're safe now. They won't find us here. Selene said nothing, her expression hidden beneath the shadow of her hood. She simply followed, boots crunching softly in the snow behind him. Noir padded at Noel's side, ears flicking, nose to the air. They moved in silence for a time, the world around them swallowed in cold and white. Wind howled faintly between the peaks, the sound distant and eerie. After a while, Noel glanced back at Selene. Do you know the way to the top? The question hung in the cold air between them. Selene looked up at Noel's back as he walked ahead, his voice still echoing faintly in her ears. Her steps slowed for a brief moment. No, she answered quietly, her voice almost lost in the wind. But even after speaking, her gaze lingered on him. He hadn't turned, hadn't stopped, just kept moving forward as if the answer didn't surprise him in the slightest. She followed, boots sinking deeper into the snow with each step. The cold gnawed at her fingers, her arms, but it was the questions swirling in her mind that weighed heavier. Why did he really bring me? He could have gone alone. He said he needed a guide, but does he really trust me, or is there something else? Her grip tightened unconsciously around the wand hidden beneath her sleeve. Each step forward felt heavier, not from the climb, but from the uncertainty building inside her. She glanced sideways at Noir, who moved gracefully through the snow, her black and violet form silent as a shadow. Together, they seemed to belong here, focused, prepared. They act like this is just another adventure, and I can barely steady my thoughts. A small knot twisted in her chest, fear, confusion, and something else. A faint pull she couldn't quite explain. I don't understand him, but I'll follow him. For now, she drew her hood lower, shielding her face from the biting wind. Then she quickened her pace, shortening the distance between her and Noel. The snow-covered slope ahead seemed endless, crowned by the towering silhouette of Frostspire Peak. Their journey had only just begun. The snow had stopped. A pale sky stretched above them now, clear and cold. The storm had passed, leaving behind a white, silent world. They stood at the lower ridge, where the land still lay beneath thick blankets of snow, but the towering silhouette of Frostspire Peak now loomed clear ahead. Its jagged slopes climbed higher and higher, vanishing into the pale sky. Over 6,000 meters of brutal ice and stone. Noel stood quietly, eyes narrowing as he traced the path upward with his gaze. Looks like it's going to be a long climb, he said. Selene stood beside him, hood drawn low over her face. Yes, she replied softly. Noel adjusted the straps on his cloak, then glanced toward her. Do you know what kind of monsters we'll face along the way? Selene was quiet for a moment, gaze on the peak. Then she answered, from what I've learned. A frost-eyed bear, rare novice rank. An enormous bear with frost-hardened fur that can deflect most attacks. A glacier mauler elite, novice rank. A large feline predator that moves silently through the snow. Its claws can shatter ice with a single strike. And a snow-clad yeti common, adept rank. A towering creature strong enough to crush stone with its bare hands. Noel listened, then gave a faint smile. Well, nothing we can't handle. Selene gave a small nod in reply. Noel's gaze lingered on her a moment longer. She's already adept. I don't know when it happened, but her progress is faster than in the novel. Perfect. I'm just one step away from adept myself. If these days help me break through, it'll make what's coming much easier. He exhaled softly, then turned his gaze back toward the mountain. Let's move. The first light of day crept through the narrow windows of the fortress. Lady Valera von Iskandar rose from her bed, movements sharp and deliberate. Without a word, she pulled on her heavy fur-lined armor, the thick layers built for war, not comfort. Her massive battle axe rested against the wall. She took it in hand with practiced ease. Down the long hall, the scent of roasted meats and vegetables filled the air. The grand dining hall waited. As always, the table was overflowing with food platters of game meats, roasted root vegetables, thick stews steaming in heavy iron pots. Warriors ate heartily here, and so did Valera. She trained harder than any of them, and she ate as she trained with discipline and purpose. Her daughter was always expected to sit beside her as tradition demanded, but her daughter never touched the food. That was the rule. Mages don't get tired like warriors. That was what Valera always said. The logic was simple: warriors burned energy through the body, mages through the mind. The two were not the same, no matter how much mana both used. As a result, Selene was never allowed to eat from the feast, and so most mornings she kept to her room, conserving what little strength she could. Today, Valera sat alone at the table. After a few moments, she frowned. "Why isn't my daughter here?" she asked, voice cold and sharp. The guard by the door stiffened. "I don't know, lady. She didn't answer when I went to fetch her." Valera rose at once, fury simmering beneath the surface. She strode from the hall, grabbing a torch from the wall as she moved through the long, dark corridor that led to her daughter's room. Each step echoed in the silence. At the end of the hallway, she stopped. The door stood closed. Without hesitation, she slammed it open with a single, powerful strike. Raising the torch high, she scanned the room. The bed was unmade. A set of nightclothes lay crumpled across the sheets. Her daughter's uniform was gone. Her wand was nowhere to be seen. Valera's grip tightened on the axe handle. Gone, her daughter was gone. Moments later, she returned to the dining hall, movements fast and controlled. The same guard waited near the table. "You didn't bring her back, lady?" he asked hesitantly. Valera's glare cut through him. "Do you see her here?" She dropped into her chair, voice a sharp command. "Find her." She wasn't in her room. "She is to have breakfast with her mother." The guard bowed quickly and left, the order already spreading through the fortress. 5 minutes passed. 10. She was getting more impatient. Nothing. At 15 minutes, another guard returned, a piece of parchment trembling in his gloved hand. "My lady, we found this in the boys' room." He handed her the note. Valera's eyes narrowed as she unfolded it. "I have kidnapped your daughter. There was nothing in the agreement that said I couldn't bring a guide. 1. Best regards, Noel Thornne." A dangerous calm settled over her. Without a word, she reached for a piece of meat, tearing into it with slow, deliberate bites. Her mind burned with cold fury. "You," she said to the guard, "find them. Now." The order rang sharp in the silent hall. The sun hung cold and pale in the sky, casting long shadows across the snow-covered mountainside. The wind had eased, but the cold seeped deep into their bones. Hours had passed since they left the outpost behind. The fortress was now far below, out of sight, swallowed by the endless white of the landscape. They had walked in silence. Selene barely spoke, each step mechanical, driven more by instinct than thought. Her hood shielded her face from the wind, but beneath it, her mind spun with everything that had happened and everything she had left behind, and everything she feared was coming. Ahead, Noel moved with quiet determination, his pace steady, measured. Noir padded lightly beside him, a shadow against the snow. After a while, Noel glanced back. "Let's stop and rest for a bit," he said. "We'll need the energy for what's ahead." Selene simply nodded. Her throat felt tight, too tight to speak. They stopped in a small clearing, sheltered by wind-scarred boulders. The ground here was firmer, the snow thinner. Noel knelt and pulled a bundle of dry wood from his dimensional pouch, arranging it with practiced hands. "Flamethrower," he whispered softly. A thin stream of flame flickered into life beneath the wood, quickly catching. The warmth spread, small at first, but growing steady and strong. Selene watched from where she sat, arms wrapped around her knees, chin tucked against her scarf. Her stomach twisted painfully, but she said nothing. She was used to this feeling. Noel worked quietly, unwrapping pieces of pork and beef, setting them on a flat stone near the fire to cook. The smell rose into the cold air, rich and warm, and with it came something sharp and hollow in Selene's chest. Hunger, real, biting hunger. She clenched her arms tighter, fighting the instinct to reach forward. She didn't deserve it. Mages don't get tired like warriors. You don't need this. You've always been weak. The words of her mother echoed loud and cruel in her mind. She had spent years hearing them, believing them. Noel said nothing. He moved calmly, tending the fire, turning the meat with slow, deliberate movements. Minutes passed. Then, without a word, he rose. Selene tensed as he approached, her heart pounding faster, her breath caught. He knelt before her, holding out the cooked meat on a small plate. His voice was soft, unforced. "Eat, it's okay." She stared at the plate, her hands trembling, her breath hitched. She wanted to refuse, to say no, to pull back. Her body betrayed her. The scent of the food, the warmth of it. The simple kindness in the gesture, something so small, so impossible in her world, broke through the last fragile wall she had been holding. Slowly, her fingers reached out, shaking, as if expecting the plate to be snatched away. When it wasn't, her throat tightened even more. Her vision blurred. She took a small piece of meat and brought it to her mouth. The first bite hit like a blade. The taste was rich, warm, real, and more than that, it was hers. Something given freely. No scorn, no punishment, no cold eyes watching her starve. Tears welled in her eyes before she could stop them. One drop slid down her cheek, then another. Soon the tears came faster, falling silently as she chewed. Her breath broke in uneven gasps between bites. She tried to hide it, biting her lip hard, but it was useless. The dam had burst. The years of holding back, years of sitting in silence, watching her mother eat while she starved crashed through her all at once. Every small indignity, every word unsaid, every meal she had never tasted. It was too much. Noel had already returned to the fire, adding more meat to cook. His movements were steady, unhurried. He didn't look at her. He didn't shame her. He simply let her cry. And so she did, curled in on herself, shoulders shaking, tears streaming down her face as she ate in trembling, broken bites. It was just a piece of meat. But for Selene, it was the first piece of freedom she had ever tasted. Her tears wouldn't stop. Selene sat curled near the fire, arms wrapped tightly around her legs, the empty plate resting on the snow beside her. Her breath came in broken little bursts, the cold barely registering beneath the warmth still lingering in her chest. Why am I crying this much? It's only a piece of meat. But even as the thought crossed her mind, the tears kept coming. It wasn't the food alone. It was what it meant. Noel had offered it without hesitation, without conditions, threats, or scorn. Not once had he looked at her like she was lesser. Not once had he reminded her of her place. He had simply handed her the food as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Maybe he already knew. Maybe that's why he invited me to eat at the academy. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind, not the words, but the tone, the cold looks, the dismissive gestures. The silent judgment every time she sat at the table but was left to watch. You don't need it. You're not like us. Be content with what you have. Stop being a burden. Selene squeezed her eyes shut, fresh tears welling again. For so long she had told herself it didn't matter, that she didn't need it, that this was how things were. But here, no alone in the wild, beside a boy she barely understood, on simple gesture had undone all of it. And for the first time, she had been allowed to take, to eat. To exist without apology. Her hands trembled as she wiped at her face with her sleeve. Across the fire, Noel tended the flames, silent as ever. He hadn't looked at her once while she cried, and that small kindness, that space, made it harder to stop. She swallowed thickly, breath hitching once more. I still don't understand him. But maybe that's not what matters. Her gaze drifted to the plate again. Her fingers brushed over it softly, almost afraid it might vanish. A simple meal. A simple act, yet for her it was more than that. A piece of meat, a piece of dignity, a piece of freedom. Her throat tightened, and without thinking, her voice came out in the faintest whisper. The wind carried her words away, soft and unseen, but in her heart something had shifted, and it would not be so easily forgotten. Adept. The first pale light of dawn spilled over the snow-covered ridges of Frostspare Peak. The cold was still sharp, but the storm had passed, leaving the world in an eerie, crystalline calm. Noel was already awake. He sat against a low outcrop of rock, cloak pulled close around him. In his lap, Noir lay curled up, small and warm, her breathing slow and steady. Across the small camp, Selene still slept, her body half covered by her cloak. Her hood had slipped back sometime in the night, revealing loose strands of blue hair that framed her face. Even in the dim light, the faint traces of yesterday's tears were still visible beneath her closed eyes. Noel watched in silence. He made no move to disturb her. She looks better now. This is good. I might have to deal with Lady Valora later. But this thighs is better. Maybe not for the story, but for me. And for Selene too. This way at least I could see myself in the mirror. He let out a quiet breath and reached into his dimensional pouch, pulling out a small bottle of water. Twisting the cap open, he took a slow drink. Yeah, this feels calmer. The cold water eased his throat, the crisp taste grounding him in the moment. As he lowered the bottle, Noir stirred softly in his lap. The small shadow wolf stretched her limbs with a low sound, then looked up at him with bright violet eyes. Noel smiled faintly and poured a little water into his palm, holding it out. You ready to grow stronger, Noir? Noir leaned forward, lapping at the water with small, careful movements. Noel glanced once more toward Selene. She was still asleep, her breathing even. He said nothing, and waited. It was the soft crackle of the dying fire that stirred Selene from sleep. Her eyes fluttered open slowly, the faint chill of the morning air brushing against her skin. For a moment she stayed still beneath her cloak, the scent of smoke and snow lingering around her. Then she noticed the plate beside her set there quietly while she slept. A small bread roll, lightly warmed, with a slice of cooked meat tucked inside. Simple, but more than enough. She sat up, brushing strands of blue hair from her face. Her eyes still burned faintly from the tears of the night before, but her chest felt lighter, calmer. There were no words, no demands, just this. Selene reached out and picked up the bread, holding it for a moment before taking a slow bite. Across the clearing, Noel sat near Noir, pouring a little more water into his palm for the small wolf to drink. Selene watched quietly for a moment, then spoke, her voice soft but steady. Good morning. Noel glanced her way and offered a small nod. Good morning. I didn't want to wake you. He gestured slightly toward her plate. Eat. When you're ready, we'll start climbing. Selene gave a faint nod and returned to her meal. Her movements were still quiet, reserved, but the tension that had weighed on her yesterday seemed to have eased. Noel didn't press her. He turned back to his pack, checking supplies with quiet efficiency. When the meal was done and the camp packed away, they began the climb once more. The path narrowed as they rose higher. Few plants grew here, only sparse patches of hardy brush clinging to the rocks. The trees had long since vanished, replaced by jagged stone and deep snow. The cold grew sharper with every step, the wind biting through even their thick cloaks. But they moved steadily forward, the mountain looming ever higher before them. The trail narrowed sharply as they climbed. Sheer walls of stone flanked the path now, streaked with ice and patches of frost. Above, the jagged peaks of Frostspire loomed closer, their shadows stretching long across the snow. Noel led the way, Revenant Fang strapped securely at his side, the blade's dark form gleaming faintly beneath the folds of his cloak. Noir trotted lightly ahead, ears flicking with each shift in the air. Selene followed close behind, her wand ready in one gloved hand, blue eyes narrowed against the cold. The first sound came low and deep, a guttural rumble that vibrated through the ice. Noel froze, raising a hand. Selene stopped instantly, her breath misting in the air. From the ridge ahead, a massive shape lumbered into view, then another. Frost-eyed bears, 3 of them. Their hulking forms moved with deceptive speed, fur gleaming like armor beneath layers of frost. Each step left deep gouges in the snow as they growled and spread out to block the path. Noel's eyes narrowed. Stay close, he said. We'll handle them. Without hesitation, he drew Revenant Fang, the blade humming faintly with cold steel and shadow. As the first bear lunged, Noel shifted smoothly to the side. Fire arc. A sharp line of flame slashed across the creature's flank, searing the frost-hardened fur. The bear roared in fury but pressed forward. Selene raised her wand, voice sharp. Frost wall. A thick sheet of ice burst from the ground, halting the second bear's charge. Behind the wall, she flicked her wand again, glaciales. Shards of razor-edged ice shot forward, piercing the bear's exposed underbelly. Noel met the first bear head-on. Revenant Fang gleamed as he parried a massive claw swipe, twisting beneath the strike. With a sharp step inward, he drove the blade upward through the bear's throat. The beast shuddered, breath steaming, before collapsing heavily into the snow. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress 96. 53 mana core. Novice. Noel exhaled, spinning toward the second. Selene's magic had weakened it, frost coating its limbs. Ice Spike. A series of jagged spears erupted beneath the bear, pinning one of its legs. It roared in frustration, clawing wildly. Noel dashed in. Ignition Surge. A burst of fire wreathed Revenant Fang as he struck, cleaving through the beast's chest with a single, brutal blow. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress 96. 63 mana core. Novice. The last bear charged, enraged. Noel dropped low, slipping to its flank. He slashed deeply across its hind leg, forcing it to stumble. Hold it, he called. Selene nodded, voice calm despite the tension. Graviton hold. A faint ripple spread through the air as the bear's movement slowed, limbs dragging against an unseen force. Noel surged in, blade flashing in the cold light. Fireball. A burst of flame struck the bear's exposed side, and as it reared back, he drove Revenant Fang clean through its heart. The beast let out a final, shuddering groan before falling still. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress 96. 73 mana core. Novice. Breathing steady, Noel straightened, lowering the blade. Selene stepped forward, her breath frosted in the air, wand still glowing faintly. Noel glanced at her. Good work. She gave a small nod, chest rising and falling quickly. But there was no time to linger. Noel sheathed Revenant Fang, gaze already scanning the path ahead. Let's keep moving. The climb grew steeper. Snow and rock gave way to narrow ledges and jagged paths. The air thinned, each breath colder than the last. Noel and Selene moved steadily, boots crunching through the packed snow. Ahead, another low growl echoed across the ridge. Noel's grip tightened on Revenant Fang. They're close. They rounded a sharp bend, and there they were, 2 more frost-eyed bears, larger than the last, blocking the path entirely. Their fur gleamed beneath a thick sheen of frost, eyes burning with primal fury. Noel didn't hesitate. Ready, he asked. Selene nodded, wand raised. Noel surged forward first, feet light on the snow. Fire arc. A sweeping line of flame slashed across the first bear's chest, forcing it back with a roar. Behind him, Selene's voice rang out. Graviton hold. The second bear staggered, limbs dragging under the invisible weight. Noel closed in on the first. Ignition surge. Flames burst along Revenant Fang as he struck, cleaving deep into the bear's shoulder. The beast reared up, claws swinging. Noel ducked beneath the strike and drove the blade into its heart. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress 96. 83 mana core. Novice. He turned at once. The second bear strained against the gravitational pull, snarling. Now, he called. Selene responded instantly. Glacially, shards of ice tore into the beast's flanks, staggering it. Noel moved like a shadow. Flare trap. A burst of heat ignited beneath the bear's feet, searing its underbelly. With a final surge, Noel leapt in, blade flashing. One clean strike through the throat ended it. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress, 96. 93 monocore. Novice, his breath came faster now, heart hammering in his chest, just a little more. The path wound higher still. After a short climb, they encountered another pair near a crumbling ridge. The battle was faster this time. Selene opened with a swift frost wall, forcing one bear to stumble. Noel met the other head-on. Fireball. The blast struck its face, blinding it. Revenant Fang followed it on precise strike to the heart. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress, 97. 3 monocore. Novice. Selene finished the other with a barrage of ice spikes, freezing it mid-step. Noel's blade found its mark soon after. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress, 97. 13 monocore. Novice. The air felt heavier now. They pressed on, pushing deeper into the thinning trail. 3 more battles follow it harder each time, the bears stronger, faster. But together they cut through. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress, 97. 23 monocore. Novice. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress, 97. 33 monocore. Novice. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0-10. Current core progress, 97. 43 monocore. Novice. By the time they reached a narrow plateau beneath a sheer cliff, the sun had begun its slow descent. Noel checked his progress. Current core progress, 99. 93 monocore. Novice. He exhaled, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. One more, just one more. He glanced at Selene, her face calm but alert. Stay here with Noir, he said. I'll be back soon. She met his gaze, hesitated, then nodded. Noel turned away, Revenant Fang in hand. Time to finish this. The higher he climbed, the colder it became. Jagged stone jutted from the ice, the path now little more than a narrow ridge. The wind howled louder here, whipping snow across the trail. Noel pressed forward alone. Revenant Fang felt heavier in his grip now. His breath came fast, clouds of frost swirling before him. His body ached from the battles below, but his focus remained sharp. The sound came suddenly, a low growl, almost too deep to hear. Noel froze, eyes scanning the rocks ahead. A blur of white and blue shot from the shadows. Glacier Mauler, a massive, silent, and deadly predator. Its claws shattered ice as it lunged, eyes gleaming with cold intelligence. Noel barely dodged to the side. The beast struck the ground where he had stood, claws tearing deep gouges in the stone. Noel rolled to his feet, blade raised. Fire arc. A line of flame seared across the mauler's flank, but the beast barely flinched. Its thick fur and hide absorbed the worst of the burn. It came at him again, faster this time. Noel ducked under the swipe, Revenant Fang lashing out another strike to the ribs. Blood stained the snow, but the mauler roared and pressed harder. Noel grit his teeth. This thing is faster than the bears. The mauler lunged again. Flare trap. Noel cast the spell mid-step, forcing the beast to stumble as flames burst beneath its paws. He used the moment to strike to a quick slashes across its chest, but it didn't slow. The next blow caught Noel across the side, sending him sprawling into the snow. The cold bit through his cloak instantly. He gasped, forcing himself up. His side burned, bruised, but not broken. The mauler charged again. Noel forced his legs to move. Frost wall, ice burst upward between them, halting the mauler for a precious second. Breathing hard, Noel circled wide. Now, ignition surge. Flames wreathed Revenant Fang as he launched forward, driving the blade deep beneath the creature's shoulder. The mauler howled, claws raking blindly. One strike grazed Noel's arm, tearing through his sleeve, but he didn't stop. With a final cry, Noel twisted the blade upward, piercing the mauler's heart. The beast collapsed, blood steaming in the snow. Noel stood frozen for a moment, chest heaving. Then his strength gave out. He fell back into the snow, cold seeping through every layer. Flat on his back, eyes wide, he stared up at the pale sky. The wind howled above. His breath came ragged, each exhale a soft cloud. And then you have slain Glacier Mauler, Elite Novice. You received 0-15. Current core progress, 0. 8 monocore, Adept, congratulations. You have advanced in rank, a great achievement, congratulations. For a moment, Noel couldn't move. His whole body thrummed with new strength, his core burning with a deeper, sharper flow of mana. A slow, tired smile touched his lips. I did it. But as the wind stirred the snow around him, a new message appeared. New mission, treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining, 14 days. Noel's smile faded. His fists clenched in the snow. What the hell is this? Why now? I knew I was racing against time, but this. I thought I had more. Damn it. He stared at the sky, cold creeping deeper into his bones. No time to rest. 17 years. The snow crunched softly beneath Noel's boots as he returned to their small camp. I'm back, he called quietly. Ahead, Noir was lying curled up near Selene, her small body half sunken into the snow. The girl sat nearby, hood drawn up, her breath misting faintly in the cold air. At the sound of his voice, Noir's ears perked up. In an instant, she bounded toward him, tail swaying. A faint smile tugged at Noel's lips as he crouched to meet her. "You missed me already." Noir leapt up, licking his face in greeting. Then, without warning, her form shimmered, and in the next moment, she vanished, slipping into the shadow beneath him. A soft chime echoed in his mind. Familiar, Noir is evolving. Congratulations. Noel blinked. She can do that? That's really useful. I guess she liked being out more since it's the first time I've seen her do that. Also, looks like because I reached Adept, she entered evolution mode. I suppose that's good, she'll get stronger. And if I get stronger too, then she will as well. Honestly, this system is pretty generous when it comes to rewards. A voice broke his thoughts. What just happened? Selene had watched the whole exchange with quiet curiosity. Noel straightened. I don't know either, he admitted, but it seems like she's in rest mode for now. Selene nodded slightly. I see. The moment passed in calm silence. Noel glanced once toward the narrowing path ahead. Time to keep moving. The next 2 days passed in a cold, relentless rhythm. Step, fight, rest, repeat. The further they climbed, the more hostile the path became. The thin mountain air made each breath sharp, every step slower. The snow deepened, hiding treacherous ice beneath its surface, and the beasts grew bolder. Midway through the second day, a low growl reached them from a narrow ridge ahead. Noel halted. Selene did the same, wand in hand. A pair of frost-eyed bears lumbered into view, their massive bodies bristling with frost-hardened fur. Even at this distance, their eyes burned with raw aggression. Noel slid Revenant Fang free in one smooth motion. They're yours if you want them, Selene said quietly, though her wand remained ready. Noel smiled faintly. We'll handle them together. The first bear lunged. Noel darted forward, faster than before. His body moved with a new sharpness, a weight of power behind each step. Fire arc, a sharp line of flame slashed across the beast's flank. The bear roared, stumbling but not falling. Beside him, Selene whispered, Graviton hold. An invisible force gripped the second bear, dragging its movements to a crawl. Ice crystals formed along its limbs as Selene's magic intensified. The first bear lunged again. Noel met it head-on. Ignition surge. Flames burst along Revenant Fang as he drove the blade deep beneath the creature's ribs. The beast let out a choking roar, then collapsed into the snow. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0, 5. Current core progress, 1, 28 mana core. Adept. Noel spun to the second bear. Selene flicked her wand, her voice sharp, glacialese. Razor-edged ice spears tore into the trapped bear's side. It roared, straining against the gravitational pull. Noel charged in, flamethrower. A narrow burst of flame seared the beast's throat, and with a final strike, Revenant Fang ended it. You have slain Frost-eyed Bear, Rare Novice. You received 0, 5. Current core progress, 1, 33 mana core. Adept. Breathing steady, Noel wiped the blade clean. Selene lowered her wand, watching him. You've gotten faster, she said softly. Noel gave a small shrug. You too. As the sun dipped lower behind the peaks, they made camp on a narrow shelf of rock. The air was thin here, but the ledge was sheltered enough from the wind. Noel sat down near the fire, pulling his cloak tighter. The battles of the past 2 days had taken their toll, nothing serious, but the fatigue was building. Still, something gnawed at the back of his mind. Let's see how much progress this pace is giving me, he murmured under his breath. Status. The familiar blue window flickered into view. Current core progress, 1, 33 mana core. Adept. Noel stared for a moment, then let out a low sigh. I take it back. The system is such a damn ratho. Are you gonna have the rewards just because I ranked up? He rubbed the back of his neck, shaking his head. Did you reach Adept, Noel? He blinked, pulled from his thoughts. Selene was watching him quietly, her gaze curious but calm. Eho, Noel said, sitting up straighter. Yeah. I ranked up 2 days ago when I left you and Noir alone. Selene's lips parted slightly. I see. Congratulations. He meant it as a joke, but the flicker in Selene's eyes told him she didn't take it that way. Her expression grew faintly tense. Noticing this, Noel raised a hand lightly. I was joking. No need to pressure yourself. Selene hesitated, then nodded slowly. Ah, I see. Noel let out a quiet breath, giving her a reassuring glance. They had made good progress. Ahead, the path wound into steeper cliffs, the stone dark and jagged beneath patches of deep snow. The temperature had dropped sharp, lithe wind biting with each gust. Noel paused near a small outcrop, scanning the trail. Looks like we're about halfway there now, he said. Selene stopped beside him, her breath forming pale clouds in the cold. But the path ahead will probably get more dangerous, Noel continued, voice calm. I did technically kidnap you, so if you want to go back, I won't stop you, he meant it. This wasn't her fight, not truly, and the risks ahead weren't small. For a long moment, Selene said nothing. Her gaze dropped to the snow at her feet, thoughts swirling fast. I need to choose for myself. No one was forcing her anymore, not her mother, not the academy, not even Noel. This was her choice. Slowly, she looked up, eyes steady. I'll stay with you. Noel studied her face, weighing the resolve in her voice. You sure? It'll be much harder from here. Selene nodded once, I'm sure. A faint smile touched Noel's lips. All right then, they didn't speak further on it. Later, as dusk deepened into night, they made camp beneath a rocky overhang. Noel prepared food and water for both of them, moving quietly through the familiar motions. They ate by the faint glow of the small fire. When they had finished, Selene rose first. "Good night," she said softly. Noel glanced up. "Good night." Selene hesitated a moment near her blanket, then glanced back. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Noel gave a small shake of his head. "Not yet. I'll keep watch for a bit." She nodded, pulling her cloak tighter as she lay down. Within moments, her breathing slowed, steady and soft. But Noel remained by the fire, eyes on the darkened trail ahead. The fire had burned low. A faint breeze stirred the embers, sending thin trails of smoke into the cold night. Noel sat alone by the fading warmth, cloak wrapped tightly around him. His gaze drifted to the stars above, sharp and distant against the endless black. Behind him, Selene lay curled beneath her cloak, breath slow and even. She had said nothing more, but her presence lingered in the space between them. Noel's fingers rested lightly on the edge of his dimensional pouch. For a long moment he hesitated. Then, with a quiet breath, he reached inside. From the pouch he drew a small muffin, wrapped in thin parchment, and a single candle. A faint smile ghosted across his lips, bitter, not warm. In another life and author, world thighs had been tradition. Even when there was no money, no grand celebration, his parents had always found a way. A muffin, one candle, a simple moment that had mattered far more than they knew. Now, here he alone on a frozen mountainside clung to that ritual. Noel unwrapped the muffin carefully and pressed the candle into its center. His voice was little more than a whisper. "Flamethrower." A small, controlled flame lit the wick. For a few heartbeats, the tiny light flickered against the dark, a fragile defiance in the cold. Noel stared at it, the weight in his chest growing heavier. "Happy 17th, Noel," he murmured. His voice caught slightly at the edges. Without another word, he leaned forward and blew the flame out. The world felt colder once the light was gone. Behind him, Selene lay still, eyes half open beneath her hood. She had heard every word but didn't move or speak. This moment is his, she thought. I won't take it from him. And so she remained silent. In the quiet that followed, Noel sat beneath the stars, a single-year olderan carrying more weight than any 17-year-old should. Final push. The wind had grown colder. It howled around them now, sharp and biting, carrying thin flurries of snow that cut through even their thick cloaks. Noel and Selene climbed steadily, their footsteps crunching over frozen stone and packed ice. They had passed the halfway mark yesterday. Now only the final stretch remained the hardest part. The air here was thinner, each breath a little sharper, each step a little heavier. Noel led the way, revenant fangs strapped securely to his back. Beside him, Selene moved with silent determination, her blue cloak drawn tight around her, wand ready in one hand. The path narrowed as they climbed higher, winding between jagged rock faces and snow-choked ledges. Noel glanced up at the towering peak that still loomed ahead. "We don't have much left," he said quietly. "With some luck, we'll reach the top today or tomorrow." Just as the words left his mouth, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. New mission: treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining, 10 days. His jaw tightened. "I have to hurry. I really don't want to find out what our friendly system would do if I fail this mission." He pushed the thought aside for now, focusing on the climb. There was no time to waste. The wind grew stronger as they climbed. Each ledge they reached seemed narrower than the last, the stones slick with frost. The trail wound between jagged cliffs now, the sheer drop on either side hidden beneath swirling snow. Noel slowed as they reached a broader ridge. Then he heard it, a low, resonant growl deep enough to vibrate in his chest. He raised a hand. Selene stopped instantly, wand already raised. Ahead, massive shapes emerged from the snow-touring forms covered in dense white fur, taller than any man. Snow-clad yeti. Their eyes gleamed faintly beneath heavy brows. Each breath steamed in the frigid air, claws thick enough to shatter stone. Noel's voice was calm but sharp. "We need to be careful with these. From what you said, they're adept rank, we can't afford to be careless." Selene gave a single nod. Noel drew Revenant Fang in a smooth motion, the blade gleaming faintly in the pale light. As the first yeti roared and charged, Noel dashed forward, drawing their attention. "Stay behind me," he called. He moved with sharp precision, weaving through the beast's slow but powerful swipes. One of the yeti lunged. Flare trap. Flames burst beneath its feet, halting its charge with a roar. Another swung from the side. Noel ducked beneath the strike, blade flashing. Fire arc. A sharp line of flame seared across its chest, but it barely staggered. Behind him, Selene's voice rang out. Dimensional hold. An invisible force wrapped around one of the yeti, its limbs dragged as if through thickened air, movement sluggish. Selene pressed the advantage. Glacially, shards of ice tore into the trapped yeti's flanks, freezing the joints. Noel moved fast, struck the slowed creature clean through the heart with Revenant Fang, twisting the blade deep. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. "You have slain Snowclad Yeti, common adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 153 mana core. Adept." He spun toward the next one, shifting smoothly. Selene watched intently, eyes sharp. He's moving them around as he wants, keeping them from surrounding him and putting me in a safe spot so I can cast spells properly. As another yeti advanced, Noel lunged in again, ready to draw their fury and clear the path for her next spell. The battle had just begun. They didn't stop. After the first battle, they pressed forward, moving deeper into the narrowing pass. The wind howled between the cliffs, snow swirling thick around them. Another low growl echoed through the air. Noel cursed under his breath. Two more snow-clad yeti lumbered into view, followed by a third, then a fourth. Massive, powerful creatures each step, cracking the frozen ground beneath them. Noel drew a sharp breath. I'll draw them again, focus on casting. Selene gave a single nod, eyes already glowing faintly with mana. Noel surged forward. Fire arc. A searing line of flames slashed across the first yeti's chest. It roared and charged exactly as he wanted. He spun away, drawing two of the creatures toward him. Flare trap. Flames burst at his feet, forcing one yeti to stagger. Behind him, Selene raised her wand. Dimensional hold. The air ripple-dome of the yeti froze mid-charge, limbs slowed by invisible force. Noel met the next beast head-on. Ignition surge. Flames wreathed Revenant Fang as he drove it deep into the yeti's side. The creature howled, swinging wildly, but Noel twisted away. Glaciales. A barrage of ice spears struck the slowed yeti from behind, piercing deep. Noel finished it with a clean strike to the neck. You have slain Snowclad Yeti, Common Adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 1, 73 mana core, Adept. He didn't slow. The next yeti lunged. Noel darted aside. Frost wall. A sheet of ice erupted before it, halting its charge. Selene seized the moment. Glaciales. Another storm of ice tore into its exposed flank. Noel struck low fire arc, slashing through weakened joints. The beast collapsed. You have slain Snowclad Yeti, Common Adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 1. 93 mana core, Adept, breath fast. Noel circled wide, keeping the last two at bay. Selene's voice rose again. Dimensional hold. One yeti slowed. Noel charged the other. Ice spike. Jagged spears of ice erupted beneath it. Noel struck through the opening. You have slain Snowclad Yeti, Common Adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 213 mana core, Adept. Another surge of ice and Flameanother beast fell. You have slain Snowclad Yeti, Common Adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 233 mana core, Adept. They climbed higher. Another group met them near a frozen ledge. 4 more. Noel led them, agging, cutting, burning, dodging Selene's spells, locking them down. You have slain Snowclad Yeti, Common Adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 53 mana core, Adept. You have slain Snowclad Yeti, Common Adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 73 mana core, Adept. You have slain Snowclad Yeti, Common Adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 93 mana core, Adept. You have slain Snowclad Yeti, Common Adept. You received 0-20. Current core progress, 313 mana core, Adept. The last yeti fell with a final bone-rattling crash. Noel stood over it, breath steaming in the cold air. This is what I meant, system. Now this thighs is worth it. 0-20, that's a whole different game. And now that I'm Adept, my mana reserves are way higher than before. He looked back at Selene. They were both tired but still standing. Noel gave her a small nod. Let's find shelter. The wind was growing worse. The wind was brutal now. Howling down from the higher ridges, it whipped snow across the path in blinding gusts. Even with their cloaks pulled tight, Noel and Selene were forced to move carefully, leaning into the wind with each step. Visibility dropped sharply. Noel scanned the cliff faces as they climbed, eyes narrowed against the stinging snow. There, he said finally, pointing toward a narrow fissure in the rock wall ahead. A deep gash in the mountainside, half hidden by ice and shadow. Without a word, they made for it. Inside, the space was narrow, barely wide enough for two to move comfortably, but the walls of stone blocked the worst of the wind. The air was still bitterly cold, but without the gale tearing at them, it felt almost warm. Noel set down his pack first. This should do for the night. Selene nodded, her voice low. It's good enough. The wind howled faintly beyond the stone walls, a distant, constant sound like a mournful voice lost in the night. Inside the narrow fissure, the world felt small, closed, quiet. Noel and Selene lay back to back, their cloaks drawn tight. The stone beneath them was cold, but after hours of fighting and climbing, exhaustion dulled the discomfort. Even so, Noel found sleep elusive. The narrowness of the space meant their backs touched lightly through the fabric warmth passing between them in the smallest, almost imperceptible way. He could feel her breathing steady and measured, but not quite asleep. For a while, neither spoke. The fire from their battles still hummed faintly in Noel's veins. The system message from earlier echoed in the back of his mind, a quiet pressure he couldn't shake. And yet, here in this strange, narrow shelter, another weight pressed on him, on harder to name. He shifted slightly. Sorry, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. There was a pause, a soft breath, then a quiet reply. It's okay, no more than that. Noel let out a slow breath, closing his eyes. Then after a long moment, her voice rose again. I have a question. Can I ask it? He opened his eyes, surprised by the tone. There was a hesitation there, a tension he hadn't heard in her before. The always cold Selene wants to ask something. Now I'm curious. Of course. A pause. He could almost feel her gathering the words. Why did you do it? Noel frowned slightly. Do what? A breath. Why did you help me? The words hung in the air, fragile as glass. He felt her back tense slightly against his. Even through the fabric, even without seeing her face, knew this wasn't easy for her to ask. You mean why I kidnapped you? He asked softly. Yes, a beat. Noel's throat tightened for a moment. I can't tell her it's because I know what her mother's like and how much I hated reading that in the novel. For a breath, the silence stretched. Then he spoke steady but not entirely smooth. I thought having the top student from the Imperial Academy of Valor with me would make things easier. Even as the words left him, he knew she would hear the hesitation in them, and she did. On the other side of the thin space, Selene's breath caught faintly. She didn't press, but the doubt in his voice was clear. She felt it. She knew, yet she let it go. A long silence followed, and then so soft he almost didn't catch it. Happy birthday. The words were whispered, hesitant, almost shy, but given their closeness back to back, no more than inches apart, Noel heard them perfectly. His heart stilled for a moment. He hadn't expected that. He swallowed lightly, a faint warmth rising in his chest. The words seemed to ease something in the space between them. For Selene, even this small phrase had been a step, a big one. The girl who rarely spoke unless necessary, who kept her words sharp and cold, had offered something simple, something soft, a small gift in the quiet of the frozen night. Noel smiled faintly to himself, unseen. Another pause. Then her voice again, soft but a little steadier now. Good night. Noel's reply was gentle. Good night. Outside, the wind continued to cry against the cliffs. Inside, in the narrow warmth of the stone, two figures lay quietly, separated by little but their own guarded hearts, and something had shifted between them. Not loudly, not fully, but enough. The peak. 3 more days had passed. 3 days of relentless climbing, endless cold, and battle after battle. Frost-eyed bears, glacier maulers, snow-clad yetis, deeper they moved into the heart of Frostspire Peak, the more the creatures came. And yet they pushed forward. Each fight left them more worn but stronger. Noel could feel it. The flow of mana within him was steadier, sharper with each passing hour. Now, beneath the pale light of dawn, they rested on a narrow ledgestone, cold beneath them, wind screaming high above. Noel sat with his back against the rock wall, breath steady, though fatigue weighed on every limb. He murmured softly, status. The familiar blue screen appeared. Current core progress, 813 mana core. Adept, he let out a slow breath. Looks like the last 3 days have been worth it. But as his gaze lingered on the numbers, another thought crept in, sharp and cold. The only bad part is the time left. I still have to extract the frost petals, get down the mountain, deal with Lady Valora von Iskandar, reach Estermont, make the medicine, and give it to Elira's mother. All in another chime echoed through his mind. New mission, treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining 7 days, 7 days. Noel clenched his jaw slightly. Every second mattered. There was no room for mistakes. The final stretch was brutal. Gone were the broad ledges and winding trails. Now the path narrowed to jagged ridges and sheer rock faces slick with ice. The air was thinner, colder each breath, a sharp bite in the chest. Noel led the way. He moved with steady precision, every step deliberate, every hold tested before he trusted it. His blade was strapped tight to his back here, his sword meant little. His strength, his endurance, that was what mattered now. A few paces behind, Selene followed. She climbed in silence, her movements careful but slower. This part of the ascent was demanding in ways magic could not ease. Her breaths came harder, her limbs already tired from days of battle. More than once, Noel glanced back. He saw it in her eyes, the unspoken thought. You can go ahead without me, but she never said it, and he never left. Each time they reached a ledge wide enough to rest, Noel would sit with her. Without a word, he would pull a small water flask from his pouch, offering it to her first. Then he'd unwrap what little food they had left. Handing her a share, he didn't comment on her pace. He didn't push her to move faster, and that in itself said more than words. As they sat on a narrow ledge once more, wind howling past the rocks, Noel watched the swirling snow ahead. Now that I think about it, we're running low on food. He glanced down at the nearly empty pouch beside him. I've been eating less these days. I planned the rations for me and Noir, but since Noir is evolving, I've had more for myself. And since I brought Selena something, I shouldn't have done original rations or running out faster. He looked toward her, agony watching as she drank the water slowly, cheeks flushed from the climb. But it's fine, as long as she can eat properly. Another gust of wind swept the ledge. Noel stood, extending a hand to her. Ready? Selene looked up. No words this time, just a quiet nod. Together they pressed on, step by aching step, toward the peak that waited high above. The climb had turned brutal. Each meter gained was a battle of will against biting wind and sheer exhaustion. The rock faces had grown slick with frost, their hands were raw from the cold, their breaths shallow and sharp. but step by step they pressed on. Now at last the slope began to ease. Noel reached up, fingers finding the final edge of stone. With a last pull of aching muscles, he hauled himself overran the world opened before him. For a moment he stood frozen. The peak stretched wide beneath a sky of endless blue. They had climbed above the clouds. A vast sea of soft white stretched out below them, the peaks of distant mountains breaking through like islands. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long beams of golden light across the sea of clouds. Far to the north, beyond the jagged spines of Iskandar, lay the glittering line of the ocean, vast and infinite. Noel exhaled slowly, breath misting in the thin, cold air. They had done it. He turned, reaching down toward the ledge below. "Come on," he said quietly. Seleni's hand met his without hesitation. Her grip was steady, though he could feel the fatigue in her fingers. With a firm pull, he helped her over the final ledge. Together, they stood on the summit. The wind here was sharp, but strangely clinkering with it, a profound, icy silence. And across the peak, they saw them, frost petals. Thousands of them blanketed the summit like a field of stars. Each bloom was shaped like a delicate tulip, its petals formed of crystalline cyan blue ice. Within each petal, currents of pure mana shimmered faintly, glowing with an inner light. It was not a cold, dead ice but something alive, thrumming with power. Noel stared, breath caught in his throat. "We made it." For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Above the clouds, beneath the endless sky, it felt as though they stood apart from the world alone in a place of ancient, untouchable beauty. Then slowly, Noel's gaze sharpened. There was still work to do. They stood in silence. The summit of Frostspar Peak stretched wide around them, silent, gleaming beneath the pale sun. The wind whispered softly now, almost reverent, as if even the mountain itself held its breath. The field of frost petals shimmered beneath their feet. Selene took a slow step forward, her gaze moving across the sea of cyan blue blooms. "It's beautiful," she whispered. Noel nodded once, though his eyes had already narrowed. A faint unease coiled in his chest. The silence felt unnatural heavy, expectant, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. He stepped slightly in front of her, voice low. "Don't move." Selene froze, her brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" Noel didn't answer. Slowly, carefully slid one arm toward his dimensional pouch, fingers moving with deliberate calm. Inside, his hand closed around a set of small, cold black orbs. He drew them free, eyes never leaving the field ahead. Selene's voice came again, quiet but tense. "What are those?" "Sleep grenades," Noel replied softly. A pause, her voice steadier now. "For what?" His grip tightened around the orbs. The air changed. A deep, sharp screech tore through the sky. H-A-K-K. Snow burst upward from the center of the field. Petals scattered into the air as a massive shape surged from beneath them, throwing frost and ice in all directions. A wyvern. Its body gleamed pale blue, scales shimmering like frozen glass. Its long neck arched upward, eyes burning with cold light. Massive wings spread white in meters across, casting a great shadow over the peak. Its underbelly flashed white against the dark stone. The creature's breath came in great clouds of frost. It coiled slowly, rising to its full height. The frost petals trembled beneath it. Noel's heart pounded once hard. Beside him, Selene stood frozen, her wand gripped tightly in one hand. And high above, the wyvern's wings began to beat slow at first, sending swirling gusts of snow across the summit. It had awoken. And it had sensed them, for that. Ice Wyvern won. The roar of the Ice Wyvern echoed across the peak, sharp, resonant, a sound that seemed to shake the very air. But Noel didn't freeze. He couldn't afford to do it in this situation. In a swift motion, he reached into his pouch, fingers closing around the first of the sleep grenades. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward the beast. The orb struck the wyvern's broad chest too low. Smoke burst out, curling around its torso, but the effect would take too long to reach its head. "Shit, I missed." Noel's hands were already moving. He pulled two more grenades, eyes narrowed, and threw them in rapid succession on, then the other. Both arced clean through the air, landing near the wyvern's snout. The creature inhaled deep and instinctive. Its wings unfurled with a sudden, powerful beat. Not good. It was trying to take off. Noel grabbed the remaining 7 grenades and hurled them all in a single, calculated burst, scattering them across the air around the wyvern's head. Smoke engulfed the beast, swirling thick and fast. The wyvern's body rose 2 meters into the air wings, straining before its movements faltered. Its head drooped, neck sagging. With a heavy thud, the beast crashed back to the ground, tail curling inward, wings half folded. It was asleep. For now, Noel exhaled sharply, already turning. "Let's hurry and collect as many frost petals as we can. The more we get, the more cures we can make for everyone." Selene nodded quickly, her expression tense but focused. Without a word, she shaped a thin, sharp blade made of ice, in one hand a small knife perfect for delicate work. Noel drew Revenant Fang, but not to fight. He flipped the blade in his grip, adjusting his stance, and began using its edge to carefully cut through the thick stalks beneath each flower's head. The steel moved with precision, slicing cleanly through the crystalline stems. Between them, he placed his dimensional pouch open on the ground, positioned between himself and Selene. "This way you won't have to come all the way to me each time," he said. Selene gave a brief nod, already at work. Noel worked fast, eyes flicking between the flowers and the still form of the wyvern. As he cut, a thought crept through his mind. According to House Iskandar tradition, Selene would have come here alone in a year or so to take this trial. She would have died. This wyvern is still young, it hasn't matured fully. In fact, it's a familiar, just like Noir, now that I think about it. These wyverns are more common. Glanced at the creature once more. Good thing the sleep bombs worked. If this had been an adult wyvern, this would have ended very differently. And so they worked blade and ice knife flashing in the cold light racing against time. They took only the heads of the flower-select cyan blue tulips glowing softly with mana laving the stalks behind. It was faster this way and far more efficient. The stems would add nothing to the cure. Noel's pouch lay open between them, gradually filling with the precious blooms. Neither spoke, not out of fear, out of focus. Both knew, every second counted. Occasionally, Noel's gaze flicked toward the massive form of the ice wyvern, still slumped amid the flowers. The creature's chest rose and fell in slow, heavy breaths, frost curling faintly from its nostrils. Not much time left. Each sweep of his blade became sharper, faster. Selene moved with equal purpose, her movements smooth, precise, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Finally, as the pouch brimmed with shimmering blooms, Noel straightened, wiping frost from his gloves. "Looks like this should be more than enough," he said quietly. Selene glanced up. "Okay." Noel exhaled, shoulders easing slightly. "All right, we can go now. The way down should be easier, and since we cleared the monsters on the way up, there shouldn't be too many problems." He glanced once more at the wyvern. "We should have enough time for everything." For a moment, things felt almost calm. The tension of the fight, the urgency of the climb, all of it seemed to recede beneath the quiet sense of completion. But the silence wouldn't last. Noel took a step forward, and then a low, sharp hum cut through the air. His blood ran cold. The ground beneath the frost petals seemed to shiver, snow swirling as a deep breath rumbled through the stone. Hikk, a sudden piercing screech ripped across the peak. The ice wyvern surged upright, wings unfurling wide with a blast of wind that sent shards of ice spiraling through the air. Its eyes snapped open, glowing with raw, furious light. Noel cursed under his breath, "For fuck's sake," before he could move. Violent beat of the wyvern's wings sent a howling gust across the summit. The wind struck like a hammer, sending loose snow and frost petals flying in every direction. Noel's eyes widened. The dimensional pouch, still secured, was ripped clean from its resting place as the strap snapped, torn by the force. The pouch spun through the air, tumbling toward the cliff's edge. Shit. Beside him, Selene reacted instantly. Ice wall. A thick sheet of ice burst from the ground, anchoring her to the rock and shielding her from the blast. But Noel didn't hesitate. He saw the pouch spinning, carried by the wind already too close to the edge. Without thinking, without a word, he sprinted forward, boots sliding across the frost-slick stone. The pouch tipped past the ledge. Noel threw himself after it. For one frozen heartbeat, he hung in the air, arms outstretched, the void yawning beneath him. Selene felt her heart stop. One moment, Noel had been at her, city eyes sharp, ready to move. The next, he was gone, leaping after the pouch without hesitation, vanishing over the edge. Noel, she tore the last shard of ice from her boots, anchoring herself, then sprinted toward the cliff's edge, mind racing. He didn't just. Her hands gripped the cold stone as she leaned forward, eyes wide, searching. For a breathless moment, all she saw was open sky and swirling snow. Then, there, a flash of blonde hair, a black coat. Noel was clinging with one hand to a jagged outcrop of stone, fingers locked tight, dimensional pouch clenched in his other arm. Her breath caught. What a relief, she thought. A shaky exhale escaped her lips. He's alive, he's okay. A Thenai's voice cut through the wind, sharp and furious. "What are you doing? Idiot." Dawn, get distracted. Selene blinked, realization snapping through her. Behind her, a low, chilling whine built in the air. She spun just as the ice wyvern reared back, its throat glowing with a sickly blue light. A beam of frozen energy burst forth, slicing toward her like a blade of pure frost. Ice wyvern too, the beam of frozen light surged toward her, sharp, merciless. Selene's instincts took over. Frost wall. A thick wall of ice erupted in front of her, shimmering with layers of mana-forged frost. The beam struck a heartbeat lateran impact like a hammer of pure cold. Cracks raced across the ice, splinters of frozen light scattering into the air, but the wall held, barely. Selene gritted her teeth. That was close, but the danger wasn't over. Through the fractures in the wall, she saw the wyvern shifting, massive wings unfurling, claws digging into the stone as it prepared to take off. It's trying to fly. If it got airborne, they were finished. No time to think. Gravition hold, her mana flared out, wardens unseen. A crushing force slammed down on the wyvern's body, anchoring it to the ground. The creature let out a guttural screech, wings straining, muscles bulging against the invisible weight. Selene's arms trembled slightly under the strain of the spell. Sweat beaded at her brow despite the cold. Stay down, just stay down a little longer. Meanwhile, Noel grunted, fingers locking tighter around the rock. One last glance at the spinning pouch clutched in his arm, then he hooked it firmly to his belt, securing it tight. Not losing this again. Without hesitation, he began to climb. Mana surged through his limb-strengthening fingers, bracing legs. He moved fast, hauling himself upward, each motion precise and fueled by sheer will. Above, the wyvern's roar echoed once more, wings still fighting against the gravity spell. Noel's eyes narrowed. "Just hold on, Selene, I'm coming." Noel's fingers caught the edge of the cliff. He hauled himself over with a final pull boot scraping against the ice-slick stone. A sharp breath in his eyes swept the battlefield. Selene stood ahead, arms extended, her expression locked in concentration. The wyvern thrashed wildly against the crushing force of her spell. "Gravition hold," Selene called out again, voice tight with effort. The air shimmered with mana gravity, pinning the wyvern's massive frame to the ground. Its wings fought to lift, claws raking stone, but the invisible weight held it down. Noel's gaze sharpened. If that thing takes off, we're done. Without hesitation, he pushed forward, mana surging through his limbs. His left arm flared cold, frost shield. A thick layer of translucent ice locked over his forearm. In his right hand, flames coiled. Fireball, a swirling orb of condensed fire, burst to life. Noel hurled it with a sharp motion arc, flashing through the air toward the wyvern's head. The beast jerked back as the fireball exploded against its snout in a burst of heat and light. Selene seized the opening instantly. Ice projectiles, shards of jagged ice launched from her outstretched hands, slicing through the air in a high-pitched chorus. The wyvern's wings took the full brunt of it, pierced through again and again. Holes tore open across the pale membranous edges rimmed with frost and blood. A screech ripped from its throat, wings faltering mid-beat. Good, it can't fly now. But the creature wasn't beaten. With a violent twist, it reared, arc, thick scales gleaming like obsidian. Noel's eyes locked on them. He advanced, fasciate sparking along his blade. Fire arc, a sharp wave of flame slashed out in front of him, forcing the wyvern's claw to recoil just as it struck toward him. Selene shifted her stance, breath sharp. Crushing grasp, her voice rang clear. The air warped, mana compressing violently downward on the wyvern's torso. The beast convulsed with a guttural roar, muscles bulging against the crushing force. Perfect timing. Noel sprinted wide-circling toward its exposed flank. Flames spiraled up his blade. Ignition surge, revenant fang gleamed red-hot in his grip. He dashed in low, narrowly slipping past a snapping jaw, boots sliding across ice with a burst of mana. One clean strike, that's all he needed. He surged upward, blade poised to slip between those layered scales. One good hit. Noel's boots struck the stone with force as he surged in. The wyvern twisted body straining against Selene's gravity magic, claws tearing long gouges through the ice. Its eyes burned with a savage light, but Noel was already moving. "Ice slide," he called, voice sharp. Mana surged beneath his feet, forming a slick path of hardened ice. He slid low, gaining speed as the wyvern's claw swept past him, missing by inches. "Keep moving, don't stop." As he neared the beast's left side, flames flickered once more in his hand. Burst of flames. A concentrated blast of fire struck the base of the wyvern's left wing, forcing the creature to jerk its torso to shield the vulnerable joint. Selene didn't waste the opening. Ice projectiles. Another barrage of jagged shards flew, slamming into the already torn wings with brutal precision. More holes ripped open, blood spraying against the snow. The wyvern screeched in fury, thrashing harder. But Noel was already climbing. With a burst of mana in his legs, he leaped, boot catching against the wyvern's foreleg. He propelled himself upward, hands finding grip between ridge scales. Up the leg, then the shoulder. The beast twisted violently beneath him, wings flaring, but the gravity spell still slowed its movements. Now, Noel raised revenant fang, high blade gleaming red with ignition surge still active. He swung. Clang, the blade struck deep, but not enough. A thick ridge of enchanted scale caught the edge, turning aside most of the force. Noel gritted his teeth. "Come on," between the scales. He shifted his grip, angling the blade tighter. With a sharp pull of mana, he thrust again, driving revenant fang toward a narrow seam along the wyvern's neck. This time, the steel bit deeper, flesh giving way with a wet hiss. The wyvern convulsed, its roar shaking the entire summit. Below, Selene pressed harder, crushing grasp. Mana flared bright another crushing wave, forcing the wyvern's torso lower. But even so, the beast fought. Its body heaved. With a violent twist, it flung its shoulders sideways, throwing Noel from his perch. He barely caught a ridge of scale with one hand, hanging for an instant. "Shit, it's stronger than I thought." Below, Selene's ice glinted sharp across the broken ground. Noel dropped to the ground, landing hard beside the wyvern's left foreleg. His breath came short-dragged, sharp. He pushed himself up quickly, blade still in hand, but his limbs were heavier now. Each movement pulled more effort than the last. A faint pulse of dizziness flashed behind his eyes. "Shit, my mana reserves are low." He clenched his jaw and steadied his stance. Across the field, Selene was still holding crushing grasp in place, arms trembling, mana flickering visibly around her like fractured light. She was pale. Sweat clung to her brow despite the frigid wind. Noel turned his attention back to the wyvern, its chest rising and falling in heavy, uneven gasps. Frost spilled from its jaws in bursts, no longer steady. Veins of blue light pulsed weakly beneath its scales. Even the creature was starting to break under the pressure. but that made it no less dangerous. Noel forced himself forward. Ice spike, he shouted, slamming a hand to the ground. A narrow spike of solid ice burst upward beneath the wyvern's hind leg, cutting deep into flesh. The wyvern roared in fury, then whipped its tail. Too fast. Noel saw the movement coming, but his legs were half a second too slow. The tail slammed into him like a battering ram. His body flew sideways, crashing against a jagged outcrop of stone with a sickening thud. Revenant fang clattered against the ground. Noel lay there for a heartbeat, gasping, stars flaring across his vision. Seleni's heart seized. Noel, she released her spell instantly. Gravition hold, the mana faltered, flickering out with a dull ripple. Her legs buckled slightly as the strain caught up with her, but she forced herself upright. Across the clearing, the wyvern's head turned. It saw her. No. Its throat began to glow, agate pale blue light gathering fast. The wyvern used frost beam again. Seleni's eyes widened. She dove to the side just in time. The blast of frozen energy scorched past her, exploding against the stone behind where she'd stood. Shards of ice erupted outward, razor sharp and burning cold. Selene hit the ground hard, tumbling across the snow. When she stopped, she was sprawled on her side, gasping, eyes wide. Her mana was almost gone. She could barely move. Across the field, Noel wasn't rising. The wyvern let out a guttural hiss, wounded, slow but still standing. And Selene was wide open. The world around Noel slowed. The roar of the wyvern, the crack of frost, the howling wind all faded to a distant hum. His body refused to move, every muscle numb from the impact. Blood pulsed behind his eyes, and then something shifted, a familiar presence. From the edge of his blurred vision, a figure stepped forward, silent, dark as shadow. The same presence that had guided his sword countless times before. The shadow. It made no sound, no breath, no words, only silence. Step by step, it approached Revenant Fang, which lay trembling faintly beside him. Noel's heart pounded. He watched it helpless, frozen as the figure reached the blade. But then something unexpected. The shadow paused. Slowly, it turned its head toward him and raised one hand, a silent wave, a farewell. Noel's breath caught in his throat. Before he could speak, the figure vanished, merging into the steel of Revenant Fang. The blade shuddered, vibrating with a deep, resonant hum, as if drawing breath for the first time. Ding! A crisp chime echoed in Noel's mind. Revenant Fang has completed fully the awakening. New trait, Will of the Forgotten. When fighting alone or when protecting an ally, grants a surge of latent power. Increasing speed and sharpness temporarily. There will be consequences later. A faint grin tugged at Noel's lips. Good one, system. Just in time. Sometimes you're not as stingy as you seem. I take back what I said last time. Another pulse. Both traits flared to life. Will of the Forgotten and increases clarity under life-threatening pressure. Evolves under extreme stress. Heat surged through his veins. His limbs felt lighter, clearer. Mana reserves were still low, but adrenaline and sheer will push the exhaustion aside. No time to think about the consequences now. Noel grabbed Revenant Fang. The blade pulsed in his grip, alive, responsive. Ahead, the wyvern's throat gleamed, another frost beam charging. Noel rose to his feet, boots sliding across the frost, then sprinted straight into the heart of the beam. Frost burned across the air, an unrelenting tide of pale blue light. Noel ran straight into it. Revenant Fang trembled in his grip, humming with life. Mana surged through his limbs, sharpening his senses, driving his legs forward through the storm of ice. Each step felt like dragging through a frozen sea. The beam hit him full on, a sea wind ripping at his coat, biting into his skin. He brought Revenant Fang up, blade cutting through the beam like a wedge, forcing a path where none existed. Focus, Noel shouted over the roar, voice raw. I'll hold him off, prepare something strong to finish it. He couldn't hear Selene's answer. The wyvern's eyes locked onto him now, throat dimming as the beam faded. It roared deep and furious and lunged. Noel met it head on. Revenant Fang sang through the air, one strike after another, aimed at the gaps between the beast's thick scales. The wyvern lashed out, claws sweeping. Noel ducked low, sliding beneath the strike, blade flashing upward. Steel scraped, scale sparks and frost flying. Another claw came, had deflected it with the flat of the blade, pivoted to the side and struck at the exposed joint behind the foreleg. The wyvern bellowed, twisting violently. Snow and shards of ice scattered with every motion. Noel pressed in, breath short, muscles burning. Every movement now drew from the last reserves of his strength. He knew it wouldn't last. But he didn't care. Right now, only one thing mattered. Hold the line. Give Selene time. Selene's fingers pressed into the frost-covered earth. Her eyes stayed closed, lashes trembling, breath slow and shallow. The cold bit at her skin, but her mind tunneled inward, away from the battlefield, away from the sounds of claws and steel clashing behind her. Everything focused on the spell. All of it. Her mana was low, so low it felt like breathing through glass, but there was enough for one last push. One final spell. She just had to gather it, contain it, refine it into something that would end this. The air around her shifted. The temperature dropped sharply enough that even the ice on the ground began to crack and reform in new patterns, drawn to her. Faint flecks of snow rose from the stone and hovered in place, circling her like white embers. Frostfall requiem. she whispered. The name echoed inside her, not a spell of power but of finality, an execution in silence. She kept her eyes closed, fingers still against the ice, and focused on the incantation, slow, deliberate, one word at a time, one breath at a time. Behind her she could hear it, Noel grunting, shouting, striking again and again. The wyvern screeching, thrashing, its movements slower but no less violent. But she didn't turn, didn't flinch. She had trained for this over and over, alone in the Iskandar peaks where the air could freeze skin in seconds. Failing the chant meant death. Hesitation meant failure. Her lips moved with no sound, just a little more. Hold him just a little longer. The frost around her thickened. Her boots froze to the ground. A halo of mist began to rise from her shoulders as mana condensed into a deadly quiet storm. Selene stayed still. The spell was nearly ready. Noel's blade collided once more with the wyvern's scale, so brutal, jarring clash that sent a shock up his arm. He staggered back a step, panting, his entire body screaming in protest. Revenant Fang was still burning in his grip, alive with energy, but his muscles were beginning to fail. The wyvern roared, frost trailing from its jaw. One of its forelegs bled heavily now, and its movements had slowed, but its eyes still burned with primal rage. It raised its claw again, towering over Noel. He gritted his teeth, stepped in, and drove the blade into its shoulder joint, forcing the beast to reel back with another furious screech. That was his moment. He leapt back, boots crunching across shattered icy as he shouted with everything left in him. Now Selene. A beat of silence followed, then Frostfall Requiem. Selene's voice rang out clear, sharp, and final. The world changed. The temperature plummeted in an instant so violently that even the frost in the air fractured into crystalline dust. Every breath froze as it left the lungs. The air itself seemed to stop. And then the storm came. A pulse of mana surged from Selene like a heartbeat, silent, but felt by everything on the summit. White wind exploded outward from her body, thick and dense, carrying with it a swarm of microscopic ice needles, invisible to the naked eye, yet sharper than any blade. The gust crashed into the wyvern before it could react. The beast froze literally. The blast washed over its body, piercing between the scales, into the gaps in its armor, into its flesh, its joints, its core. Muscles locked, breath stopped. Its eyes widened. A hollow, breathless gasp escaped its throat, then its body buckled. The wyvern collapsed sideways, massive, heavy, sending a quake through the summit as it struck the stone. Frost erupted from its corpse in a ring, leaving nothing but silence behind. Noel stood motionless, Revenant Fang still at the ready. For a long moment he stared at the unmoving form. Snow fell, light wind passed, no sound. Then nothing, no chime, no reward, no notification. Noel's eye twitched slightly. The system didn't acknowledge Noel killing the wyvern. Once again, system, I take it back. You're the biggest rat I've ever known. He let out a long, slow breath. Revenant Fang dimmed its glow, fading gently in his hand. His strength left him all at once. He dropped to one knee, planting the blade in the ground to keep from falling over. Behind him, Selene was on her knees, trembling, pale, but alive. Neither said a word. There was no need. The wyvern was dead, and they were still standing. The summit had fallen silent. The ice wyvern lay dead, its colossal body frozen mid-sprawl, streaks of pale frost still swirling in the air. The ground was littered with shattered ice and scattered blood. No sound but the soft hiss of wind over stone. Noel let out a slow breath and dropped to his knees. Every muscle in his body ached tight, burning. His limbs felt heavier than lead. Mana gone. His core felt hollow, brittle. He clenched his jaw. I can't afford to pass out. Biting his tongue sharply, he forced the dull pain to jolt his senses awake. The metallic tang of blood hit his mouth, grounding him. Slowly he pushed himself upright. Looks like we did it, he murmured hoarsely. His gaze shifted to the fallen wyvern. He dragged himself forward step by painful step until he stood beside the great beast. The air was colder here. He could feel the lingering chill from Selene's spell biting through his coat. Noel drew Revenant Fang, hands steady despite the tremors in his arms. One precise cut. He worked methodical, a blade slicing through hardened bone. Moments later, he pulled free two massive fangs, their surfaces gleaming faintly with mana. Proof also it is the thing I promised Balthor. As he reached to stow them, something else caught his eye, half buried beneath the wyvern's claw. A wand, delicate, crystalline, seemingly carved from pure ice. It shimmered faintly with residual mana, untouched by the chaos of the battle. Noel crouched, picked it up carefully. This must be Selene's. I'll give it to her later. He tucked the wand gently into his dimensional pouch, alongside the fangs. Then his gaze shifted. A few meters away, Selene lay curled on the ground, motionless, her breathing faint but steady. Her skin was pale, lips tinged with frost. She looked fragile, like she might shatter if touched. And the cold, it was unbearable. No, each breath stung like knives. Noel hesitated only a moment. Without a word, he slipped off his cloak and crossed the distance. Kneeling beside her, he draped it carefully over her small frame, adjusting it to shield her from the worst of the cold. She didn't stir. Noel rested a hand briefly on her shoulder. You'll be all right, I'll make sure of it. Then, despite the weight in his limbs, the sharp ache in every joint, slid one arm beneath her knees, the other behind her back. He lifted her into a princess carry, holding her close. Seleni's body was cold against his own, but her pulse was steady. Noel tightened his grip, rising slowly to his feet. The wind howled around them, but he would not stop. Step by step, he began the descent. The first few steps nearly made Noel collapse. His legs trembled with each movement, muscles screaming in protest. Every fiber of his body wanted to stop, wanted to sink into the snow and let the darkness take him. But he couldn't, not with Selene in his arms, not with time running out. The path downward stretched before him, steep but thankfully clear. They had fought their way up through this route, clearing it of monsters. At least now, there were no more threats. Noel shifted Selene's weight carefully in his arms. His grip was firm but respectful, one arm supporting her shoulders, the other beneath her knees. He kept her close, shielding her from the wind as best he could. Ahead, the mountain loomed, a long, dangerous descent, and then... Ding! A system prompt flashed across his vision. New mission, treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining, 6 days. 6 days left. I need to get us down in 2. No more, I can't waste a single hour. He adjusted his footing, eyes scanning each patch of snow and ice before taking the next step. Every descent carried risk on slip and they could fall, but stopping wasn't an option. He moved slowly, deliberately. The weight of Revenant Fang was gone, safely stored in his dimensional pouch for now. He needed both arms free to carry Selene, and every ounce of balance he could muster. His breath came in ragged gasps, white clouds trailing behind him, but his mind remained sharp. As he walked, his thoughts drifted unbidden back to the shadow. Looks like it's gone, for good this time, merged with Revenant Fang. A faint pulse of memory flickered in his mind those final moments. The wave, the silent farewell, and the new trait, Will of the Forgot, when fighting alone or when protecting an ally, grants a surge of latent power, increasing speed and sharpness temporarily. There will be consequences later. Noel's brow furrowed. Will of the Forgot. Forgotten son, is that what this is about? The words echoed too clearly. A trait bound to his bloodline, or something deeper. Guess I'll need to start digging through the Thornne archives when I get back. There's too much I don't know about this family. Too many pieces missing. He exhaled slowly, another sharp breath in the freezing air. The novel never touched any of this. It focused on Marcus's adventures, but here, it feels like every character has their own life, their own path, including me. He glanced down at Selene, still unconscious, her head resting lightly against his chest beneath the cloak. I'll get us down, then we start again. With renewed determination, Noel tightened his grip and continued downward step by careful step against the biting wind. Warmth. That was the first thing Selene felt. Not the biting cold she had expected, not the unbearable chill left behind by her own spell. Warmth and movement. Her lashes fluttered. Slowly, her eyes opened, vision blurred, breath shallow. Her body felt impossibly heavy, drained of every ounce of strength. Then her gaze focused. Above her, lit softly by the pale mountain light, was Noel's face. His hood was down. For the first time, she could see him clearly. Blonde hair tousled by the wind, strands drifting gently across his brow. Emerald eyes narrowed in deep focus, lips pressed into a thin line. A faint cut marked his cheek, the skin beneath pale from exhaustion, yet he looked composed. Are we moving? The realization struck her. She wasn't lying on the cold ground anymore. She was being carried, arms secured beneath her, body wrapped in warmth. That was when she noticed it. The cloak, Noel's cloak, surrounded her, its scent faint but unmistakable. Its smells, like him. A soft flush crept across her cheek zone that the cold couldn't explain. This had never happened to her before, not once. She shifted slightly, voice barely a whisper. Noel, you can put me down. Noel's eyes flicked down, surprised. Oh, you're awake. Good. His tone eased, a rare warmth behind the words. Don't worry, I'll set you down when we stop for the night. For now, I don't think you can move. Selene hesitated. She tested her leg street to flex her toes. Nothing, no strength. She sighed softly, closing her eyes again. He's right. I can't move at all. She stayed still, heart racing faintly beneath the cloak. Noel didn't speak, again focused fully on the descent, yet every step he took seemed to echo louder now in her ears. She could feel his heartbeat beneath the fabric, hear the steady rhythm of his breath. For a moment, despite everything, she allowed herself to rest against him, and Noel, though worn and battered, kept moving, one step after another. He would not stop, not until they were safe. Far from the frozen peaks beyond, the borders of kingdoms, a different kind of cold surrounded the sea. Suspended high above the endless expanse of black waters, a lone structure floated in the sky. An ancient circular chamber, crafted of obsidian stone and bound by powerful wards. Its foundation was invisible, held aloft by layered enchantments lost to all but the oldest bloodlines. Here, surrounded by clouds and distant lightning, only the sea below bore witness to the meeting. And only 5 individuals in the entire world held the right to enter. Tonight, just 2 had come. At the heart of the chamber stood a simple round table, no ornament, no gilded edges, driven deep into its surface for swords, each representing one of the realms. Their presence was a vow. While the blades remained in place, no war would be declared among them, an unbroken pact. For now, only 2 seats were filled this night. On one side, King Alvarin IV of Valor. Broad-shouldered, clad in a crimson-lined military cloak. His golden hair was tied back, sharp crimson eyes surveying the table. Weariness lingered behind them, but his gaze remained unyielding. Across from him sat a figure wreathed in darker shadows. King Darien, narrow ruler of Velmora. His skin gleamed black as polished stone. Two sweeping horns rose from his head, black with a faint red aura pulsing softly. His ice-pure crimson, deep and old. He wore a flowing black noble robe, every thread heavy with mana. The fabric seemed to drink the faint light that reached the chamber. Between them, two swords remained buried in the table. Two seats stood empty. The sea below churned in distant silence, its waves unseen through the clouded mists. At last, Alvarin spoke. We need to discuss a very serious problem. Under thin ice. The words hung in the air. We need to discuss a very serious problem. King Alvarin IV's voice was low, measured, but beneath it simmered something colder than the sea below. His crimson eyes locked onto Darien Nerl across the table, unblinking. The King of Velmora leaned back slightly, hands resting calmly on the arms of his seat. His expression remained unreadable, black horns gleaming faintly in the dim light. Speak, Alvarin IV, Darien said smoothly. I will listen. Alvarin's fingers drummed once against the hilt of the sword before a subtle, deliberate gesture. Then he spoke. A demon operated freely within my lands, within the walls of my academy, and beyond. His gaze sharpened. Caliph Drozen or his public identity, Professor Larius. Darien's eyes narrowed a fraction. He said nothing. Alvarin continued. He killed innocent civilians in the capital Valon. He took student children from within our strongest wards. And he nearly destroyed a pillar of our kingdom's future. The words echoed in the chamber. Darien remained composed. And you think Velmora was involved, he said softly. No question and observation. Alvarin leaned forward slightly. I think a being of such power, able to bypass defenses meant to deter even your kind, did not act without knowledge of them, or without help. His tone turned pointed. And you rule the kingdom from which such beings come. A beat of silence. Then Darien spoke, voice smooth as polished stone. Velmora has no interest in sabotaging the peace we fought to preserve, he said evenly. Nor do I take lightly the lives lost in your capital. If you think me foolish enough to provoke war when we still pay for the crimes of my father, then perhaps you underestimate the weight of that history. His crimson gaze met Alvarin's, unwavering. Caliph Drozen's actions serve neither my interests nor those of my realm, and I will not defend them. The air in the chamber grew colder still, but Darien remained perfectly still, unflinching beneath the weight of Alvarin's glare. The silence stretched long between them. Then, with a slow breath, Alvarin leaned back in his seat. His fingers left the hilt of the embedded sword, folding instead over his chest. Whether you speak truth or craft it well, Darien, we can't afford to ignore this. Darien inclined his head slightly. Then we agree on something. The demon operated with precision. He knew the academy, its structure, its schedules, its layout, not because he guessed, but because he was part of it. He infiltrated as a professor, built a public identity that was trusted and respected. He paused, letting the weight of the next word settle. He spent 10 years teaching at the Ivory Tower just to construct a credible profile, to gain the credentials he needed to slip past our gates and walk freely inside our walls. Agreed, Darien said. Which is why Velmora is willing to cooperate. That made Alvarin raise an eyebrow. Cooperate? Darien's tone didn't waver. I will open access to all records we have on Caliph Drozen and any associated movements in the borderlands. My intelligence networks will share relevant findings, provided, of course, that this remains within the bounds of the Accord. Alvarin's eyes narrowed. And what do you ask in return? Only that we are treated as partners in this matter, not suspects. A long pause. Then Alvarin rose slowly to his feet. Very well, but know this: I won't rely on the goodwill of shadows. I'll conduct my own investigation, personally. For a long moment neither king spoke. The sea below churned in unseen silence, its distant roar swallowed by the ancient wards that held the chamber aloft. Between them the four swords remained embedded in the table still, heavy with meaning. Alvarin's gaze flicked to the steel before him, symbols of peace, of a fragile line neither could afford to cross. Across the table, Darien rose to his feet in a slow, graceful motion. His crimson eyes lingered on the blades for a moment longer than necessary. Then he spoke, voice quiet but edged with meaning. Let us hope none of us finds reason to draw those blades. Alvarin's jaw tightened. He gave no reply, a curt nod. But as Darien turned, the thought came unbidden. I hope the same. I truly do. May those swords remain where they are forever. Their feet finally touched level ground. Noel staggered as he took the first true step off the icy slope, boots sinking into damp earth rather than frozen stone. Selene followed close behind, wrapped still in his cloak, her steps unsteady but determined. Both of them bore the same exhaustion etched into their movements, their eyes. Noel exhaled hard, sweat chilling against his skin. In his vision, a new prompt flickered to life. New mission: treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining, 4 days. His breath caught. Shit. I'm running out of time. Please don't let this get worse. He pushed forward. They moved through a thin mist that clung to the forest floor, its tendrils coiling between trees and old stone markers. The mountain loomed behind them now, a silent giant. Ahead, the faint outline of the outer watchpost began to take shape through the fog. Noel narrowed his eyes. He recognized the structure, the same one where Selene had slipped through unseen on their ascent, where he had used his writ to pass unchallenged. But something was different this time. As they approached, the fog parted just enough to reveal a figure standing atop the wall. A tall figure, cloaked in silence and authority, stood with commanding presence atop the wall. Lady Valera von Iskandar. Her gaze locked onto the two shadows emerging from the mist. First Noel, moving with steady purpose despite his limp, and just behind him, her daughter, visibly drained, half supported by his presence. Lady Valera's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, she raised a Hondan unspoken signal. Around the walls, figures stirred. Soldiers moved quickly, positioning themselves to intercept them. Noel slowed his steps, instincts flaring. Please don't let this get worse. Why I had to think of that, this fucking cliché novel. A daughter's voice. The cold mist still clung to the base of the mountain when the armored escort arrived. Selene and Noel walked in silence, flanked by warriors clad in the white and steel colors of House Iskandar. Their breath misted in the morning air, footsteps echoing over the frost-bitten stone path leading toward the waiting stronghold. As they crossed beneath the gates, the doors opened without ceremony. Waiting inside, standing tall at the center of the hall, was Lady Valera von Iskandar, her back straight, arms behind her, expression carved from frozen stone. The moment Selene stepped into view, Valera's gaze sharpened. So she said coldly, "You thought sneaking away was a good idea." She took a slow step forward. "Prepare yourself. When we return home, you'll answer for it properly." Noel glanced at Selene. She hadn't said a word since the gate, but No saw it. Her shoulders had stiffened, eyes downcast, fingers trembling at her sides. There was fear there, raw and deep, and she wasn't hiding it well. Noel's voice broke the silence. "Lady Valera von Iskandar," he said clearly, stepping forward, "the strongest warrior in the north, and the last century." Valera's eyes flicked to him, narrowing. "It wasn't Selene's fault," Noel continued, tone firm. "I was the one who kidnapped her with me. If you're looking to assign blame, it should fall on me." There was a pause. "Then you kidnapped my daughter," Valera said slowly. Her voice wasn't raised, it didn't need to be. "Do you realize that's a crime? That attacking a noble house is an offense punishable by death." She took another step forward. "And that your own family, House Thornne, could be drawn into it." Noel didn't flinch, but inwardly couldn't care less about House Thornne. "But my head's still kind of important to me." He cleared his throat. "With all due respect, Lady Valera, perhaps it's best if we discuss this inside the castle properly. I believe you saw the note I left. According to our agreement, I wasn't violating any terms." Valera's eyes narrowed further. "You're wrong. This falls far outside our agreement. You stepped over the line, which is why I insist we talk like adults," Noel said simply. Valera gave a cold, humorless laugh. "Adults, you're a child." Noel shrugged lightly. "Perhaps to your eyes. But this child's seen more than most. Lived more too." Valera didn't respond, but the moment stretched heavy with unspoken tension. Then she turned, her cloak shifting as she walked deeper into the stronghold. The escort split once they passed the inner courtyard. Selene was guided gently toward a waiting carriage, her legs still weak from exhaustion. She didn't protest. Noel, however, was not offered such courtesy. A warrior gestured forward. "You walk." Noel gave a faint sigh. "Well, at least she gets to rest a bit." He set off at a steady pace, flanked by two guards. His body still ached from the climb and the battle, each step a dull reminder of how little mana he had left. But there was no choice. Step by step, they crossed through the wide stone corridors of the Iskandar estate. Towering arches framed the way, each adorned with the sigils of ancient victories and the lineage of frost-born warriors. Finally, the path opened into the grand throne room. Noel was led inside. And there she was, Lady Valera von Iskandar, seated upon her infamous bone throne, with jagged, pale structure towering behind her like the remnants of some great predator. At her right side, her great axe leaned against the armrest. To her left, Selene now sat quietly, still wrapped in Noel's cloak, gaze lowered. Above them, a wide circular opening in the ceiling allowed light to pour in. An architectural choice Noel couldn't help but notice. Seriously, how can that thing be comfortable? And when it rains, does this whole place flood? Worst architect ever. Valera's gaze met his cold and sharp. "Let us begin," she said simply. "First, the important matter. Have you gathered the flowers?" Noel stepped forward, voice calm. "I have them here," he said. He tapped the dimensional pouch at his side. "All secured." A brief nod from Valera. "Good." Her eyes narrowed again. "Now to the second matter. Why exactly did you say you kidnapped my daughter?" Not telling her the real reason. Not a chance. Inclined his head slightly. "You see, Lady Valera, for someone unfamiliar with Frostspur Peak, attempting the climb alone would be suicide, and to trust a random guide equally dangerous." He glanced toward Selene briefly. "I chose the person I trusted most, the one I believed could truly help me succeed." Valera's lips curled in a faint sneer. "Trust in Selene, in a good-for-nothing daughter." Noel's tone sharpened. Allow me to correct that, Lady Valora. It was Selene who slew the ice wyvern. Not me, I merely supported her. She killed it with a single spell. For the first time, a flicker of something passed through Valora's eyes, displeasure, disbelief. You still wish to follow the path of a mage, she said quietly, voice laced with disdain. It is unfitting for our family. You see, Lady Valora, I don't think that should matter, not when someone is as talented as Selene. Enough, Valora snapped. I will hear no excuses. Her gaze shifted coldly toward her daughter. Selene, go to your room. I will deal with you later. Selene didn't move, but something had changed. For a heartbeat, the room remained silent save for the faint rustle of the cloak still wrapped around her shoulders. Valora's gaze sharpened. Selene, she repeated, voice like ice, go to your room. But this time the old fear didn't take hold, not fully. Something in Selene's chest had shifted uncling like a knot that had been strangled for years. She took a slow breath. Inside her head, number, I shouldn't have run with him. That was her first thought. But then Noel's voice echoed in her mind's words, his defense unwavering, and deeper still a realization. No, not this time, not anymore. She lifted her chin slightly, though her hands still trembled. No, she said softly. Then louder, I will not go. Valora's fingers tightened against the bone throne's armrest. You dare disobey me, she asked, voice low with warning. You are testing my patience, Selene von Iskandar. Do not forget who you are speaking to. But Selene didn't lower her eyes. For the first time in her life, she looked her mother directly in the eye, and Valora saw it. Anger. Real anger, not the cold resignation her daughter had always worn. Those pale cyan eyes, once so lifeless, now burned with a frozen fire. No, Selene said again, voice stronger. You will listen to me. Valora's jaw tensed, I see. So you would stand against me now. Just like before, you think anyone gave you permission to, but this time she was cut off. Selene spoke before the next word could leave her lips. The words burst from Selene before she could stop them, years of silence breaking free all at once. Do you even remember, Mother, the years I spent trying? Hoping that one day you'd look at me with something other than disgust. Her voice echoed through the chamber. I was just a child, and yet every time I smiled at you, every time I showed you something I had made or done, you called me delusional. You'll never be good enough. You have no talent. I regret ever having you. Those were your words carved into me deeper than any scar. Noel stood frozen, watching, hadn't expected this. Selene kept going, her voice steady, her body trembling, but her eyes fierce. I thought, maybe if I tried harder, if I studied more, if I practiced until my hands bled, if I endured your punishments, days without food, nights without sleep, weeks of silence, or worse maybe, then you'd be proud of me. But nothing was ever enough for you. Nothing. Across the room, Valora's grip on the throne tightened. Her face remained unreadable, but her eyes flickered. Selene's voice rose. You broke me again and again, and when I crawled back just for a kind word, you kicked me lower still. I stopped asking why. I stopped hoping. But I never stopped trying, not for you anymore, for myself. She took a step forward, because the truth is, the little girl who wanted her mother's love, she's gone. You killed her. What stands here now is someone you'll never control again. Selene's voice dropped, cold and final. You will not shame me anymore. You will not define who I am. She drew in a sharp breath, her fists clenched at her sides. You said you regret having a daughter like me. Fine. Then know this, I regret spending so many years trying to earn the love of someone who never knew how to give it, and despite it all, despite everything, I am still standing. Her gaze burned through the silence. That mother is something you can never take from me. The room was dead quiet. Valora sat frozen, eyes locked on her daughter, her lips parted slightly, but no words came. Noel exhaled slowly, gaze flicking between them. Damn, she really said it all. Silence hung thick in the air. The echo of Selene's footsteps faded down the corridor, leaving the throne room cold and still. Noel remained where he stood. Across from him, Lady Valora von Iskandar sat unmoving, hands tight against the armrests of the bone throne, gaze fixed on the empty doorway her daughter had just walked through. Her jaw was clenched, but no words came. Noel let out a low breath and shook his head slightly. Damn, he said, voice quiet but cutting through the stillness. Looks like you just fucked up really bad, after all these years. She finally let everything out. No response. Valora's stare didn't shift, but Noel didn't leave. He straightened, letting the silence stretch a moment longer. His body still ached, every movement a reminder of the battle they had barely survived, but now was not the time to rest. He still had things to say, and things to secure, but the clock was ticking. In the back of his mind, the system's cold reminder flashed again. New mission, treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining, 4 days, 4 days left. I need to move fast. Getting to Estermont can't wait. He exhaled slowly, but First Thigh's conversation wasn't over. He still needed something from Valora, a conversation long overdue. The bone throne room was silent. Selene's presence had vanished from it, her final words still hanging in the air like a lingering chill. Noel stood alone before the throne. Lady Valora sat rigid in her seat of boncher, eyes unfocused, her posture tense. Both of them remained wordless for several long moments, but Noel couldn't afford the luxury of silence. Time was running out. He straightened slightly, then spoke, clear and measured. Lady Valora, I would like to discuss our agreement. Her gaze flickered as if waking from a trance. Yes, she said aloud. Let's continue. Noel gave a single nod. Very well. According to our agreement, the merits and recognition of the cure will go to House Iskandar. Additionally, House Estermont will pay compensation for the trouble caused. Valor responded without hesitation. Agreed. Her tone was flat, no trace of her usual steel. It was clear her mind was still caught on what had just unfolded. Noel didn't pause. Good. With that matter settled, I would like to request transportation. The fastest you have available. I must reach Estermont in no more than 3 days if possible. Valora straightened slightly. I will have a carriage prepared for you immediately. Noel's eyes narrowed faintly. This is going too smoothly. He tilted his head slightly. Is something wrong, my lady? Valora exhaled slowly. Well, you see, young man, I do not know how to react to what just happened. Selene has never spoken to me like that before. Noel kept his gaze on her, eyes calm but unyielding. Then he spoke. Well, Lady Valora, with all due respect, sooner or later this was bound to happen. Valora frowned faintly, her voice quieter now. What do you mean? Noel's tone sharpened just enough, not hostile, but honest. How do you think a child, mistreated from such a young age, was supposed to grow up, if she could stand before you today and say those words? It's because she finally reached her limit. She couldn't take it anymore. She gathered her courage and faced her greatest fear. Valora's gaze dropped for a brief moment, their fingers tightening subtly against the armrest of the throne. That was not what I intended by raising her this way, she murmured. Noel's voice was colder. Well, that's what you achieved. Silence again. For a moment, Valora said nothing, her breath slow, controlled. The steel that had defined her presence minutes ago was gone, replaced by something almost hesitant. Then she looked at him again, this time, her voice softer than he had ever heard it. Would you listen to me for a moment, Noel Thornne? Noel's instinct bristled. I don't have much time, but... He studied her briefly. Even if she annoys me, her tone. It's different. He gave a short nod, of course. Valora inhaled deeply, as if preparing to reopen a wound sealed for years. When Selene was a child, she was cheerful, bright, always smiling. Noel blinked. That was never mentioned in the book. The woman's voice trembled slightly, but she didn't pause. She had her father's eyes, and his spirit, my husband, was also a mage. He cast spells with the same grace she does now. When Selene turned 3, we were still adjusting to the strange path she seemed to follow, unlike the rest of our warrior bloodline. She closed her eyes for a moment. Then came the migration. Her voice dropped, heavier now. A wild pack of wyverns descended from the northern cliffs, more than we'd ever seen before. They threatened to invade our lands, attack villages. So, we rode to war, he and I side by side. Noel didn't interrupt. He could already see where this was going. There was one among them, an alpha, larger than the rest, fierce, ruthless, an ice wyvern just like the one you saw on Frostspare Peak. She opened her eyes slowly. It killed him, tore through his barrier. I watched it happen. My husband, the man I built a life with, died helplessly before me. She paused, and now, we keep that wyvern, enslaved, bred for eggs, broken of its rage. At first, I slaughtered all its offspring in front of it in blind fury. Noel stiffened slightly. What kind of? She was chained, the creature, and made to watch. She shook her head slowly, as if the memory itself sickened her now. Selene doesn't know, she never knew, but after that, I swore I'd do anything to stop her from following the same path. I forbade her from magic. I tried to train her as a warrior. I punished her, I admit it. I pushed her too far, and I know, now, I may have broken something I had no right to shatter. The room was quiet. Then, as if suddenly remembering, Valora looked at Noel with a flicker of urgency. By the way, when you killed that wyvern, did it drop a wand, a staff, or something cold to the touch? Noel reached into his dimensional pouch and pulled it out, the air around it chilling instantly. This one, he asked. Valora's eyes widened, relief washing over her stern face. Yes, thank the stars, I thought it was lost. I enchanted that wand myself and embedded it in the beast's chest. It was meant for Selene. A gift once she turned 18. It was the last thing her father left behind. Noel glanced at the wand again. So this isn't the one she used in the fight. Interesting. Then, raising his eyes to hers, he spoke plainly. May I say something, Lady Valora? It won't be respectful. She nodded quietly. I deserve whatever you're about to say. Noel didn't hesitate. How could you be so cruel to your only daughter? His voice carried no venom, just raw, tired honesty. She's the last piece of your family left, and instead of protecting her, you tormented her. That's not noble. That's not even human. That's just monstrous. He clenched his jaw. If you wanted to protect her, this wasn't the way. How the hell did you expect her to survive a trial like that? Climbing that mountain, facing a fully grown wyvern, he stepped forward. She would have died. And for what? For your twisted idea of honor. Valora didn't speak. She just listened, unmoving. Noel exhaled harshly. She's lucky she had help. Lucky she had someone with her. Otherwise, you'd be mourning her right now, too. There was another beat of silence. Then Valora whispered. Noel ran a hand through his hair, trying to cool the heat in his chest. This is just, it pisses me off. Valora looked at him with something that almost resembled sorrow. Please, protect her. I think it's too late for me to be her mother now. Noel met her eyes. I'll be honest with you. My family isn't exactly the loving kind either, but if you truly realize what you've done, maybe it's late, yeah, but it's never too late to apologize. He turned toward the exit, and don't worry, I haven't forgotten about our agreement. Without waiting for a reply, he stepped out of the throne room. The guard standing outside didn't dare meet his eyes. For the first time, someone had stood against Lady Valora von Iskandar, and it hadn't just been one person. It had been her own daughter, too, towards Estermont. The snow had not stopped falling. A thin white layer coated every stone step of the courtyard stairs, muffling even the faintest sound. Selene sat alone on the steps, her knees drawn up to her chest, head bowed. Her hood was pulled low, covering most of her face. Noel's cloak still rested on her shoulders, wrapped tightly around her small frame. Noel spotted her from a distance as he crossed the courtyard. He hesitated for a moment, watching her in silence. Then, without a word, he approached. Carefully, he sat down beside her on the cold stone, leaving a bit of space between them. "How are you feeling?" There was a pause, then softly Selene answered. Noel glanced at her. "For what?" Selene shifted slightly beneath the cloak. "I think it was because you took me with you, after what we went through. I realized some things. You never asked anything of me. You never judged me. Not when I cried, not when I ate too much, not when I didn't talk much. You always listened to me when I talked." Noel exhaled softly. "That's what any normal person should do. If someone doesn't treat you that way, they don't deserve you." He reached into his dimensional pouch. "Before I forget her." Carefully, he pulled out the frozen wand and held it out to her. Selene blinked, surprised. She took it gently in both hands. "What is this?" "I found it after we killed the ice wyvern. Your mother placed it there. She said it is the last thing your father left behind. And it is meant for you." Selene was silent for a long moment, staring at the wand. Cold mana pulsed softly from its core. "I see." Noel watched her for a second, then spoke again, voice low. "I know you don't want to see your mother now. Maybe you won't ever want to, and that's fair. But if you ever find the strength, maybe. Listen to her once." Selene did not respond. The snow continued to fall between them, soft and quiet. Noel stood slowly, brushing the snow from his clothes. "I have to go. The carriage your mother prepared is probably ready by now. I need to head to Estermont as soon as possible." He glanced down at her. "What about you? What will you do now, I suppose?" "I'll go back to the academy." Noel gave a faint nod. "All right then, we'll see each other in a few months." He started to turn, then paused and looked back at her with a small smile. "And don't worry about the cloak. In Estermont, it's not that cold." Selene blinked. Only then did she seem to register the cloak still wrapped around her shoulders. For a moment she said nothing. Then slowly she lowered her head deeper into the fabric, hiding her face. Without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving her sitting quietly on the snow-covered stairs, the cloak still tightly wrapped around her. The wind had grown stronger by the time Noel reached the gates. Snowflakes whipped through the air in swirling gusts, stinging cold against exposed skin. He pulled his coat tighter around himself as he crossed the last stretch of courtyard. Two tall black horses stood waiting near the stone arch, steam rising from their bodies as they pawed at the snow-covered ground. Their coats gleamed with strength and discipline, their heads high and alert. The carriage hitched behind them was built for long Travella reinforced frame of blackened oak lined with steel bands, its wheels wrapped to handle icy roads. Elegant but practical. A seasoned driver sat atop the front bench, wrapped in a heavy cloak. His gray beard was dusted with frost. He spotted Noel's approach at once and tipped his head. "All set, sir?" the man asked. Noel stopped beside the carriage, glancing up. "Yeah," he answered simply. "We can leave now." The driver nodded and gave the reins a light snap, steadying the restless horses. "We'll take the southern pass," he added. "If luck holds and the snows stay light, we'll reach Estermont in 3 days no more." Noel placed one hand on the cold handle of the carriage door, exhaled, and climbed inside. The interior was plain but comfortable. Padded dark velvet seats lined each side, and a faintly glowing heating orb had been secured at the ceiling's center, giving off a steady warmth that pushed back the bite of the wind. Noel settled into the seat, stretching his legs slightly. His limbs still ached from the last few days from the climb, the fight, the tension with Valora. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. 3 days, he thought, if nothing slows us down. His jaw tightened. Outside, the driver cracked the reins again. The horses moved into a smooth, powerful stride, hooves crunching over the frost-layered road. The carriage rolled through the outer gate and onto the snow-packed trail. Behind them, the towering silhouette of the Iskandar Mountains slowly faded into the swirling white mist. Noel glanced once more through the small window beside him. Time to move. The carriage picked up speed, wheels slicing cleanly through the snow, as the road ahead stretched long and unforgiving toward Estermont. The days blurred together. The carriage never stopped for long, only brief rests for the horses and quick meals on the road. Noel slept little, always half aware of the time slipping through his fingers. They crossed long stretches of forest and countryside, leaving the cold mountains far behind. The snow gave way to clearer skies and dry, paved roads. The air gradually grew milder. By the 3rd day, the landscape had changed entirely. Tall stone bridges span winding rivers. Merchant caravans moved along wide, well-maintained roads lined with crimson banners. Ahead, Estermont rose like a jewel of wealth and power. Noel sat upright, pulse quickening. His eyes flicked toward the window as the first towers came into view. Polished red stone, grand arches, banners of deep dark red trimmed with gold fluttering along every major street. Estermont had no need for snow to chill the heart. It radiated strength through wealth alone. Then, ding! A bright system prompt flashed before his eyes. New mission: treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining 12 hours. Noel's throat tightened. Shit, there's almost no time. He clenched his fists for a moment, then forced himself to stay calm. The carriage rumbled through the last stretch of the road, wheels rolling smoothly over immaculate stone streets. No ice, no mud, just perfect craftsmanship. Everywhere Noel looked, signs of wealth and influence were impossible to miss. As they passed through the final inner gate, Noel leaned slightly toward the window. There, standing near the arrival point, figures waited. The first stall, broad-shouldered, dressed in a dark red formal jacket trimmed with golden lines of authority. His black hair was streaked with gray at the temples, and his short beard was trimmed to perfection. Lord Caron. Beside him stood Elra, wearing comfortable black and red clothing, posture poised but tense. The deep red of her family's house was present even in her casual garments. Their silhouettes stood still beneath the towering crimson walls of Estermont, eyes fixed on the approaching carriage. Noel's heartbeat quickened again. Almost there. No time to waste. The carriage slowed. Noel's gaze remained locked on the two waiting figures as the wheels finally ground to a halt, a promise fulfilled. Noel stepped down from the carriage. Ahead, standing beneath the towering crimson arch, were Elira and Lord Caron, waiting. Their expressions said everything again. None of it was good. Noel already knew why. The system's cold message still echoed in his mind. New mission: treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining 12 hours. And with it, another line had followed. Condition critical. Estimated life expectancy 12 hours. Elira was the first to speak, her voice tense with worry. Noel, my mother is getting worse. For the past few hours, she's been unstable. Noel gave them both a brief nod in greeting but didn't slow down. Without waiting for further words, he moved straight toward the estate's inner halls. Have you prepared the materials? He asked sharply. Lord Caron answered at once, matching Noel's pace. Yes, both items are ready in the room. The royal bee honey and gloomthorn pollen, exactly as you requested. Good, Noel said. Then let's move it quickly. He stepped aside, allowing Lord Caron to take the lead. The older man's stride was swift, purposeful. Noel followed right behind him, Elira close on his heels. They hurried through the wide, polished corridors of the Estermont mansion, the deep red banners of the house seeming to blur past them. Servants parted silently as they passed, no one daring to interrupt. At last, they reached the large double doors of the master bedroom. Lord Caron pushed them open without hesitation. The three entered. They're lying upon a grand bed of silk and velvet. Lady Elisabeth von Estermont. She lay still as marble. Her face, though pale with illness, carried the unmistakable elegance of her daughter-high cheekbones, a sharp jawline, and long black hair that spilled like ink across the pillows. Even in unconsciousness, her features remained composed. Her eyes were closed, but Noel already knew what color they would be. Gray, the same piercing shade as Elira's. But what caught his attention most was the state of her body. Sweat soaked her skin, glistening faintly beneath the dim light. Her breathing was shallow-labored. Worse still, angry red marks spread across her neck, winding like creeping vines down her arms and legs. The infection was advancing rapidly. Noel's jaw tightened. There was no time to waste. Noel reached into his dimensional pouch and pulled out a simple mortar and pestle, an old, worn tool. It was the same one he had bought the day he purchased the sleep grenades from Balthor. A basic mortar. Primitive. Not a trace of mana within it. He carried it to the desk that stood near the wall of the bedroom, where the two ingredients were already waiting. Elira stood close behind him, voice tense. I hope whatever you're about to do works, Noel. Noel didn't answer, not because he didn't want ta, but because right now his focus was absolute. He couldn't afford even a moment of distraction. Before beginning, however, he pulled out a folded piece of paper, the same contract Lady Valora had made him sign. Without a word, he handed it to Elira. She glanced over it quickly, then passed it to her father. Lord Caron took the paper, read it once with a sharp gaze, then nodded firmly. It is fine. If this is what must be done, then so be it. Noel turned back to the desk. He reached again into his pouch and drew out the most precious ingredient of all, the frost petals. Carefully, he placed them in the mortar. The petals shimmered faintly as they settled inside. Like shards of ice, yet glowing softly with the pure light of natural mana. Noel gripped the pestle, and then he began to grind, slowly at first, pressing firmly, twisting. The frost petals began to break apart under the force of the stone. Tiny crystalline particles spread across the mortar's surface like crushed ice, glittering faintly beneath the room's light. But there was no time to admire them. Minutes passed. Noel worked relentlessly, ensuring every particle was perfectly ground. His arms ached, but he didn't stop. When the frost petals were ready, he reached for the next component, royal bee honey, thick, rich, heavy with natural mana. He poured it carefully into the mortar. The mixture thickened, instantly turning sticky and difficult to work with, but this step was crucial. Noel leaned over the mortar and began agging, grinding, turning, mixing, over and over. Minutes dragged into nearly half an hour. Sweat gathered at his temples. His breath came harder with each motion. But his hands never stopped moving. The mixture began to take on a new texture, smooth, rich, shimmering faintly beneath the mana running through it. Then came the final component, Gloomthorn pollen, a small pinch measured precisely. Noel added it slowly, folding it into the blend. At once, the mixture reacted. A strange aura began to radiate from the mortar. A soft light, not warm, not cold, something deeper, something that shimmered with unseen power. The mixture itself began to glow. Noel rose swiftly from the desk, mortar in hand. Without hesitation, he crossed to the bed where Lady Elizabeth lay. A system message floated before his eyes. New mission, treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining, 9 hours. Looks like I made it just in time. Without wasting a second, Noel dipped a small spoon into the mixture. Carefully, he tilted Lady Elizabeth's head and poured a small portion of the cure into her mouth. The thick liquid slid down her throat slowly, Noel watching every breath, every reaction. Lord Caron stood nearby, eyes sharp. I sincerely hope whatever you just made works. Noel didn't look away from Lady Elizabeth. Now, we wait, he said, voice tired, worn from the hours of concentration. And with that, he stepped back, heart pounding beneath the weight of the moment. Hours passed, one after another, each dragging slower than the last. It felt like an eternity. New mission, treat the disease and save Elira's mother. Time remaining, 3 hours. Fuck, 6 hours gone and there's still no sign of improvement. Did it even work? I followed the instructions exactly how they were written in the novel. Noel sat alone in the corridor, resting on a long bench beneath the tall arched windows. The night had settled over Estermont. The moonlight poured through the glass, casting silver beams across the polished floor and the grand garden beyond. The estate was silent. No servants, no voices, only the cold, patient hum of the night. Noel leaned forward, elbows on his knees, fingers steepled beneath his chin. He couldn't stop the thoughts from circling in his head. What if I forgot something? It's been so long since I read that part. There's a chance. But no, it's impossible. I can't fail. I promised Elira I would save her mother. He gritted his teeth, eyes narrowing. I can't fail her. Suddenly a sharp crack broke the silence. The doors to the master bedroom burst open, slamming back against the walls. Noel looked up instantly. A familiar silhouette rushed through the doorway. Elira. She was no longer in her formal clothes. Now she wore a simple, elegant dark red silk pajama set, the deep color of her house. Her hair, usually worn in a long braid, hung loose around her shoulders, flowing behind her as she ran. But Noel didn't focus on her clothing. His eyes locked onto her face. Her expression wasn't cold or composed or calculating as it often was. Her eyes were wet, not with sadness, with joy. Noel stood from the bench just as she reached him, and in that moment a blue window appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have completed the mission. Treat the disease and save Elira's mother. The words barely registered before Elira threw herself toward him, full force. The impact knocked them both to the floor. Elira clung tightly to him, her face pressed against his chest, her shoulders trembling. Noel said nothing at first. He simply wrapped one arm gently around her back and with the other ran his fingers softly through her hair. I told you, didn't I? He murmured quietly. I would never lie to you about something like this, Elira. The Lady Awakens last night was a long one. Noel woke in a guest room provided by the Estermont family. A guest room, though honestly, it was enormous. A wide bed fit for royalty, tall mirrors reflecting a view of the sprawling gardens beyond. Fountains danced among the flowers, their enchanted streams performing a subtle, endless show. Noel dressed in a loose white shirt and simple brown trousers. He made his way to the bathroom, splashing water on his face and brushing his teeth. He glanced at the mirror. I look like I got hit by a train. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Funny, there aren't even trains in this world yet. He looked exhausted, but for once he could afford to be. 1 week until my sister's wedding. I'm supposed to leave today, catch the ship, I guess. I can finally allow myself to rest for a while. He dried his face and stepped back into the room. Standing by the door waiting was Elira. Good morning, Noel, she said softly. Noel blinked. I'm not even surprised anymore when you appear like this. A faint smile touched her lips. Good, I want you to get used to it, because this won't be the last time. I was hoping it would be, he said dryly. There's no need to thank me, Noel said quietly. I told you I would do it. I made a promise and I don't break those, I know. Elira hesitated for a moment. This means more to me than you know, Noel. My mother is awake, and she wants to see you. Noel walked just behind Elira. She seemed in far better spirits than she had in days, understandably so, now that her mother was awake and recovering. Here we go again, another complete deviation from the novel. Not that I could have let it play out as it was. Right, the system is in the way. No, that's just an excuse. I'm doing this because I want to. And that's how it's going to stay. They walked together through the long corridor, making their way toward the family dining hall. Breakfast was waiting, and for the first time, all four would share the table: Lord Caron, Lady Elizabeth, Elira, and Noel. As they entered, Noel offered a polite nod. "Good morning, Lord Caron, Lady Elizabeth. Are you sure you're well enough to be out of bed? Wouldn't it be wiser to rest a few more days?" Caron let out a sigh. "I told her the same thing, but this woman never listens. She reminds me of someone." Noel muttered under his breath. Caron's eyes narrowed. "Did you say something?" Noel gave a neutral smile. "It must have been your imagination, my lord." Beside him, Elira and her mother exchanged amused glances, soft laughter escaping them. Lady Elizabeth spoke next, her voice warm but composed. "It's what any friend would do," Noel replied simply. "Friend, Caron's tone sharpened. "You'd best stay that way." At that moment, the family's servants arrived, laying out a rich breakfaston assortment of juices, fresh fruits, fine breads, and various spreads. Noel kept his voice calm. "You needn't worry, Lord Caron." Elira interjected with a teasing glint in her eyes. "And what do you mean by that, Noel? I already made it public at the academy that you're my future husband. I told my mother the same yesterday." Noel froze. "I have no idea how to respond to that." Lord Caron's expression darkened. He stood abruptly, picking up a knife from the table, eyes locked on Noel with a sharp, threatening gaze. Before he could speak, Lady Elizabeth cut in, her tone colder than ice. "Calm yourself, dear. It is most inappropriate to act this way in front of a guest, and one who saved my life." Her words carried a quiet, lethal edge. Caron hesitated, then exhaled slowly. "Apologies," he obeyed, clearly used to the weight behind his wife's words. Noel cleared his throat softly. Caron sighed. "Yes, we've reviewed it, but tell me, does it not bother you? Letting them take the glory for such an achievement. I imagine your family would be quite pleased." Noel shook his head calmly. "With all due respect, my lord, it doesn't matter to me. My goal was to keep my promise to Elira and cure her mother. That's all. As for my family, let's just say relations aren't exactly warm. They'd probably prefer I wasn't standing beside them at all." Caron frowned, then gave a small nod. "I see. Forgive me for asking." Noel offered a faint smile. No offense taken. He leaned back slightly. "Well then, I'll be leaving later this afternoon. I need to catch the ship to arrive at my sister's wedding ahead of time. I assume you've received invitations as well." Lady Elizabeth answered with a gentle nod. "We have. My husband informed me that the letter arrived while I was ill. Unfortunately, I'm not quite strong enough to attend." Caron added, "That's right. We'll remain here. Please convey our apologies to your father on our behalf." Noel gave a polite nod. "Of course, though they may not care much for me, my father is still reasonable when it comes to matters of formality." He glanced around the table. "Now I assume you also saw how the cure was prepared." Elira gave a small smile. "I did. I watched you make it. For 2 straight hours." "Good." Noel reached into his dimensional pouch. "I'll leave you with all the frost petals I have left. If possible, I'd like you to prepare as much of the cure as you can and distribute it between the Iskandar and Estermont families. It may save more lives." Lady Elizabeth met his gaze, her voice steady. "If that is your wish, we will do so. It's the very least we can offer in return for saving mine." He rose from his seat. "Well then, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to prepare my belongings before I depart." Noel sat in the guest room. It had been about 3 hours since breakfast. The house had grown quieter, the heavy rush of earlier fading into a more subdued calm. In about 2 hours, the ship would leave port, departing from the western docks of Estermont, which meant Noel had only about 30 minutes before he needed to head out by carriage to make it in time. He was already prepared, now dressed in a sharp black suit with a perfectly knotted black tie at his neck. The lines of the jacket fit clean against his frame, formal but practical, just appropriate enough for the kind of presence he would need to carry on this next part of the journey. He checked the last few items, gaze flicking across the room. "I have everything ready." The system still displayed a quiet line of text in the corner of his vision. "Noir evolution in progress. Revenant Fang is on the bed." He glanced at the sleek black blade lying neatly atop the covers, inert and resting. "And since I used all the frost petals and cleared out all the food I packed for Frostspare Peak, I've got plenty of space now for new clothes and water." A small grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Honestly, probably the best purchase I've made since coming to this world." He leaned back in the chair slightly, taking in the sight before him. "Now, what do I do with my feelings? Can I have relationships in this world? Should I? Polygamy is also a thing in this world. Wouldn't I put people in danger because of my selfish desires and what I have to fulfill?" A lot of thoughts crossed Noel's mind. The floor of the room was scattered with frost-petaled remnants of the mission. The whole space looked almost like a garden now, soft glimmering petals lying across the polished wood, shimmering faintly in the light. A small moment of quiet, until... Tock, 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 a knock at the door. Noel straightened. "Come in." The door opened slowly. Elira stepped inside wearing an elegant, slightly revealing dark red dress, its lines hugging her figure just enough to catch the eye. The deep red of her house color seemed even richer in the soft afternoon light. Her hair was styled simply, falling loosely past her shoulders. She met his gaze calmly. It's me, Noel. He arched an eyebrow faintly. You're knocking. What's the occasion? Elira smiled lightly. Didn't you tell me before that you preferred if I knocked first? Noel blinked, remembering. Ah, right, I did. But honestly, if it's you, I don't mind. Elira tilted her head, a small playful spark in her eyes. Oh, are you trying to flirt with me now? Noel's expression shifted ever so slightly, a flicker of awkwardness he couldn't quite hide. He wasn't great at playing along with Elira's teasing, and she could see it clearly in the faint color rising to his face. Trying to change the subject, he cleared his throat. So, what brings you here? Elira's gaze softened. I came to say goodbye. I know you're leaving in about half an hour to catch your ship. Noel nodded. You wanted to come with me? Yes, his eyes widened slightly. Really? Elira smiled faintly. I do want to, but right now I'd rather stay with my mother. Noel exhaled, a small smile tugging at his lips. I see. That's the logical thing to do, not something I would do. But it makes sense, doesn't it? Elira laughed softly. I know you don't exactly get along with your family, Noel, but not everyone is the same. You know, he let out a breath, I know. Honestly, I'm not looking forward to seeing them again, but I guess I don't have much of a choice. Elira stepped a little closer. There's a solution to everything. Noel glanced at her, curious. What do you mean? I can't exactly skip the wedding. Right, she smiled gently. Not that, what I mean. You can always have another family, or better yet start one from scratch. Noel stared at her, mouth slightly open. For once, he was speechless. Elira's voice was calm yet firm. I already told you I like you, Noel, and I know you attract other girls too, but let's be clear, I'm the first. Noel opened his mouth, but no words came. Before he could find something to say, Elira stepped closer until only a few centimeters separated them, almost a head of height between them. Noel's face flushed deeper, but he didn't move away. Something in the air made him let go for just this moment. Elira reached up, took hold of his black tie, and stood on tiptoes. Without hesitation, she kissed him. Noel felt her lips again, soft and deliberate. A different, sweeter taste this time, likely from the lipstick she wore. He didn't resist. When she finally pulled back, Elira's eyes gleamed. You don't seem to dislike the idea considering how easily you accepted. Noel smiled faintly, still catching his breath. Fuck it, you live once. Wait, maybe twice. I already told you being with the daughter of the most powerful house in Valor. Well, only second to the Imperial family. Doesn't sound so bad, and I think now I'm ready. Elira grinned. Good, that's how it will be from now on. Like I said, I know I won't be the only one. I'm fine with that. But remember, if you ever neglect me for even a second, my father is ready. And most importantly, I'm the first. Noel arched an eyebrow. Why do you think there will be others? She laughed softly. You think I haven't noticed how Elina's been looking at you these past few months? You'd have to be blind not to see it. Noel sighed. I see. Well, I suppose we'll meet again in about 2 months when classes resume. That's right. We'll be second-year students by then. And forgive me I didn't congratulate you for your birthday. Noel blinked. How do you know when my birthday is? Elira smirked. You think the vice president of the council doesn't have access to the students' information? Noel stared at her. Since when have you been looking into me? Since the second week of classes, maybe. Since I first asked you to help me with the students sneaking out. I see. I didn't notice. That's normal. I'm good at hiding what I want. Noel glanced at the clock. Well, it's time for me to go. I don't want to miss the ship. I'll come with you. The two of them walked together through the grand halls of the Estermont estate. Noel had Revenant Fang at his side, his dimensional pouch secured. Everything else glowed. Supplice was safely stored inside. When they reached the front courtyard, the carriage was already waiting. 2 towering black horses, larger than ordinary steeds, stood at attention. Figures, magical familiars most likely. Money's not a problem here, Noel thought. Standing near the carriage were Lady Elizabeth von Estermont and Lord Caron. The driver waited patiently at the front. Noel stopped before them and inclined his head slightly. Elizabeth smiled warmly. Come visit whenever you like. You're like a son to us, aren't you, dear? Lord Caron didn't look thrilled, but he gave a reluctant nod. He had no choice. His wife's word was law here. Yeah, I know exactly what that feels like, Noel thought, watching the couple. Before climbing into the carriage, Noel stepped toward Elira first. Elira smiled. Aren't you forgetting something? Noel gave a faint smile. I was getting to that. Though I can't say I'm thrilled about your father watching me. Don't worry, Elira said with a wink. My mother keeps him on a leash. Without waiting, Noel leaned in and kissed Elira, this time initiated. It didn't last long, but long enough to hold them both over for 2 months. When they broke apart, Noel whispered, see you soon. Behind them, Lord Caron raised a single finger and ran it across his throat in a mock threat. But before he could finish the gesture, Elizabeth caught him by the ear and tugged him away. Forgive my husband, she said with a small smile. He still doesn't know how to behave around his future son-in-law. See you soon too, father and mother. Noel chuckled softly, then climbed into the carriage. The horses set off smoothly, heading west toward Estermont's harbor. The ride was calm, and after the long days of tension, Noel finally allowed himself to close his eyes. I'll rest for a bit. Before long, the voice of the driver stirred him awake. Young Thornne arrived. Noel blinked, straightened in his seat, and looked out the window. Before him stood the sprawling port of Estermont, gateway to the next chapter of his journey. Noel had arrived at the western port of Estermont. Here lay the sea that separated the two continents. The distance between them wasn't too large a ship. The crossing could be made in about 5 days. His ship would depart in exactly 15 minutes. Noel turned to the carriage driver who had brought him. "Please let them know I arrived safely." The driver nodded once, then turned and left, guiding the carriage back through the bustling streets. Noel faced forward again. The port of Estermont was just as he had imagined it from the novel Maidstick, vast, a place where the wealth and power of the Estermont family was on full display. Tall stone piers extended out over the deep blue water. Countless ships were docked, some designed for transporting people, others for moving goods, others built for luxury. Passengers of all races passed through the gates: humans, elves, dwarves, and more. Merchants, travelers, nobles, and of course some ships were part of the Estermont trading fleet, among the most famous in the world. Noel's gaze swept across the harbor, and then he saw Ithai's ship. He stopped for a moment, blinking. "It's huge, holy shit. It looks like a building, tall and long." Is this what a cruise ship looked like back on Earth? The vessel was massive and nothing like a simple sailing ship. It had no sails at all. Instead, the ship ran on a special engine, powered by mana, magical engineering at its finest, capable of long journeys without the need for wind. The structure towered above the others, with several levels of decks stacked high. Noel shook his head in amazement and made his way toward the boarding line. The line was long. Passengers waited patiently, each holding a ticket ready in hand. Noel watched them calmly. "I've got mine in my dimensional pouch," he thought with confidence. The line moved slowly. One by one, passengers handed over their tickets and were allowed through. Finally, Noel's turn. A uniformed worker at the gangplank looked at him. "Ticket, please." Noel gave a casual nod. "Yes, on second." He reached into his dimensional pouch, searching through its contents. Seconds passed. A nervous laugh escaped his lips. "Hee, you're not going to believe this," he said awkwardly. The worker's tone turned firm. "If you don't have a ticket, sir, you cannot board." Before Noel could respond, another worker hurried over, whispering something quickly into the first worker's ear. The first man blinked in surprise, straightened, and immediately stepped aside. "My apologies, sir. I didn't realize who you were. Please go ahead." Noel raised an eyebrow. What the hell did they tell him to make him let me through? Still wondering, he stepped forward onto the massive ship. As soon as Noel stepped aboard the massive ship, someone was already waiting for him. A young man dressed in the neat uniform of a ship servant stood near the entrance hall. He looked to be in his early 20s, with short brown hair and matching brown eyes. He seemed perfectly ordinary. "This way, please," the man said with a polite nod. "Suppose I'll follow him then," Noel thought. They moved through the long corridors of the ship. On each side, Noel could see rows of small passenger cabin stores lined neatly down the polished wooden halls. After a few turns, they reached a set of stairs. Together, they climbed several floors up past more decks, the corridors growing noticeably more refined with each level. Finally, they stopped before a large door near the upper deck. "We've arrived," the young man said. "This will be your cabin during the voyage. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call us. You'll find a magic bell on the nightstand by your bed." Noel arched an eyebrow. "And how exactly are you supposed to hear the sound of that bell?" The man smiled faintly. "Allow me to explain. When you ring it, it makes no audible sound here. Instead, it triggers another bell in our staff room. That's the one that rings." The servant bowed slightly and left. Noel stepped inside. The cabin was fancy, to say the least. One look, and he was certain this was arranged by the Estermont family. Whether it was Lady Elizabeth or Elra, he couldn't say, but it definitely hadn't been Lord Caron. Not after how he'd said goodbye to his daughter. The room had the same refined elegance as the guest room at the Estermont estate. Plush carpets, dark red curtains, polished wood paneling, a large bed with velvet sheets, even a small sitting area with a table by the window. Noel sighed in quiet amusement. Figures. Without wasting time, he loosened his black tie and stripped off the suit jacket. Even though it was still afternoon, he made straight for the bed. He was exhausted. The past month had been intensione challenge after another. And even though he'd rested a little after returning from Iskandar to Estermont by carriage, he hadn't truly relaxed, not for a single moment. Now, he wasn't going to miss the chance. He laid back, closed his eyes, and within minutes drifted into deep sleep. When Noel finally awoke, it was night. That was quite the nap. Still lying in bed, he stretched lazily, bones cracking faintly. After a moment, he sat up and dressed again, choosing another elegant outfit. On a ship like this, appearances mattered. Better to maintain the proper image. Once ready, he left his cabin and made his way through the upper decks. Soon, he reached the luxurious onboard restaurant. The scent of freshly prepared food hit him the moment he entered, and his stomach growled loudly in response. Yeah, definitely need to eat. As soon as he entered the restaurant, a well-dressed waiter approached him. "May I show you to a table, sir?" Noel nodded, of course. He followed the man through the softly lit dining room. Warm golden chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a glow over the polished wood and rich crimson decor. But just as he passed one of the larger tables, Noel caught sight of something in the corner of his eye. Marcus, sitting with Laziel, Garen, and Clara. Noel stiffened slightly but kept walking, pretending not to notice them. He took his seat, hoping they hadn't spotted him. Soon the waiter appeared again. What would you like to order? Bring me the best cut of meat you have. And to drink, the best wine you serve as well. Very well, I'll return shortly. Noel leaned back in his chair, exhaling softly. If I can live a luxurious life now, I might as well enjoy it. Heh. His gaze drifted out the nearby window as he sank into thought. All right, the final stage to close out Act II seems like it hasn't changed, at least for now. I could have stayed one more day in Estermont and spent it with Elira, but I wanted to be sure about this. I can't join their group for now, but after the wedding, I'll probably have to meet up with them. He crossed his arms casually. I'm headed to Lesteria for the wedding. They're going south to the small holy kingdom below. I imagine the Saint Charlotte must have met Marcus already. I bet they agreed to head to the holy capital together. He sighed faintly, enough thinking for now. Nothing good ever comes from overthinking. Roberto was right about that. When I think too many bad things always happen. A moment later, the waiter returned, placing a perfectly cooked steak before him, along with a glass of rich red wine. Noel smiled to himself. For now, I'll just enjoy this. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Marcus. Marcus woke up as he did every morning, cheerful and full of energy. Right now, he was aboard a ship bound for the continent of Alarith. With a quick motion, he jumped out of bed. His cabin was small and simple, just a bed and a nightstand, nothing else. To use the bathroom, he had to go to the public bath, which is exactly where he was headed now. 2 months of vacation left. I'm going to make the most of them with the people I care about the most. After my shower, I'll go find Laziel, Garen, and Clara. I need to thank them again for inviting me to dinner at the restaurant yesterday. Marcus arrived at the communal bath. He entered the men's section, which was already pretty full, but that didn't bother him. In fact, it made him smile. Marcus enjoyed being around people. The more, the better. While scrubbing his back, he struck up a light conversation with an older man nearby, chatting easily, as if they were old friends. After finishing his shower, he returned to his cabin and got dressed. All right, time to go see the others. This morning, they had planned to eat at one of the outdoor cafes on the ship's upper deck. When Marcus arrived, he spotted their table right away. There was Garen, flexing his biceps proudly in front of a very unimpressed Laziel. Laziel seems to have recovered well. After the incident with Larius, Laziel had been depressed for several weeks. Even though he had acted under the effects of blood magic, it had weighed heavily on him. But now, he looked much better, and sitting nearby was Clara. To Marcus, she was the most beautiful girl in the world. Soon, I'll confess to her. Marcus walked up to their table with his usual grin. Good morning. The greetings came back one after another. Morning, Garen said. Hey, Laziel added. Good morning, Marcus. Did you sleep well? Clara asked, smiling. Yep, slept great, Marcus replied cheerfully. After a few minutes of chatting casually, it was Laziel as always, the one who used his head the most in the group, who finally spoke up, curiosity in his voice. So Marcus, are you going to tell us why we're heading to the holy capital? Marcus smiled. All right, listen up. The others leaned in, interested. I met the Saint, Marcus began. She's a very sweet and kind girl. She asked if we could lend a hand with a task in the capital. She said a few students from the Imperial Academy of Valor would be ideal for it, and I agreed. Garen flexed his arms proudly. Is it a job that needs strength? I'm perfect for that. Clara sighed softly. It's nothing strange, right, Marcus? You always agree to things too easily. Marcus chuckled. Not at all. She just wants us to teach a little bit of magic to some kids at an orphanage, and also spend a few days taking care of them. She said she'd like us to be role models for them, give them something to aim for. Clara smiled warmly. That's very noble of you, Marcus. Laziel nodded. It really is a kind gesture. Garen grinned. Well, I can play with them, throw them up in the air and catch them. Right, Clara frowned. It would be better if you didn't do that. Garen, you'd scare the kids and then they wouldn't want to study at the academy. Laziel added, smirking. Exactly. They might end up terrified of the academy if a gorilla starts tossing them around. Marcus laughed, enjoying the friendly banter and the company of his closest friends. As they continued chatting, it was Clara who brought up the next topic. Have you heard about the illness that was spreading in the north of the continent? She asked. Thank goodness my family's territory is in the southeast. It didn't reach us. Garen blinked. I hadn't heard about that. Laziel smiled. Of course you hadn't. The day you keep up with the news will be a miracle. Yes, in my house they talked about it a lot. But they say it's already been handled. Iskandar apparently solved the problem before it got worse. Marcus nodded. It's true. Clara and I heard about it when her father told us. They said it seemed like a plague. It spread quickly and affected a lot of people. Deadly fevers, skin turning red with blotches. Luckily, Iskandar managed to stop it quickly. Garen sighed. Yeah, thank goodness. Clara smiled slightly. Marcus wanted to go up there to help. I had to hold him back. Gets too eager. There wasn't much we could have done anyway. We're not even in second year yet. The adults wouldn't have let us get involved. Marcus shrugged. True, but I couldn't just sit back and do nothing when people were suffering. Clara murmured softly, almost to herself. I know. That's what I like about you. Marcus blinked. Huh, did you say something? Clara, I didn't catch that. Now blushing, Clara waved her hands. No, nothing. Let's change the subject. We're getting close to the city, right? Lazil glanced at a nearby clock. 4 more days. Garen grinned. Hey, Marcus, you up for some sparring? I heard there are training grounds on the ship. Marcus blinked in surprise. Huh, really? Isn't it a bit crazy to have a training area on a ship? Lazil shook his head. It makes perfect sense. This ship belongs to the Estermont family. It's their official vessel. They always travel with it. Clara tilted her head, but we haven't seen Elira or her family anywhere, have we? Lazil frowned slightly. Number, that's the strange part. Marcus laughed. Stop thinking too hard. Let's just head to the training grounds. The group made their way through the ship's upper decks, following the signs toward the training grounds. They passed several hallways, finally reaching a large reinforced door with elegant carvings along the frame. Lazil opened it first. Inside, the room was surprisingly spacious, wide enough for several combatants to train at once. Magically reinforced pillars lined the walls, absorbing stray mana. The floor was marked with faded combat circles, and in the center of the room, Noel, he stood alone, revenant fang in hand. The black blade gleamed faintly as he moved with smooth, precise motions focused entirely on his training. The group stopped at the entrance. Marcus blinked in surprise. Noel. Training encounters. Hearing his name called, Noel turned his head toward the voice. He immediately saw 4 familiar figures approaching Garen, Lazil, Clara, and Marcus, the original protagonist of the story. They were walking straight toward him. I didn't want to run into them so soon. What a pain in the ass. I wanted to slip by unnoticed and meet them during the next scenario. But well, nothing to be done now. Noel exhaled softly and greeted them. Hey, Marcus grinned. You don't sound too happy to see Yuzen like us. Noel replied with a faint shrug. Oh, don't take it the wrong way. It's a pleasant surprise. Sure, what are you all doing here? Have to keep appearances. Clara answered. We're heading to the holy capital in Alarith. Noel gave a small nod. Figured as much, kind of obvious with the ship's route. Clara frowned slightly at his blunt reply, clearly annoyed. Marcus quickly changed the subject. Anyway. Where are you headed, Noel? My sister's getting married, to someone from the Lesteria family. I'm going to the wedding, I see. Well, give your sister my congratulations, Lazil said politely. And mine too, Garen added. Noel gave a neutral nod. I see. I'll tell her. Do they even know what my relationship with them is really like? Marcus smiled. All right, enough talking. We were actually coming to do some sparring. Want to join us? Noel thought for a moment. Not a bad idea. This way I can see how far they've progressed. Sure, he said simply. Garen grinned broadly, clearly excited. Without hesitation, he pulled off his shirt, now standing with his chest fully exposed. It was easy to tell. He thought more with his muscles than with his head. Noel gave a small sigh. I'll go first, he said calmly. He walked over, placed Revenant Fang carefully on the ground, and picked up a simple wooden sword from the rack nearby. Turning back to Garen, Noel asked casually, You're not going to use a weapon? Garen flexed both arms proudly, smirking. Have you seen these muscles? What weapon would I need when I've got these two? He struck a pose, biceps bulging. Noel blinked once. Yeah, sure. Marcus stepped between them, raising a hand. All right, here are the rules. No mana. This is pure combat technique. The match ends if one of you drops your weapon, is put in a clear losing position, or surrenders. Both fighters moved into position. Garen squared up with a stance that looked more like a boxer, fists raised, ready to swing. Noel, in contrast, stood calmly holding the wooden sword lightly in one hand. His other hand rested behind his back as if to say, I won't even need both hands for this. The expression on Garen's face shifted. He clearly took that as an insult. Noel's thoughts were cold and amused. Playing with children's minds really is too easy. Marcus glanced between them. Begin. The match started. Garen rushed forward immediately fast for his size, fists swinging with raw force. But Noel moved with ease. He sidestepped gracefully on smooth step after another barely needing to block. Each of Garen's heavy punches met nothing but air or the faint touch of Noel's wooden blade redirecting his movements. It wasn't long before Garen's frustration began to show, his attacks growing wilder with each miss. Noel waited. Then, timing it perfectly, swept his foot behind Garen's ankle while pivoting smoothly. Garen lost balance. In a flash, Noel brought the wooden sword up and stopped it cleanly against Garen's throat. The larger boy sat on the floor, blinking in surprise. Noel spoke calmly. If you hadn't lost your temper before we started, this would have been harder. Garen stared up at him. Huh, you did that on purpose. Noel allowed himself the faintest smile. Of course. As Garen stood back up, rubbing the back of his neck and grinning sheepishly, Marcus stepped forward, drawing a wooden sword of his own. All right, he said, smiling. Looks like it's my turn. Noel picked up another wooden sword, this time gripping it firmly with both hands from the start. Marcus arched an eyebrow. Using both hands already, Noel gave a small nod, voice calm. I know what you're capable of. I'd rather not walk away humiliated. Marcus laughed. Fair enough. Lazil and Clara watched with interest from the side. Clara leaned in slightly, whispering, This should be good. Lazil nodded. It will. Marcus and Noel faced each other, both adopting clean, focused stances. This time the air felt different. Unlike Garen, Marcus carried no recklessness. His movements were controlled, eyes sharp and clear. Noel adjusted his grip, body relaxed but ready. Marcus grinned. Ready? Noel met his gaze steadily. Whenever you are. Marcus took one slow breath, then launched forward. Their swords clashed. The first exchange was fast, each testing the other's guard. Marcus pressed forward with smooth, practiced strikes, his timing sharp, his footwork clean. Noel met each attack with equal precision. Their wooden blades met again, an agony, each impact ringing faintly through the training hall. For several moments, neither could gain the upper hand. From the sidelines, Garen watched in awe. They're both good, he muttered. Very good, Lazil added. Clara simply watched silently, eyes fixed on Noel. Back in the ring, Noel narrowed his gaze. He's improved. Not bad at all. But Marcus was thinking the same. He's faster than I expected, and more precise. The match continued, neither willing to give ground. Every move was measured. Every strike answered. And as the first few minutes passed, it became clear. This was going to be a fight worth remembering. The fight dragged on minute after minute. Neither gave an inch. Noel's movements were precise, deliberate, his strikes sharp, his footwork perfect. Marcus answered each one with equal speed and control, his timing nearly flawless, his stance unshaken. The sound of wood striking wood echoed through the training hall in a steady rhythm. Both fighters were breathing harder, but neither slowed down. Another clash, another parry. Marcus pushed forward with a sharp feint, and Noel answered with a sudden counter thrust, both reading each other with frightening accuracy. For a moment, both swords were locked, each pushing against the other. Then they broke apart again, circling slowly. Beads of sweat traced down Marcus's brow. Noel's grip never wavered. He really is good, Noel thought. Not bad at all. Marcus grinned. He's stronger than ever. I can't slack off even for a second. And then both moved at once. Marcus lunged with a sudden high thrust, his blade aimed straight for Noel's neck. At the same instant, Noel shifted low, his own sword sweeping upward, angled perfectly at Marcus's throat. Both froze. Marcus's sword hovered just inches from Noel's neck, point steady. Noel's blade was just as close, angled upward beneath Marcus's chin, ready to strike. Neither moved. Both held their positions in perfect balance, and neither able to finish the match without taking the same risk themselves. From the side, Lazil shouted, "It's a tie." The room fell silent for a beat. Noel exhaled softly, lowering his blade first. Marcus smiled brightly and stepped back, doing the same. "You really surprised me, Noel," he said, voice full of honest admiration. "I didn't think you'd become this strong. It's impressive." Noel gave a simple reply. "Yeah." As both fighters stepped back, lowering their swords, the entire room fell silent for a few moments. Then a wave of applause broke out. The other men who had been training nearby, who had stopped mid-swing, mid-stretch, clapped openly, impressed by what they had just witnessed. Marcus grinned, cheeks slightly flushed from the fight. Noel exhaled slowly and spoke calmly. "You're not bad either. If you want, we can keep doing this until we reach our destination." Marcus blinked, then smiled wide. "Oh, the cold Noel actually inviting me to spar." Noel clicked his tongue. "Forget it." Marcus laughed. I'm kidding. Tomorrow morning, let's meet here again. We've still got 3 more days. We should train as much as we can." Noel gave a faint nod, saying nothing more. The ship began to slow as it neared the massive docks of Terles. Noel and Marcus were still in the training grounds, locked in an intense sparring match. The clash of their wooden swords echoed through the room. Neither was holding back. The speed of their movements was on another level entirely. Garen, watching from the side, had given up trying to follow the rhythm. "I can't even keep up with them anymore," he muttered. Lazil and Clara stood together nearby. Both were mages, not frontline fighters, and after seeing the level Noel and Marcus were displaying, neither felt particularly eager to jump in. "I'll pass," Lazil said calmly. "Same here," Clara added with a small smile. Their eyes remained fixed on the match. Back on the floor, Marcus swept in low, attempting a sharp feint. Noel blocked it with a smooth counter, the two blades locking for a brief moment before separating again. Then Clara's voice rang out through the training hall. "Guys, we have arrived." Both fighters froze mid-motion. Marcus grinned, lowering his sword. "I guess we should stop here. We can train more later, Noel." Noel straightened, exhaling lightly. "Yeah, in a week." Marcus tilted his head. "What do you mean?" Noel's voice remained calm. "After the wedding, I'm stopping by the Holy Capital." Marcus's eyes lit up. "That's a nice surprise. Are you coming to help with the orphanage work like us?" Noel blinked. "What? No, not at all. I'm just visiting." Marcus chuckled. "I see. Well, if you change your mind, let us know, and when you get there, stop by and say hi." Noel gave a faint nod. "Sure." Marcus smiled warmly. "See you then, Noel. We'll meet again soon." With that, Marcus turned to join Clara, while Lazil and Garen were already outside waiting. Noel remained where he was for a moment, watching them go. After the others left, Noel set the wooden sword down on the rack and quietly left the training grounds. As he walked through the hallway toward his room, one thought circled in his mind. These next few days are going to be a pain. Well, nothing I can do. He reached his cabin and pushed the door open. Inside, the room was as he had left it, neat, organized. Revenant Fang rested on the table. Noel walked over and picked it up carefully, sliding it into its sheath. As always, he fastened it securely to the right side of his belt. His dimensional pouch was already clipped to his left. He glanced at the mirror across the room. For a moment, he just stared at his reflection. I really hate this. Should probably get a haircut before the wedding. Noel adjusted his appearance. He wore a perfectly tailored navy blue suit, a crisp white shirt, and a neatly tied black tie. Polished shoes completed the look. One last check in the mirror over a thing looked sharp. He exhaled slowly. All right, let's get this over with. Without another word, he stepped out of the room and headed toward the exit of the ship. Noel descended the gangway with measured steps as the ship finally docked. The city of Terles spread out before him, vast and alive with color. It was the heart of the Lesteria family's powerone of the great elven houses. So this is Terles, Noel thought, eyes scanning the sprawling cityscape. As expected, the wedding had to be here. He moved down the dock, noting that Marcus and the others were already gone. They must have taken a carriage south. Luckily, it won't take long. Lesteria and the holy capital share a border. Ahead, one carriage stood out among the others, a deep navy blue carriage bearing the unmistakable Thornne family crest. Noel's gaze sharpened. That one must be for me. He approached casually and saw the driver, an unfamiliar face. Doesn't ring a bell, probably just another servant from the house. Noel stopped near the carriage. Good morning, he greeted. The driver turned quickly. Oh, young Master Noel, please allow me to take your luggage. You don't have any. Why is he so polite towards me? Noel gestured toward his dimensional pouch. No need, I've got everything here. The driver smiled, slightly embarrassed. I see, of course that makes sense. Well then, please step in. I'll take you to your family. Noel climbed into the carriage without another word. Noel settled into the plush seat of the navy blue carriage as it began to move through the streets of Terles. The wheels rolled smoothly over the broad wooden causeways that served as the city's main road, woven through and around the enormous trees. Noel rested an elbow against the window frame, gazing out in silence. It didn't take long to see that Terles was nothing like Estermont. Estermont had been a city of pure luxury, gleaming stone, towering manors, gilded spires. A place built to showcase the wealth of its noble houses. But Terles was something else entirely. It didn't display its power with gold or marble. Instead, it was woven into the living heart of the forest. All around him, ancient trees towered toward the sky, each one wider than most human buildings, their trunks thick with twisting bark and deep green moss. And within those living pillars and structures had been shaped. Windows and balconies peeked from the trunks. Wooden walkways circled the branches. Delicate lights hung from the canopy, glowing softly in the mid-morning air. Bridges of woven silverwood arched between the trees, forming an upper layer of streets that connected the city above the forest floor. Elves moved gracefully along, feminine women clad in fine garments, walking lightly along the hanging bridges as if weightless. It was beautiful in a way Noel hadn't expected, a place where the architecture didn't fight nature but embraced it, honestly. Imagining this from the novel didn't do it justice, Noel thought as his gaze traced the flowing shapes of the city. The air itself was different, cool, fresh, tinged with the faint scent of flowers and green life. The steady hum of magic was almost tangible here, woven into the very fabric of the forest. Even Noel, who normally cared little for such things, had to admit it was impressive. It's the kind of city that doesn't need to shout about its power, he thought. You can feel it just by being here. The carriage continued its smooth ride, weaving past vendors selling rare herbs and spell components, elven children playing on the high bridges, and noble elves riding elegantly shaped wilderness beasts that looked like a cross between deer and great birds. Noel watched it all in silence. Then the driver's voice broke through his thoughts. We've arrived, young Master Thornne. Noel blinked, pulling his gaze from the window. The carriage slowed to a graceful halt before a large residence nestled into one of the central trees of Terles. It wasn't as large or as grand as the main Thornne estate in Valor, but it was still imposing in its own way. Carved wooden archways, silver runes etched along the doorframes, lanterns of pure mana glowing with a soft blue light, and above the entrance a Thornne family crest, carved into the living wood itself. Noel exhaled slowly, smoothing his suit one last time. Let's see if the family's changed at all while I've been away. With that thought, he reached for the carriage door. Noel stood before the tall whitewood doors of the residence that had been assigned to House Thornne for their stay in Terles. The estate itself was elegant and open, filled with the natural beauty so typical of elven architecture but not overpowering. The wedding would take place in 2 days. Noel exhaled softly. After the wedding, I'll have to go to the holy capital. And after that, back to the academy. No rest for me. As soon as he stepped inside, a cool wave of fragrant air greeted him. The walls of the mansion were smooth and white, polished to a soft gleam. Green ivy and silver filigree traced along the ceiling beams. Touches of yellow gold lined the corners of the arched hallways, and thin plate glass windows let in shafts of natural light. It was a place built for harmony with its surroundings, not for display of power. A Buttleran elven man in a robe of pale green and gold approached and bowed gracefully. "Welcome, young Master Noel," he said softly. "Please allow me to show you to your room." Noel thought dryly. "Everywhere I go, there's always someone guiding me." Without a word, he followed the butler down a long, airy corridor. There were no heavy tapestries or portraits, here-only carved patterns of leaves flowing along the white stone and wood, blending with the natural structure of the building. A gentle hum of magic seemed to flow through the space, light and subtle. Finally, they arrived. "This will be your room during your stay, sir," the butler said, opening a slender silver-handled door. Noel stepped inside. The room was simple but elegant. A large bed with soft white linens framed by thin silver posts, a smooth wooden wardrobe, a writing desk of polished greenheart wood beneath a tall arched window. The sunlight filtering through gave the room a warm, tranquil feel. Before leaving, the butler added softly, "Your father requests your presence tonight, young master, for dinner with the family." Noel gave a slight nod. "Tell him I'll be there." The butler bowed once more and slipped away without a sound. Noel sat down on the edge of the bed, letting out a long breath. The mattress was firm, the scent of fresh leaves and lavender filled the air. For a moment he lay back and stared at the ceiling, arms crossed behind his head. Silence. 2 days, he thought. Let's get through it. After resting for a while, Noel sat up. The quiet of the room had started to make him restless. He stood, adjusted his jacket, and decided to explore the residence. The hallways were wide and bright, sunlight streaming through the arched windows. The soft creak of the floor under his boots echoed faintly. As he rounded one of the larger interior courtyards, voices reached his ears. He paused. Coming around the next corner, he spotted 2 tall figures standing by a balcony, Thornne and Thornne. "This isn't what I wanted to deal with the moment I arrived. Would have stayed in my room otherwise." Both were dressed sharply, but their posture seemed more relaxed than Noel remembered. They turned when they saw him. A moment of silence hung between them. Noel kept his face blank, shoulders straight. His voice was cold. "Didn't expect to see you two so soon." Cale was the first to speak, voice calm, almost different. "Noel." Damon followed. "It's good to see you." Noel narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's new." He stood there, arms crossed. Cale exchanged a brief glance with Damon, then looked back at Noel. "We know. We probably have no right to ask for your time," Cale said slowly. "Not after how we acted toward you." Damon nodded. "But we've changed. That much is true." Noel raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Really? And what brought on this sudden revelation?" Cale gave a faint, almost bitter smile. "The academy father sent us to wasn't easy. Military training, harsh discipline, real fights. We were forced to learn a lot more than swordplay." Damon added, "and it made us realize how pathetic we'd been before, especially toward you." For a moment, Noel stayed silent. Then the thought came unbidden. Guessed that military academy had some real effect. A big one, apparently. Still wasn't about to drop his guard so easily. His voice remained cool. "We'll see if those words mean anything. Time will tell." Cale inclined his head slightly. "Fair enough." Damon offered a brief nod as well. Noel didn't say more. Without another word, he continued down the hall. "Not the meeting I expected, but definitely not the worst outcome either." Noel continued down the hall, his steps measured. For a while, he passed only quiet courtyards and the occasional servant moving gracefully through the residence. Then, as he turned into one of the more ornate side corridors, he spotted a familiar figure ahead, Livia Thornne. She stood near a tall window, the sunlight catching on her finely styled jet black hair which cascaded down her back in perfect waves. She wore a fitted deep red dress, elegant and sharp, the perfect image of a noble heir. Their eyes met the moment he entered the corridor. Her lips curved slightly, not quite a smile, something colder. She turned fully to face him, voice smooth and poised. "Little brother, how charming that you've arrived." Noel stopped a few paces away, hands casually in his pockets. "Could say the same for you." The air between them grew tight. Both knew exactly where they stood and where they refused to yield. Noel tilted his head slightly. "You know," he said, voice calm but edged, "you could take a page from the others and try changing. Might do your future husband some good. He'd probably appreciate a wife who's a bit more rational and less impossible." Livia's eyes flashed. She took a graceful step forward, chin raised. "My dear brother," she replied softly, voice laced with venom. "Not everyone aspires to crawl about for the approval of others. Perhaps that works well for those of lesser standing." "Wait, I'm noble too," Noel thought dryly. "Well, doesn't matter." He gave her a faint, knowing smile. "Enjoy your day, my dear and lovely sister Livia." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked past her, shoulders relaxed, stride unhurried. Her gaze followed him as he went, unreadable. The evening sun had begun to dip behind the towering trees of Terles when Noel made his way toward the dining hall. He moved calmly through the white and gold corridors, footsteps quiet against the polished floors. As he reached the main hall, the tall double doors stood already open, soft light spilling out from within. Noel entered without a word. The long dining table stretched across the room, decorated with a fine white cloth, silver cutlery, and crystal goblets. A few small arrangements of white and green flowers added a touch of understated elegance. At the head of the table sat Albrecht Thornne. tall, broad-shouldered, his cold gaze swept the room with absolute authority. One hand rested casually on the armrest of his high-backed chair. Noel's eyes flicked to the side. There sat his younger sister, Sylvette Thornesmall, delicate in appearance, her silver eyes sharp and unreadable. She said nothing, but a faint smile tugged at her lips when her gaze met Noel, as if anticipating some kind of show. Of course, Noel thought, she enjoys it when I get put in my place. He stepped forward and quietly took the seat assigned to him toward the lower end of the table. Moments later, Cale and Damon entered together, their posture more relaxed than Noel remembered from years past. They greeted their father with polite bows before taking seats across from Noel. A few minutes passed in silence. Then came Livia. She walked in with the same composed grace as always, her black hair flowing over her shoulders, dressed in another sharp red gown. She gave a faint nod to their father and took her seat with practiced elegance. Finally, the two wives of Albrecht arrived. First came Myrlie, a tall woman with soft features, dressed in gold and white. Then Sarah, Nasslighter in build, her expression cool, dressed in deep green and silver. Both greeted Albrecht quietly and took their places at the table. The family was assembled. Noel leaned back slightly in his chair. Let's see how this goes. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, The Dinner. The dining hall was elegant in a restrained, elven white stone walls veined with soft green lines, golden accents on the tall arched windows, and a polished silver chandelier above the long table. The air was calm and the servants had already finished serving the food. There was no noise except for the occasional clinking of cutlery. Everyone was seated. Albrecht Thornne sat at the head of the table, as expected. To his right was Serena, and to his left, Lady Myrle. On the sides closest to him sat Cale, Damon, Livia, and Sylvette. Noel sat farther down the table, alone at the end. The distance wasn't dramatic, but it was intentional, clearly arranged to maintain the image of inclusion while keeping him apart. It suited him just fine. From where he sat, he could see the family engaging in polite conversation. They were smiling, laughing at minor jokes, talking like this was any other evening. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had. Lady Myrle turned her head toward her sons with an air of practiced elegance. So Cale, Damon, how did the military academy treat you too? She asked, her tone light but genuinely curious. Your letters were always so brief. Cale gave a short nod, keeping his posture straight. It was intense, he admitted. The training was relentless. Damon let out a faint breath, his voice quieter. More than we expected. Discipline, drills, no special treatment for nobility. Myrle smiled, though a trace of concern passed through her features. Well, I'm glad it shaped you into proper men. Noel, listening in silence, let his eyes drift down to the silverware. Military training wasn't new to me. Pain, cold, and shouting. They're universal, even on Earth. Cale glanced across the table, his expression softening slightly. To be honest, he added, the first few weeks were hell. Damon nodded, smirking faintly. We thought about running more than once. That earned a few quiet chuckles from the others. Even Livia looked amused. Only Lord Albrecht remained impassive, staring down at his wine as if it might reveal the future. Noel didn't laugh, but the corner of his mouth lifted, just barely. So the academy really did change them. Lady Myrle set her wine glass down with a sly smile. Now that you're all together again, isn't this the perfect time to compare how far each of you has come? Damon raised his eyebrows slightly, arms crossed over his chest. From what I've heard, Noel's actually doing quite well for himself lately. Here it comes. Cale turned toward his younger brother, not mocking, just curious. Is it true that you're ranked among the top students? Noel calmly dabbed his lips with his napkin, set it down on his lap, and replied without embellishment, 19th, in the overall ranking of the Imperial Academy. A moment of silence fell over the table. 19th, Cale echoed, as if needing to confirm it. Damon let out a low whistle. No one in our family ever reached that high, he admitted with genuine surprise. Not even the heirs. Lady Myrle didn't speak. Her smile froze. Lord Albrecht didn't even raise his eyes from his plate. I see, congratulations. There was no emotion in his voice, just a dry acknowledgement as if they were discussing the weather. Noel didn't flinch, as expected. Sylvette had been quiet until now, stirring the vegetables on her plate without touching them. Then, without lifting her gaze, she spoke. Father. Why was I never allowed to attend the Imperial Academy? The question dropped like a stone into still water. Everyone at the table turned toward her. Lord Albrecht finally looked up. His crimson eyes landed on his youngest daughter, expression unreadable. You're 18, he said. If you were to join now, you'd be entering the final year. There's no point. I would have done well, Sylvette replied, her tone sharper than usual. Probably better than Noel. Noel didn't even glance at her. He simply took another bite of his food, chewing slowly. Talk is cheap. Albrecht leaned back slightly. And are your private instructors not enough for you? Sylvette crossed her arms. They're fine. The silence that followed was colder than the elven silverware. The tension in the air lingered for a moment after Sylvette's cold remark. Noel's fork scraped softly against his plate as he sliced a piece of roasted meat, chewing slowly, unfazed by the passive aggression aimed his way. No one else dared speak until Serena, seated to Albrecht's right, let out a quiet, practiced laugh. Well, she said, her voice melodic and calm, since we are all here together. Perhaps it's best we turn to lighter topics. She gently reached for her wine glass, tilting it slightly as she looked toward her eldest daughter. In 2 days, our dear Livia will be the center of attention. Isn't that right? Livia, who had been silent up to this point, shifted slightly in her chair, so it seems. Come now, show a little excitement, Serena chided playfully. You're marrying into one of the most prestigious elven families of Alarith. The House of Lesteria has served as a pillar of nobility for centuries. It's an honor. Livia offered a cool smile, her voice measured. I'm aware. Lady Myrle joined in, her expression warm and more animated than usual. The ceremony will take place in the Heartgrove Pavilion, correct? I heard it's an architectural masterpiece. The open sky, enchanted petals, even songbirds trained to fly during the vows. Yes, Serena nodded. Lord Veyron's family insisted on handling every detail. It seems they want to make an impression. Cale leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. The guest list must be ridiculous. I overheard someone say the entire upper court of the Elven Council will be there. They will, Serena confirmed, and several nobles from Alarith. Damon gave a low whistle. We'll be surrounded by pointy ears and velvet cloaks for hours. Behave yourself, Myrle said, raising an eyebrow. Noel didn't comment. He just kept eating slowly, deliberately, while listening. Sylvette stirred her drink and muttered under her breath, at least one of us gets to leave this house. Everyone ignored the remark except Livia, who cast her a warning glance. Serena, unfazed, smiled again. Regardless, I expect everyone to be at their best. The House of Thornne must look dignified. Noel, she said, turning her attention to him for the first time that evening, I assume you've brought proper formal wear. Noel looked up, eyes calm, of course. Good. The tailor will arrive tomorrow morning for final fittings. Understood. The conversation lingered a while longer on logistics, flowers, seating arrangements, ceremonial customs, but to Noel it all blurred into background noise. He tuned out, gazing at the golden chandeliers and elven-crafted ornaments lining the walls. 2 more days. Then I'm out of here. The scene closes with the soft clinking of cutlery and glasses, laughter forced and hollow, and Noel watching it all with distant eyes, meeting the group. The soft chime of birdsong filtered through the open window as the golden light of early morning painted gentle streaks across the ceiling. Noel Thornne opened his eyes slowly. For a few seconds he forgot where he was. The bed was too soft, the silence too complete. Then it clicked. Terles, right, the wedding. He sat up with a sigh, brushing a hand through his hair and winced. His blonde strands, longer than he preferred, fell past his nose and curled behind his ears. A few locks even brushed his shoulders now. He stood and walked over to the tall elven mirror in the corner, observing himself under the diffused morning glow. Too long, definitely too long. I'm starting to look like a washed-up bard. He ran both hands through the mess and let out a resigned breath. Tomorrow was the wedding. Even if he didn't care much for appearances, he couldn't show up looking like he had just crawled out of a forest. After a quick wash, he dressed in a dark, simple shirt and slim black trousers, tying a neutral gray cloak over his shoulders. He slid Revenant Fang into the right side of his belt with habitual ease and clipped the dimensional pouch to the left. Standing once more before the mirror, he glanced at himself briefly. Acceptable. Now let's hope someone in this city is willing to cut hair without charging a noble's ransom. Opening the wooden door of his room, Noel stepped into the hallway. The house, still quiet in the early hour, carried the faint scent of fresh flowers and baked bread courtesy of the elven staff. Sunlight filtered through stained glass windows in hues of gold and green. Every corner of the residence was tastefully decorated, sleek, elegant, and unmistakably elven. He made his way toward the front doors without calling for anyone. He didn't need company, nor did he want questions. The estate was already stirring with quiet preparation for tomorrow's ceremony. Servants moved with graceful efficiency, barely making a sound as they passed. Noel ignored them. Outside, the air was crisp and fresh. The great city of Terles sprawled out beyond the residence gates, a blend of white stone, towering trees, and glistening bridges suspended between branches. Light glinted off distant golden spires, and carriages drawn by deer-like beasts moved along the upper pathways. Let's find a damn barber before I change my mind. He adjusted the cloak slightly and began walking down the pale stone path into the city. Noel had been walking for nearly an hour. The streets of Terles were beautiful, yes, but also frustrating. Smooth white stone roads wove around ancient tree trunks, with bridges and platforms linking the buildings nestled among the high branches. Every turn led to another curved stairway, another vine-wrapped column, another impossibly serene plaza filled with flowers, but no barbers, or they're all booked, or they're closed, or they just don't like cutting human hair. He passed a shop with soft music playing from within, clearly a place for perfume. Another was full of robes embroidered with leaf motifs, and the next a tea parlor. Not a single sign offered haircuts. When he finally found one, the elf inside smiled politely and told him the earliest opening was in 4 days. Noel stared blankly at her, then turned around without a word. That's it, I give up. He let his feet carry him without thinking. His gaze drifted upward, to the sky bridges and shimmering canopies, and down the quiet marble paths that wound around the roots of colossal trees. Then something caught his attention. Across a short bridge was a wide, circular building perched on an elevated clearing. Its walls were smooth ivory stone laced with silver and green glasswork, and the roof bloomed like a flower of crystal and gold. Several white banners fluttered in the breeze, each embroidered with delicate vines and the sigil of House Lesteria. The Heartgrove Pavilion, right, that's the venue for the ceremony. He tilted his head slightly, watching a stream of servants carry cloth, floral arrangements, and crystal trays up the stone steps. There were elven attendants everywhere at Welf, maybe more directing over 20 workers who were already arranging the seating and stage for tomorrow. Maybe I can take a look. Being Livia's brother should count for something. Right. He approached the entrance casually. No one stopped him. A few elves glanced in his direction, but seeing the sigil on his cloakhouse, Thornne gave a polite nod and went back to their tasks. Inside, the space was vast and almost entirely open air. The marble floor reflected the natural light, and arching pillars of silverwood supported the flowered dome above. In the center stood a circular altar, ringed with pale green crystal and golden runes. That was where the ceremony would take place. Noel's gaze wandered. The symmetry, the colors, the weightless elegance of it, all nothing like the rigid cold grandeur of Thornne Estates. All right, I'll admit it, it's impressive. Then from across the pavilion, a familiar presence turned toward him. Elina von Lesteria. She wore a long, sleeveless dress in a soft forest green, embroidered with silver vines that caught the light with every step. Her platinum hair was loose, a small braid tucked behind one ear, and at her neck gleamed the platinum necklace with the amber gemhi's gift. When her eyes met his, her lips curved into a bright, warm smile. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward him. "Hello, Noel," she said cheerfully. "Hey, Elina," he replied with a small nod. "How have you been?" "Good," she said. "What do you think of the decorations?" He looked around, then shrugged. "Very natural. I don't know. I'm not exactly an expert in weddings." "I see." She laughed softly. Then tilting her head, she stepped back slightly and spun once. "How do I look?" "This is the dress I'll wear tomorrow for the ceremony." His eyes dropped for a moment to the necklace. "I see you're wearing the pendant." "Of course," she said, cheeks turning pink. "You picked it." There was a pause, but you didn't answer the question, she added quietly. He blinked, then exhaled. "You look very pretty." The blush deepened on her face. She glanced away for a second, then looked back at him with a softer smile. "Come, I'll introduce you to my family." She reached out and gently took his wrist, guiding him toward the far side of the pavilion. And he followed. Noel followed Elina through the wide halls of the Heartgrove Pavilion, her green dress swaying with every step. She moved gracefully, though he noticed a slight hesitation in her gait, small, almost imperceptible stumbles. He quickly realized why. Still not used to heels, Even with the added height from her shoes, she still didn't reach his chin. He smirked to himself. "What are you smiling at?" she asked, glancing over her shoulder. "Nothing, just, you're shorter than I remembered." Elina puffed her cheeks slightly, eyes narrowing. "Maybe you're just taller." "Human males can grow until they're 21, even if I'm an elf and live longer. I'm a woman, so I stop early too." He raised an eyebrow. "Wow, someone's been reading again." He snorted. Sure, bookworm. I mean, she's top one in writing, so it is normal, but it is funny to tease her a little." She huffed but didn't respond. The short teasing exchange ended as they approached a more private side of the pavilion, where the crowd of workers thinned out. Waiting near a railing that overlooked the inner garden was a tall man with neatly combed silver hair and a formal tunic in dark emerald and white. Vyvern von Lesteria. Vyvern von Lesteria. He turned when he saw them, offering a polite smile. Elina stepped forward first. "Noel, this is Vyvern. Vyvern, this is Noel." Vyvern extended his hand with a respectful gesture. "A pleasure, Noel. Elina speaks highly of you." Noel, a bit caught off guard, shook his hand. "She does, so this is the guy," Noel thought, eyeing him with subtle scrutiny. Vyvern's posture was straight, his tone measured. Calm, polite, almost too polished but not fake. Sincere. He's exactly how Livia described him. Straightforward, kind, rational. Maybe that'll rub off on her. "Congratulations on the wedding," Noel said aloud. For a second, Noel didn't know how to respond. He simply nodded. Vyvern then gestured lightly toward the nearby hallway. "Would you like to meet the rest of my family?" I don't want to intrude." "You wouldn't be. Come on, it'll just take a moment." Noel hesitated, but then nodded again. "All right." He followed, curiosity piqued. After all, it wasn't every day you met the family into which your sister was marrying. Vyvern led him through a side corridor draped with delicate golden ivy, toward a wide terrace overlooking one of the estate's internal gardens. There, seated or standing in calm conversation, was his family. "Elina mentioned you a few times," Vyvern said quietly as they walked, "but I thought it'd be better if we met like this with a bit more context." Noel nodded, adjusting his posture as he scanned the area. It was clear the Lesteria family wasn't just nobility embodied it. Every one of them looked like they had stepped out of a perfectly balanced painting, dressed in flowing garments of pearly white, deep forest green, and accents of silver. Father, Veyron said respectfully as they stopped beside a tall elf with a composed, stern face and his long hair tied in a high knot. This is Noel Thornne, Livia's younger brother. Lord Thalaner von Listeria turned and gave a polite nod. Welcome to our estate. My daughter has spoken of you. Then came a woman with fine features, long amber blonde hair, and eyes the color of fresh leaves under sunlight. Veyron's mother, Lady Aveline. A pleasure to meet you, young Thornne. I've heard you attend the Imperial Academy, she said with a warm voice. I do. It's an honor to be here. Then the others followed to secondary wives of the Listeria patriarch. One looked kind and gentle, the other more reserved, but equally elegant. After them came Veyron's 8 siblings, one. Each greeted Noel with respectful bows or nods. Some looked at him with discreet curiosity, others with open smiles. There were warriors, scholars, and even a shy little girl no older than 9, hiding behind her mother's tunic. Pleasure to meet you, Noel said each time, adjusting his tone and expression smoothly, reading the air with practiced ease. So this is what a peaceful, noble family looks like. Now that, think of it, they have a patriarch now, something changed. Inwardly, he couldn't help but compare them to the Thornes. His family was a dance of veiled blades. This one, though it clearly had its structure and rules, felt harmonious. Once the introductions were done, Veyron looked over at him. See, nothing to worry about. Noel nodded slowly, still processing. Yeah, nothing at all. Too many people for the day. Noel was beginning to relax just a little when he caught a glimpse of something strange. 3 of Veyron's younger brothers whispering near one of the pillars. One of them pointed discreetly but clearly in Elina's direction. Then they all grinned, of course. Even in elf land, brothers are still brothers. Before he could decide how to react, a familiar tug on his sleeve drew his attention. Come with me, Elina whispered, already pulling him by the arm. He blinked. Are we running? They were starting to talk about me, she said under her breath, her face red. Talk, Noel echoed as they turned a corner. You know, stuff. Noel raised a brow. Like teasing, like embarrassing teasing. About you and me, she didn't answer, just kept walking faster. The hallway twisted gently, sunlight filtering through semi-transparent green curtains. The scent of fresh plants filled the air. Noel watched her profile as she led him, away, lips pressed tight, still blushing but determined. Her grip on his wrist was surprisingly strong for someone her size. Finally, they stopped by a smaller garden terrace, secluded and quiet. What? Noel asked, tilting his head. Elina let go of his arm and crossed hers. Nothing. He arched a brow. Really? She looked away. Fine, I didn't want them saying dumb things about you either. Noel smirked slightly. That's unexpectedly sweet. Shut up. A silence followed. Light wind rustled through the trees above them. Then Noel spoke. Would you do me a favor? Elina turned to him, a little wary. Depends. My hair, he said, lifting a strand. It's way too long. You think you could cut it? Elina blinked. You want me to cut your hair? I'm out of options. And tomorrow's the wedding. If you screw up, I'll just say a wyvern bit it off. She bit her lip, caught between a smile and alarm. I'm not a professional, you know. I trust you, Noel replied with calm conviction. Elina looked at him for a moment, eyes flickering. Then she exhaled softly and gave a nod. Fine, but if I ruin it, don't complain. He shrugged. Wouldn't dream of it. They walked in silence through the quiet upper halls of the estate, the warm evening sun casting amber light through the stained glass windows. Noel kept his hands in his pockets, while Elina walked a few steps ahead, guiding him. When they reached her room, she paused in front of the door and glanced at him. Don't laugh at the mess, she warned, pushing it open. Noel raised an eyebrow. You're the picture of perfection. I doubt you leave chaos behind. She stepped in and he followed. The room was warm and softly lit. Pale green curtains fluttered by the window, and a small bookshelf overflowed with worn tomes and scrolls. On the desk, a set of polished hair-cutting scissors gleamed next to a hand mirror. So this is the princess lair, Noel murmured, scanning the space. Elina smiled faintly as she closed the door behind them. Sit, and try not to squirm. Noel pulled out the chair, sat, and let out a slow breath. All right, let's get this over with. Elina picked up the scissors with careful fingers. Try not to move too much. I kind of like your ears. Trust and scissors. Noel sat stiffly on the cushioned chair placed in the middle of Elina's room, unsure whether to be nervous about the haircut or the fact that someone was holding a pair of scissors dangerously close to his head. You're sure you've done this before? He asked, eyeing the small silver scissors in Elina's hand with suspicion. Yes, one time, to be honest, she said brightly, brushing a lock of his blonde hair between her fingers. But how hard can it be? Comforting, he muttered, casting a brief glance toward the door as if planning an escape. Elina giggled softly behind him, already parting sections of his hair. Just don't move too much. I don't want to slice your ear off by accident. Great. I look like a wolf and now I might end up deaf too. Stop being dramatic. You're not that hairy. Yet. He rolled his eyes but obeyed, letting her fingers guide his head gently into place. The first snip echoed lightly in the quiet room. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Elina moved with surprising delicacy, each movement practiced, even if she denied experience. Noel closed his eyes briefly, letting the tension in his shoulders ease. At least it was peaceful, for now. The room was quiet, save for the soft snipping of scissors and the gentle rustle of hair falling to the floor. Noel sat still on the cushioned stool, draped in a light green cloth Elina had wrapped around him. She moved with care, combing sections of his hair with her fingers before cutting, her expression focused. "You've gotten better at this," Noel muttered, eyes fixed on the window in front of him. Elina smiled faintly, brushing aside a golden strand. "I'm a fast learner. HMPH, I see." She nudged him lightly on the side of the head. "Don't move." Another pause. Then in a softer tone she asked, "Do you remember what I told you? Back then, when Larius was still around." Noel's eyes narrowed slightly. "That I shouldn't put myself in danger, that." And she stepped closer behind him, her fingers pausing against his temple. "That you can trust me." Noel turned his head slightly, enough to try and catch her gaze, but Elina's hand gently pressed against his cheek, steadying him. "No turning," she whispered. His eyes caught the tip of her pointed ears flush with pink. "She's blushing." Noel said nothing else, allowing her to keep cutting, the silence stretching between them like something delicate. The snipping resumed, softer now, as if the tension between them had dulled the sound itself. Elina worked in quiet concentration, her hands moving more slowly than before. Noel didn't speak either, not because he lacked something to say, but because he wasn't sure how to say it. Eventually, it was Elina who broke the silence. "You know, we're almost at the start of second year." Her voice was gentle. "Yeah," Noel replied, resting his hands on his knees. Hard to believe. Elina trimmed a few stray locks at the back of his neck, her hands moving with practiced care. The silence between them lingered, not uncomfortable, just quietly intimate. "I still remember how we met," she said softly. Noel blinked. "That's right. It was when we went to ask Gareth Wren something, wasn't it? The guide for our dorm." Elina nodded. "Yeah, you behaved like a gentleman that day, remember? You let me go first, even though you got there before me. Was that so unusual?" She hesitated. "Maybe. There were some bad rumors about you at the beginning. I guess they faded with time." "I'm glad they did," Noel said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. She didn't answer, just kept trimming, eyes focused. A small silence stretched between them, quiet, thoughtful. "Second year will be different," she said at last. "Harder, more responsibilities, council work, and new students." Noel let out a sigh. "Seraphina's going to work me to death. She already promised as much." "She trusts you, that's the problem." Elina smiled again and gently combed through the final strands. "Done." Noel stood, brushing off the cloth as strands of hair fell away. He turned to face her fully. "Well?" he asked. Elina tilted her head, studying him. "You look sharper." "I'll take that as a compliment." She folded the cloth and gave him a small, content nod. "You're welcome," she replied, eyes lingering on him just a moment longer. Noel looked at his reflection in the small wall mirror. The cut was cleaner, more practical. It made him look a little older, less like a student, more like someone who had already been through too much. "Looks good," he murmured to himself. Elina watched him in silence from behind, arms crossed, a faint smile on her lips. "Are you nervous about tomorrow?" she asked suddenly. "The wedding?" Noel turned his neck slightly, testing the new weight of his hair. "Not really. I'm not the one getting married. Still, it's your sister, and Veyron is too nice." "He is," Noel admitted. "Too nice for her, maybe." Elina let out a small laugh. "You said it, not me." There was a short pause. Noel looked at her again. "Noel," Elina said, walking slowly toward the door as she spoke, "you can ask me for help anytime, not just when you need a haircut." Noel stayed quiet for a moment, watching her open the door to her room with that calm grace of hers. "I'll keep that in mind," he finally replied. "Now that I think about it, I haven't seen matriarch Ilvana von Lester, your grandmother. Well, there's been a shift in roles within my family. My father is the patriarch now. Honestly, I'm glad about the change. My grandmother was a bit old-fashioned." "I see, so that's a good thing for you, right?" "Yes, then it's for the best." "Will she be at the wedding?" "No." "Wait, I didn't bring up something too sensitive, did I?" "She's not dead, right?" "No, don't worry." She let out a soft laugh. "There were just some disagreements. My family thought it was time for a change of pace." "I see. Also, how is your mother after this change?" "She's fine. She's changed since my grandmother stepped down as matriarch, so she's not as strict. Good to know she doesn't have to push herself like that anymore." And with that, the two of them left the room together, their footsteps echoing softly across the pale marble hallway. Elina walked beside Noel down the curved stone path leading from her family's estate, the tips of her fingers brushing against the long sleeves of her dress. The evening air was cool, scented with flowers and distant pine. For a few steps, neither of them spoke. When they reached the ornate silver gate, Noel turned to her. She nodded. "You're welcome." For a heartbeat, Elina debated whether to say more, whether to ask him to stay just a little longer, to say something else before he returned to the Thornne household. But instead, she smiled softly. "Get some rest. Tomorrow's a big day." "I'll try," Noel said with a faint smirk. She opened the gate for him, stepping aside. He passed through, then gave her one last glance over his shoulder. "See you tomorrow, Elina." Her voice caught slightly. "See you." Once he disappeared into the street, Elina stayed there for a moment, staring into the quiet night. She pressed a hand against her chest, trying to calm the warmth rising in her cheeks. Footsteps approached behind her. "Lena," came a teasing voice, her youngest sister. "Elina, who was that?" added her older brother, lifting a brow. A chorus of siblings followed, surrounding her like wolves who smelled something sweet. Is he your boyfriend? Is that the guy Mother was talking about? You were red as a tomato." Elina froze, her face burning. It's nothing," she muttered quickly, brushing past them and hurrying back inside. But her earslong and pointed remand flushed bright pink, and her heart refused to calm down. Wedding day. The morning light filtered softly through the tall windows of the von Lesteria house, painting golden streaks across the polished floor. Elina stood before the mirror, silent, her fingers running slowly along the fabric of the dress hugging her body. It wasn't the one she showed Noel yesterday. This one was a deeper shade of green, with golden embroidery that traced delicate patterns along the sides. The skirt had a daring slit that revealed nearly her entire leg when she moved. It clung to her torso without sleeves, though her arms were covered in matching green gloves that stretched up past her elbows. Her platinum hair fell loose over her shoulders, shining faintly in the morning glow. She reached for the small velvet box on her dresser and opened it with care. Inside, the necklace he had given her platinum chain, amber gemstone still, gleamed as if it remembered that night at the Drunken Hammer. She held it for a moment, thumb brushing against the gem. "You always find a way to stay close, don't you?" Click, the clasp closed behind her neck and the pendant settled gently above her heart. She looked at herself one last time, noble, graceful and unmistakably herself. Then she turned away from the mirror, exhaled slowly and walked toward the door. "Time for the wedding," she whispered. Noel stood in front of the wardrobe, already halfway through getting dressed. He adjusted the cuffs of his dark blue coat, then reached for the matching trousers folded neatly beside it. The material was smooth, well-fitted, tailored for him nearly a year ago. He remembered the occasion too clearly. That day, blood had stained these very clothes. The first time he had to kill, not a monster, 10 men, assassins sent to murder him, hired by his own 2 mothers. He survived. They didn't. The memory still clung to him like the scent of steel in the air. He tightened the leather strap on his black boots and reached for the final piece, a small silver ring with a pale green gem embedded in its center, ashen sigil. He slid it onto his finger without hesitation, just in case. The sword in the pouch stayed behind today. Revenant Fang rested beside his bed, inert and silent. The dimensional pouch remained closed, tucked inside a drawer. There would be no need for either, but the ring stayed. He checked himself one last time in the mirror. The coat fit well. He looked like a proper noble, a proper Thornne. That fact still felt foreign. Noel turned, grabbed his gloves, and headed out the door. "Let's get this over with. I hope it ends quickly." The carriage moved smoothly along the winding wooden causeway, elevated above the forest floor. Shafts of golden light filtered through the dense canopy, illuminating patches of moss and blossoms growing along the massive trunks of the trees that formed the foundation of Terles. Noel sat inside one of the Thornne carriages, the interior lined with green velvet and polished rootwood. Through the open side window, he glimpsed passing vines and the occasional flicker of glowing insects darting beneath the walkways. He was seated between Damon and Kale. Unlike the festival of the hunt, this time there was no tension in the air. The silence felt natural, not forced. Damon seemed calm, lazily drumming his fingers against the wood panel beside him. Kale sat with one leg crossed over the other, arms folded, watching the scenery pass with a neutral expression. Noel adjusted the sleeves of his jacket absently, then broke the silence. "You know," he said, glancing at Kale, "with Livia getting married, that should make you the next in line. Planning anything?" Kale didn't react at first. Then he gave a long blink and replied, "I'm 22. That's not old." "So that's a maybe," Damon grinned. Kale shot him a sidelong look. "Can you shut up? Even if Livia is marrying at 20, I'm still young." Noel allowed himself a quiet chuckle. Still can't get used to how much they've changed in just 6 months. What the hell happened during that time? Could it really have been that bad? The carriage passed over a long arched bridge suspended between 2 trees, swaying ever so slightly with the wind. Below, far beneath the wooden pathways, birds scattered from a flowering treetop as the procession continued forward. Other Thornne carriages followed behind, their lacquered exteriors reflecting the dappled sunlight. House banners swayed gently at their sides, black silk with a crimson rose. They were getting closer. Heartgrove Pavilion wasn't far now. The procession came to a gradual halt as the road widened into a grand landing platform built into the branches of one of the oldest trees in Terles. Heartgrove Pavilion emerged elegant, tall, and carved directly into the living wood itself. Vines laced with soft glowing crystals wove along the outer walls, pulsing with quiet magic. Pale golden bridges extended outward from it like arms, connecting to other sections of the elven city. It wasn't stone or marble that defined this place, it was nature itself, shaped by ancient hands with impossible precision. Noel stepped down from the carriage behind Kale and Damon. A warm breeze moved through the leaves overhead, carrying the scent of clean wood and flowering moss. The light filtering through the canopy cast slow-moving patterns over the platform floor. A steward in ceremonial robes bowed slightly and gestured forward. "This way, Lords Thornne. The seats are prepared." Noel followed without a word. Other members of the Thornne family had already begun to disembark and move toward the entrance, their footsteps muffled by the smooth wooden planks beneath their boots. Everywhere he looked, the elegance of the elves was present, not loud or gilded, but refined and eternal. The vines that climbed the railings bloomed in time with their movements. Lanterns hung from branches, suspended by invisible strings of mana. Even the pavilion's massive archways seemed to breathe with the forest. Inside, the warmth of natural enchantment settled over the guests. Magic flowed through the walls like sap through bark, gentle and constant. The main hall opened wide with no sharp edgely curves. Light and music played softly by elven musicians on elevated platforms carved from the wood itself. Benches were arranged in a semicircular fashion around the center, layered in 3 terraces. Thornne family members were led to the left section, von Lesteria to the right. Between them stood a large open space covered in woven forest leaves and living petals. The altar was an elevated platform formed from spiraling roots, with a canopy of woven branches above. Soft light filtered through it, landing precisely where the bride and groom would stand. Noel walked in step with Kale and Damon toward the second row, noting how many heads turned as they passed. He recognized a few face nobles from Valor, dignitaries from Terles, even a pair of cloaked observers from foreign lands. No one spoke to them directly. He sat down and let his hands rest loosely on his lap. His eyes drifted toward the altar, still empty. Not here yet, he thought. Then he glanced toward the von Lesteria side. No sign of Elina either, probably still getting ready. He shifted slightly in his seat and exhaled through his nose. Let's get this over with. A soft chime echoed through the pavilion. The musicians lowered their instruments. A quiet fell across the hall, not heavy, but expectant. Then, from opposite ends of the platform, 2 figures began to walk forward. Lord Thalaner von Lesteria emerged first, tall and graceful in a deep green robe trimmed with golden leaf motifs. His silver hair was tied back in a half knot, and he walked with the easy elegance of a man used to being watched. His smile, though formal, carried genuine warmth. From the other side came Lord Albrecht Thornne. His dark blue coat was spotless, stiff with polished buttons and structured shoulders. His black gloves remained on even as he stepped forward. The 2 men met at the front of the altar, nodded to one another, then turned toward the guests. Thalaner stepped up first. Few scattered chuckles rose from the crowd as Thalaner glanced meaningfully toward someone in the audience, likely Veron himself, waiting nearby. I must confess, when he told me he wished to marry the daughter of House Thornne, I wondered if we were ready for such. Passion, more laughter. But it did not take long to see that this wasn't politics. It was purpose. His gaze softened slightly. May this day mark not only their union, but a promise between our families, a promise of strength, of future. And of something rare among nobles, trust. He stepped back with a polite bow of the head. Then Albrecht moved forward. Noel's eyes narrowed slightly. The Lord of House Thornne stood tall, his voice like a blade, clean, cold, and sharp. This day marks a formal alliance between Thornne and von Lesteria. It has been discussed, negotiated, and approved. The decision is final. Murmurs rippled across the row, quiet ones. Albrecht continued. My daughter Livia represents our house with pride. She is a reflection of our discipline, and I expect her to fulfill her role with the same rigor. That is all. He stepped back, no applause, just silence. Noel didn't move, always the same, straight to the point. Not a word wasted. Really, he has a unique way to kill the vibe. The high priest took his place between the 2 lords, raising his hands as a soft golden light shimmered behind him. It is time, he said, voice calm and echoing. Bring forth the bride and groom. The ceremony was about to begin. The vows. The hall had fallen completely silent. From the side entrance, Veron von Lesteria appeared. Dressed in a tailored green suit adorned with subtle golden patterns across the shoulders and cuffs, he walked with the calm confidence of someone who had lived under scrutiny all his life. His blonde hair was tied back neatly, revealing sharp features and a distant gaze that scanned the rows of nobles without hesitation. At his side walked Elina. She held his arm lightly, her steps in perfect rhythm with his. Her emerald dress shimmered beneath the natural light cascading through the arched ceiling, the golden accents tracing her waist and collarbone like delicate vines. The long slit down her leg revealed just enough to make her elegance striking. Her gloves matched the dress flawlessly, and her platinum hair framed her face as it flowed down her back. Around her neck, the platinum necklace glinted with its amber gem, Noel's gift. They made their way down the center of the pavilion, past the noble families of Valor, of Alarith, and beyond. All eyes were on them, yet Elina's expression was composed, serene, even proud. When they reached the altar, Veron released her arm and stepped forward alone. Elina gave him a small nod before taking her place among the family seats to the right side. Then came silence again, and then she appeared. Livia Thornne entered through the opposite side of the hall, alone. Her gown was pure white, simple but impossibly elegant. It hugged her frame modestly, flowing like liquid moonlight with each step. Her black hair was loose, cascading over her shoulders without a single jewel or clip to hold it back. Noel watched her carefully from the second row. The guests stood as one, as elven tradition dictated. Livia walked past them all, never glancing to either side. Her focus was forward, toward the altar, toward Veron. When she reached him, she stopped. Their eyes met. They did not speak, they did not smile, but they stood there side by side, and neither one looked away. The high priest stepped forward, his long white robe shifting gently as he raised both hands toward the gathering. A soft, golden shimmer circled the altar magic woven into the air itself, marking the moment with silent weight. In the name of harmony and lineage, we gather to witness the binding of two houses and the union of two souls, the priest intoned. Let there be no doubt, no shadow, no hesitation. Only the will to walk forward, Tojder. Veyron extended his hand. Livia looked at it for a moment, then placed her own in his. Their fingers locked. Two stewards stepped up from each side, presenting the ceremonial rings on ivory cushions. Crafted from woven silverleaf, shaped by elven smiths, they carried both tradition and a subtle enchantment meant to mark the wearers as bonded in the eyes of both gods and nations. Veyron took Livia's ring first. He slid it onto her finger with a steady motion, his eyes never leaving hers. Then she did the same. The priest nodded once slowly. By the oath of spirit and blood, let this bond be sealed. Veyron leaned in and kissed her. It was brief but not forced. Livia didn't flinch. She closed her eyes. Her hands stayed in his. And for the first time since the announcement of the wedding, her body didn't seem tense at all. Applause rose softly at first, then louder. The nobles approved. The ritual had been completed. From his seat, Noel watched in silence. Maybe she's changing too. All that's left is Sylvette, both mothers, and my father. That would be the hardest part. His eyes drifted to Albrecht, standing stoically at the front, arms crossed behind his back like a statue. I still don't know how House Thornne went to hell, not that I care, honestly. The transition from ceremony to celebration was seamless. Heartgrove Pavilion's rear gates opened wide, revealing the expansive gardens of the Von Lesteria estate. Paths of smooth white stone curved gently through the space, weaving between open pavilions, fountains shaped like blooming flowers, and crystalline light orbs floating gently above the guests. The air was filled with the scent of fresh leaves, honeyed drinks, and polished wood. At the center of the garden, a large dance floor made of polished white quartz shimmered faintly under the daylight. Elven engineers had fitted it perfectly into the natural layout of the spaceclean, round, and surrounded by soft grass and vibrant flower beds that seemed to bloom in real time under subtle magic. Dozens of tables surrounded the area, their cloths light green and ivory, decorated with floral centerpieces and rune-inscribed silverware. Along one side stretched a massive buffet, with foods ranging from roasted boar and honeyed vegetables to miniature elven pastries, soups in crystal cups, and exotic fruits from the southern isles. Guests flowed freely through the garden, some already gathered near the wine tables, others laughing in small circles under open canopies. Servants moved with elegance, refilling glasses and guiding newcomers with practiced grace. Veyron and Livia walked side by side, greeting nobles, responding to congratulations with nods and half-smiles. Veyron handled the attention with ease. Livia, though more reserved, did not pull away. From afar, Noel watched them without expression. He stood near the back edge of the gathering, arms crossed for a moment, observing. The beauty of the garden was undeniable. This isn't my vibe at all. Damn, I don't like social gatherings like this, he thought. Then, deciding he'd rather not keep thinking, he made his way to the buffet. Noel stood near the edge of the buffet table, quietly serving himself a modest plate-roasted meat, fresh bread, and a few slices of fruit. His motions were calm, deliberate. Around him, most guests had already settled into small clusters, drinking, laughing, or preparing to watch the first dance. He preferred the quiet. Just as he reached for a glass, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Hi, Noel," he turned. Lena stood a few steps away, her hands resting lightly in front of her. The sunlight filtered through the garden canopy, casting soft light over her platinum hair. Her dress, deep green with golden detailing, seemed to glow faintly. The long slit along her leg moved gently as she shifted her weight, and the amber gem at her neck caught the light like fire trapped in glass. "Hi," Noel replied. He looked at her a moment longer than he meant to. "That's not the dress from yesterday." She smiled, tilting her head. "No, it's not. I wanted it to be a surprise. So I told a little lie, I see." Elina's eyes held his for a beat. "How do I look?" Noel didn't pause. "Very good." They stood there, just a few feet apart, with voices and laughter all around them, but it felt distant, quiet in their corner of the garden. Then, from the far end of the space, a soft melody began to risilegant, composed, unmistakably elven. A string quartet had taken their place beneath an arch woven from living branches. The first notes of a classical waltz drifted across the celebration. Guests turned toward the white quartz dance floor. At its center, Veyron and Livia stepped forward. He offered his hand. She accepted, and together they began to dance. The dance. The music continued softly, flowing like water through the open garden. Beneath the canopy of enchanted lights and flowering trees, Veyron and Livia moved across the white quartz dance floor with practiced grace. Noel stood a short distance away, one hand resting loosely in his pocket, the other holding a half-empty glass. His gaze followed the two figures in the center, not with admiration, but with something quieter, detached. "This isn't for me." He watched as Livia allowed Veyron to guide her with ease, her expression soft, even peaceful. It was strange. She looked nothing like the cold, bitter girl he remembered when the engagement was announced. The tension in her shoulders was gone. The stiffness in her jaw had faded. Then movement beside him drew his eye. Elina stood nearby, her hands clasped in front of her, eyes fixed on the couple with an expression that was nothing short of joyful. It wasn't about the politics or the ceremony. She simply looked happy to see her brother enjoying himself. Noel glanced at her, then back to the dance floor. He didn't think about it much, just acted. "Do you want to dance?" he asked. Elina blinked, turning toward him as if pulled from a dream. "Me? Yes, you." Her lips parted slightly. "I don't really know how to dance." Noel offered a faint smile. "Don't worry, I don't either." He paused. "Though that's not really true. The old Noel seemed to know. But I don't, so it's not a lie, right?" "Current Noel doesn't. I should stop thinking about this." Elina hesitated, then looked back at the dance floor. She took a slow breath and nodded once. "All right, but don't laugh if I step on you." "I won't," he said. He held out his hand. She took it. Together, they walked toward the glowing center of the celebration, where the music waited and the world seemed, for once, a little lighter. The moment they stepped onto the quartz platform, the music shifted into a slower rhythm elven waltz, gentle and flowing, guided by strings and the soft hum of wind instruments. Noel turned toward Elina and raised his hand. She moved closer, placing one hand lightly on his shoulder, the other uncertain in his grip. Her expression was focused, maybe too much, like someone trying to remember the steps of a spell they'd only ever seen in theory. They began to move. It wasn't smooth. Elina missed the first beat, stepping too late and bumping his foot. She pulled back quickly, a flush rising to her cheeks. "Sorry, it's fine," Noel said calmly. "Here." He shifted slightly and leaned in, voice low near her ear. "Put your right foot on mine." She blinked. "What? Just trust me. Step up. Let me lead." Hesitantly, she obeyed. Her green-gloved hand tightened slightly around his as she placed her foot over his. Noel adjusted his stance and began to move in time with the music, letting the rhythm guide him. With each turn, each gentle pivot, Elina's weight followed. "Just follow the beat," he murmured. "Don't think." He felt her body slowly relax. Her hand on his shoulder loosened. Her breathing steadied. Around them, other dancers spun and shifted. Conversations murmured at the edge of the platform. Lights drifted overhead like glowing seeds caught in an eternal breeze. But for that moment, none of it mattered. Elina looked up at him once. There was a faint smile on her lips now. They kept dancing, not perfectly, not flawlessly, but together, and that was enough. After a while, the song faded into a softer melody. Elina gently stepped down from his foot, keeping her hand in his a moment longer than necessary. Then she tugged his sleeve. "Come with me," she whispered. He raised an eyebrow. "Where?" Elina led him off the dance floor, weaving through the garden with quiet purpose. Noel followed without questioning it. The sound of music grew fainter with every step, replaced by the soft crunch of gravel beneath their shoes and the rustle of leaves swaying high above. They approached one of the side entrances to the main estate, a narrow archway wrapped in flowering vines, nearly hidden behind a curtain of ivy. Elina pushed it aside and slipped through, glancing back only once to make sure he followed. Inside, the air shifted. The hallway was made of living wood, smooth and curved, lit by faint strands of magic woven into the ceiling like veins of starlight. It was quiet, sacred almost. "You sure you're not taking me somewhere to get rid of me?" Noel asked, half teasing. Elina chuckled. "Tempting, but no." "Then where are we going? You'll see." They ascended a narrow spiral staircase made from the same golden-hued wood, winding upward through the heart of the structure. A few elven attendants passed by on lower levels, but none looked up. This route was secluded meat for someone who knew exactly where to go. As they reached the top floor, the space opened into a narrow balcony tucked beneath an overhanging dome of woven branches and soft moss. The view was stunning. From here, the entire garden stretched out below them, white quartz dance floor, the drifting lights, the flickering movement of nobles in elegant attire. The music was still audible, but it came from far away like a memory. Elina leaned forward slightly, resting her hands on the carved railing. "My father always prepares a magic display for events like this," she said softly, "but he never announces it. Says it should feel like a secret meant only for those who stay long enough or care enough to notice." "What kind of magic?" "Light, water, earth, living vines. He weaves them together and makes them dance with the music. It's beautiful." Noel glanced at her. "So this is the best place to watch it." She nodded. "And you're the only one who knows it exists." A small smile curved her lips. "I suppose I just wanted to share it with someone this time." They sat down on a long bench carved directly from the living wood, softened by a cushion of moss and embroidered silk. The view from above felt distant, like looking into a painting. Below, music continued to play, and nobles moved like figures in a slow, coordinated dream. For a while, neither of them spoke. Elina shifted slightly, then leaned her head gently against Noel's shoulder. Her hair brushed his collar, the soft weight of her presence settling beside him with surprising warmth. He looked ahead, saying nothing. The sky above Terles was a dark blue canopy veined with light, like the world was stitched together by something older than time. A soft breeze moved through the balcony, carrying the scent of flowers and distant incense. Noel glanced to the side. From this angle, he could just see her face gum, Contenta and the slight pink coloring the tips of her pointed ears. She was embarrassed, but she didn't pull away. He didn't tease her this time. Not tonight. It's fine, he thought. I can relax today. I think I've earned it. Tomorrow I leave for the holy capital. And so, without words, they watched the world from above, two silhouettes sitting still in the quiet, while the lights below danced in their place. Holy capital. Morning light streamed through the tall, vine-wrapped windows of Noel's room in Terles, casting soft patterns over the wooden floor. He stood near the center, slipping on his gloves one by one, movements quiet and methodical. His dimensional pouch rested at his hip, sealed and compact. Everything he needed was already stored inside: clothes, supplies, even Revenant Fang. He, dressed in his fitted dark blue coat and reinforced trousers, the ashen sigil glowing faintly on his finger. Then, without warning, something flickered. A translucent window blinked open in front of his eyes. New mission: discover what is happening in the holy capital. Reward: time limit, 31 days. He stared at the words, unblinking. Looks like the next scenario has started. That will mark the end of Act III. The window dissolved into nothing. Knock, knock. He turned. At the door stood a senior servant of House Thornne, dressed in charcoal gray with a silver insignia on his chest. His expression was firm but polite. Lord Albrecht requests your presence before your departure, young master. He gave a short nod. Understood. I'll go now. The hallway leading to his father's study was as quiet as ever too quiet. The kind of silence that pressed on the back of your neck, the kind that warned you to measure every step, every word. Noel arrived at the heavy wooden door and knocked twice. Enter, came the voice from within. He pushed it open. The study was dimly lit, though warm rays of morning sun filtered through a narrow window behind the desk. Shelves lined the walls, filled with tomes bound in black, crimson, and gold. The air smelled faintly of parchment, wood oil, and something older like dust that no servant ever dared to clean. Lord Albrecht Thornne sat behind his desk, posture straight, hands folded. He wore a simple dark coat, no jewelry, no house crest, just authority made flesh. Standing beside him was an old man Noel had never seen before, thin, hunched slightly with age, dressed in immaculate formal wear. His skin was pale and wrinkled, hair pure white, and his eyes sharp despite the lines around them. He had to be close to 90. Who the hell is that? Noel's eyes flicked back to the desk. Something caught the edge of his vision, a silver picture frame lying face down near a stack of unopened letters. He barely noticed it, but it was there. Albrecht spoke first. I heard you're leaving. I am, Noel answered calmly. You still have more than a month before classes begin. Care to explain the reason? Noel stood straight. My friends are currently in the holy capital. It lies just south of Terles. I thought I'd head there first, then return to the academy with them. Albrecht held his gaze for a moment, unreadable. I see. A pause, long enough to feel deliberate. Noel cleared his throat slightly. Was there anything else, father? You may go. Noel nodded, then hesitated. Before I leave, may I ask for something? Albrecht narrowed his eyes faintly. You think you've earned the right to ask me for favors? Considering I ranked 19th in the entire academy, Noel said evenly, I'd say I've brought some prestige to our name. Albrecht grunted. I recall that you were disqualified during the Hunt Festival. True, but the academy ranking matters more. It includes all noble families across every continent. A pause. You may have a point, Albrecht said. What is it? I'd like access to the Thornne family library. A longer pause this time. Very well. Anything else? Albrecht didn't respond. Noel turned and walked out, leaving the door to click shut behind him. The study remained still after Noel's departure. Only the ticking of an old wall clock filled the silence. Lord Albrecht leaned back in his chair, exhaling through his nose. His gaze drifted not to the door but to the desk. Slowly he reached out and turned over the silver picture frame that had been lying face down. A woman smiled back at him. Golden hair, green eyes, her expression soft, caught mid-laughter. The light in the image was warm, as if whoever took it had captured something real, something fragile. It was Albrecht's first love, Noel's mother. She died giving him birth. He said nothing. The old man standing nearby, silent until now, finally spoke. You treat them like objects, Albrecht. You always have since she is not with us. That made the others change, and that boy suffered because of that change. Albrecht didn't look up. That's the only way they survive. You weren't always like this. I wasn't always a father either, Frederick. Frederick stepped closer, his hands clasped behind his back. You're not a child anymore, but you're still acting like one when it comes to grief. Albrecht's jaw tensed. I'm 52. Don't call me a child. I've served this house since before you were born. I'll call you what I like. A long pause. I'm trying to protect them, Albrecht said finally. All of them, for as long as I can. And the only way to do that is to keep the family secret buried. For now it is my responsibility. Frederick's voice lowered. You know you won't be able to hide it forever. I know, and you're killing yourself in the process. Albrecht didn't answer. Frederick's eyes drifted to the photo in his hands. He looks like her, doesn't he? Albrecht's voice was barely above a whisper. Yes, far too much. The throne room was vast, its vaulted ceiling supported by silver columns etched with celestial runes. Pale light filtered through high stained glass windows, casting soft hues of crimson and blue across the marble floor. At the far end sat King Alvarin Ivy, draped in royal white with gold trim, his crimson eyes sharp even in stillness. Standing before him was Nicholas von Aldros, his expression tight with restrained frustration. So Nicholas asked, "Did you uncover anything?" Alvarin leaned slightly on one armrest, voice calm. "He claims he isn't involved." Nicholas blinked. "And you believe him?" Just like that, no pressure, no follow-up. Alvarin's tone remained level. He offered to assist in the investigation personally, said he'd assign resources from his own house. "We can't be certain it's only demons behind this." Nicholas stepped forward, fists clenched behind his back. "Are you hearing yourself?" "Alvarin, that was a premeditated attack. The first attempt was intercepted by sheer luck. The second," he paused, jaw tightening, "was only stopped because a student happened to intervene. This isn't random. This is a structured plan, coordinated, rehearsed." Alvarin's fingers tapped slowly against the armrest. "And yet we still lack names, faces, or solid evidence." Nicholas narrowed his eyes. "Then I'll find it myself." He turned sharply on his heel, the sound of his boots echoing through the chamber. As he reached the doorway, he muttered under his breath, "Looks like I'll have to handle this personally. I'll ask the boy Nolsey if he's learned anything else." He has the unfortunate habit of being exactly where trouble strikes. He vanished into the corridor, the doors closing behind him. The walls were tall, pale stone, fortified with clean symmetry. Towers rose like white spires toward the clouds, each etched with golden symbols of faith. Banners bearing the emblem of the holy capital fluttered in the breeze white on gold, with the shape of a radiant cross at the center. At the heart of the city stood the great cathedral, vast, imposing, and silent. Its black iron gates were open, and the stained glass windows shimmered with divine runeswords of light, protection, and devotion etched by ancient hands. Noel stepped down from the stone platform where the monotram had left him, surrounded by the steady motion of carriages, pilgrims, and guards in white cloaks. He looked up. The cathedral loomed over the city like a judgment, its highest spire crowned with a gleaming cross that caught the morning sun. Wide streets stretched in all directions, some leading toward markets, others toward cloisters, libraries, or buildings wrapped in silence and incense. Noel adjusted the cuff of his coat, eyes scanning the horizon. "Looks like I'm here." Traitor, the sun was beginning to set over the holy capital, casting long shadows across the towering white walls that encircled the city. The stone glowed faintly in the warm orange light, turning gold at the edges. Noel stood before the main gate, hands tucked in his coat pockets, eyes fixed on the massive structure in front of him. "Here we go. Tock, tock, tock." He knocked firmly on the smaller wooden door built into the larger gate. A few seconds passed before it creaked open. A small viewing slot slid aside, revealing the weathered face of an old priest. His gray brows furrowed slightly before relaxing into something kinder. "Yes, state your purpose," the priest asked, voice calm but cautious. "Marcus said something about helping right. Good evening. I'd like to enter the holy capital," Noel said. "I was told that a group of students from the Imperial Academy of Valor arrived recently here helping with the orphanage." The priest blinked, then offered a small nod of recognition. "Ah, yes, they arrived just a few days ago. But why didn't you come with them?" "My sister's wedding was held in Terles," Noel explained. "We split up, agreed to meet back here." "A wedding? Wait, oh, you mean Veyron's wedding, the heir of House Listeria? That's right. His bride is my sister." The priest straightened slightly. "A Thornne, then. Forgive my caution, young master. No need. It's normal to be careful." The priest smiled and began unlocking the side gate. "Well, welcome to the holy capital, Lord Thornne. Come in, you're just in time." As the gate creaked open fully, Noel stepped inside. The road ahead was paved with pale stone, worn smooth by time and footsteps. Lining both sides stood guards clad in polished white armor, detailed with golden crosses. They carried spears and swords, but their stance was relaxed, disciplined, not aggressive. Further ahead, rising like a mountain of marble and reverence, was the main cathedral. Its structure dominated the skyline, immense and intricate. Dozens of spires reached into the evening sky, their tips catching the last orange rays of sunlight. The surface of the cathedral shimmered with purity not through magic, but through masterful craftsmanship. The walls were adorned with sculpted angels, saints, and scenes from sacred tales. The stained glass windows glittered with deep reds and blues, casting a kaleidoscope of light over the surrounding courtyard. It reminded Noel of something he had once seen in a textbook, something from Earth. "Wow, I never really appreciated buildings like this back then. Then again, it's not like my family ever had money for travel." Beside him, the old priest chuckled. "It's quite beautiful, isn't it? I'm glad it struck you." Noel blinked. "How'd you know what I was thinking?" The priest smiled. "It's written all over your face, boy." Noel glanced away for a moment. What a pleasant old man. "Come," the priest said, waving him along. "Let me show you where your friends are staying." They walked together through the side gardens, past tall hedges and iron lanterns hanging from stone arches. Eventually, they arrived at a smaller building, simpler than the cathedral, but warm and full of life. Toys were scattered near the entrance. Dolls, a couple of worn balls, a wooden swing creaked gently in the breeze. "The orphanage," the priest said. "They're at prayer right now in the chapel, but let me show you your room." He led Noel through the front doors and into a long corridor lined with rooms on either side. The interior was surprisingly spacious, with clean wooden floors and simple, well-kept furniture. There are 2 rooms for volunteersmen and women, the priest explained. Your friends are staying in this one, 2 bunk beds. Looks like you've got a free spot. Noel stepped inside briefly. One bed was empty, the other 3 showed signs of use-folded clothes, half-read books, a comb left on a pillow. The priest gave a small bow. Of course, this old man will leave you to settle in. Once alone, Noel placed a hand over his dimensional pouch and let out a quiet breath. He reached inside and retrieved Revenant Fang, still sealed in its dark cloth wrap. For a brief moment, the weight of the sword settled in his hands, cold and familiar. Then, just as quickly, he placed it back inside the pouch. No reason to walk around with a black sword strapped to my waist in front of children. He pulled off his coat and tossed it over the bedpost, then stepped back out into the fading light. The quiet of the holy capital felt curated, as if the piece was woven into every brick and flagstone, too perfect to be real. He walked through the cathedral courtyard, past the arches and watchful statues. His eyes traced every corner, every guarded path. If I want to infiltrate the lower levels, I'll need to know this place inside and out. He stopped near one of the side chapels, beneath a carved relief of a kneeling knight, and reached for the system menu. Item name: Veilweaver's Charm. Type: Illusion. Class: Utility Artifact. Function: temporarily alters physical appearance. 30-45 min-max. Cooldown: 96 hours. He stared at the shimmering text, arms crossed. This will come in handy. I could use it to sneak into the restricted floors below. Problem is, who should I turn into? If I want access to the sealed areas, I'll need to mimic someone important. He was still thinking when a voice cut through the silence like a blade. Traitor. Noel blinked and looked up. A girl was storming toward him from across the courtyard, pink hair flowing behind her, golden yellow eyes locked onto his. She was small barely to his chin, but her presence somehow filled the entire space. Charlotte. Oh no. Without a word, Noel turned and ran. Behind him, the saint shouted even louder. Stop right there, traitor. He darted between pillars, cut across the garden path, slipped past 2 confused monks. Charlotte kept pace with determination, shouting as she chased him through the courtyard. They ran like that for nearly 2 full minutes, her yelling, him ignoring, passers-by staring with baffled expressions. Finally, Noel stopped short. Charlotte didn't. Thud. She crashed into him full force, letting out a soft oof as she stumbled forward and instinctively grabbed his wrist. I've got you. You're not escaping this time, traitor. Noel looked down at her calmly. Pardon me, but do I know you? She blinked, then narrowed her eyes. Wait, maybe I was wrong. No, if you didn't know me, you wouldn't have run. She grabbed his arm again, victorious. You're drawing attention, he said, glancing around. Tone it down a bit, dear saint. Charlotte frowned. Fine, but promise not to run again or I'll scream, and the holy guards will come for you. Noel sighed. All right, good, she said cheerfully, then added, traitor. Noel sighed as Charlotte gripped his arm with surprising strength for someone so small. You really need to stop calling me that, he muttered. But you are a traitor, she said, completely serious. He turned his head toward her. How exactly? You turned me in, Charlotte declared, pouting slightly. You handed me over to those boring, serious priests. I was this close to freedom. Noel stared at her. You mean the day you ran away? The day they were going to officially name you the saint? I wasn't running, she said, clearly lying. I was investigating spiritual freedom. Yeah, sure. And she continued, pointing an accusatory finger up at him with her free hand. Instead of helping me escape, you brought me back. You watched them take me away like I was some criminal. They even tied me. I didn't know they'd tie you up. Of course you didn't. You just poof and disappeared, leaving me behind. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. Exactly. Traitor. You weren't even supposed to leave the temple grounds. I didn't want to become a figurehead. I still don't, she mumbled, just barely loud enough for him to hear. Noel looked at her quietly. So, you hold a grudge because I didn't let you disappear from your entire life? Yes, got it. He turned to walk toward the dormitories. She followed without hesitation. Anyway, Noel muttered, I'd like to get some rest. Perfect, she chirped, still latched to his arm. I'll escort you. Traitors shouldn't be left alone. Noel clicked his tongue. Charlotte's head snapped toward him. Did you just? I did. You clicked your tongue at the saint of the holy capital. Yes, unbelievable. And yet she didn't let go. Footsteps echoed from the far side of the courtyard. Noel and Charlotte both turned their heads just as Marcus and Clara appeared from between 2 stone arches, with Garen and Lazil a few steps behind. They slowed at the sight in front of them. Charlotte clinging to Noel's arm with both hands, her expression caught somewhere between triumphant and outraged. Clara raised an eyebrow. Charlotte, are you all right? He didn't hurt you, did he? Charlotte blinked as if remembering something important. Then she beamed. Oh, that's right. Now I remember his name is Noel. I still think traitor fits better. Marcus looked confused. Traitor. Yes, Charlotte said seriously. He's a traitor. Noel exhaled slowly and spoke before anyone else could. For the record, she ran away. The day she was supposed to be named saint. I found her, brought her back, and now I've been sentenced to eternal slander. Charlotte nodded. Exactly, you're proving my point. Clara gave a small laugh behind her hand. So you two know each other, I guess. Unfortunately, Noel muttered. Garen chuckled. Didn't think I'd walk into a drama today. Noel took a step back and addressed the group. Anyway, good to see you all. I'm going to my room before someone tries to canonize me for self-defense. He turned to leave, Charlotte still holding onto his arm. Don't think you're getting away that easily, traitor, she said, following him immediately. Noel didn't even respond. Hey, did you just sigh again? Marcus watched them go in silence. After a beat, he turned to the others with a half smile. They seemed to get along. We're not going to have a problem with those two, are we? Clara crossed her arms. They are the problem. Lazil shrugged. Should be fun to watch, at least. Mornings, misunderstandings, and magic. The light of early morning filtered through the narrow windows of the orphanage dormitory, casting soft golden rays across the wooden floor. The clock on the wall ticked past 8:00 a.m. Marcus stirred first. Still wrapped in his blanket, he blinked blearily at the bunk above him, Noel's. He smirked. Hey, Lazil, he whispered. Lazil, curled on the opposite bed, cracked one eye open. What is it? Marcus motioned for him to come closer. I've got an idea. Garen, already sitting upright, raised an eyebrow. What are you two scheming now? SHH, Marcus whispered with a grin. Just watch. Lazil crawled down and leaned close as Marcus cupped his hand to his ear. Lazil's face broke into a grin. Oh, I like it. He stood up, extended his hand toward Noel's bunk, and murmured, water bubble. Mana swirled in the air, coalescing into a floating sphere of crystal-clear water that shimmered under the morning light. It hovered for a heartbeat perfectly still right above Noel's head. Then Lazil dropped it. Splash. Noel shot upright, drenched head to toe. His golden hair clung to his forehead, dripping. His expression was blank at first, pure sleep, and then slowly turned into something between confusion and cold-blooded murder. The room went silent. Then came the laughter. Marcus fell over, clutching his stomach. Lazil doubled over. Even Garen let out a short chuckle, though he tried to hide it. Noel stared at them. No words, no gestures, just stared. Then, without a single sound, he climbed down from the top bunk shirtless, soaked, and furious, and walked toward the bathroom without looking at any of them. Hey, don't take it personally. Marcus called after him. It was just a joke. Right, guys, Garen nodded solemnly. A friendly prank. The only response was the slam of the room door. He's really not a morning person, Lazil muttered. Noel stepped out of the helper's dorm room, still drenched from head to toe. His blonde hair was soaked and messy, clinging to his forehead. Water dripped down his bare torso as he casually walked down the hallway with a towel slung over one shoulder. His face still held that familiar scowl from being rudely awakened. Just as he turned the corner toward the bathrooms, two figures approached from the opposite end, Charlotte and Clara, engaged in a quiet conversation. Charlotte's gaze landed on him, and her face turned crimson in an instant. You, perv. Before she could finish the word, Noel stepped up and calmly placed his hand over her mouth. SHH, he whispered, you'll wake the kids. Charlotte froze mid-step, eyes wide, her muffled voice stuck between indignation and embarrassment. Her face flared even redder now that his palm covered her lips. Clara blinked, caught off guard. Charlotte, are you all right? Did he do anything to you? Clara raised an eyebrow. I think you might be misjudging him. He's odd, yes, and not exactly talkative. But I think he just needs time. Charlotte put a hand to her chin, nodding dramatically. I get it now. He's slow, poor thing. Clara pinched the bridge of her nose. That's not, never mind. Come on, let's go help with breakfast. The girls walked off, and Noel, expression unreadable, resumed his march to the bathroom. He muttered under his breath, just kill me already. Inside the bathroom, the early morning light filtered through the small, stained glass window, casting colored streaks across the tiled floor. Noel was toweling off his hair, his upper body still bare, when he suddenly heard soft footsteps behind him. He turned on instinct, muscles tensedly, to find a small boy, maybe 5 years old, standing there silently. The child had short brown hair, pale skin, and big eyes that stared up at him. Noel flinched. What the? I almost blasted him into the wall. He exhaled sharply, trying to calm his pulse, and looked down at the boy. You lost or something? He asked, still drying his head. The child didn't answer, just stood there, staring. Noel blinked. Hey kid, are you okay? Still no response, no motion, just that quiet, eerie stillness until suddenly the boy's lip quivered and he burst into tears. Oh, come on, Noel panicked. Why now? The sobbing echoed off the bathroom walls. Noel crouched down, trying everything he could think of, waving his hands, making silly faces, even offering his towel like a cape. Hey, stop crying. Please look, funny face. He puffed his cheeks out. The crying got louder. Okay, what about this? He pointed a finger upward and whispered, flamethrower. A small flame appeared at the tip of his index finger. The fire flickered gently, warm and harmless, dancing like a candle. The boy sniffled, his cries fading into fascination. His eyes widened, transfixed by the flame. Finally, Noel sighed in relief. Fire always works. But just as the child began to smile, slam, the bathroom door burst open. Charlotte stood at the entrance, eyes wide with horror. You maniac, she screamed. You were going to roast him alive. Before Noel could even open his mouth, she sprinted forward and tackled him to the floor. He went down with a loud thud, his head smacking painfully against the tiled wall. Argh, what the hell is wrong with you? Blood trickled from a small cut on his scalp. Charlotte hovered over him, furious. Don't play dumb, I saw the flame. You were gonna cook the poor kid. I was trying to calm him down. He wouldn't stop crying. Oh, my bad, she said with a sheepish giggle. Hee hee. Whoops, whoops. You cracked my skull. She knelt beside him and muttered an apology that was so quiet it was practically inaudible. What was that? I said I'm sorry. She mumbled louder, eyes averted. Now sit still. Charlotte extended her hand over his head and cast a soft healing spell. A faint golden light surrounded the wound, closing it quickly though the dried blood still remained on his hair and neck. Heal. Noel grumbled. Guess I'll need that shower after all. Then he looked at the boy, who was still watching with wide eyes. Take him to get breakfast, will you? Charlotte nodded. Come on, little one. Let's get you some food before the pervert burns someone else. Noel narrowed his eyes at her. Charlotte just smiled sweetly and waved, taking the boy by the hand and leaving the bathroom. Noel sat there in silence, still on the floor, then muttered, This mission is going to kill me. Charlotte returned to the common area of the orphanage with the small boy holding her hand. The other students were already finishing up preparations for breakfast. Plates were being set, steam rising from pots of porridge, and the sound of wooden spoons clinking filled the air. Marcus noticed her immediately. Charlotte, where were you? And wait, is that blood on your sleeve? Clara turned too. What happened? Charlotte blinked. I cracked Noel's head open. Clara dropped the spoon she was holding. You did what? Garen raised an eyebrow while still stirring the pot. That explains the yelling. Charlotte held up her hands quickly. It's not what it sounds like. I thought he was going to burn Eric, this little one, so I tackled him. Laziel, sitting by the window, narrowed his eyes. You thought Noel was going to burn a child. I panicked, okay? Charlotte pouted. I heard crying, walked in, saw fire, and boom. Instinct. Laziel stood and walked over to her. Come here a second. He leaned in and whispered, Noel saved my life during the academy incident. Charlotte blinked, confused. What do you mean? That's all I can say. The case was silenced to avoid public panic, but he saved me and others. If you think he'd ever hurt a kid, you don't know him at all. Charlotte's expression softened. Oh, Garen added from the back. Noel's rough around the edges, but his head's always on straight. Marcus nodded. Exactly. Besides, he probably just wanted to keep the kid calm. Using a spark of fire magic's nothing if it kept the kid from screaming. Clara crossed her arms. Did you at least apologize? I did, Charlotte replied with a quiet huff. He was in the middle of bleeding, but I healed it. Laziel raised an eyebrow. Was he still bleeding after? Charlotte looked away. Well, yeah, the spell closed the wound, but not the mess. Garen smirked. So now he's walking around shirtless, wet, and with blood in his hair. Marcus leaned back and laughed. You're lucky he didn't throw you out the window. Charlotte grumbled. I said I was sorry. Marcus grinned. He's not the type to hold grudges, I think. Charlotte blinked. You think? The group fell into a round of light laughter as Charlotte sighed, glancing back toward the hall where Noel had gone. I really hope he doesn't hate me now, she thought, fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve. But he did look kind of cool holding that fire. She blushed faintly, then quickly shook her head. Stupid. He's a pervert, a traitor, and now bleeding because of me. She looked down at Eric, who smiled up at her innocently. I'll make it up to him, she whispered under her breath. Eventually. Fire and fragments. The sun was already up, casting golden rays through the tall arched windows of the orphanage's dining hall. A soft buzz of chatter and laughter filled the space as the children finished their breakfast under the gentle guidance of the nuns. At one of the long wooden tables near the back, Marcus, Garen, Laziel, Clara, and Charlotte sat waiting, talking casually, though a slight air of anticipation lingered. 15 minutes later, Noel walked in. His steps were calm, steady. He wore a loose black shirt tucked into fitted black pants, the sleeves slightly rolled up. His damp blonde hair was still tousled from the shower, and he had traded his usual gear for simple but clean black boots. Without a word, he pulled out the empty chair beside Marcus and sat down. Morning, Noel said, voice low but composed. Marcus turned toward him. Morning. You good? Noel grabbed a piece of bread from the shared basket and bit into it. Let's see. I woke up drenched and got a blunt force trauma to the head before breakfast, so no, not exactly the best morning. Clara let out a small laugh and Laziel chuckled with his mouth full. Marcus looked sheepish. Right, about that, sorry. Garen tried to lift the mood. It was meant as a wake-up call. Builds character, you know. Noel didn't reply. He simply stared at him, expression blank. Garen raised his hands in surrender, grinning. Meanwhile, Charlotte had barely touched her food. She seemed unusually quiet, eyes fixed on her plate. Sorry, she murmured, just above a whisper. Noel looked at her for a moment. I already told you I'm fine. See, Marcus nudged her. Noel isn't the kind of guy to hold grudges. Since when do you think you know me that well? Noel thought, suppressing the urge to raise an eyebrow. He went back to eating, the dull throb in the back of his head still present but manageable. Compared to everything else he had endured lately, a bump and a soaked blanket were practically a luxury. After breakfast, the group moved to the open courtyard behind the orphanage's wide space surrounded by flowering hedges and low stone walls. This was the time of day reserved for studies, though it resembled more of a magical show and tell than anything academic. The children gathered in small groups, their eager eyes gleaming with curiosity. Clara stood near a fountain, conjuring delicate water shapes in mid-air spinning orbs, dancing swans, even a miniature waterfall that made the little ones squeal in delight. Lazil moved around, assisting with basic spells, though his mana control made it clear he wasn't suited for flashy magic. He stuck to minor illusions, conjuring sparkles and flickering lights that the younger kids chased through the grass. Garen knelt near a tree, flexing dramatically. A few brave kids had climbed onto his broad shoulders, laughing as he stood up and turned in slow circles. And Marcus Ever the Golden Boy was surrounded by at least a dozen children. Using his affinity for earth magic, he shaped soft clay into miniature castles and tunnels. The kids eagerly helped, giggling as towers crumbled or little stone bridges formed. Noel stood off to the side, arms crossed, simply observing. His gaze swept the yard until it landed on a familiar figure sitting alone on a bench near the wall. The boy from earlier, the one from the bathroom incident. Small frame, brown hair, eyes distant. Noel walked over, slow and casual. "Hey," he said, "I think we got off on the wrong foot earlier. I'm Noel." The boy didn't answer. He just stared at him, unmoving. "Not a big talker, huh?" Noel tilted his head. "Wanna see some fire magic?" At that, the boy gave a slight nod. Noel knelt in front of him and extended a hand. "Deal is, you gotta tell me your name first." "Fair trade, right?" The boy hesitated. Then so quietly Noel had to strain to hear Ith whispered, "Eric." Noel smiled faintly. "Eric, huh? That's a good name. You wanna see the flame again?" Eric nodded, eyes wide now with interest. Noel raised a finger and whispered, "Flamethrower." A gentle stream of fire spiraled out, hovering in his palm like a miniature comet. Eric leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Noel began shaping the flame, twisting it into birds, spinning rings, and abstract loops that pulsed with orange light. "You like it?" Noel asked. Eric nodded again, his lips parting slightly in awe. Before they could continue, a soft voice called out, "All right, little ones, time for morning prayers." A short blonde nun appeared, her pointed ears peeking through her wavy hair. She smiled warmly, clapping her hands as the children began to gather. "Come now, Eric," she said sweetly. "It's time." Eric looked at Noel one last time before getting up silently and following the group. "We'll do more later," Noel said after him. Then unexpectedly, Charlotte appeared at his side. "You touched Eric?" she asked, surprised. Noel blinked. "Yeah, we shook hands." "Why?" Charlotte looked as if she'd seen a ghost. "He never lets anyone touch him, not even me. Maybe he just needs time." Charlotte tilted her head. "Like you?" "What? Nothing. I'm going to join the kids in prayer." She turned away, waving back at him. "See you later, traitor pervert." "Not a pervert. Why am I always surrounded by weird women?" He exhaled deeply, shaking his head. With the children gone and the courtyard momentarily quiet, only the group of students remained. Clara and Lazil chatted near the well. Garen sat on a bench, peeling an apple with a small knife. Marcus approached Noel, a wooden practice sword already in hand. "Feel like sparring?" he asked, grinning. Noel glanced at him, then at the makeshift training area in the shade of the chapel's west wing. "Sure," he said. "Could use a warm-up. Besides, I've been stuck at current core progress 8, 53 mana core, adept for a while. Last time I gained 0, 40 after those 5 days of ship training. If I push myself hard this month, I might make some real progress, and uncover the circle's trail in the meantime." Garen tossed another sword to Noel, who caught it without looking. "You two break anything, and the nuns will break your skulls," Lazil warned half-jokingly. "Got it," Marcus replied, stepping onto the practice square, a patch of dirt already worn down by previous sessions. The two faced off, both holding the wooden blades in relaxed guards. Marcus had a calm, measured stance. Noel's was looser, shoulders slightly angled, his gaze focused. Clara and the others took seats nearby, sensing a good show was coming. "First to 3 clean hits," Marcus offered. Noel nodded. "Fine by me." A pause, then Marcus launched forward, quick and direct. Noel parried, their wooden swords clacking sharply. The first exchange was fast, but not reckless, both feeling each other out. Marcus had the strength, but Noel had the timing. Noel ducked under a wide swing, countered with a swipe toward Marcus's ribs, barely stopped by a hasty block. 1-0, Noel muttered. Marcus smirked, adjusting his grip. "You're not rusty after all." "I was never rusty." They clashed again. Dust rose. The sound of wood meeting wood echoed across the courtyard. Garen gave a low whistle. Clara leaned forward, watching intently. Marcus swept for Noel's feet. Noel jumped, spun, landed, then went for a quick jab to the chest. Blocked. Counter. Parry. And then Marcus feinted left and tapped Noel's side. 1-0. Noel exhaled, flicking sweat from his brow. Third round. This time neither held back. Noel's blade moved like a blur, dancing around Marcus's defenses. Marcus countered with heavy, arcing blows, trying to break through Noel's agility. They were evenly matched, until Noel stepped inside a swing and, with a sudden twist of his wrist, knocked Marcus's blade away. He jabbed forward but clear. 2-1, Noel said. Marcus grinned through heavy breaths. "All right, last one." They squared off again, both more serious now. Noel surged forward, this time feinting low, then pivoted and struck toward Marcus's shoulder. Marcus blocked it barely, but his stance opened just enough. Noel spun, dropped low, and swept Marcus's legs out from under him. Thud. Silence. Marcus blinked up at the sky, then laughed. Okay, Thornne. Noel extended a hand. Marcus took it, pulling himself up. You're in form, Marcus said. Sharp. I've got things on my mind, I can tell. They walked back toward the group. Lazil clapped slowly. That was actually entertaining. Clara smiled. You two really don't know how to go easy, huh? Scouting with a saint. The morning light filtered softly through the trees surrounding the orphanage courtyard. Children ran about laughing, and the warm scent of freshly baked bread lingered in the air. Charlotte stood near a wooden bench, handing out pieces of bread with a bright, content smile. Her rosy hair shimmered under the sunlight, and her yellow-hued eyes sparkled with warmth. Noel approached quietly, hands in his pockets, his black shirt rustling slightly as he moved through the light breeze. Charlotte, he called out. She turned, blinking once before her smile widened. Oh, pervert, it's you, she teased, her tone cheerful and playful as always. Noel rolled his eyes lightly. Would you mind showing me around the holy capital today? I want to see it with you. Charlotte blinked again, clearly surprised but pleasantly so. How you want me to show you around, really? She asked, pointing to herself with both hands. Who else? Noel replied. You know the place better than anyone here. If I walk around with you, it won't raise rare suspicions. Charlotte tilted her head slightly, her lips forming a small O before smiling again. That's true. Everyone trusts the saint. Noel gave her a faint smirk. Exactly. Well, she tapped her chin with one finger, pretending to think. I suppose I could give you the best tour ever, but only if you promise to stop being a traitor and a pervert. I didn't promise either of those things to begin with. She stuck her tongue out at him. Then I'll consider this an act of redemption. Noel shook his head with a faint sigh. Fine. Lead the way, Saint. Charlotte turned, motioning for him to follow with a skip in her step. Let's go, I'll show you the best parts of the capital. As she led him through the gates and into the heart of the holy capital, Noel's expression turned more Siriushi's eyes, already scanning the perimeter, the patrols, the towers in the distance. Time to memorize everything. The streets of the holy capital were paved with polished stone, clean and wide, lined with flowering planters and modestly elegant shops. The buildings, predominantly white with golden accents, reflected the afternoon sun in soft, radiant hues. Charlotte walked just ahead of Noel, humming a cheerful tune as she pointed out landmark schools run by clergy, a bakery that gave leftover sweets to the orphanage, and a small plaza with a statue of the first saint. And over there is the bell tower. It rings every hour, and on holy days. Ithi, are you even listening? Charlotte glanced over her shoulder. I am, Noel said smoothly, just taking it all in. His eyes flicked from one direction to another. There were guards stationed at almost every intersection, clad in white armor marked with golden crosses. Some carried spears, others longswords, and all of them walked with practiced discipline. Charlotte kept walking, chatting casually. Noel let a few moments pass before asking, how many holy knights are stationed in the capital these days? Oh, I'm not sure of the exact number, she replied without hesitation, but there's always a lot near the church and in the inner districts. Father Orthrin says it's important to keep the peace and keep bad people out. I see. Do they rotate shifts often? Maybe, I think so. Sometimes I see different faces. Why? No reason, Noel replied casually. They just looked well-trained. Charlotte smiled proudly. They are. The Holy Guard are chosen from all over the continents. Only the best get to protect the capital. Isn't that cool? Very, Noel muttered, glancing toward a nearby tower. 2 guards stood at the top, crossbows in hand. He silently counted how long it took them to switch positions. Charlotte, oblivious to his deeper interest, continued walking happily beside him. Want to see the gardens next? Oh, there's a fountain shaped like a dove. It's really pretty. Lead the way, Noel replied. The inner part of the holy capital opened like a sacred bloom. Elegant spires, broad avenues, and immaculately maintained courtyards framed every step of their walk. Charlotte led the way with light steps, hands clasped behind her back as she spoke with ease and affection for every corner of the city. Noel walked beside her, saying little but observing everything. He watched how the streets narrowed near certain junctions, perfect choke points. He noted the position of towers rising above buildings at regular intervals, each one manned with armed guards. The entrances to critical zones, the basilica, the treasury, the high clergy's residence had layered access gates, thick wooden doors reinforced with steel bands, and patrols timed with military precision. Are you enjoying the city? Charlotte asked, twirling a strand of her pink hair between her fingers. It's beautiful, Noel said truthfully. It is clean, safe, and quiet too, of course. The holy capital is the safest place in the world. Even criminals don't dare show their face here. Noel's eyes drifted toward a checkpoint with white-cloaked guards inspecting a delivery cart. Yeah, I can see why. He tilted his head, pretending to admire a statue of an angel mid-flight. His true focus was the small crystal orb embedded above the main gate nearby. A surveillance enchantment likely, just like in the academy, but far more refined. Charlotte walked ahead again, oblivious to his shifting glances and the quiet calculations he was making. These aren't just defenses. This entire place is structured to trap threats the moment they appear. If I'm going to infiltrate the lower levels, I'll need more than a disguise. I'll need a full plan. Come on, slowpoke. Charlotte called from the fountain ahead. I'm not stopping the tour every time you stare at a rock. Noel smiled faintly. It's a nice rock. She laughed, waving him over. Well, there's a better one ahead. And so the tour continued. But for Noel, the true map of the Holy Capital was already beginning to take shape one observation at a time. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long golden rays between the marble pillars of the Holy Capital, Noel and Charlotte walked through a quieter residential district where priestesses tended gardens and elderly followers of the church strolled slowly in prayer. The laughter had faded slightly. The mood was gentler, more thoughtful. Noel glanced sideways at Charlotte. Hey, do you remember what you told me, that I didn't smell like something bad? Charlotte blinked. Of course I do, before you betrayed me. She gave him a sideways pout. Noel sighed. Right, that. He paused a few steps later and looked around clean stone walls, floral boxes on the windows, and the faint scent of incense in the air. Let me ask you something, he said. Do people here in the Holy Capital all smell fine to you? Charlotte raised an eyebrow. What kind of question is that? Then she tilted her head as if actually considering it. I mean, yeah, I've never picked up anything weird like that here. Everyone is really nice and devout and warm, I see, Noel muttered, adjusting the collar of his shirt. Must be a holy city thing. Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly. Why, did you smell something bad? No, just wondering, he said, waving it off. It's an interesting gift, that's all. Charlotte's pout returned, but this time it melted into a grin. You're a weird one, you know that, but I guess it's better than being a pervert and a traitor. I appreciate the promotion, Noel said dryly. She chuckled and skipped a step ahead of him, humming some hymn under her breath. Noel's gaze lingered on her back for a moment, then shifted upward toward the spires of the central cathedral. So whatever they're using, it's dulling her sense, not suppressing it outright, just hiding the scent. She doesn't even notice. His hand clenched slightly. That makes it worse. They returned just before the evening bells rang, their footsteps echoing softly against the polished stone road as the sky turned a dusky violet. The Holy Capital was settling into its night rhythm, priests closing chapel doors, candles being lit on the balconies, quiet hymns floating faintly in the breeze. Charlotte stopped at the edge of the orphanage courtyard. Well, I guess this is it, she said, hands clasped behind her back. Swaying slightly on her heels, she brightened, cheeks lightly flushed. Of course, you got to see everything, right? Everything, yes, he answered vaguely. Charlotte tilted her head but didn't press. Then, I'll be going in first. See you later, pervert. Noel narrowed his eyes but didn't argue. She grinned in triumph and turned around, walking with a spring in her step. As she reached the door, her smile softened a little. I hope this helps improve our relationship a little. And that he forgets the time I split his head open. With a quiet laugh, she disappeared inside. Noel remained a moment longer under the archway, his gaze drifting toward the moon now rising above the city walls. Now I know the layout, the guards, the tower placements, the hidden corners. His eyes sharpened. Phase 1 is done. The quiet game. The midday sun cast long beams across the orphanage courtyard, warming the old stone walls and the patches of worn grass where the children played. Laughter echoed in the air, soft, distant, like wind chimes on a gentle breeze. Noel stood at the edge of the clearing, one foot planted over a small leather ball. Across from him, just a few paces away, stood Eric. The boy was watching intently, his brown hair ruffled by the wind, his little hands clenched at his sides. Noel raised a brow. You ready? Eric gave a small nod. With a smooth motion, Noel tapped the ball forward. It rolled straight toward Eric's feet. Eric panicked for a second, his legs twitched, almost as if he would miss it, but then he stuck out a foot and stopped it with surprising precision. He looked up, just a flash, and smiled. That's new, Noel thought. Did he just smile? The boy nudged it back. Noel stopped the ball easily and kicked it again, this time with a little more force. The pass rolled longer, forcing Eric to chase after it a few steps before stopping it. They repeated the motion, again and again. Soon, Eric began to giggle, quiet at first, then louder. He didn't speak, didn't say a word, but the brightness in his eyes said enough. Other children noticed, but none joined. They just glanced occasionally while continuing their own games. Eric, as usual, stayed apart, except today he had someone on his side. Noel feigned a fake stumble after a fast return pass and dramatically fell to the ground. Arg, I've been defeated. Eric covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. His cheeks flushed. Noel leaned back on the grass, hands behind his head, looking up at the bright blue sky. You're getting better. I might lose next time. Eric tilted his head and then sat beside him, still not saying anything, but closer now than before. He's opening up, even if it's just a bit. That's good. For a moment, under the golden sky and surrounded by echoes of distant joy, the world felt simple. Too simple. Which probably means it's about to get complicated again, Noel thought grimly. The afternoon passed without much disruption. After helping with lunch and giving a nod to Marcus and Clara as they played with the other children, Noel excused himself under the pretense of checking the storage cellar. No one questioned him. He was quiet, responsible, a bit odd perhaps, but helpful. That evening, as the sun dipped below the rooftops of the holy capital, Noel stood near the edge of the chapel hallway. The corridors were quiet now, lit only by flickering wall-mounted lamps of enchanted glass. The rest of the orphans were already heading to bed, and the priests and priestesses had returned to their quarters for evening prayers. Noel climbed back up to the room he shared with Marcus, Garen, and Laziel. Marcus was already half asleep, sprawled out across the lower bunk. Garen was reading a leather-bound book by candlelight, while Laziel muttered something in his sleep, curled up under a thick blanket. Noel closed the door silently behind him. He moved to his bed and, with calm precision, reached under the mattress and pulled out a small bundle of linens. He tied them together with practiced speed, stuffing it with his spare shirt, trousers, and a sack of dry herbs to mimic the shape and volume of a sleeping body. With the blanket carefully draped over it, the dummy looked almost too convincing. "They soaked me with water 2 days ago. No way they're checking again. If they do, I'll just act like a demon-possessed corpse." He smirked, grabbed his coat, and slowly slipped out, soundless like a shadow. The air was cooler now, brushing across the silent cloisters as Noel moved along the inner corridors of the church. He descended a narrow staircase he'd memorized earlier while pretending to help carry supplies. It led to the southern wing, close to the undercroft. Soon, he reached a long corridor made of pale gray stone. At the far end stood 2 iron-banded wooden doors flanked by guards in white armor trimmed with gold. Their halberds were polished, their postures straight and moving like statues. Noel stopped at the corner, just out of sight. 2 guards, same as yesterday, no badges on their uniforms, but that pattern definitely high rank. Only inner circle members get stationed down here. He crouched low, eyes narrowing. One of the guards turned slightly, speaking to the other in a whisper too low for Noel to hear. Noel focused. There was no way through, no excuse, no disguise, no secret passage. "Only the upper clergy can enter. I'll need to take someone's face to get in." He clenched his jaw. "So it really comes to that. The Veilweaver's charm. Looks like I'll be using you again." With one last glance, he turned and melted back into the shadows, vanishing up the stairs as silently as he came. By the time Noel reached the hallway leading to the dormitories, the lamps had dimmed, casting soft golden halos across the worn stone. The orphanage was quiet and peaceful in a way that made each footstep echo louder than it should. He moved swiftly, the shadows hugging his steps as he approached the door to the boys' room. It was still slightly ajar, just as he had left it. Inside, the familiar sound of soft breathing filled the space. Marcus lay on his side, snoring faintly. Garen was slumped in the chair by the window, arms crossed. Laziel's blankets rose and fell with slow rhythm, hiding everything but a few strands of silver hair. Noel stepped inside, gently pulled the door closed behind him, and approached his bunk. The bundle of blankets he had arranged was still there untouched. "Good, guess they thought I was sleeping like a corpse." He pulled the fake body aside and dismantled it and climbed up quietly. The mattress creaked, but not enough to wake anyone. He exhaled, his muscles relaxing for the first time in hours. Just as he settled under the covers, something moved in the hallway, the sound of footsteps, a faint rustle. Through the narrow crack of the door he'd left ajar, a figure passed, a girl in white. Charlotte. She had just exited the bathroom, towel in hand, her pink hair damp and a little messy. She paused in front of her own door right across the hall. Then, for the briefest moment, she looked over her shoulder. Her eyes caught a glimpse of golden hair disappearing into the shadows of the boys' room. She blinked. Was that Noel? But she didn't investigate. Instead, she gave a tiny shrug, whispered "pervert" under her breath with a half-smile, and stepped into her room, quietly closing the door behind her. Noel, already lying flat on his back, hadn't seen her, but something made him glance toward the door anyway. Better not have been anyone important. He closed his eyes. The quiet crept in again. Sleep followed. Echoes in the confessional. The golden light of the late afternoon spilled across the courtyard as Charlotte finished helping with the last of the children's games. She was brushing some dust off her skirt when Noel approached her from behind. "Oh, pervert, it's you," Noel sighed. "I'm not even going to ask how that nickname stuck." Charlotte gave him a sunny, innocent smile. "You earned it. What do you want?" "I need to ask you something," he said, his tone calm but serious. "Is there a confessional room in the church?" Charlotte blinked. "Of course there is. Why? I was thinking of using it." She tilted her head slightly, confused. "You mean, to confess?" Noel nodded once. "Yeah, for what else would it be?" That took her aback. He didn't seem like the type to believe in penance, but she didn't press further. "Well, they're usually open around sunset. There's always someone assigned to listen. Just go through the side hallway, take the third door on the left. It's marked with a white cross." "Got it." She hesitated a moment, then added with a teasing smirk, "Wow, never thought I'd see the day the mighty Noel Thornne goes to cleanse his soul." Noel didn't reply. He simply turned to leave, hands in his coat pockets, walking away in silence. Charlotte watched him go, blinking once. Weird, but maybe that's a good sign. She smiled softly, then went back to her tasks, unaware that she would soon be the one listening on the other side of the confessional wall. The warm tones of dusk had deepened into cooler shadows when Noel slipped quietly into the church. The main hall was mostly empty, save for the quiet prayers of a few sisters and children preparing for evening service. He followed the directions Charlotte had given himside hallway, third door on the left, marked with a white cross. The confessional booth was dimly lit, split into two small compartments by a thin wooden grate covered in cloth. Noel entered the left side and sat down, the air inside smelling faintly of incense and old wood. It was quiet for a moment. Then a soft voice from the other side spoke. "You may begin." Noel stared at the grill for a second. The voice was gentle, feminine, too soft to place. Could have been anyone, that was fine. "I haven't been a good person," he said, his tone low and even. He paused. "I've run from too many things, left people behind to save myself. I remember." A flash of memory, a dim battlefield, smoke and blood. A man reaching out to him, eyes full of pain and fear. Noel's own body turning away. "I've made choices that others would call monstrous, abandoning people I cared about. Not because I wanted to, but because I had to survive." His voice stayed steady, though it grew quieter. "I've killed too, not out of rage or cruelty, but because I didn't have a choice. And I don't regret it, not anymore, but I know I should." Another silence passed. "I'll probably do it again. If it means surviving, I'll keep making those choices. I won't pretend to be someone I'm not." He exhaled slowly. "Maybe this is karma. Maybe everything I'm living now is just the balance correcting itself, and maybe I deserve it." Noel stood up then, brushing the front of his coat. That's all. He didn't wait for a reply. The person on the other side remained silent. As he stepped out of the booth and closed the door quietly behind him, Noel glanced briefly at the cathedral's high ceiling, then left through the side door. He had said his piece, or at least, the part of it he could allow himself to say. The confessional booth remained still for a few moments after the door closed. On the other side of the grate, Charlotte sat in silence, her hands resting on her lap, eyes wide. She hadn't expected that. She blinked slowly, the weight of Noel's words still lingering in her chest. So much pain, so much regret, so much solitude. She knew the rule's confessions were sacred, anonymous. Whatever was said in that booth stayed there, but even if she hadn't known his voice and she had, she would have felt it. That ache, buried behind his calm words, the kind of wound that doesn't bleed but never quite heals. He never told anyone that before. I'm sure of it. She folded her hands together, and he didn't know it was me. A flicker of conflict passed through her gentle expression. She wanted to ask him, to say something, but doing so would betray the very thing he needed, a space where he could be honest without fear. "I won't say anything," she whispered to herself. "I promise." Her gaze dropped briefly to the floor. Maybe this will help me understand him better. Before she could think any further, the soft creak of the main door signaled another visitor. A man, likely a local, stepped in hesitantly and crossed himself. Charlotte straightened up and placed her hands over her lap again, her face composed. "Please sit," she said softly. Her duty continued, but her thoughts remained with the boy who had just left. Evening light poured in through the stained glass windows of the dining hall, casting warm tones across the long wooden tables. Laughter, clinking dishes, and cheerful chatter filled the air as the children finished their meals. Marcus and the others sat nearby, chatting with some of the kids. Noel stood up from his seat with quiet intent. He picked up his tray and began walking toward the collection area where one of the nuns, short, with pointed ears and golden hair tucked under a white cap, stood addressing the room. "Children," she called out gently, her soft voice still managing to carry. "We have a special announcement." The chatter died down almost instantly. Curious eyes turned toward her. "One of you has been chosen," she said, smiling. "A family from Terles has adopted a young girl from our home. She will be leaving in the coming days to start a new life with them." Gasps and cheers filled the air. A small girl seated near the front flushed red as the others clapped and surrounded her in excitement. Noel, tray in hand, paused for a moment. His emerald eyes rested on the scene briefly. He didn't know the girl, but the sight pulled at something faint in his chest. Good for her, a real chance. He turned, placing his tray neatly onto the counter before stepping away from the noise. His footsteps were light as he moved deeper into the quiet halls of the church. He had somewhere else to be. The echo of his footsteps was the only sound in the corridor now. Noel moved with practiced silence, cloak drawn close, avoiding the light spilling in from the arched windows. The night was deep and still most had gone to bed. He reached the side entrance of the confessional wing, a space reserved for clerics and church staff. The door creaked softly as he opened it, slipping inside. Noel didn't return to the seat where he had confessed earlier. Instead, he walked around the back, toward the booth used by the priest or nun assigned that day. There has to be something, a thread, anything. He lifted a finger and whispered, "Flame." A small, controlled tongue of fire ignited at the tip. Its glow illuminated the tight wooden space, and there it was. Caught in the crack between the wooden seat and the backrest, delicate, unmistakable, a long pink strand of hair. The flame sputtered for a second as Noel's focus broke. His heart thudded once, loud and sharp. Shit. He stared at the strand, unmoving. I knew it. I knew that voice was too soft, too gentle, but it really was her. His mind reeled back to everything he had said, everything he had revealed, every moment he thought was private, safe, sealed in anonymity. She heard all of it, all of it. He exhaled slowly, calming himself. She didn't say anything. Maybe she won't, but now, I need to be even more careful. He reached out and gently plucked the hair between two fingers, slipping it into a small vial. Then, without another word, he turned off the flame and stepped back into the hallway. Just as he reached the corridor that connected to the dormitories, familiar voices floated toward him. Marcus, Garen, and Laza were still up, chatting in the common area between the male quarters. Noel kept his steps casual, approaching. "Good night," Noel said quietly. They looked up and nodded back. "Night," Marcus replied, waving. But Noel's eyes weren't on them. They were on Charlotte. She had just returned from the washroom at the end of the hall, her damp hands still drying on a cloth. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Charlotte's gaze widened slightly. She stood still, the cloth paused mid-motion. Noel didn't say a word. He simply held her gaze for 1 second longer than usual, then turned away and entered the boys' room. Charlotte remained there, frozen. He knows. Her heart skipped. He knows it was me. And yet, he hadn't said anything, just like her, the imposter below. The candlelight from the upper floors didn't reach this deep. Wrapped in the illusion granted by the Veilweaver's charm, Noel adjusted the hood of his cloak. His reflection, if one could call it that, was no longer his. Instead, it was St. Charlotte's form staring back, soft features, delicate stature, and most notably, that unmistakable pink hair. Only the strands of that hair peeked out from beneath the hood. The rest of his body was concealed beneath a dark traveling cloak, designed to blend in and deflect attention. 45 minutes, that's all I've got. He moved with careful, deliberate steps through the monastery's western wing. The halls were quiet, oppressively so. 2 guards stood by the arched wooden doors that marked the entrance to the lower levels. When they saw him approaching, their posture shifted immediately. "St. Charlotte," one said with respectful composure, lowering his head, "may the divine light watch over your steps." Noel inclined his head slightly, pressing a hand to his chest in acknowledgement. He didn't speak, there was no need. Silence lent authenticity. The guards made no move to stop him. One stepped aside and opened the door. "Please be mindful. Some of the high clerics are meditating below." Noel nodded once more and stepped through the threshold. Stone steps curled downward into shadow, illuminated only by intermittent blue glow sconces. His footsteps echoed faintly as he descended into the depths. The air was different down here, cooler, heavier, with an undercurrent of incense and old stone. Time to see what lies beneath the holy light. He reached the bottom, stepping into the first of many hallways that made up the hidden foundations of the holy capital. Noel advanced quietly through the lower corridors, careful not to draw attention. The place wasn't what he expected. There were no forbidden rituals, no locked doors oozing with dark mana, no tortured prisoners in chains, just rooms. Clerics and priests were moving about like it was a normal evening. Some were reading old tomes in dimly lit libraries, others played card games or whispered chants in quiet corners. 2 older men argued over whose turn it was to polish the ceremonial candlesticks. This is what they're hiding. Honestly, is fucking disappointing. Noel stepped to the side as a robed figure passed, giving a quick bow to the disguised saint. They didn't even glance at his face, just the pink hair and the robes were enough. He reached a long hallway lined with heavy wooden doors, all of them open. One revealed a monk sleeping with a book on his chest. Another held 2 clerics sorting through crates of incense. Another was filled with crates of dried food. Noel turned a corner, growing more agitated with each step. There's nothing here, no signs of a plan, no traces of the circle, nothing like what Caliph prepared. Time ticked in his head. Maybe 20 minutes had passed since he entered. Then he heard voices from the stairwell above. Footsteps. St. Charlotte, it was one of the guards. Noel froze behind a pillar. Another voice answered, a familiar one. Yes. The tone was confused, hesitant. It was the real Charlotte. Noel clenched his jaw. The guards were clearly thrown off. "Apologies, milady, but did you not just pass this way a few moments ago? Number." "I've only just arrived," Charlotte replied, trying to keep calm. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. Maybe a novice sister." A beat of silence. Of course, one of them said slowly, "Forgive us." Noel didn't stick around to hear more. He doubled back immediately, careful to stay out of view, and started retracing his steps toward the upper levels. Damn it, I found nothing useful, and now she's here. The dim hallway stretched out in front of him like a quiet warning. Noel moved quickly, but not too quickly, just enough to appear calm, composed, as if nothing was wrong. His disguise still held. The long pink hair from the Veilweaver's charm swayed with every step, the loose robe brushing the ground. The hood remained low over his eyes, casting a faint shadow over the upper part of his face. 2 guards stood at the final archway. He was almost out. One of them gave a polite nod. "All well, St. Charlotte." Noel returned it with a soft, rehearsed tone. "Yes, I just needed some air." And quiet. The guards didn't stop him. He passed by, steps echoing softly against the stone. Then, "Wait a moment," one of them said suddenly. Noel paused. "Yes," he asked without turning. "Forgive the intrusion, milady, but could you lower your hood just to confirm?" "Shit." Noel's heartbeat didn't spike. I trained himself better than that, but inside, something twisted. He turned halfway slowly. That's when another voice cut in, gentle yet confident. There you are, sister. I've been looking all over for you. Charlotte, the real one. She appeared just behind them, waving softly, walking toward Noel with her usual warmth and innocence. The guards blinked, but one started. She turned to them with a bright, apologetic smile. Oh, please don't worry, brothers. My sister and I sometimes get confused for one another. It's the hair. She giggled. Noel didn't speak. He simply turned and walked toward her, letting the illusion dissolve the moment they passed out of sight. The guards exchanged glances but said nothing more. Once they were alone, Charlotte took Noel's arm and gently guided him through the corridor. Her expression didn't change until they reached the edge of the main hall. She wasn't smiling anymore. We're going to talk, she whispered, serious for once. The heavy doors of the confessional room closed with a soft thud behind them. Warm glow from a pair of lanterns flickered gently, casting quiet shadows across the stone walls. Charlotte walked ahead, her steps slow, thoughtful. Instead of entering one of the booths, she took a seat on a wooden bench in the open space. Noel followed and sat across from her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Charlotte broke the silence. Noel, what were you doing down there? Noel leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on his knees. Investigating. Her eyes narrowed, though her voice stayed calm. Investigating what? The lower levels, trying to find out if someone down there has been hiding something. Charlotte tilted her head, her expression unreadable. And you thought pretending to be me was the best way to do it. He didn't flinch. No one questions the saint. She sighed. I guess I should be flattered. Noel didn't respond. Then Charlotte glanced toward him again. You weren't going to hurt anyone, right? Noel looked up at her, his voice steady. No, why would you think that? Charlotte hesitated. Because of what I heard in the confession room. Noel raised an eyebrow slightly. Ah, so it's about that. Charlotte blinked, surprised. Wait. You knew it was me on the other side, right? But how? Noel gave a short nod. Yes, I came back later that night. There was a pink hair left in the booth. Long, unmistakable. Only one person around here has that color. Charlotte's mouth parted slightly. She looked away, flustered. You're really something else. Noel's voice was dry. You can say it. I'm a bastard. I was going to say pervert, but bastard works too. He groaned under his breath. Why do I even talk to you? Charlotte offered a small smile, but her tone shifted as she asked more seriously, so, what were you hoping to find down there? Noel leaned back, his green eyes sharp. His next words came with a weight that settled heavily between them. Someone wants to kill you. Beneath the blessing. The confessional remained cloaked in quiet. Only the soft creak of the wooden divider and the dim flicker of candlelight reminded them of the sacred space they occupied. What? She finally said, no confusion in her tone, just calm curiosity, as if she had merely been waiting for Noel to confirm something she already suspected. Noel nodded slowly, though she couldn't see it. Yes, someone inside the church wants to kill you, because of your position as saint. Through the carved screen, he could make out her silhouette still, composed. She's not surprised, Noel thought, almost like she's heard this before. I see, Charlotte said, her voice level. I suppose it was only a matter of time, but I didn't expect the threat to come from inside the holy capital. You're taking this. Better than I expected. I've had time to consider the possibility, she replied. There are always those who resent the saintor who want the title for someone else. Being targeted is part of the role. Her tone stayed serene, but her next words carried more weight. That doesn't mean it doesn't scare me. Noel leaned back slightly on his bench. Are you okay? You don't sound like your usual self. I'm not always like that, Charlotte said from the other side. Cheerful, innocent. People expect the saint to smile, so I smile, but I know when to be serious. She paused for a second, then added, with a wry edge, besides, you're the one who ruined my moment of freedom. Remember? Oh, come on, Noel said, still holding that against me. Charlotte gave a quiet laugh. I'm teasing. Mostly. There was a soft sound as her hand brushed the wooden lattice between them. So, why do you think they're targeting me now? She asked. Because of your blessing, Noel said. What about it? When you purified the rivers and lakes, ones that were contaminated. That's when you officially became the saint in the public's eyes. Whoever caused that outbreak probably hoped it would weaken you. And you did, Charlotte exhaled softly. News really does travel fast. It wasn't the church, was it? Noel asked, narrowing his eyes even though she couldn't see him. No, she said firmly. I'll admit the timing was suspicious, but it wasn't them. And the outbreak wasn't widespread, just the origin source. I know, there was a pause. Charlotte asked, not defensive, just curious. I made the cure. Silence. Charlotte shifted slightly behind the screen. Do you have any idea who it might be? Who wants me dead? Noel shook his head to himself. No names, just a feeling, patterns, a sense that I'm running out of time. Then you're stuck, she murmured, basically. Another pause, then her voice lifted just a little. Well, you're in luck, you've got me now. Noel arched a brow, just like that, no questions asked. You already told me someone wants me dead. That qualifies as serious, Charlotte replied. And I told you before your scent isn't one of a bad person. You're really going to keep using that as your standard? Of course, why else do you think I haven't kicked you again? She said lightly. then added with mock menace, yet he sighed. Glad to know I'm being evaluated like fruit at the market. Charlotte chuckled. Besides, Marcus, Garen, Clarice all trust you. Even Laziel, and he doesn't trust anyone. Well, I did save his life. It's the least he can do, and she's sharper than I thought. Novel, she only ever showed her cheerful side, Noel thought. Kindness isn't the same as naivety. I'll help you, Charlotte said, now serious again, but I need to know what's your next move. Noel glanced at the floor beneath the booth. Right now, nothing useful. I snuck in, looked around. All I saw were sleepy priests and drunk clerics playing cards. No evil rituals in shadowy chambers. Not even a suspicious book on a shelf, Noel muttered. Feels like I'm chasing a ghost. Charlotte hummed thoughtfully. Sometimes shadows whisper before they take shape. That made him look up. There was depth in her voice more than he expected. Then after a pause, she added, also, next time you decide to impersonate me, maybe ask first. He scoffed. Right, I'll put it on the list of things to apologize for. Good, you're building quite the list, traitor. Noel rolled his eyes but didn't argue. The candle between them flickered, its light dancing through the wooden screen. The confession room was still, filled only with the faint scent of melted wax and old wood. Charlotte spoke again, voice quieter now. Then let's think together. Who would benefit from my death? Noel exhaled slowly. There's a group. A faction, maybe more than one. People who want to bring down the world as we know it. Tear down everything, faith, order, balance. He paused. And you, Charlotte, as the saint, your miracles are unique. There's no one else like you. That makes you a problem to them. Something that needs to be removed. Charlotte stayed silent, her figure still behind the divider. It could be anyone, Noel continued, and if they haven't made a move yet, that's the strange part. Right now you're still recovering from your last blessing, right? Miracles like that take time to recharge. Yes, Charlotte replied slowly. Weeks, sometimes months. Exactly, Noel said. This should be when you're most vulnerable. So why haven't they struck yet? A beat of silence. Then Charlotte, with a faint smile in her voice, you seem to know an awful lot about saints. Noel shrugged, even if she couldn't see it. I like to stay well informed. Charlotte's voice came through the carved screen, quieter now, almost hesitant. Noel, have you ever killed someone? He didn't flinch. His reply was calm. You got your answer to that question the other day. A brief silence. Then she asked again, more softly, for survival. For survival, Noel said, and for people I chose to protect. He paused, and for the system too, but I can't say that out loud. Another pause. The candle flickered between them. Do you think you'll have to do it again? Charlotte asked, her tone laced with worry but no fear. I hope not, he said, but yes, I probably will, a beat if that time comes. I hope it's not because of me. Noel blinked, that he didn't expect. What, I mean it, Charlotte said, her voice sincere and unwavering, if someone tries to hurt me. Don't throw your life away. I don't like it when people sacrifice themselves for others and get nothing in return. But you're the saint, Noel replied. Aren't you supposed to want what's best for everyone? I can be selfish too, she said simply. Even as a saint, I'm still a person. Then a small smirk slipped into her tone. And you know I already know your secrets, right? Noel exhaled slowly. It was a confession, wasn't it? I assume that makes it. Privileged information. Charlotte let out a soft laugh. You'd know, wouldn't you, pervert? The children are leaving. The midday sun spilled into the orphanage courtyard, warming the stones and casting soft light over the scene. From the doorway, Marcus watched as Noel passed the ball back and forth with Eric. The little guy looked like he was having the time of his life, grinning wide with each kick. Charlotte stood nearby, cheering loudly and throwing mock insults every time Noel scored. You're cheating again, traitor, she shouted, arms crossed, pouting dramatically. Noel didn't even bother denying it. He just laughed and kept playing. Marcus leaned against the wooden frame, arms folded, his usual smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Heh, they're actually getting along. Never thought I'd see the day where Noel willingly plays with someone, let alone two people at once. It was still them, Charlotte being overly dramatic, Noel pretending not to care, but there was something in the air. The way they looked at each other wasn't the same. There was an ease between them now. He might not say it out loud. But he's letting her in, that's progress, and honestly, it suits him. He's been doing a lot in the last year. Eric laughed loudly as he chased after the ball. Noel ran after him, slower on purpose. Charlotte clapped like a proud coach on the sidelines. Marcus chuckled. Maybe this trip really is doing him some good. With that, he turned and walked back inside, hands in his pockets and humming softly to himself. Whatever was going on between those two, he'd let it unfold. No need to rush. The wind had picked up slightly, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant ringing of a church bell. Noel sat on a low stone bench just outside the orphanage dining hall, stretching his arms behind his head as he caught his breath. Charlotte arrived a few seconds later, dropping onto the bench beside him with an exaggerated sigh. Eric's got more energy than a whole wyvern nest, she said, brushing dirt off her skirt. I think he's trying to kill us. Noel gave a quiet laugh. If he were a monster, he'd be a fast one. Anything new these past few days? She asked, eyes on the courtyard. No, Noel replied. You nothing, he exhaled softly, still stuck then. Charlotte nodded. The silence between them lingered for a few breaths, but it wasn't heavy. It's nothing, Noel said. He just needed time. He's a good kid. Charlotte smiled faintly, her gaze drifting to the children playing in the distance. The midday bell rang across the holy capital, signaling the usual routine: classes, prayers, meals. But inside the orphanage, the rhythm of the day slowed as the children gathered near the main hall. The elven nun stood at the front once more, her pale green robes rippling gently as she raised her voice. "Children," she called out softly, "today another of you has been chosen for adoption. Please congratulate Myra. She will be going to a family close to us to live with her new family." A wave of polite claps followed, some genuine, others confused or uncertain. The girl, Murano, more than 7, stood still, her small hands clutched tightly in front of her. From his spot by the wall, Noel observed the scene quietly. Charlotte was a few steps ahead, clapping with a bright expression, while Eric stood just behind her, watching everything silently. His eyes didn't leave Myra. Second one in a few days, Noel thought. It's that common to adopt in this world. In Earth it was really bad. Sometimes children grew up alone, and after they threw them alone to the adult world. The moment passed, the children were dismissed, and everyone went back to their duties. Myra was taken to the back rooms to be prepared for departure. Noel watched until the hall cleared, then glanced toward Charlotte. She didn't look confused or surprised. She really thinks this is normal, but something about this doesn't sit right with me. The dining hall was warm with golden candlelight. Plates clinked gently. Laughter echoed now and then from different tables, blending with the low murmur of conversation. Noel sat with his usual group: Marcus, Garen, Clara, Laziel, and Charlotte seated just across from him, chatting animatedly with Eric beside her. Dinner was simple vegetable stew and warm bread, but comforting. For a brief moment, things felt normal. Marcus leaned back, his spoon still halfway to his mouth. "Hey, has anyone else noticed how fast the adoptions are happening lately?" Noel glanced up. "You too, huh?" Marcus nodded. "That's already the second one this week, right?" "Technically," Noel said casually. "They're planning another announcement tomorrow." Clara looked mildly surprised. "That's a lot. I thought adoptions were usually rare in places like this." "They usually are," Noel said, "but maybe there's just a sudden surge in demand." "Must be nice," Garen muttered. "Getting to leave the orphanage and live in a warm house with real parents. Only if they're good ones," Laziel said sharply. "Not everyone gets lucky." A brief silence followed, but it wasn't heavy, just thoughtful. Marcus shrugged. "Well, let's hope Myra's new family treats her right." Charlotte, still smiling, added, "She'll be okay. The families are carefully chosen." Noel's gaze lingered on his half-finished stew. "They should be, but something about this pattern, it doesn't feel right." The night was quiet, the courtyard dimly lit by silver moonlight. Most of the children were asleep, the hall's silent save for the occasional creak of the wood. Noel leaned against the stone railing just outside the orphanage's main building, hands in his coat pockets. Charlotte stood nearby, arms crossed gently, looking up at the stars. "Nothing today either," she said softly. Noel nodded. No leads, no suspects, just silence. Charlotte offered a quiet smile. At least Eric had fun. They stood like that for a moment, peaceful, if only briefly, until a familiar voice broke the stillness. "So that's why you two are always together lately." Both turned. Marcus stepped out from behind one of the pillars, hands in his coat, eyes sharp despite the casual tone. Noel sighed. "You were spying. I was concerned," Marcus said, stepping closer. "Now I'm just confused." "What's going on, Noel?" Noel glanced at Charlotte. She didn't speak, but gave a small nod. He turned back to Marcus. "Someone wants to kill the saint," Noel said bluntly. "Better to get help. Is the first time I don't got any important information." Marcus blinked. "What? It's not a rumor," Charlotte added, her tone serious. "We don't know who, but there's definitely a threat." "Does it have anything to do with the academy?" Marcus asked, eyes narrowing. "It's possible," Noel said. "We've seen infiltration before. This could be connected." Marcus clenched his fists, then released them. "All right, I'll help." Noel hesitated, then shook his head. "I don't know yet. We don't have nothing concrete." He paused, eyes narrowing. "One thing that doesn't sit right is how fast the kids are being adopted." Marcus frowned. "Yeah, I've noticed that too. Normally it's rare, isn't it?" Charlotte looked between them. "Why is that worrying? The families are carefully selected. The nuns study each one thoroughly. But we don't have any way to confirm that," Noel said. "But if we check it ourselves, we can make sure." "Tomorrow's adoption is already scheduled. We could go see the family in person, find out what kind of people they are." Marcus nodded slowly, his expression hardening. "Right, if something's off, we'll know." Charlotte looked between them, hesitant. "You really think they'd slip up that easily?" "We won't know until we try," Noel said. "It's the only thing left I have to check." A familiar instinct. Laziel let out a yawn, stretching his arms before heading toward the door. "I'm starving. I'll go ahead and get breakfast," he said. Garen followed him, already halfway through tying his boots. "I'll save a spot for you too," he added, giving them a thumbs up before stepping out. "Go on," Noel said. "I'll catch up after using the bathroom." "Same here," Marcus chimed in. "See you guys in a bit." The door closed behind Laziel and Garen, and Noel and Marcus began walking down the hallway together towards the bathroom. "So," Marcus said, glancing sideways, "we're meeting the adoptive family today, right?" "Yeah," Noel nodded. After 2 weeks of digging without results, I want to check everything firsthand. Something about this whole thing still feels off. Marcus scratched his head. You really think the enemy is hiding inside the holy capital? Wouldn't it be easier to invade or hit us directly? Noel stopped just short of the bathroom door and looked at him. And how exactly would they do that? Get past the soldiers, the outer wall, the inner barrier, and all the guards around the saint. Good point, Marcus muttered. Forget I asked. It's not a dumb question, Noel said calmly. It's just, this is the only way that makes sense. Subtle, quiet, dangerous. Marcus nodded, though his usual cheer had faded slightly. Yeah, that makes it worse, doesn't it? Noel didn't answer right away. He simply opened the bathroom door. Yes. The sound of running water echoed through the bathroom as Noel dried his hands in front of the mirror. Marcus stood beside him, absent-mindedly adjusting his collar. Then it happened. A familiar jolt ran through Noel's chest subtle, like a whisper just beneath his skin. A glowing blue message flickered into view. Familiar evolution completed Noir. Adept rank, oh, Noel muttered. Finally, Marcus glanced over. What is it? Just watch, and don't freak out. A thick shadow coiled behind Noel's feet, darker than it had any right to be. It twitched once, and then began to rise. From it emerged a sleek, powerful shape-fur as black as pitch with streaks of violet running through its mane. Purple eyes gleamed with intelligence and wild energy. Its claws tapped against the tiles with grace and menace. The wolf was massive, nearly 2 meters long, lean and deadly. Noir, Noel said under his breath, just before the beast lunged at him. She tackled him with unexpected gentleness, licking his face in rapid succession as if trying to smother him with affection. Akyake, I missed you too, but get off, you're not a little pup anymore. Noir let out a short, huffalmost a laugh, and then her form began to shrink. Her body condensed, fur flattening, paws tightening until she once again resembled her old self, the tiny shadow pup, barely reaching Noel's knees. She yipped once and jumped back onto his chest, licking his cheek again. Fine, I'll allow it this time, Noel said, cracking a smile as he gently pushed her down. Marcus blinked slowly. That's your familiar. Yep, picked her up when she was still in an egg. Huh, that's weirdly adorable. She's useful, especially now. Noel scratched behind her ears. She has a strong sense of smell. Could come in handy. Noir looked up at him then. In a flash of dark mist, her form melted again, dripping downward into the floor. Her body vanished, leaving only the distorted ripple of Noel's shadow behind. Marcus took a cautious step back. What did she just do? She's a shadow wolf, Noel replied calmly. She can fuse into my shadow. Marcus stared at the floor. Is she gonna eat the kids? Noel snorted. Absolutely not. She's harmless unless I say otherwise. Noir's presence faded entirely, but Noel could still feel her curled beneath his feet, nestled like a second heartbeat within his shadow. He stepped forward. The movement was fluid, seamless. Marcus walked beside him, eyebrows raised. So, she's in your shadow now. Yes, okay, that's creepy. Don't insult her. You sure she's not gonna bite someone's ankle off if they step too close? Noel smirked. Only if they smell really bad. They exited the hallway and emerged into the sunlit corridor that led to the courtyard. Children's laughter echoed in the distance. Charlotte stood waiting near the front gate, speaking with the elven nun. At her side, the girl scheduled for adoption Mira clutched the edge of Charlotte's robe, eyes wide and nervous. As Noel and Marcus approached, Charlotte glanced up and gave a brief nod. The elven nun turned to them with a surprised expression. Oh, you're coming along, Charlotte answered politely. Yes, we thought it would be a good experience for Myra to feel more supported. The nun tilted her head. That's very thoughtful of you. I'm sure the family will be delighted to meet the saint as well. Noel stayed quiet, watching Myra fidget behind Charlotte. She was visibly anxious, barely speaking. Marcus gave the girl a smile. Don't worry, it's just a walk, right? Myra didn't reply but clung a little tighter to Charlotte. Poor kid, Noel thought. She's terrified. Shall we go? The nun said, gesturing ahead. Yes, Charlotte replied. Let's not keep them waiting. And with that they began walking. Noel, Charlotte, Marcus, the nun, and Mural headed toward the outskirts of the holy capital. The gate creaked open behind them as they stepped through one of the smaller exits of the holy capital, escorted only by the soft clink of armor from distant guards. The cobbled road ahead led toward a quiet village nestled just outside the city's reach, framed by gentle hills and crooked trees swaying in the breeze. Noel walked beside Charlotte, keeping his steps slow and his tone low. Marcus followed closely behind, the elven nun leading the way with Myra walking in silence at her side. The little girl held onto her satchel like it was a shield. Leaning closer, Noel spoke under his breath. If you smell anything different from the others, tell me. Charlotte didn't break her stride. I will. But as I said, everything's been reviewed already. I know. He eyed Myra for a moment, but it's better to be sure. Another few moments passed before Charlotte murmured, You don't trust the nun. I don't trust anyone when it comes to this. Charlotte didn't answer, but her expression tightened slightly. Noel slowed just enough to match Marcus's pace and whispered, She has this ability. She can smell malice. Marcus's eyes widened. That's a real thing, for her it is, and if she does smell something, we split. You and I stay behind and investigate. She returns with the nun. Marcus nodded. Got it. The rest of the walk was calm. The path curved past thin woods and wheat fields, the village appearing slowly on the horizon, a handful of modest homes, gardens, and the distant murmur of a stream. They finally arrived at a small home draped in ivy, with a low fence and flowerpots on the windowsills. Before they could knock, the door opened, and a pair of elves greeted them with soft smiles. They looked young, perhaps 20, but Noel knew elven age could be deceiving. "Welcome," the man said. "Hello, Myra. Please come in." The elven nun stepped forward. "This is the final step. We'll go through the last of the paperwork inside." Myra hesitated, eyes flicking up to Charlotte before taking a small step behind her. "She's just a little shy," Charlotte explained smoothly. "You know how children are." The elven woman laughed softly. "Of course, but she's already visited us before. We knew she was meant to be part of our family." Everyone entered the house, a humble interior, modestly decorated with hand-woven rugs and wooden furniture. "Would anyone like something to drink?" asked the elven woman. Noel raised a hand. "Do you have orange juice?" "With coffee." Together, Simone, it's not that strange, right? He thought. "Yes," she blinked. "I can try." Charlotte asked for water, Marcus declined, and the nun politely refused as well. While the hosts busied themselves, Noel moved next to Charlotte. "Smell anything?" Charlotte shook her head. "Nothing unusual. They feel clean." Marcus exhaled through his nose. "That's a relief." The formalities passed quickly, and soon it was time to leave. Myra gave a faint wave from the doorstep as they walked back toward the road. Just as they passed a small well, something tugged at Noel's trousers. He looked down. Noir, in her puppy form, had silently emerged from his shadow and was biting at his pant legantly but insistently. Noel narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" she bit again. Then stared up at him. "You found something, Noir." Noel turned to Marcus. "She's got something." Marcus frowned. "Split up." "No, you go with Charlotte. Stay close to her. I don't like the idea of her being alone just in case." Marcus nodded firmly. "Got it. If anything happens, I'll find you," Noel said, then gave a brief wave and turned back toward the village path. Charlotte and the nun noticed. "Where is he going?" the nun asked. Marcus quickly replied he wanted to pick up something for the kids. A little surprised, the nun smiled. "That's very thoughtful." Charlotte, however, caught the look Marcus gave her, a quiet warning. He leaned close. "We should head back. I've got a bad feeling." Echoes behind the walls. The white stone gates of the holy capital stood tall under the morning light, welcoming travelers with quiet solemnity. Marcus, Charlotte, and the elf nun passed through without issue, the guards barely giving them a second glance. As they walked along the cobbled path that led toward the inner district, the nun hummed a soft tune to herself, her voice light and distant, almost childlike. Charlotte glanced sideways, visibly distracted. "Do you think the pervert will be okay?" she asked. Marcus raised an eyebrow. "I don't even want to know how he earned that nickname. But yeah, I imagine he'll be fine. He's more capable than most. I just can't help but worry. I told him not to do anything reckless if someone ever targeted me," she murmured. "But he's the type who can't sit still when someone he cares about is in danger. Trust me, I know. He's like me in that sense, I see." They passed through a smaller archway where warm rays of sun filtered through stained glass windows of a nearby chapel. Marcus adjusted the bag on his shoulder. "The first priority was making sure you got here safely. I was originally supposed to accompany Noel, but we couldn't leave you on your own." "But doesn't that mean he's alone now?" Charlotte asked. "Not exactly," Marcus replied. "Let's just say he's got a loyal companion by his side, or maybe a daughter." Charlotte froze mid-step. "Noel's a father." Elf nun turned toward her, puzzled. Charlotte quickly shook her dress. "Ah, sorry, there was a bug crawling on me." The elf nun smiled gently. "Oh, don't worry. These little creatures don't do any harm." Later that day, the group arrived back at the orphanage. The building stood quiet, basking in the golden hue of the setting sun. Children's laughter echoed faintly from the courtyard as Clara greeted them at the entrance. "How did it go?" she asked, brushing her hands on her apron. "Good," Marcus replied. The elven family was kind. It all felt genuine. "I'm glad. I hope Myra has a good life with them," Clara said with a warm smile. Lazil stepped into the doorway, wiping his hands with a cloth. "Why isn't Noel with you?" "He stayed behind to buy some gifts for the children," Charlotte answered quickly. "Oh, how thoughtful of him," Lazil nodded. Yes, Garen added, arms crossed with a grin, despite being the cold and brooding Noel. "Deep down, he's a kind and generous kid." "Just don't say that when he's around," Lazil muttered with a smirk. They made their way into the courtyard where a few children were playing with handmade dolls and sticks shaped like swords. "By the way," Charlotte looked around, "where's Eric?" Clara paused for a moment. "Ah, he left a few hours ago. A family came to adopt him." "I see." Charlotte's shoulders dropped slightly. "I was hoping to at least say goodbye. I really grew fond of him." Marcus glanced at her, his expression tightening just a bit. Another adoption, on the same day. This is starting to feel really off. The sky was tinged orange, the sun dipping low behind the rooftops of the quiet village on the outskirts of the holy capital. Hidden among the dense branches of an old tree, Noel sat perched between thick leaves and shadows, barely visible from below. From his elevated spot, he had a clear view of a modest house with a small garden, Myra's new home. Seems like everyone returns to their roots eventually. He had been watching for hours. The first hour, he saw them outside in the garden. Myra had looked shy at first, but the parents played patiently with her, coaxing laughter from the little girl until she began to relax. By the second hour, they had moved indoors. Through a gap in the curtains, Noel could see them eating together in the dining room, just the three of them, like a family trying to rebuild itself. The third hour was silent. Myra had been put to bed for a nap. Her small form was curled up on the sofa, hugging a pillow. 3 hours. This is starting to get suspicious even for me, Noel thought. I was supposed to be buying gifts. If anyone asks, this'll be a tough one to explain. He shifted slightly, preparing to climb down, but then Noir perched silently behind him, suddenly tugged at his pants with her beak. Noel blinked. What is it, Noir? Noir didn't make a sound. She growled low and deep, her violet eyes narrowed and glowing faintly in the dimming light. Sleek black fur, streaked with subtle purple highlights, bristled as she lowered her body, every muscle tense. Noel followed her gaze and froze. A carriage had just arrived. It wasn't the same one that had brought Myra earlier. This one was darker, with no crest, drawn by 2 black-coated horses. 3 figures stepped out. One of them unmistakably was the old priest from the holy capital. His gray brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the house, then relaxed into something softer, almost gentle. Why is he here? Noel narrowed his eyes as the priest walked up to the front door and knocked. The foster father opened. A few words were exchanged, then they were invited inside. From his vantage point, Noel couldn't hear anything, but he saw it. The priest handed over a small pouch clearly heavy with coin. The foster parents looked hesitant at first, then nodded. Moments later, one of the other men lifted Myra from the couch. She didn't stir. She's still asleep. Noel's heart sank. They carried her out in a white sheet as if it were nothing. The foster mother looked away as they placed the girl in the carriage. Noel's jaw clenched. Shit. I knew something was off, Noel muttered, eyes narrowing. In the novel, it was just one person, the 6th pillar. He clenched his fists as he watched the carriage door close. But this looks bigger, coordinated. There's more than one of them now. He glanced at Noir, who stood beside him, alert, a shadow among shadows. The good news. He added quietly, is that I'm not alone either. The carriage moved swiftly under cover of twilight, following a winding dirt path away from the village. Noel stayed well behind it, cloaked in silence, with Noir at his side. The wolf's paws made no sound against the earth. They had left the main road that led to the holy capital's front gates. Instead, the carriage veered west toward a less traveled region of the outer wall, where few guards patrolled and fewer citizens passed. Noel frowned. They're avoiding the main entrance. Eventually, they reached a section of the wall covered in ivy and shadows. There was no gate, no visible passage, just stone and moss, but the carriage didn't stop. It passed straight through. Noel stopped just short of where the wall had swallowed the vehicle, his breath caught in his throat, a magic veil. He stepped forward cautiously and reached out. His fingers met what felt like still air, but something shimmered faintly when his hand passed through. Illusion magic, then. A high-level barrier hidden in plain sight. Behind him, Noir let out a low, questioning growl. Noel's eyes hardened. Looks like I finally have something. Beneath the veil. The illusion rippled like water as Noel stepped through. Noir closed behind. There were no alarms, no resistance, just a faint static tingle across his skin as he stepped through the barrier, followed by an unnatural silence that seemed to swallow even his thoughts. The other side was ancient. Ruins stretched before him, stone corridors carved with symbols that time had nearly erased, archways half collapsed, and staircases descending into darkness. The air was dry, untouched by wind, yet carried a weight that pressed against the skin. There was no rot, no foul odor, and yet every instinct in Noel's body screamed at him to turn back. He didn't. These ruins, they're beneath the holy capital. But this place wasn't in the novel. He walked forward slowly, boots making almost no sound against the cracked floor. Mana in the air wasn't corrupted, but something about it felt hollow, as if it had been drained, used, then left behind like discarded breath. Noir padded ahead, her sleek black form merging with the shadows, eyes glowing faint violet. She stopped at the edge of a broken hall and growled low, warning. Noel crouched beside her and looked ahead. A chamber opened before them. Pillars of stone rose into the ceiling like the ribs of some buried beast. Between them were rows of iron cages, some empty, others occupied. Children, small bodies curled or limp, laid atop cold iron floors with no padding, no blankets. Some twitched, some whispered. Their faces were gaunt, cheeks sunken. Veins darkened their skin unnaturally, trailing along their arms and necks like ink under glass. One had bone protrusions growing from his spine, covered in barely healed skin. Another child had a third eye, wide and unblinking. In the middle of his forehead, its iris was cracked, bleeding slowly. Other were fusioned with monsters he had fought before. A girl no older than 6 sobbed quietly in her cage. Her mouth had been sewn shut with fine black thread. A boy's voice echoed from a nearby cell, rough and wet, as if his throat were made of broken glass. It hurts. It hurts. He wasn't crying. He was repeating it, over and over, without emotion, like a stuck recording. Noel's breath hitched for a moment. Even for him, this was, what kind of monstrosities are they creating here? He thought, jaw clenched. Another child, skin mottled with scales and patchy hair, banged his head slowly against the bars, whispering, "Wake up. Wake up. Please let me wake up." And none of the guards-robed figures standing at precise intervals reacted. They just watched, unmoving, silent. Noel pulled back into the shadows, placing a hand on Noir's neck to calm her. Even she was trembling slightly, her fur bristling against his fingers. This was a slaughterhouse for souls. The corridor narrowed, then opened again into a second chamber, this one deeper, carved in a more deliberate fashion. The walls were reinforced with dark stone bricks, newer than the ruins above, as if someone had begun restoring the place for a different purpose. Noel crouched in the shadows of a broken column, Noir silently pressed to the ground beside him, her purple eyes focused and cold. Below them, spread across a lowered platform surrounded by chains and glyphs etched into the floor, stood a line of children. Their bodies were limp and bound, barely breathing, suspended between sleep and something far darker. Their heads drooped, limbs limp, bodies stripped of warmth or resistance. Some wore ragged tunics, others had blood-stained robes too large for their size. Around them, acolytes in black ceremonial robes moved in eerie synchronization, checking pulses, adjusting magical restraints. Their faces were obscured by porcelain masks shaped like blank expressions. Two of the masked figures approached a central table, speaking in hushed tones. Fusion rate was unstable in the last subject. 3 survived barely. The 6th pillar is displeased. She wants results tonight. The girl must be prepared. Noel's eyes sharpened. The 6th pillar. A heavy, wet breath rasped from one of the nearby cages. Noel turned to see a child-shaped creature slumped inside, its body barely fitting the space, limbs too long for its torso, mouth hanging open in a silent scream. Its eyes were still human glass-like and filled with awareness, but the rest of it was wrong. Twisted flesh, skin that peeled in strips, patches of scales growing over what looked like muscle exposed to air. The creature blinked slowly and then its lips moved. "It hurts. Please, end it." Noel's throat tightened. Another cage held a figure smaller still, missing both legs below the knee. Its arms were fused into a single limb like a paw, yet its face remained untouched, feminine, young. Her eyes were open, tears running silently as she stared up at the ceiling, unmoving. A second group of acolytes emerged from the rear door, pushing a metal cart. On it lay Murray's little elf girl adopted that morning. Her body didn't move. She responded better than the others, one of the acolytes said. High compatibility. The ritual will begin once the 6th arrives. From a platform above, Noel watched, fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. Noir growled faintly, but he placed a hand on her head and kept her still. There was no time to break or rage. He passed holding chambers, slabs stained with remnants of past procedures, and magical restraints carved into the floor like ceremonial brands. The deeper he went, the more it became clear Thighs wasn't just an experimental site. It was an active staging ground. Then he found it. A wide, circular hall opened below, visible through a narrow slit in the stone. Torches of cold blue flame lined the walls, illuminating the central platform where 2 figures stood, a priest in full ceremonial garb, kneeling, and her, the nun from the orphanage, but no longer the gentle, pale-skinned elf who sang lullabies to the children. Her skin was now obsidian black, her long silver hair replaced by a flowing mass of midnight strands, and a towering scythe rested on her back like an extension of her body. Her eyes glowed faintly red beneath her hood, and her aura twisted the very air around her. Noel didn't need anyone to name her. He was looking at the 6th pillar. "The girl has responded well," the priest said below her. "She'll be the first to carry a completed core," the pillar replied. Her voice was calm-soothing, almost maternal, and it made Noel's skin crawl. "Begin the preparations," she said. "When the sun sets, we make history." Noel's grip tightened on the edge of the stone, breath shallow but steady. He had seen enough. Noel moved quickly but deliberately, retracing his path through the ruined corridors without making a sound. He marked mental checkpoint cracks in the wall, uneven stone patterns, a crooked torch bracketrelling entirely on memory and instinct. Noir stayed close, her body low to the ground, eyes flicking to every shadow. They passed one of the acolytes patrolling the outer ring of the complex, but Noel slipped into a blind spot just in time, waiting in complete silence until the figure moved on. As they approached the barrier where they first entered, Noel reached into a hidden pocket and pulled out a small, rune-etched fragment of stone. With a flick of mana, he pressed it into a crack in the wall near the illusion. The rune dimmed and vanished. If the mana in the area shifted suddenly either from battle, movement, or evacuation, it would activate and signal him, just in case. He glanced once more through the illusion, confirming there were no watchers, then stepped back through the veil with Noir beside him. The noise of the holy capital returned like a wave, distant bells, muffled voices, wind brushing through the branches. Noel stood still for a moment. His fists were clenched, his mind was racing, but his face was calm. They were building an army beneath the capital, and they had already begun. Noel didn't waste a second. The moment he was clear of the barrier, he moved fast, cutting through the quiet streets of the holy capital like a shadow. Noir ran at his side, silent and focused. The orphanage loomed ahead, lights dimmed for the night. He slipped through the front door, climbed the stairs, and reached the dormitory hallway in seconds. He entered the boys' room first. Marcus was already awake, seated on the edge of his bed, gaze sharp. Noel didn't waste a second. The moment he was clear of the barrier, he moved fast, cutting through the quiet streets of the holy capital like a shadow. Noir ran at his side, silent and focused. The orphanage loomed ahead, lights dimmed for the night. He slipped through the front door, climbed the stairs, and reached the dormitory hallway in seconds. He entered the boys' room first. Marcus was already awake, seated on the edge of his bed, gaze sharp. Noel met his eyes, no words, just a nod. Marcus stood immediately. Behind him, Lazil stirred, groggy. What's going on? Garen rubbed his face and yawned. Hey, did you bring the stuff for the kids or what? Noel didn't answer. He was already turning, stepping into the hallway. He crossed to the door just next to theirs and knocked sharp, purposeful. Charlotte opened almost instantly. Her eyes locked onto Noel's, and her expression changed in an instant. Sleep vanished, replaced by something cold and serious. She stepped out barefoot and grabbed her coat. Inside, Clara sat up from her bed, frowning. Noel, what's happening? No answer. They followed. Back in the hallway, the group stood in a half circle. Marcus was tense. Charlotte already had her boots on. The others still looked confused, murmuring questions. Noel looked at them all, jaw tight, eyes steady. Everyone, to the boys' room. Now, he said, voice low but urgent. When light strikes the veil. The door closed behind them with a quiet click. The boys' dormitory, usually filled with the slow rhythm of sleeping breaths, now held 6 figures standing in a half circle, lit only by the pale moonlight slipping through the shutters. Marcus was the first to speak. His tone was calm, but his posture was tense. You found something, didn't you? Noel gave a single nod. Clara glanced between them, frowning. Found something? What are you talking about? Marcus didn't look away from Noel. Someone's trying to kill the saint. That's what we believe. Clara's eyes widened. That's serious. We need to report it immediately to the church. Noel's voice cut through the air. Wait, that's the problem. Too many people are involved. We don't know who we can trust. The old pope who opened the gate for me. He's part of it, and the elven nun who helps run the orphanage is involved too. Charlotte's face went pale. That means the children aren't safe, Noel finished flatly. Silence fell heavy and cold. Marcus stepped forward. What did you find? Noel's gaze darkened. They're using the children, turning them into monsters. I think they're building an army to strike during the ceremony tomorrow. Charlotte's knees buckled and she collapsed to the floor. Her eyes were wide, her voice barely a whisper. That means, the children from the orphanage, they weren't going to loving homes. Marcus clenched his fists. Then we need to move. Fast. Lazil frowned. Wait, are you planning to attack that place directly? Marcus turned toward him. Do you have a better idea? He looked at Noel. You, Clara, and I are adepts. We can fight. You and Garen stay here with Charlotte. Keep her safe. Noel shook his head. As soon as the battle starts, the Holy Guard will show up too. It'll turn into a bloodbath on all sides. We won't know who's with us or who's not. He turned to Charlotte. Can you do something? She looked up at him, still shaken. What is it? Find the High Pope. Tell him to activate the sacred blessing. Charlotte blinked. That's a defensive protocol. The church only uses it during extreme emergencies. What do you think this is? Noel said sharply. The longer we wait, the more children die. We have to act now. Charlotte swallowed hard, and then she nodded. The cold air bit at Charlotte's cheeks as she ran. She, Lazil, and Garen had left the orphanage in silence, weaving through the narrow streets toward the main cathedral. There was no time for questions, no time for hesitationally the pounding of footsteps and the growing weight in her chest. The holy church loomed ahead, tall and silent, its white spires glowing faintly under the moonlight. As they reached the marble steps, Charlotte's breath caught for just a moment, but she didn't stop. They entered the main hall and made their way toward the descending spiral stairway behind the altarone that led to the lower levels, where only the highest clergy could go. At the base of the staircase, 2 guards stood in full ceremonial armor, spears crossed in front of the entrance. One of them stepped forward as they approached. Forgive me, Saint Charlotte, but they cannot pass beyond this point. Charlotte didn't slow down. This is a state of emergency. Let us through. State of emergency, the second guard asked, frowning. What exactly are you referring to? She didn't answer with words. Her voice trembled slightly, but she forced it out. Someone is trying to kill me. Right now, there was a moment of silence, and then the first guard moved. With no warning, he lunged at Charlotte, spear flashing forward like a silver strike. But before it could reach her, the second guard shifted, stepping between them and parrying the attack with a violent clash of steel. The first guard stumbled back, expression cold and resolute. It seems the plan has to move ahead. But if I kill the saint here, everything ends. The second guard turned to Charlotte, urgency in his voice. Go. Quickly, I'll deal with him. Lazil grabbed Charlotte's wrist and pulled her forward. Garen shielded her side as they sprinted past the guards, entering the sacred corridors below. Behind them, metal rang against metal, and angry voices echoed in the stairwell. Charlotte didn't look back. She ran faster. The corridor was lined with golden sconces and stained glass windows depicting saints and angels. Every step echoed like a hammer strike in Charlotte's chest. She led the way through the sanctum without pause, her breath ragged, her fists clenched at her sides. They reached the tall double doors of the Pope's private chamber. She didn't knock. Charlotte pushed them open with both hands. Inside, the High Pope Orthron sat behind a heavy wooden desk, a thick leather-bound book open in front of him. His robes were white and gold, his face calm, his silver hair falling past his shoulders like threads of moonlight. He looked up without surprise. "Charlotte," he said gently, "I assume there's a reason for this intrusion." "Father," she gasped, "you have to declare a state of emergency. Use the sacred blessing." "No." The Pope Orthron closed his book carefully, marking the page with a ribbon. "What you're asking is not a small thing," he replied. "You know that invoking the blessing drains the life of the one who casts it. It is not mana we use, it is our years, our body." Charlotte stepped forward. "I know, but this is real. There's a plan in motion to kill me, and Worsathir using the children." The Pope's eyes narrowed, but his voice remained even. "Within a year, your status will exceed mine. You'll be the one protecting this nation. Until then, it's my duty to shield you, and that means making sure you grow into that role without disruption." "Then listen," she said, voice rising, "listen to what's happening outside." As if summoned by her words, the muffled sound of weapons clashing echoed through the chamber. Shouts, metal on stone. A short scream. The Pope Orthron stood slowly. "I see." He reached for the golden cross hanging from his neck and held it in both hands. He closed his eyes, the air grew still, and then he began to pray. The streets of the holy capital blurred past as Noel, Marcus, and Clara sprinted toward the western district. The cold wind rushed through their cloaks, boots hammering the stone with purpose. Then it happened. A tremor passed through the air like a pulse of divine pressure. They stopped instinctively, heads turning toward the central spire of the holy cathedral. From its highest dome, a beam of radiant light surged into the sky, a blinding, pure white column that pierced the clouds and bathed the city in a silent brilliance. Seconds later, a dome of golden light expanded outward from the church, enveloping the entire holy capital in a shimmering shield. The glow touched every alley, rooftop, tower, and shadow. Then came the screaming. All around them, near windows, on balconies, in the distance, figures began to convulse. Some guards and priests collapsed to their knees, clutching their faces. Others let out inhuman howls as their forms began to change. Some grew horns, wings, or tails, their disguises shedding like cracked porcelain. Others remained in their usual bodice, but a red glowing mark, circular and jagged, began to burn on their foreheads, the mark of the circle. Marcus clenched his fists. "We couldn't have done this earlier." Noel's eyes stayed locked on the light in the distance. Only the High Pope Orthron can activate it, and he won't act unless he's certain. The blessing doesn't draw mana, it burns away his life instead. It's not magic, it's sacrifice. Marcus was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I see." Clara took a deep breath, hands glowing faintly with water energy. How much further? Noel looked ahead. Not much. He turned to both of them, voice low and focused. They both nodded without hesitation. Noel's eyes narrowed as the dome above pulsed again. Reinforcements will come faster under the blessing's light. It'll give them strength, healing, and clarity. They resumed running. The city behind them was already on fire. They reached the western edge of the city in minutes, the chaotic noise of the capital fading behind them but not disappearing. Screams still echoed. Magic detonated in the distance. The sacred dome above pulsed with a heartbeat of holy energy. Noel halted near the ruined wall where the illusion began. The barrier shimmered faintly in the moonlight now, visible under the effect of the blessing like a curtain of glass rippling with heat. He looked to the side. This is it. Clara adjusted the strap on her satchel, water mana already swirling around her fingers. "I'm ready." Marcus cracked his knuckles. "Just say when." Noel stepped forward first. "We going in," he said, "no matter what comes out of that place. We need to hold them until the reinforcements arrive." Clara nodded, more serious than she had ever looked. "And if they don't," Noel glanced back at the glowing dome behind them, then at the illusion before him. "They will." He passed through the barrier. Marcus and Clara followed, the breaking point. The light in the office shimmered unnaturally, golden and soft, as if reality itself had bent around the sacred energy pulsing from the center of the room. Pope Orthron knelt in stillness beside his desk, hands clasped around the golden cross at his chest. His eyes were closed. His breath was slow, but his skin had already begun to pale, his lips dry, his fingers trembling slightly. He was praying. And through that prayer, the blessing of the Church, a holy shield that enveloped the entire capital, remained active. It wasn't fueled by mana, but by life itself. By years, he was burning. The chamber itself had no enchantments, no defensive magic or runes etched into the stone. Only Charlotte's sacred barrier, hastily invoked, stood between the Pope and the outside world, but it was already weakening. Cracks shimmered at the edges, flickering like fragile glass under pressure. Charlotte stood near the entrance, both hands raised, sweat running down her temples. Her knees trembled, not just from strain, but exhaustion, a consequence of having invoked another powerful blessing weeks ago, when she purified the rivers and lakes cursed across Iskandar and Estermont. Behind her, Garin and Lazil stood guard. "They're coming," Garin muttered, his voice low. Charlotte didn't respond. Her focus was entirely on maintaining the barrier. then it shattered. With a faint hum, the golden dome around the door blinked out, and 3 figures in ceremonial robes burst through, weapons drawn, eyes glowing faint red, and a circular mark burning on their foreheads. Charlotte stepped forward before they could strike. The air around her lit up for an instantone last invocation, and a thin wave of sacred light pushed the attackers back for a breath's worth of time. Lazil's hands lit with multiple elements at onslaught, fire, wind, and he launched a barrage that scattered the intruders temporarily. "Cover me," Charlotte shouted. The Pope must not be interrupted. She dropped the barrier completely and drew 2 small silver daggers from beneath her robes. Garen blinked. "You fight." Charlotte didn't answer right away. Instead, she let out a quiet, almost playful hi-hi, her daggers flashing into her hands as she stepped forward. The first intruder lunged forward, blade drawn, aiming straight for Charlotte's throat. He didn't reach her. She spun low, her left dagger slashing across the man's thigh while the right struck cleanly under his ribs. He dropped instantly, barely able to cry out before hitting the floor. Charlotte didn't pause. 2 more came at once. She ducked beneath the swing of a staff, rolled across the floor, and emerged behind the second attacker, daggers flashing again in a blur of silver and blood. Her movements were fluid, sharp, and impossibly fast for someone her size. Garen raised his brows in shock as he cracked his fist into a 4th enemy. "She fights." Lazil chuckled awkwardly, launching a gust of wind to blast another opponent away. "She really fights." Charlotte didn't answer either of them. Her face was calm, but her eyes were focusedly. She moved with the grace of someone trained in silence, each step timed with the rhythm of breath and holy instinct. Her body glowed faintly. Not with mana but with divine power, subtly enhancing her muscles, accelerating her reflexes. She didn't just invoke blessings, she'd become one. Lazil raised a wall of flame as more enemies poured in through the shattered doorway. His other hand conjured shards of earth and ice, launching them in rapid bursts to cover Garen's side. Though his spells weren't complex, the sheer volume and variation kept the enemy pinned. Garen moved like a tank on hand, gripping an attacker by the collar and slamming him into the wall, the other elbowing another in the gut, so hard the sound cracked through the room. Still, the pressure mounted. The Pope remained knelt in the center of the chamber, unmoving, surrounded by chaos and flame, if even one enemy reached him. Charlotte sliced down another robed figure, breathing hard now. Then, the doors behind them burst open again. Reinforcements. Dozens of armored soldiers in white and gold surged into the room, members of the Holy Guard, drawn to the Pope's light. Without a word, they filled the space, pushing back the infiltrators with precision. One of them saluted Charlotte briefly. "Saint, are you hurt?" She shook her head. "No, I need half of you with me. Now, we're going to find the one behind this." The knight hesitated only a second before nodding. Behind her, Garen grinned. Lazil was already wiping sweat from his brow. Charlotte looked toward the broken doorway and narrowed her eyes. "Let's go." The cathedral's lower levels echoed with the sound of armored boots as Charlotte led a column of Holy Guard up the wide stairwell. Garen and Lazil flanked her, weapons drawn, alert to every shadow. Above them, the holy capital simmered in chaos, shouts in the distance, steel clashing against steel, and flashes of light from magical combat bouncing off the stone walls. The golden dome overhead pulsed steadily, its divine energy pressing down on the city like the weight of judgment. Charlotte's brow furrowed. She moved quickly through the streets, breathing hard, her dagger still gripped tight. "Noel said they're somewhere beneath the western wall," she murmured. "That's all we have." One of the knights beside her spoke. "That's a wide area to search. Do we split our forces?" Charlotte hesitated before she could answer. A dark blur landed silently in front of them, just beyond the next intersection, its impact barely more than a whisper against the stone. Noir, the shadow wolf, stood still, her sleek black body outlined by the faint golden hue of the dome's light. Her glowing violet eyes locked on Charlotte's. Then, without a sound, she turned and began walking. She walked with quiet confidence, each step certain, as if she knew exactly where they needed to go. Charlotte exhaled, a hint of relief in her voice. "She's leading us." She turned to the guards. "Stay close. No one falls behind. We follow the wolf." Without hesitation, the group moved. Through alleys, courtyards, and silent corridors, they followed Noir. The moment they stepped through the barrier, the world changed. It wasn't just the temperature or the light, it was the absence. The chaotic noise of the holy capital vanished completely. No screams, no footsteps, no magic bursts, not even the low hum of the sacred dome above. It was silent. As if the very air swallowed sound before it could exist. Marcus looked around uneasily. "Why can't I hear anything?" Noel's voice was low. "The barrier muffles everything. That's why no one ever heard the children screaming." That hit Clara like a punch. They moved forward in formation, each step echoing faintly underfoot, but even their own movements felt dulled. The corridors were old and jagged, carved into ancient stone and partially rebuilt with darker material. What little light remained came from dim magical lanterns fixed high above. Clara's steps slowed as they entered a wide passage filled with cells. She froze. Within the cages were children, or what had once been children. bodies misshapen, fused with bone or metal, some restrained by shackles too tight for their limbs. Others floated in tanks of translucent liquid, suspended between life and something worse. Several had wires or tubes pierced into their flesh, and faint magical glyphs pulsed across their skin like veins. Clara clutched her mouth but couldn't hold it in. She turned away and vomited, her body shaking. Marcus stepped in front of her, shielding her from the worst of it. His fists were clenched, eyes dark. Noel didn't say anything. He had already seen all this an hour ago. In a distant chamber of the underground complex, the tension broke. A robed cultist, panting heavily and bleeding from a shallot wound, stumbled through an iron-bound doorway and dropped to one knee before a trio of masked figures. "It's urgent," he gasped. "We've been discovered. We have to accelerate everything now." One of the masked figures froze. Another turned sharply and sprinted down a side corridor. Moments later, a deep, resonant gong echoed through the underground halls, 3 strikes in succession, each louder than the last. The sound wasn't just a warning. It was a command. Across the compound, acolytes and sentinels began to move, rushing to their posts, tightening restraints, gathering weapons. In the main hall, Noel, Marcus, and Clara moved swiftly, guided now by Noel's memory of the path. They reached a wide, circular room. Dim torches flickered along the perimeter. At the center stood a ritual platform with blood-stained floors and an altar of blackened stone, and waiting before it was her, the 6th pillar, the elven nunno fully transformed. Her skin was dark as obsidian, her hair jet black and falling past her shoulders, her outfit formed of tight black leather and ceremonial wraps. Her back was turned, but the massive scythe strapped across it was unmistakable. Noel's eyes locked onto her immediately, but they didn't stop there. His gaze dropped to the stone table beside her. There lay Eric, pale, still, restrained with glowing chains. His chest rose and fell in irregular bursts, and faint black lines pulsed beneath his skin. Noel froze. His brain stopped processing. He hadn't known, not this, not him. Marcus spoke behind him. "Noel, too late." Noel's hand shot to his dimensional pouch, and in a flash, Revenant Fang was in his grip. He didn't think. He didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward. The 6th pillar turned just in time to see the blur of steel coming at her. But it was too late for Eric. His body twisted violently, mana surging from deep within his core as his form began to shift. Veins bulged. Skin cracked, and with a voice that was more breath than sound, he whispered, "Help, it hurts. Noel." Marcus's voice rang out behind them. "Noel, calm down." But Noel couldn't hear him. He wasn't listening anymore. For the first time in his life, Noel surrendered not to logic, but to instinct and emotion driven by rage and fear. Scythe and fang. The sound of his footsteps blurred. The world narrowed. He wasn't thinking. Noel shot forward like a bolt of fire, ignition surge bursting beneath his boots as Revenant Fang erupted in flames, trailing a line of heat behind him. Behind his eyes, something flickered. Mission complete. Discover what is happening in the Holy Capital. Time limit, 10 days, reward unavailable, new mission. Defeat Arya, the Scytheborn. He didn't notice. He didn't care. Arya turned her head just in time to see a flaming blade screaming toward her. The first clash was explosive. She barely brought her guillotine-like scythe up to block. Sparks and embers scattered across the ritual chamber as metal met metal in a shriek of friction. The force pushed her 3 steps back, boots grinding against the floor. Noel didn't slow. Fire arc. He pivoted mid-step, flames licking up his arm, and swung again, fire arc bursting forth in a crescent that forced Arya to leap aside. "You're fast," she muttered, narrowing her eyes. He didn't answer. His jaw was clenched. His entire body moved with violent, sharpened instinct. Arya spun her scythe once, adjusting her footing with calm precision. Her stance was low, steady, her eyes scanning every twitch in his posture. She could feel it. This wasn't just fury, it was hatred. Arya spun on the balls of her feet, her scythe carving wide arcs as she adjusted to the weight behind each of Noel's strikes. The blade he wielded was ablaze, fast, and heavier than it looked. It wasn't just attacking. He was trying to break her guard completely. She shifted, narrowly avoiding a second slash as flames chased its edge. Noel didn't stop. His mouth moved faster than his blade. Fire arc. A wave of flame burst out, fast and precise. Arya ducked low and slipped to the side, letting it scorch past her and vanish against the far wall. A breath later, ice spike. A sharp spear of frost rose beneath her. She jumped back, letting her heels slide as the icy spire tore through the ground where she had stood. Her scythe moved with her fluid, perfect, unenchanted. But it didn't need to be enchanted. It cut magic. She swatted the spike out of the air mid-descent and then pivoted into a smooth defensive stance as another fireball formed. Fireball. The orb roared toward her. She didn't flinch. With a sharp twist of her wrists, the Guada A's crescent blade cleaved it in two. The explosion diffused before it could detonate. Her eyes narrowed. A memory clawed at the edge of her mind. Don't underestimate them, someone in the circle had warned. Caliph didn't paid for it. You're weaker than him, Arya, but smarter. Use that. Her grip tightened. Noel's next words echoed like a promise. Frost wall. Ice rose at her flank to box her in. Glaciales. He chained the spell perfectly, launching a concentrated burst of freezing mist straight at the now limited opening. Arya twisted mid-air, her scythe arcing wide to cut through the cold jet. The force blew her off balance, but she landed cleanly with only a scrape along her arm. "You're not just some mindless berserker," she muttered. "But right now you're letting emotion control you and you look like one." Noel didn't answer. His eyes burned hotter than his flames. "Fine," Arya whispered, spinning her scythe once in her hand, lowering her stance. "Let's see how long that fire burns." Arya tilted her head slightly, watching Noel reset his stance. He was still fast, still precise, but the rage hadn't left him and she could use that. She extended one hand behind her without looking. A sharp whistle escaped her lips. Noel's eyes narrowed. "What are you?" Then he heard it, the clatter of footsteps, the scrape of metal. The low, guttural growls of something that had once been human. From the side tunnels, they emerged malformed figures, limping, dragging, charging. Children or the remnants of them, bodies twisted by magic and fleshcraft. Some had limbs too long, others with glowing runes etched into their skin. One had no eyes but moved as if it could still see him. "Damn you," Noel hissed. Flare trap. Flames burst beneath the first creature's feet, exploding upward in a burst of light and heat. It flinched but didn't fall. Its muscles didn't even twitch like a normal human's would. Ice spike. 3 spears of ice tore across the floor, catching one in the leg and pinning it to the ground with a screech that was more animal than child. Another lunged. Noel turned just in time, raising Revenant Fang to parry. Arya watched from behind the approaching monsters, completely still. She wasn't casting spells, wasn't shouting orders, just watching, like a puppeteer admiring the tension in her strings. Clara's voice echoed faintly behind from the corridor. "Noel, there are children in there." But right now they were coming to kill him and he wasn't thinking clearly. He moved through them like a flame, fire, and frost lashing out in quick succession, short bursts, clean cuts. They were fast, but he was faster. They were savage, but he was trained. Still, they didn't stop. Every time one fell, another rose from the shadows. And Eric, still restrained, still shaking on the altar, hadn't moved. His body was trembling, deforming, his face stuck between agony and silence. Arya's voice finally broke the noise. "You're getting tired, aren't you?" Noel flicked the blood from the edge of Revenant Fang. There were still more down the hall, more twisted bodies, more broken children, but for now there was space. Enough to think, enough to end this. He focused his breathing, raised one hand, channeling the heat that smoldered in his core, merging with the frozen edge of his magic. Air bent around his palm, energy spiraling, unstable and dense. "Dark sun." The words left his mouth like a verdict. A deep, pulsing orb began to form, dark as void, rimmed in fire and ice, collapsing in on itself with silent weight. The ground beneath his feet cracked. The surrounding mana twisted. Arya's gaze sharpened instantly. She moved. Noel saw it, just a blur, and instinct took over. He dropped the spell and twisted Revenant Fang upward just as Arya's scythe came down. The blades met. Sparks erupted. The blow sent a tremor through his arms, but he held his ground. In that instant, trait activated. Will of the Forgotten, when fighting alone or when protecting an ally, grants a surge of latent power, increasing speed and sharpness temporarily. There will be consequences later. He didn't read it, but he felt it. His breathing steadied. His feet found the floor more surely. He was faster, stronger. Arya leapt back, landing with grace, and studied him for the first time. "So it's true," she said. "You're the one who killed Caliph, a simple child." Noel said nothing. She narrowed her eyes. "I don't believe it. That bastard had his flaws, but he wasn't weak. I don't care what trick you used. I won't make the same mistake." She lunged again, low and fast. Noel caught her strike just in time, steel meeting steel once more. The impact cracked the stone beneath them. Arya spun mid-strike, her scythe carving the air in a vicious arc meant to split him open. Noel raised Revenant Fang and caught the blow, skidding back a few steps, boots grinding against stone. She pressed harder, eyes gleaming with dark amusement. The blade pushed closer. Noel gritted his teeth. The surge granted by the trait still burned in his limbs, but his grip was starting to tighten too much, his body moving faster than his thoughts. Then suddenly, a wall of stone erupted from the ground, slamming between them with a deep crack, forcing Arya to leap back. Noel's eyes snapped to the side. Marcus stood a few meters away, one hand still buried in the ground. "Come to your senses, Noel." Noel blinked. A second later, a thin stream of water struck him square in the face, not painful, just cold enough to snap his focus. He coughed once and looked up. Clara, standing behind Marcus, still had her palm raised. "Shit. I let my feelings take over. That's not good." He exhaled slowly, the trait still lingering in his body like a warning bell. Noel looked at Arya, then past her to Eric, still trembling on the table. His small hands convulsed, the sound of bones shifting too audible in the silence. His face twisted with pain, and still, he hadn't screamed. Noel's fingers clenched tighter around Revenant Fang. "I'm sorry, Eric." Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Ashes of the Faithful. The night air still carried the weight of holy light, the sacred dome glowing faintly above the holy capital. But down here beneath the golden hue there was no warmth, only footsteps and steel. Charlotte led the group through a side street flanked by chapel walls, Noir padding silently ahead, her violet eyes glowing in the dark. Behind them, Garen, Laziel, and nearly a dozen holy guards moved in disciplined formation. Charlotte's daggers were already in her hands. Careful, she whispered, slowing near a crossing. There's movement up ahead. They turned the corner and saw them. Standing beneath the arch of a sanctified corridor were nuns, priests, and guards cloaked in the robes of the church, hands folded as if in prayer. But their eyes told another story. Each of them bore the mark a crimson sigil glowing just above the brow, the same brand seen before on traitors of the circle. You serve the church, she said, confused. Why are you? One of the priests stepped forward, voice calm and smiling. The church serves power, child. You'll understand eventually. Then he raised his hand. Kill the saint. The traitors struck. 3 guards charged first, swords raised high. Formation, shouted one of the loyal knights. Steel rang out as blades collided. Charlotte vanished into a sidestep, her form flickering like a shadow between 2 armored men. Her daggers struck low, unslicing through a tendon, the other sinking into a throat. You're not taking another step, she whispered. Behind her, Garen met 2 attackers head-on, slamming one into the stone wall with a shoulder tackle and driving a gauntleted fist into the other's stomach with a thunderous crack. Laziel raised both hands. Vapor mirage. A shimmer bloomed over the street, bending the light. 3 false Charlotte scattered outward, confusing the next wave of attackers. Fire arced from Laziel's palm. Scatter, flame. Priests and traitor nuns screamed as the blast exploded beneath their feet. The faithful moved like a wall. The corrupted broke like splinters. Charlotte stepped back to Garen's side as Noir circled behind them, fangs bared. The last of the traitor nuns fell with a cry, her body crumpling beside a cracked statue of the first saint. Silence returned, brief and shallow. Charlotte stepped over a scorched robe, her breath steady but her grip tense. Noir had stopped ahead, ears flat, body low. Then from the archway he emerged. The air grew cold. The old priest walked forward slowly, as if the battle meant nothing to him. His robes were white, no longer mud-streaked, frayed at the edges, marked with dark sigils. His skin sagged, his bones showed, but the weight of his presence was unmistakable. Charlotte's heart dropped. You, she breathed. The man didn't answer at first. His pale lips curled into a thin smile. She stepped forward, expression shaking. Why you? You've served the church your whole life, 70 years. You have opened every gate in this capital, he interrupted softly, and this will be the last. You taught me prayers when I was 5. You stood beside the high pope. He raised a trembling hand, and I stood still as they lied to your face. Charlotte froze. Behind her, the holy guards were forming a line again, weapons rising. The priest let his hand drop. I saw what was buried. I heard what the surface tried to silence. And so I buried myself, until I found purpose again. The circle gave it to me. He drew a small stone from within his tattered robe-black and lined with carvings of bone and decay. He let it fall. It shattered. The earth beneath their feet groaned and then burst. Tiles split open as skeletons in fractured armor clawed their way out of the blessed soil, skulls scraping stone, rusted weapons clutched in bone hands. Garen took a step forward, face tense. Necromancer. Bastard. Defend the saint, one of the holy guards shouted. Steel clashed as the undead surged forward. Among the guard line, the same knight who had once stepped between Charlotte and a traitor now raised his shield. Saint Charlotte, he said calmly, with your leave I'll take point. Charlotte nodded once, eyes still locked on the priest. I'll deal with him. The dead surged like a tide, skulls grinning, rusted armor clinking, weapons too old to shine but sharp enough to kill. The holy guards met them head-on, shields slamming into bone, swords carving through ribs and spinal cords. But the necromantic magic pulsing through the corpses held them together longer than it should have. Blades cracked femurs only for the skeletons to rise again moments later, joints held by threads of cursed mana. Charlotte didn't hesitate. She darted between her allies and enemies like a shadow, her daggers flashing. One cut severed a spine. The next drove clean through a helmet, stabbing through where eyes once were. They weren't children. They weren't innocents. These were shells. You shouldn't have risen, she whispered, ducking under a swinging axe. The knight with the tower shield fought like a fortress, absorbing the blows meant for others, planting his feet like they were roots, never giving ground. Garen, meanwhile, charged into the thick of it with his fists blazing with raw mana. One punch shattered 3 ribs. A second broke a skull like glass. Bones scattered around him, but he moved forward like nothing could stop him. Laziel raised both hands from the back line, his eyes glowing with magic. Flash bind, a burst of light blinded the skeletons charging the flank, buying precious seconds for 2 wounded guards to regroup. Then, mirror image. 2 copies of Garen appeared, crashing into the enemy line's phantoms made of mist and mana. The undead attacked them blindly, slashing through nothing. Frost shatter. Ice exploded from the ground under a cluster of enemies, freezing their legs in place before Garen brought his heel down and shattered the entire patch in one blow. But still they kept coming. The corrupted priest stood at the center of it all, watching with cold detachment as the dead fought for him. Charlotte moved closer with every strike, her eyes fixed on him. His lips moved in silent prayer, but the light in his voice was long gone. Charlotte's breath came sharp as she rolled between 2 skeletal knights, one dagger slicing through a spine, the other catching a glint of ribcage. She was close now. The priest stood at the far end of the broken chapel grounds, where holy statues had been defaced and the altar cracked down the middle. He no longer chanted, simply waited. His hands were open at his sides, sleeves tattered, bones visible through pale, sunken skin. "You look tired, child," he said as she approached. Charlotte's daggers dripped with blackened ichor. "You desecrated your faith. You raised the dead from sacred ground. You have no right to call me child." The priest tilted his head. "I prayed for 70 years. I saw nothing, heard nothing, not from the saints nor the stars. And now you think I should fear your blades?" His hand lifted. A lance of black energy shot toward her. Charlotte dashed sideways, the spell missing her by inches. The blast struck a pillar and reduced it to ash. She didn't falter. "You think silence means abandonment," she said coldly, sprinting straight at him. "But the heavens don't answer on your schedule." He snarled and raised his other hand, but she was already within reach. The priest swung a jagged ceremonial staff toward her, infused with withering mana. Charlotte slid under it, her shoulders skimming the broken tiles, and sprang up with a sharp cry. She slashed upward. One dagger caught his arm, the second carved across his robes. He stumbled back, clutching his side. Still, he laughed low and broken. "Then strike, saint, show me your mercy." Charlotte looked at Himthai's crumbling ruin of a man who had once held her hand through sermons. Her grip tightened. No mercy, not for the damned, and she stepped forward again. The corrupted priest raised his staff one last time, mouth open in a broken chant, desperate attempt to conjure another wave, another curse, another delay. Charlotte didn't give him the chance. She closed the gap in a single step, the wind at her back as her daggers flared with faint golden light blissing. She hadn't spoken, only felt. With precise motion, she jumped and crossed her arms mid-air. Both daggers sank into his neck, forming an X just beneath his chin. His eyes widened. The sound of steel on bone echoed for half a second. Then his head tore free. It flew into the air slowly, as if gravity itself hesitated to claim it. Blood poured like ink over sacred stone. The staff clattered to the ground. His body collapsed without sound. Charlotte landed in a low crouch, blood dripping from both blades. Silence returned to the desecrated courtyard. Behind her, Garen stood panting, Lazil still holding a minor illusion in place. The holy guards didn't cheer. They didn't move. They all just watched her. Charlotte stepped forward slowly. Her boots touched the blood without flinching. She stopped beside what was left of him, lowered her head, and closed her eyes. "May you find peace in the sky above, priest," she whispered. "Sever the chain." They ran through abandoned corridors lit only by the fading shimmer of the sacred dome above. The deeper they moved, the more the light dimmed. Stone gave way to something older, walls lined with root and bone, air thick with the weight of unsaid things. Noir led them without pause. Her shadow melted into the ground beneath her paws, guiding Charlotte, Garen, Lazil, and the remaining holy guards through turns and blind passages that no human could have found alone. The further they went, the more the world grew wrong. They stopped. Before them stood a massive archway that shouldn't exist, woven from twisted stone and faded runes, half swallowed by the earth. Noir turned once to look at Charlotte, then walked through it. The others hesitated. One of the guards spoke quietly. "That doesn't feel right." Charlotte didn't wait. She stepped forward and passed through the illusion. The moment she did, the world changed. Sound vanished, light bent, and even her breath felt heavier, as if the air didn't want her there. Garen came through second. Lazil and the rest followed. Inside, the ground was dry, cracked. The walls pulsed faintly with dull magical residue. Everything felt still, as though the place had been forgotten by time but remembered by something else. "This place, it's unnatural," Garen muttered. Lazil exhaled, looking down the long, narrow corridor ahead. "We're close. I can feel them." Charlotte nodded once. The corridor narrowed before opening into a wide chamber lit by dim blue runes pulsing weakly across the ceiling. The air was colder here, not from magic, but from something older, something cruel. Charlotte was the first to step inside. She froze. Iron cages lined the walls, stacked in uneven towers. Inside them, children, or what was left of them, twisted bodies, bloated skin, bones misshapen from forced fusion. Some stared blankly at nothing. Others clung to the bars with trembling fingers, unable to speak, their throats too dry or too broken. One tried to reach for her, but collapsed before his hand got halfway through. "Number," Charlotte whispered, her voice cracking. She dropped to her knees beside the nearest cage. "Please, just hold on a little longer." She placed her hands over the metal and her eyes closed. Her voice dropped into sacred cadence. "Light that guides. Grant comfort to the broken. Ease their pain." A soft glow surrounded her hands. The light passed into the cage, touching the child inside. He shivered. Then for a moment just, One-Eye's breathing slowed. The tremor in his limbs faded, but that was all. The deformities didn't vanish. The twisted muscles didn't undo themselves. Charlotte's arms trembled. I can't fix them." Garen stepped closer, his jaw tight, fists clenched. "They're still alive," he said. Lazil lowered his gaze, his voice quiet. "Not for long if we don't end whoever did this." Charlotte stood slowly. There were tears in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. "Let's keep moving." The tunnel curved into a final descent, and the moment they turned the last corner, the sound of battle hit them. screeches, blades, shouts of effort and pain. The corridor opened into a massive hall carved from black stone, and in its center, Noel, Marcus, and Clara stood surrounded by half a dozen twisted beasts. The creatures lunged with claws and bone-forged limbs, mouths foaming with unstable mana. One crashed into Marcus's earth barrier, while another tried to flank Clara from the side. She spun, countering with a burst of water. Back off. Another jumped toward Noel. Fire arc. A burning slash sent it tumbling back in flames. The arrival of Charlotte's group turned the tide instantly. On me, shouted the Holy Guard captain. Soldiers spread across the flanks, shields raised. Garen ran straight into the fight, catching a charging creature by the neck and slamming it into the floor. Lazel's hands glowed. Illusory echo. Faint copies of the guards appeared beside them, phantoms of motion, confusing the beasts long enough for real blades to strike true. Charlotte advanced without hesitation, weaving between guards, her daggers already dripping. Clara turned, panting. You made it. Charlotte didn't answer. Her eyes were already locked on Noel. He was covered in soot, scratches across his jaw, arms trembling slightly from strain, but his eyes were clear now. She reached his side. I'm here. Noel gave her a nod, but before he could speak, Noir, who had lingered near the columned edge of the hall, stopped. Her body shimmered, then sank into the ground, melded into the shadows, not just hidden, vanished like liquid darkness. Charlotte raised her blades. Who do I stab next? Noel glanced at her, startled. You use daggers. Charlotte tilted her head with that sweet, almost innocent smile. Hi, Noel exhaled. Nothing surprises me anymore. Before he could say anything else, Arya's voice cut across the battlefield. Well, she said from the center of the chamber. Looks like everyone's arrived. She spun her scythe once, then slammed its end into the stone. A pulse of dark energy burst outward. A barrier rose in a perfect circle, smooth, solid, and absolute. In an instant, the world outside disappeared. Only three remained within: Noel, Charlotte, and Arya. Outside, Marcus pounded on the wall with an earth-forged weapon. Clara hurled water spells. Neither touched the barrier. Inside, silence. Arya began to walk slowly along the inside of the dome, dragging her scythe beside her. Finally, the little saint shows up. I was getting bored. Charlotte held her stance. Noel stepped forward, placing himself between her and Arya. Arya's voice turned sharp. You ruined everything. Now we have to accelerate the plan. But that's fine. Once you're dead, Saint, we'll be one step closer to our goal. Noel's grip on Revenant Fang tightened. Get behind me. Can you fight? Charlotte nodded lightly. For a little while, Arya raised her scythe and pointed it directly at them. Then let's make it quick. Arya moved first. Her scythe spun in a wide arc, slicing through the air with a shriek of mana-soaked steel. The force alone kicked up dust from the stone floor, her body blurring with speed as she dashed forward. Noel stepped in front of Charlotte, flames already dancing across Revenant Fang. Ignition surge. The blade ignited as he met the scythe head-on. Sparks exploded between them. The impact echoed through the sealed dome, though no one outside could hear it. Charlotte didn't hesitate. She slipped to the side, fast and low, her daggers flashing toward Arya's ribs. The enemy twisted, retreating a step just enough to avoid a fatal strike, then turned the momentum into a spin that nearly took Noel's head off. Frost wall. A sudden sheet of ice rose between them and Arya, buying just enough time for Noel to reposition. Charlotte was already moving again, striking from behind the cover. Arya met her mid-dash, blocking one dagger with the shaft of her scythe and parrying the second with the heel of her boot. You're faster than you look, Saint. Charlotte grinned. You talk too much. Noel came back in, slashing downward. Flamethrower. A jet of flame burst toward Arya, forcing her to vault backward, cloak trailing behind her like smoke. Her boots slid along the floor, but she landed with precision, scythe still steady. Outside the barrier, Marcus pounded his fists against the wall of magic. Come on, let us in. Nothing. Clara threw a blast of water at it. The surface rippled slightly. But held, we can't see anything, she muttered. Inside, the battle raged on. Arya's expression darkened. You're not strong enough to stop what's coming. Noel said nothing. He blocked, he countered, he protected. Each clash was faster, sharper, heavier. Charlotte fought with fluid gray short bursts, swift cuts. Noel struck like fire, measured but brutal. Arya danced between them like a shadow with a blade, her laughter cutting through the silence. And still, none of them could hear the world outside, only the sound of steel, and breath, and will, ashes and teeth. They were still fighting. Noel's blade clashed again and again with Arya's scythe, sparks flying as steel bit into steel. Each impact cracked the stone beneath their feet, each dodge a heartbeat away from death. Charlotte moved like a blur to his side, weaving in and out of the battle line with sharp precision, but Noel could see it. Her steps were slower. Her breathing was shallow. She'd already used 2 blessings recently. Her body screamed for rest, and Arya noticed. The moment Charlotte paused to block a wide sweep, her arms trembling slightly, Arya's eyes locked on her. Her smile widened. Noel's instincts flared. Charlotte, but he was too far. Arya vanished in a blur of motion, her scythe glowing faintly red. Charlotte turned daggers, risking too late. The curved blade slammed through her abdomen, piercing clean through. Charlotte gasped. Blood burst from her mouth, spraying across the air in slow, vivid droplets. Arya didn't stop. She lifted the scythe, and Charlotte rose with it, impaled and hanging, her legs dangling above the stone floor. Noel's mind blanked. There was no thought, no strategy, only heat. No, and then he did the unthinkable. He spun Revenant Fang in his hand and drove the blade into his own throat. The blade sank into his throat. Noel's fingers clenched tight around the hilt of Revenant Fang as blood flooded his mouth. His vision fractured, then went white. The world broke. Everything stopped. No pain, no noise, only a message pulsing faintly in the void behind his eyes. Trait, reverse protocol when triggered. Ashen sigil rewinds time by 6 seconds, undoing fatal outcome. Then, time cracked backward, the blood vanished, the pain retreated, the blade was whole. His breath returned, and he stood again exactly 6 seconds before. Arya's scythe had not yet reached Charlotte's chest. She was still alive, but not for long. Charlotte's feet were lifting. Arya's hand was on her throat now, not her blade. The moment would repeat unless he stopped it. Noel didn't think, he moved. Noir, his voice cut through the stillness like lightning. From the base of his shadow, something stirred. A surge of black mist rippled outward, and then Noir burst forth, her form no longer subtle or small. She now stood nearly 2 meters tall, a massive shadow wolf, eyes glowing violet like cursed amethysts, her fangs bared in a silent snarl. With a leap, she tore through the space between them, her jaws opening wide, and sank her teeth deep into Arya's side. The woman gasped, the scythe dropping. Blood sprayed. She staggered, letting go of Charlotte, who fell limp to the ground. Noel didn't wait. He reached Arya in the same breath, grabbed her face with his left hand, flamethrower. From his palm, a jet of pure fire erupted. The roar of the spell drowned everything. Fire erupted from Noel's hand, flooding Arya's face with a violent surge of heat and fury. There was no time for her to react, no scythe to swing. Noir's fangs were still buried in her side, her body twisted in pain. The flames didn't flicker. They consumed. Arya screamed. Her cloak caught fire first, the fabric curling and blackening. Then her skin side of her face peeled and split, layers of muscle cooking, bone flashing beneath half-melted flesh. Her elegant features twisted into something monstrous, unrecognizable. Still, she didn't fall. The spell ended, Noel's mana dimming for a breath. His palm dropped, still smoking. Arya collapsed to one knee, panting, one eye shut, the other wild and bloodshot, and Thornne laughed, low and hoarse. Voice rasped like torn fabric soaked in ash. Heh. Noel stepped between her and Charlotte, blade up again, fire flickering along the edge of Revenant Fang. Charlotte groaned softly behind him, still alive, curled on the floor and clutching her side. You should be dead, Noel growled. Arya spat blood. You think this is over? She lifted her armband, shaking but still moving. Gan snapped her fingers. A pulse spread across the barrier. Outside, something began to change, something horrible. The snap echoed like a crack in reality. Noel turned sharply just as the barrier shimmered. The solid, sealed dome Arya had created began to ripple, distorting like liquid glass, and then it opened, only for a second, but that was all it needed. The creatures outside of the aberrations responded instantly. One by one, they charged the breach. Twisted bodies of corrupted children, failed fusions, warped bone and sinew, half-formed wings, and too many mouths. They sprinted, stumbled, or crawled through the opening with inhuman speed, their cries leaking into the chamber. Make it stop. It hurts. Kill me. Noel's heart seized as he recognized Eric among them, still mid-transformation. His arms were longer now, covered in blackened scales. His back twitched unnaturally. His eyes were wide, but he was still there. His voice broke as he passed the barrier. Noel, it hurts. Then the opening sealed shut again, trapping them all inside. Arya stood bloody, face half-melted, but smiling again. The aberrations began to converge. Bone melded into bone, flesh twisted into flesh. Their bodies pulled together like wax too close to a flame, screaming in pain as they lost their shape, forming something larger. Something worse, claws, faces, jaws, arms, eyes that blinked in wrong directions. A monstrosity began to form in the center of the arena, pulsating with cursed magic, fed by every drop of suffering that entered. Noel stepped back, shielding Charlotte with one arm. The abomination towered over them now. Its mass twisted and heaving, still fusing, still growing, limbs sprouting from its back, multiple jaws gnashing, a dozen tormented voices echoing from within. Stop. Kill us. No more. Arya stood at its side, one hand resting on the base of the monstrosity like it was a loyal hound. Her face was scorched. Her flesh clung to her skull in ruined patches, but her grin remained. Let's see how far. Noel didn't respond. He looked down at Revenant Fang. The blade pulsed once in his hand, dark metal glinting, faintly alive. 2 messages flared to life in the back of his mind, clear and cold. Trait, will of the forgotten when fighting alone or when protecting an ally, grants a surge of latent power, increasing speed and sharpness temporarily. There will be consequences later. Trait, harrowed focus increases clarity under life-threatening pressure, evolves under extreme stress, and then he felt it. His vision sharpened, breath slowed. Every motion around him became crystal clear. The twitch in Arya's fingertips, the convulsions in the creature's limbs, the exact rhythm of Charlotte's heartbeat behind him. His grip on the blade tightened. Noel stepped forward, the air around him igniting slightly as Revenant Fang responded to his will. Arya raised her scythe again, her movements now slower to his ice-measurable beat by beat. The abomination let out a distorted roar, shaking the entire chamber. Its voice was a chorus of agony and rage. Charlotte coughed behind him, her voice faint. Noel, he didn't turn, and then he ran, straight into the maw of horror. Noel's heartbeat pounded like war drums inside his ears. The abomination loomed ahid massive, twitching, barely stable. Flesh twisted into spirals, dozens of limbs writhing, mouths that should not exist whispering things they shouldn't remember. But Arya was gone from sight, so was Noir. Noel's eyes scanned through the flickering light, but he couldn't see her. She can't see me either. He exhaled slowly. One thought burned in his mind: Nokel Arya. End her. The barrier would drop. Reinforcements would flood in. He could survive this. But the creature still stood in his way. Alive, dangerous, and getting worse by the second. Noel's grip tightened around Revenant Fang. If I take her out, the thing might go wild. I need to hit both. The moment he thought it, Revenant Fang pulsed. Noel shifted his stance and raised his left hand toward the monster's chest. The air around his fingers began to darken, folding in on itself like a black sun collapsing. His mana churned. The stone beneath his feet cracked from the pressure. Even the abomination paused, swaying slightly as if it could feel the weight gathering above it. Noel didn't blink. He needed time, just a little more. You're not getting back up this time. The circle formed in the air wide, jagged, rippling with unstable energy. A miniature black sun spun at its center, pulsing with void light, pulling strands of Noel's mana into its core like a living thing. Heat and gravity bent around it, the edges distorting the space like a mirror breaking inward. The abomination shrieked, its many heads howling in different tones. It began to lurch forward, dragging its bloated limbs across the stone, arms growing longer, eyes multiplying. Too slow. Dark sun, Noel muttered. He hurled it. The spell screamed as it flew, cutting a dark arc across the chamber and slammed into the monster's center mass, exploding in a burst of black flame and spiraling smoke. The impact threw dust and gore into the air, scattering pieces of half-formed bone and flesh across the battlefield. The abomination didn't die, but it reeled back, staggering and roaring in confusion. A dense cloud of smoke and ash rolled outward. Noel exhaled. Sorry I'm late. He didn't wait for the aftermath. He turned and ran. The smoke was cover, a veil. Arya was still somewhere in the chaos, and now she wouldn't see him coming. He slipped into the haze, blade drawn low, breath steady. One target, one chance. The smoke blanketed everything, thick, acrid, clinging to Noel's skin and lungs, but his eyes were sharp, too sharp. Trait, harrowed focus active. Every shape, every breath, every flicker of movement carved itself into his vision like lines on glass, and then he saw her. Arya limping through the smoke, dragging her scythe along the floor. Her body was wrecked, half-burned, bleeding, her once graceful frame now hunched and feral. But she still moved, still aimed herself toward something. Noel followed her gaze. Charlotte. The saint sat slumped against a broken column, legs too weak to stand, eyes wide as Arya's silhouette drew closer through the fog. Arya raised the scythe. Noel moved, but someone beat him to it. A whisper of mana trembled through the stone, then a ripple of pure darkness erupted just beneath Arya's feet. Noir. She rose like a shadow reborn, lunging from the floor in her true form, eyes glowing, teeth bared. Her jaws clamped down on the shaft of Arya's scythe, stopping the swing mid-arc. Metal groaned. Sparks flew. Arya screamed, twisted, tried to wrench it free, but Noir held fast, teeth digging deeper. And that's when Noel struck. Arya turned just in time to see the blur of Revenant Fang coming low. Noel slid in beneath her defenses, his feet silent on the stone. With one swift, brutal motion, he swung the blade in a tight arc and severed the tendons behind both of her knees. Arya let out a choking cry as her legs gave out, her body collapsing in a heap. Noir released the scythe and disappeared back into the smoke. Arya hit the ground hard. Blood smeared beneath her as she tried furiously, stupid little crawl. Her fingers dug into the cracked stone. She dragged herself forward, inch by inch, leaving a red trail behind her, still aiming for Charlotte. Noel's footsteps followed slowly. Charlotte sat motionless, her hands clenched, breath shallow. She didn't look afraid, just tired. Watching. Arya's nails scratched the floor. She hissed. Noel stood over her without a word, raised Revenant Fang with both hands, and drove it down through her back. The blade sank deep, straight into her spine, pinning her to the ground. Arya howled, spit and blood pouring from her mouth. Her arms twitched, then stilled. She couldn't move. Noel didn't look away, and he didn't pull the blade out. Arya writhed beneath him, impaled, her breath ragged and wet. The scythe had clattered out of reach, her limbs barely twitching now. And yet, she grinned, a mangled, bloody grin. Noel crouched beside her, his eyes cold, voice low. Why did you do this? Arya's grin widened, red running down her teeth. Because someone had to. He didn't react, just leaned closer. Why involve children? Her laugh came out in broken coughs. Haha, because they break easy, you mold what's soft. And no one misses them when they're gone. Noel's jaw tensed. His knuckles turned white around the hilt still buried in her back. He looked her dead in the eyes. How do I fix them? Arya's smile didn't falter. You don't. She coughed again, blood trailing from the side of her mouth. There's no reversing it, no spell, no light. You think this world forgives what's been reshaped? She laughed louder this time, mocking, triumphant. They're monsters now, just like us. Noel stood slowly, eyes still fixed on her broken form. She kept laughing, even as her breath rattled, even as her blood pooled beneath her. You're the sixth pillar, Noel said quietly. Her laughter paused just for a second, but I'll come for the fifth next. The twins, then the rest of them. Arya's gaze flicked upward, her one good eye narrowing. He took a step back. This world. It wasn't mine at first. The blade of revenant fangs still pinned her to the stone. But now he looked over his shoulder at Charlotte, still watching, still breathing. It's my world, back to Arya, my people. He tightened his fists. My problem. Arya tried to curse him, her mouth moving, voice gone hoarse. Noel didn't wait. He turned to the shadows. Noir, he said calmly. Eat. Noir didn't hesitate. With a silent lunge, she sank her fangs into Arya's side and began to feed. Slow, methodical, unforgiving, Arya screamed once, then again, and then nothing. Piece by piece, the sixth pillar disappeared into the shadows. Her legs, her ribs, her chest. Her neck twitched as the last breath left her lungs. Even in death, her expression fought to smile. It didn't last. Noir swallowed the rest. Only the head remained. One final chomp. Gone. Noel didn't move. He just stood there unmoving as the barrier flickered, its core disrupted and shattered. The silver shimmer collapsed like falling glass. The others burst inside, but before anyone could speak. The abomination roared. It had recovered, regrown, reformed. Dozens of mouths howled at once. One of its massive limbs swung toward Noel. But a wall of stone slammed upward, intercepting the blow with thunderous force. Get away from him, Marcus shouted, launching forward with a cry. A wave of earth erupted under his feet as he leapt at the beast, fists glowing, face set with grief and fury. Sorry I was late too. Noel didn't fall. He sat down slowly, legs folding beneath him, his breath shallow. His body trembled not from fatigue alone. New mission, defeat Arya the Scytheborn completed. Congratulations. Sixth pillar, Arya the Scytheborn is dead. Reward available. Do you want to claim now? The system window hovered in front of him, blue and still. Waiting. Noel stared at it. I don't want anything from this right now. A sharp pain pierced his side, then his chest, then his skull. The consequences hit. The trait will of the forgotten demanded its toll. His muscles spasmed. Blood trickled from his nose. His vision dimmed at the edges, but he stayed conscious. He had to. The abomination shrieked again, but it sounded distant now. Within the twisted body, through the mist and deformity, Noel saw something. A small, familiar face. Eric, for a fleeting second, his real face, clear, smiling. Noel's voice barely reached past his lips. The vision faded. The abomination pressed forward, but that wasn't his problem anymore. Charlotte stumbled toward him, pale, drained, still bleeding. Her hands glowed faintly with golden light. She reached out, but Noel caught her wrist. His voice was firm. Low, no, I don't want you to heal me. She looked confused. He looked up at her, the blood under his nose staining his mouth red. I know what it costs. I won't let you spend your life to fix mine. Charlotte's eyes welled, but she nodded. And Noel sat there, breathing not for victory, but for those who no longer could. The moment the barrier broke, Marcus didn't breathe. It didn't shatter like glass, it melted, slowly, unevenly. As if something inside had torn it apart from the core. And when it fell, the smoke rolled out like a tide. The first thing he saw through it was Noel, still standing barely. His back turned, completely exposed. His head bowed, one hand on his knee. Revenant fang planted in the ground like it was the only thing keeping him up. And behind him, the monster moved, twisting, groaning, alive. Get away from him, Marcus roared. The ground exploded under his boots as he surged forward, stone fists clenched, mana roaring through every vein like wildfire. He flew past the holy guards before they could stop him, already mid-leap, already bringing his weight down like a comet. Sorry I was late too, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. But he wasn't saying it for Noel. He said it for the children, for Eric, Myra, the other ones he played with, for every face that screamed in silence from inside that thing. He hit the ground in front of Noel like a boulder crashing down a mountain. The abomination shifted toward him, slow but deliberate step, dragging mutated limbs that squelched and snapped with every motion. It was still regenerating, still alive despite everything they'd thrown at it. Noel didn't move behind him. He was breathing, but that was it, barely holding on. Charlotte was kneeling beside him now, trying to help, but Noel gripped her wrist, refusing, protecting her, even now. Marcus turned his attention forward. The creature's form pulsed with grotesque rhythm. Clusters of half-formed faces stretched along its surface, silent now, but somehow worse for it. We have to end their suffering. He gritted his teeth, grounding his stance. Around the chamber, the holy guards were already falling into formation, led by Garen and Laziel. They didn't speak. They knew what was happening. They could see it. Marcus was going in alone, and he didn't care. It's me or nothing. He lowered his center of gravity, sword glowing again with mana. Let's end this. Marcus moved first. The stone beneath his feet cracked open as he dashed forward, mana pulsing outward with every stride. He swung his blade with full force into the creature's leg, a pillar of fused limbs, exposed nerves, and clawed bone, sending a shockwave of earth magic through the abomination's body. The monster staggered, but then it reformed. Right before his eyes, the damage healed instantly, flesh knitting over unnatural muscle, teeth rearranging into shape, skin bubbling back into place. Not fast enough, Marcus hissed through clenched teeth. He struck again, this time from above, slamming his sword down with all his weight. Crack, tear, regrow. It wouldn't stop. He jumped back, blade dripping with black ichor, his arms trembling with effort. Gritting his teeth, he looked down at the weapon in his hand, she's faithful blade, chipped and scorched from the last few days of hell. He closed his eyes, Eric's face, the other children, Noel nearly broken behind him, Charlotte on her knees. Then time to test what I trained for in Novelrecap during the break. He exhaled and let go. The mana within him surged, but it didn't burn. It concentrated. His blade responded. A flicker at first, then a steady blaze of blue fire ignited along the steel, coiling around it like a living spirit. The temperature didn't rise. It dropped, dense, heavy, devouring, not normal flame. This was something else, something that didn't just burn. It erased. Marcus opened his eyes, the reflection of the flame dancing in them. Let's see you heal from this. The creature screeched as Marcus dashed forward, blade blazing with azure fire. He didn't slow down. Every step cracked the floor beneath him, pressure swelling behind his advance. The abomination raised one of its massive limbs, distorted, twitching, dripping with corruption. Too slow. Marcus leapt. He raised his blade, flame roaring across the steel, and shouted, devouring flame. Then he drove the sword straight into the creature's chest. There was no explosion, just silence. The flame didn't flare. It devoured. The azure blaze spread like liquid across the abomination's skin. Where it touched, there was no fire, no lightly erasure. Flesh turned to ash. Veins collapsed. Bone dissolved. The malformed faces along its side screamed at a desperate, cracking chorus that faded one by one into nothing. Marcus yanked his sword free and spun, slicing a wide arc across its torso. The blue flame followed the cut, carving deep into its mass. The monster reeled backward, actually retreating, chunks of itself sloughing off and evaporating mid-air. For the first time, it looked afraid, but they weren't pushing forward. They knew who this fight belonged to now, and Marcus didn't look back. You don't get to keep what you broke. The abomination let out one final, trembling roar. Its mass began to collapse inward as the devouring flame spread, no longer needing Marcus to guide it. Blue fire crawled across every twisted limb, every shrieking face, every malformed edge of what used to be children. No more cries, no resistance, only silence, and then it crumbled. The entire monstrosity folded into ash, its body disintegrating where it stood, sinking slowly into a mound of black dust. No explosion, no violent thrash, just release. Ash drifted into the air, soft, lightless. The battle was over. Marcus dropped to one knee, his sword dimmed, the flames died out. His heart pounded, his arms trembled, but he stayed conscious. Still standing, he looked up. Across the ruined chamber, Noel and Charlotte were being tended to by several holy guards. He could see the relief in their posture, the exhaustion in their faces. One guard supported Charlotte by the shoulders, another worked to stabilize Noel's pulse. They were alive, all of them. Marcus lowered his head just for a moment. We did it. 1 year left. The light that filtered into the chamber was dim-filtered through red-stained glass, casting long shadows on the stone floor. Incense burned slowly near the altar, leaving the air warm and heavy. Charlotte sat across from Father Thornne, her small hands wrapped around a still warm cup of herbal tea she hadn't touched. The office, nestled deep in the lower sanctum of the holy cathedral, had once felt safe, familiar. Now it felt quiet but not peaceful. She didn't speak at first. Neither did he. Thornne looked older today. He always had white hair, always carried the gravity of age, but today his posture was heavier, his expression more distant. His robes were folded clean, but his hands trembled faintly as he turned the pages of a report he wasn't truly reading. Charlotte looked at him, her voice soft. You should rest. Thornne smiled gently. And leave everything in someone else's hands. I can't do that, not after everything that's happened. She lowered her gaze. You're not to blame. He didn't answer. For a moment, the only sound was the crackling candle near his desk. You were 5, he said suddenly, voice low, when I took you from that orphanage, the same one, where all this happened. Charlotte didn't look up, but her fingers tightened around the cup. I raised you to carry hope, and yesterday, I nearly let the world extinguish it. Her voice cracked slightly. I'm still here. Yes, he gave her a tired smile. Yes, you are. To him, she wasn't just the saint. She was his granddaughter, his only family, and that made everything that had happened so much worse. Thornne set the cup aside, finally speaking with more weight behind his voice. I've already sent messages to King Alvar and IV in the high seats in Alareth. Reinforcements are coming. We need bodies to guard the city while we regroup mages, knights, wardens, anyone who can be trusted. Charlotte nodded slowly. How long will it take? Not long. The Emperor already gave his word. And Alareth won't stay idle after hearing the saint was nearly assassinated. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The hard part is what to tell the people. Rumors are already spreading faster than we can contain them. Charlotte frowned. About what happened to me, partly. Everyone knows there was an attack, that you were the target, that we stopped it. But we left out the risk, the ruins, the experiments, the traitors inside our own walls. Charlotte looked down again. People will ask questions. They will, Orthrin admitted, but better questions than panic, if they knew how close we came to collapse. He didn't finish the sentence. Instead, he looked toward the window, where the light from the cathedral's outer walls shimmered weakly through smoke-stained glass. We'll tell them enough to maintain trust, but the Holy Capital keeps its secrets for a reason. Charlotte shifted in her seat, the silence stretching again. Then she asked, without lifting her eyes, why didn't I sense them? Orthrin looked at her carefully, then gave a small silence of frustration, more of understanding. You're thinking you failed. I didn't even flinch when they were near, not once. That guard, the numb people I saw almost every day. He leaned forward, his voice firm but calm. They had help. Each one of them carried an artifact crafted specifically to mask their presence, not just from your gift, from all divine senses. Charlotte blinked. I didn't even know those existed. They're extremely rare. And extremely dangerous. We believe they were made outside the continents, maybe even through dark packcraft. He paused. That's how they walked freely in front of you, and in front of me, her jaw clenched, guilt simmering under her calm expression. But when I activated the sacred blessing, Orthrin continued, those artifacts were burned away. That's when you started noticing the smell, right? She nodded slowly. That's when I knew something was wrong, she whispered. It all hit at once. Orthrin gave a tired chuckle. You didn't fail, Charlotte. They just covered their rot well, but once the veil lifted, you saw them for what they were. She exhaled, not quite smiling but not trembling anymore either. Orthrin sat back, his hands resting on the edge of the desk. He was quiet for a moment, eyes distant. You know what tradition says, he began. After a manifestation like your after surviving something like this, you should already be assuming your role fully. Charlotte said nothing. You're the saint, Charlotte. The people will want you on the front lines, at the ceremonies, visiting the temples, healing the wounded. He looked at her gently. They'll expect you to carry the light everywhere you go. I know, she said softly. Orthrin hesitated. Then he added in a lower voice, but after what happened, maybe we can do things differently, just this once. She looked up at him, unsure. I'm not saying you can ignore your duty, he said, but I think you deserve 1 year, just one. To live on your terms. Charlotte blinked, surprised, but she didn't interrupt. So he continued, if there's anything you want to do, anything that still feels like yours, now's the time to say it. Charlotte looked down at her hands. I want to go to the Imperial Academy, she said, in valor. Orthrin raised an eyebrow. The Academy, she nodded, more certain this time. It might be the safest place for me now, and I want to be around people my age, just once, just for a little while. He looked at her carefully. That's really what you want. Charlotte met his gaze, eyes calm but steady. I want to live, even if it's just for 1 year, as myself. Orthrin leaned back again, exhaling slowly. You do realize, you won't be living a normal life there, he said, his voice soft but clear. Your name and face are already known. People in Valor saw your image during the announcement, and word spread fast. You'll be recognized the moment you walk through the gates. Charlotte's shoulders dropped and her eyes dimmed slightly. So, there's no way to pretend I'm just another student. Orthrin watched the hurt flash across her face, but before he could speak, Charlotte straightened in her seat again. There's always a solution for everything. Right, he raised a brow. What are you thinking? Charlotte tapped her chin with a finger. There's an item. I read about it once. It's called the Veilweaver's Charm. It lets you change your appearance. Orthrin blinked in surprise. How do you know about that? She smiled innocently and lifted 2 fingers in a small X, holding it playfully in front of her lips. It's a secret. He chuckled, shaking his head. You never change. Then more seriously, he added, there is an item like that. Yes, not the exact same one, but something similar. It allows the user to shift their appearance at will and, more importantly, to turn the effect on and off whenever they like. Charlotte's eyes lit up for the first time that day, so I can still be me, she whispered, but only when I choose to. Orthrin gave her a warm, grandfatherly smile. Yes, for 1 year, you can. One step closer. An hour had passed. The tea had long gone cold, but neither of them had minded. Charlotte left the cup neatly on the desk, offering a quiet nod to Orthrin as she stood up. He was already preparing for the next wave of duties. Take your time, he told her as she reached the door. I will, she said softly. The hallway outside was cooler, dimmer lit only by slits of sunlight cutting through narrow stained glass. She walked slowly, her fingers brushing over the polished edge of her new pendant, Sancta Veil. A gift from Orthrin, silver chain, opalescent white gem, pulsing softly with warmth. Charlotte kept turning it between her fingers, still getting used to its weight, its presence, its promise. By the time she reached the main corridor leading toward the cathedral entrance, the voices grew louder. She paused for a moment beside one of the inner pillars and peered into the gathering ahead. Father Orthrin stood at the front, addressing a room full of returned priests, nuns, and low-ranking holy knights. They had come from the outer regions, abandoning their posts as soon as the message reached them. Not soldiers, not battle mages, but faithful. Orthrin thanked them for their devotion. He gave them a vague recount of what had happened at an internal breach, averted just in time. The capital was secure now, but their presence was still needed. Charlotte didn't stay to hear the rest. She turned away as the voices echoed behind her, already walking up the curved stairs that led away from the lower sanctum. With each step, the sound faded first into murmurs, then into nothing. Just her and her thoughts, just the soft, magical pulse of Sancta Veil brushing against her collarbone, and the quiet decision to visit the orphanage. Alone, the streets of the holy capital were quieter than usual, not because of curfew those had been lifted after the immediate threat in dead, but because everyone walked slower now. Eyes down, conversations hushed. The holy capital had survived, but it hadn't escaped untouched. Charlotte moved through the alleys with practiced ease. She kept her cloak pulled up not to hide, but out of habit, and maybe a little discomfort. Even now, some passers-by paused when they recognized her. She didn't stop, just smiled faintly and kept walking. When she reached the orphanage gates, she let herself in quietly. The main hallway had been scrubbed clean. The floor still carried faint scorch marks in some places, and a few of the wooden walls had been reinforced with iron panels. But the scent of warm bread and fresh laundry was back. Somehow, that made her chest hurt a little less. She moved through the halls slowly, taking her time, glancing into rooms, listening for laughter, and then she heard it, out in the garden, children's voices. She smiled for real this time, still here. Charlotte knew the church had decided to take new precautions. Starting now, once every month, Father Thornne himself would perform a wide-scale blessing over the entire district, a divine scan that would purge corruption and reveal any disguised threats. It would take a toll on him. Yes, shorten his life with every use, but he'd insisted, said it was the price he had to pay for trusting too easily, for missing the signs. She understood why. She'd do the same. She probably will. Her fingers found the edge of Sancta Veil again, brushing against the gem. And she stepped out into the garden, where everything almost looked normal again. The garden was bright with midday light, the grass still wet from morning dew. A warm breeze passed through, carrying the scent of herbs from the flower beds someone had tried to replant. Charlotte paused at the edge of the doorway, watching. Children ran across the yard, laughing as they chased each other with wooden toys. Two girls were braiding each other's hair on a bench. A boy sat under the tree drawing crooked shapes in a notebook. They looked normal, unaffected. They're still too young to understand what really happened, and maybe that was a blessing. Across the yard, Lazel and Garen were sitting in the grass with 5 or 6 kids, playing some kind of game involving pebbles and drawn circles. Lazel was pretending to lose on purpose, making exaggerated faces. Garen was letting 3 kids pile onto his back like he was some kind of beast. It looked ridiculous, and exactly right. Lazel looked up first and smiled. "Don't worry about it, we've still got like 10 days before classes start again." Charlotte nodded. "Will you all be leaving together?" "Yeah, in 5 days we take the ship," Lazel answered. "It's about 5 more across the sea." "I see." She smiled, brushing some hair behind her ear. "Then wait for me that day." Garen tilted his head. "Wait for what?" Lazel smirked. "She wants to say goodbye." Charlotte held up a finger and waved it quickly. "Nope, wrong, huh? I'm going to the academy with you all." The garden froze. One of the kids blinked. Another threw a pebble and missed. "What?" Garen and Lazel shouted in unison. Their voices echoed across the walls, startling a few birds into flight. From inside the orphanage, 2 more familiar voices stirred at the noise. Footsteps came running, and everything was about to get louder. Marcus stepped out first, a broom still in one hand. Clara followed, sleeves rolled up and a rag draped over her shoulder. "What's going on out here?" Clara asked, frowning. "Why are you yelling?" Before anyone could answer, Garen blurted out, "Charlotte's coming to the academy." Charlotte's eyes widened. Wait, too late. She rushed forward and slapped her hand over his mouth just in time to cut off whatever else he was about to say. "Shhh, don't say it like that, it's supposed to be a secret." Garen tried to mumble something through her hand. "Blah, blee, brrr." She gave him a dry look, then finally pulled her hand away. "Yes, I'm going, but not as me." "Not exactly." Charlotte stepped back from the group and reached for her pendant Sancta Veil. Her fingers brushed the gem gently, and she whispered a short activation phrase under her breath. A soft light shimmered over her skin. Her form didn't vanish, just shifted. Her rosy pink hair dulled and darkened, rippling like ink in water until it became a deep crimson red. Her amber eyes faded into a soft hazel, still warm but far less striking. The holy sigils etched into her gloves and neckline dimmed, vanishing beneath the illusion. Her posture relaxed slightly. Still her, but different. "This is how I'll go," she said with a faint smile. "Not as the saint, just as someone else." Marcus crossed his arms, nodding slowly. "I see, I'm glad. You deserve that." "Me too," Charlotte said. "Even if it's only for a while, it's enough." Clara clapped her hands excitedly. "That's amazing. We can go shopping in Valon and explore the city together." Charlotte laughed, then looked around the garden, and paused. "By the way, where's Noel?" Her smile faltered slightly. The others exchanged glances, but no one had an answer. When shadows gather again. The private lounge of the casino was bathed in low, amber light. Velvet curtains covered the walls, and a long circular table sat in the center, surrounded by untouched drinks, idle cards, and a single, pulsing crimson crystal floating just above the surface. Only 5 chairs now occupied. For the first time, none of them wore masks. The dwarf leaned back in his chair, a puff of pipe smoke curling lazily around his thick, braided red beard. His hair matched long and wild, barely tamed by the golden clips he used to tie it back. Rings shimmered on every finger, and a glint of gold peeked from beneath his cuffs. To his left, the twins sat side by side. One was a boy, lean and sharp-featured, with a silver earring and a bored expression. The other, a girl nearly identical in bone structure, though her eyes were heavier and more tired. Both looked like teenagers, but no one at the table believed they were harmless. The boy twirled a dagger between his fingers. The girl sipped from a wine glass without looking up. Next came the chained woman, her body wrapped in bands of iron and dark steel, some fused to her arms like armor, others hanging loose like accessories. Her face was mostly visible now, smooth, pale, and emotionless, save for the black markings around her throat like burned scripture. Finally, sitting still as a statue, the first pillar. His skin was pale, almost waxy, and his black hair hung in tangled strands down the sides of his face. His eyes, dark as pitch, didn't blink, didn't shift. He hadn't spoken since arriving. The air around him always felt colder. The crystal in the center pulsed once. Then again. Then spoke. We were told not to gather unless it was urgent, the twin boy muttered, spinning his dagger once more. What changed? The room went still, and the crystal began to speak. One of you is no longer among the living. The dagger stopped spinning. The girl twin set down her glass without a word. Even the dwarf lowered his pipe. The crystal pulsed again, slow and deliberate. Arya, the Scytheborn, has fallen. No shock, no outrage. Only silence seemed a slow shift of attention toward the first pillar, who remained completely still, hands folded on the table. The voice continued. Her role was incomplete, but not without merit. The saint has not perished. Yet she bleeds. Her light will fade. Her song will tremble. That is enough. The chained woman tilted her head slightly, her eyes still fixed on the crystal. Should we finish what she started? The dwarf asked, adjusting the emerald pin on his lapel. If she left the job half done, someone should know. The voice cut through the room like a blade. There is a variable, a shadow, not written, a ripple. Unaccounted for. You mean variable, the twin girl said, almost bored. The one Arya and Caliph fought. Yes, his presence distorts. Ink does not hold him. Time cannot bind him. For a moment no one spoke. The first pillar twitched just slightly at the mention. So we do nothing, the boy twin asked. For now, we observe. We refine. The path forward must be perfect. The gate can open only once. A pause. Continue your roles. Gather coin. Maintain networks. Watch the fractures. Another will take her place. We will find one. Her soul burned. Another shall rot. And with that, the light inside the crystal began to fade. The silence that followed was thick but not unfamiliar. They had heard death announcements before. Loss was calculated in this circle, expected even. The dwarf exhaled a slow puff of smoke and tapped the edge of his pipe against the crystal plate on the table. Well then, he muttered, almost cheerfully, back to the usual. I've got 3 more auctions to rig and a new buyer in Velmora. We'll need more coin if we're replacing Arya. He spoke casually, but his eyes were sharp, always counting. The chained woman didn't look up. Her voice came quiet and steady, like iron scraping stone. We all have our parts to play. Hers will need a new actor. The girl twin raised a brow. Not just anyone can wield a scythe and scream in circles. She didn't scream, her brother added, but she did beg, apparently. The comment earned a slight shift from the first pillar, but he remained silent. His eyes were fixed on the now dark crystal. The dwarf continued, ignoring the tension. I'll continue the funding routes. Smuggling, auctions, fake charities, whatever keeps the flow steady. We'll need more soon anyway. The girl swirled her wine. So we're all just keeping our heads down. That's what the voice said. The chained woman replied, refine, observe, prepare. The twin boy gave a crooked grin, and wait until they call us again, like obedient little monsters. The dwarf snorted, better monsters than martyrs. A silence settled again, but different this time, tighter, sharper. The first pillar still hadn't spoken, but his hands were twitching slow, rhythmic movements as if mimicking something unseen. The first pillar finally moved. His head tilted ever so slightly, the corner of his mouth twitching upward, not quite a smile, more like a spasm of joy crawling out of his jaw. And then, he laughed, low at first, like a chuckle meant only for himself. Then louder, sharp, childlike. She's gone, he whispered, voice shaky with delight. Arya's gone, and it wasn't even my doing this time. Heh. The laughter built until it broke into something higher, twisted at the edges. No one tried to stop him, they'd seen worse. The girl twin glanced sideways, unimpressed. Should we be worried he's going to snap again? Her brother didn't answer. He was too busy watching the first pillar, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The chained woman remained still. The dwarf, unfazed, poured himself another glass of black wine. If he snaps, we toss him in the sea. He floats, we follow. He sinks, we toast. I'll drink to that, the boy twin muttered. First pillar abruptly stopped laughing, sitting upright with eerie calm expression, blank, eyes distant, as if he was listening to something no one else could hear. He's still watching us. He murmured, even now. No one asked who he was, they all knew better. The crystal may have gone silent, but the one behind it had never stopped looking. For a while no one said anything. The flickering chandelier above them cast long shadows across the table, making each figure look like something less than human. Or more, finally, the girl twin leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. Maybe we don't need a replacement. Fewer pieces on the board might be easier to control. Maybe you'll be next, said the first pillar, his voice sudden and soft. His head didn't move. His eyes didn't blink, but the threat was real. The boy twin reached for his sister's arm, not to restrain her, but to remind her. Not here. Still, the crack in her wine glass was loud in the silence. The chained woman spoke, finally breaking the moment. We need another scythe, or the cycle won't move forward. The dwarf grunted his agreement, swirling his drink. I'll look into it. There's always someone desperate enough to sell their soul for a little power. You just have to dig deep enough or pay high enough. The table went quiet again. No one mentioned Arya after that. Not her failure, not her screams. Not the ashes. Above them, the crystal remained dark, as if it had never spoken at all. But none of them doubted it would awaken again. It always did, when the moment was right. Eric the Brave. The sky was gray, not stormageous still, and felt heavy, as if the heavens themselves hadn't quite decided how to mourn. Noel stood alone in the cemetery outside the holy capital. Rows of fresh graves stretched behind him, each marked with a simple headstone. Wind rustled through the dry grass. The one before him read, Lyric. You were brave even when you shouldn't have had to be. The others had names too, children who never got to grow up. Faces Noel remembered from the orphanage, from laughter and small moments, now all carved in stone. He stood there, hands buried in his coat pockets, head low. His thoughts swirled in silence. I could have stopped this, earlier, before it spiraled out of control. He'd known something was wrong. The timeline had shifted, yes, but he had knowledge no one else in this world possessed. That was supposed to be his advantage, his curse, his power, and still, he'd failed, all that foresight, all that analysis. And what did I do with it? He clenched his jaw, his throat tight. I waited, I hesitated, I tried to play safe. I thought I had more time. The system had rewarded him, labeled the mission a success, but Noel didn't feel victorious. The system sees a savior, but all I see is a headstone with a name that shouldn't be there. And in that quiet, guilt settled on his shoulders like snow, heavy, cold, endless. He didn't brush the tears from his eyes. He just let them fall because no one was watching. Noel's eyes were still on the stone when he finally spoke. His voice barely broke the silence. Status. The familiar window appeared, hovering quietly before him. He didn't even blink. Mission complete. Defeat Arya the Scytheborn. Reward available. Claim. He stared at it for a moment. His reflection flickered faintly on the translucent surface. Claim. The system responded at once. A soft sound, neither magical nor mechanical, just final. Reward granted, plus 30 core progress, current core progress 40, 25 mana core, adept, new item acquired, Diary of the Forgotten Son. A small pulse of light gathered in his hand, and suddenly the book was there, heavy, old, bound in black leather with a gray ribbon tied loosely across its cover. Noel blinked. A book. It felt too light to carry anything important, but when he opened it, his brows immediately furrowed. Only 2 pages were filled. The rest of the book, dozens, maybe hundreds of pages, were completely blank. He flipped through them slowly, faster, then back to the beginning. Still only 2 entries. What is this? He leaned against a nearby stone, holding the diary in one hand. He wanted to read it, needed to, but he wouldn't get the chance just yet, because someone was approaching. He felt the presence before he heard her steps. Red hair, hazel eyes, familiar warmth even behind a changed face. Charlotte, the girl stopped. For a moment she looked almost offended. No, I think you've got the wrong, she trailed off as soon as she met his eyes. The playful smile she wore froze on her lips, because Noel's gaze wasn't sharp or cold like usual. It wasn't distant or calculating. It was broken, faintly red, slightly swollen, still wet. Charlotte followed his line of sight toward the gravestone he stood beside, then at the others nearby. Eric, the children. Noel had been here for a while, long enough that his boots were coated in dry dust, long enough that he cried alone without a sound. Charlotte didn't say anything. She just stepped forward and without a word pulled him into a gentle hug, arms around his waist, head resting against his chest. It's not your fault, she whispered. What happened? It's not on you. Noel's hand stayed limp at first. He didn't cry loudly, didn't shake, but the tears started again, quietly, without warning, because now someone was there to see them. Noel's breath hitched softly. He hadn't cried like this in years, and never, not Ansi, had he done it in front of someone else. But now, with Charlotte's arms around him, her voice quiet against his chest. It was different. His hand slowly lifted, hovering in the air for a second before resting gently on her back. Not tight, not desperate, just enough. She didn't ask questions. She didn't let go. Can you? He murmured, voice barely audible. Not lift your head. Charlotte didn't move, didn't nod, just stayed there silent. Noel exhaled shakily. The tears weren't heavy anymore, but steady, falling one by one, soaking into the top of Charlotte's hair, her cloak, her presence. He knew how this looked, knew what it meant to drop his mask, even for a moment, but right now it didn't matter. He wasn't strong. He wasn't clever. He wasn't in control. Not here, not today. And Charlotte said nothing, because she understood what he was feeling right now. Time passed quietly. The wind whispered through the cemetery trees, tugging at cloaks and leaves. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang softly calling no one in particular. Charlotte remained still in Noel's arms. Eventually, he pulled away just enough to